Hiding inside a nondescript basement. The place was perpetually dark, and no matter how many times one breathed in its air, the stench of mold was overwhelming. Jiang Ye suddenly sat up on the hard wooden bed, hunched over, and coughing violently. Cough. Cough. Then a sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat a mouthful of black blood onto the concrete floor. The blood contained clotted masses looking quite frightening. He wiped his mouth roughly with the back of his hand, looked down at the dark red stain on his skin. His vision was blurry, and the chaotic memories in his mind were receding, leaving only this shabby place before him. He had transmigrated. This world was one of entertainment to the extreme, and he was a poor soul. He was clearly blessed with a face that could earn him a fortune, yet on the eve of his debut, he was discarded like trash by the capital. Jiang Ye reached out and grabbed a crumpled diagnosis report from the bedside table, holding it under the dim light bulb to read the words. Genetic collapse, syndrome late stage. Estimated remaining vital signs, 72 hours. 3 days. That meant he had only 3 days left to live. Jiang Ye stared at the paper for a long time, his hands trembling violently, not from fear, but from pain. Every bone in his body felt as if wind were drilling through the cracks, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. In his previous life, he had seen everything in the world of fame and fortune. He never expected that after being reborn, the opening hand would be a dead end. At that moment, the old cracked phone by his pillow suddenly rang. The shattered screen displayed the name, Wang Pengzi. That was his former agent. Jiang Ye pressed the answer button and put it to his ear. Instantly, a man's roar came through the speaker. Jiang Ye, are you out of your mind? That time Manager Liu of Shanghua Entertainment specifically asked you to accompany him for drinks. That was him showing you respect. That was an opportunity many people would kill for. And you threw a glass of wine in his face. Who do you think you are? Now the industry-wide blacklist has come down. The penalty is 300 million. Even if you sold yourself, you couldn't afford a fraction of it. Listening to the yelling on the other end, Jiang Ye's stomach twisted in spasms, pain causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. He had no strength to argue. He just found it noisy. Are you done? He asked in a hoarse voice. The voice on the other end, Wang Pengzi, was stunned, clearly not expecting Jiang Ye to be so calm at this moment. Jiang Ye, for the sake of our past friendship, I'll help you one last time. Wang Pengzi said, his tone softening, laced with condescension. As long as you go to Manager Liu's villa tonight and kneel at his door to apologize, once he calms down, maybe there's still a chance. Otherwise, just wait to pay the debt and rot in the mud for the rest of your life. Jiang Ye twitched the corner of his mouth, his facial muscles stiff. Kneel to that bloated old woman. He'd rather die clean. No need, he said. After saying that, Jiang Ye hung up the phone and casually tossed it onto the blanket at his feet. 300 million. Even 300 billion meant nothing to a man with only 3 days to live. The excruciating pain struck again, wringing his internal organs. Jiang Ye clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his neck, enduring it in silence. Just as he was about to faint from the pain, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Detected host's vital signs are critically low, meeting binding conditions. Villain empathy system is activating. Activation successful. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered. A system. Before he could figure it out, a chill surged into his body, flowing through his veins and spreading all over. The maddening pain eased slightly. It still hurt, but at least he could breathe. A translucent data panel floated before his eyes. Host Jiang Ye. Life countdown 71 hours, 58 minutes. Current empathy value 0. Newbie quest: take on any villain role and gain at least 1,000 empathy value. Quest rewards 7 days of life, unlock system shop. Jiang Ye stared at the ever-decreasing countdown, his heart skipping a beat. Empathy value, he asked silently. The system quickly explained, playing a villain role using acting to evoke audience emotions. Regret, heartache, sorrow, tears. All such emotions can be converted into empathy value. Empathy value can be used to exchange for lifetime and various skills. Jiang Ye squinted. Play a villain and make people cry. In this era where traffic is king, all villains and scripts were cardboard cutouts, evil for no reason, dying satisfyingly. Audiences only cursed villains who would sympathize with a bad guy. But he had no choice. This was his only way to survive. Ding. The phone screen lit up again. It was a message from Wang Pengzi. Maybe he wasn't willing to let Jiang Ye waste away, or wanted to squeeze out one last bit of value. There's a role here. No one wants to take it. The Red Prison crew needs a eunuch chief. Pay 5,000 daily settlement. The role involves being trampled by the male lead, eating spoiled food. If you're willing, go to the film set and find the assistant director. Below was a location pin and a document. Jiang Ye opened the document and scanned it. There were few lines, mostly action scenes. The character was called Zhao Xian, a stereotypical treacherous eunuch. A line in the script was particularly glaring. Zhao Xian crawled over with a fawning expression, then licked the mud off the male lead's shoes. No wonder no one wanted to play it. Such a role would be a lifelong stain, a permanent humiliation. Jiang Ye turned off the screen and slowly got up from the bed. 5,000 yuan was enough to buy a few strong painkillers. More importantly, this was a villain role. As long as it was a villain, there was room for manipulation. Jiang Ye stood up, but the sudden movement caused his vision to go black, stars swimming before his eyes. He leaned against the peeling wall, breathing heavily, and after a long while he straightened up. A nearby mirror reflected a pale face, sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, but his eyes were exceptionally bright. This was the final struggle before death, also the excitement before seeing blood. Jiang Ye put on an outdated hoodie and pushed open the basement's iron door. Outside the sunlight was blinding, but he couldn't feel its warmth. If he didn't act, he'd be a corpse in 3 days. If he acted poorly, it would also be a dead end. Since death was certain either way, he might as well go out with a bang, leaving a mark on this hypocritical entertainment industry. Jiang Ye tightened his collar against the cold wind on his neck, hailed a taxi, and said to Hongyan. The taxi driver glanced at him several times in the rearview mirror with a hint of disdain and caution, probably thinking he looked like a drug addict. Jiang Ye ignored him, leaning against the window to rest his eyes. At Hongyan World Studios, the place was packed with people, costumed extras everywhere squatting on the roadside eating box lunches. In the distance outside the cordon of the Red Prison, crew fans were crowded. The girls held up light boards screaming their throats raw. Lin Feng, you're so handsome. Lin Feng, I want to have your babies. Lin Feng, the current top star in the entertainment industry, was also the male lead of this drama. Jiang Ye stood outside the crowd watching the scene coldly. He skirted around the frenzied fans and walked to the side entrance. Several security guards were standing with arms akimbo blocking paparazzi, trying to sneak in for photos. What are you doing? A guard spotted Jiang Ye and frowned, extending his hand to stop him. Jiang Ye's sickly appearance was too conspicuous. I'm here for an audition. He pulled out his phone and showed the security guard the chat log with Wang Ponzi. The guard looked at it suspiciously, gave him a thorough once-over, then picked up his walkie-talkie and said a few words. Within 2 minutes, a middle-aged man in a cap came running out, sweating profusely. He was the assistant director. Seeing Jiang Ye, the assistant director was visibly taken aback. You're the one that Wang Ponzi mentioned. He circled Jiang Ye, his frown deepening. Too thin, and his looks too proper. Despite his pale complexion, his features were sharp, his bone structure excellent, with a natural gloomy aura. Such a face to play a degenerate eunuch. A role that would be trampled into the mud. I am. Jiang Ye nodded, his voice low. All right, come in quickly. No time to waste. The assistant director couldn't afford to be picky. The original actor had found the role too disgusting and just walked out. The director was currently going berserk inside. Jiang Ye followed the assistant director into the set. As they turned the corner, a roar reached them. What garbage extras. Can't even kneel properly. I want Sinister. Don't you understand Sinister? A bearded man sat in the director's chair, slamming a rolled-up script onto the table. Several extras stood before him too, scared to lift their heads. On the other side, under a huge sun umbrella, Lin Feng sat in a white costume, legs crossed, drinking iced coffee. 2 or 3 assistants fussed around him, some fanning him, others handing him fruit. Director Lin, calm down. Lin Feng said lazily, not even lifting his eyelids. Why not just cut this scene? No one likes watching dead eunuchs anyway. Just shoot the scene where I kill him with one sword strike. It's cooler and saves time. Director Lin Hao's face darkened. He clenched his jaw but didn't say anything. He couldn't afford to offend the investor's chosen actor. This scene is a build-up. Without the emotional impact, the later part won't work, Lin Hao replied stiffly. At that moment, the assistant director brought Jiang Ye over. Director, I found someone. Lin Hao turned to look at Jiang Ye, his brow furrowed deeply. He's too young. Can he play a senior eunuch? And his physique is too weak. Forget it, forget it. Lin Hao waved his hand impatiently. We'll have to make do. Makeup artist. Get him into makeup quickly. Let's see a test shot. Jiang Ye didn't speak. He stood still, surveying the scene, his gaze landing on Lin Feng's exquisite but empty face. So this was the top star of this world. A useless waste who only knew how to stare and read numbers. A flicker of mockery passed through Jiang Ye's eyes. In his mind, the system panel flickered again. Detected script, character director eunuch, Zhao Xian modified version. Do you wish to enter the immersive script space? Cost 10 empathy value, currently overdrawable. Jiang Ye didn't hesitate. Activate. The surrounding noise instantly vanished. Jiang Ye felt his consciousness being forcibly pulled away, plunging into a stretch of darkness. In the darkness, time lost all meaning. Jiang Ye was no longer Jiang Ye. He had become Zhao Xian. He saw the heavy snow of that year when at the age of 6 he was sold by his family into the palace. The knife fell in the castration chamber, blood pooling on the floor, severing his dignity as a human being. He served the mad concubines in the cold palace, fought wild dogs for food, drank urine, and ate dirt. To survive, he let the eunuch overseer ride him like a horse and barked like a dog for the amusement of nobles. He wallowed in the mire of power, climbing step by step. The blood on his hands grew and the void in his heart deepened. In the end, he stood above all but one, wielding power over the court, yet he remained a broken thing. A rancorous jealousy toward normal people was etched into his bones, tormenting him every day. Jiang Ye opened his eyes. In the real world, only an instant had passed, but his entire aura had transformed. What was once merely gloomy now carried an ethereal layer of deathly stillness. He instinctively hunched his back, hands hanging at his sides, fingers slightly curled, as if grasping something unseen. The makeup artist approached with a puff, intending to touch up his powder, but when she looked up and met Jiang Ye's eyes, her hand trembled. The compact fell to the floor and shattered. She stammered an apology sorry. She didn't know why she apologized, but she felt that if she didn't, this young handsome man would kill her. Jiang Ye lowered his eyelids, hiding the light in his eyes. It's nothing, he said, his voice thin and effeminate, sending chills down everyone's spine. Lin Hao, who had been discussing the script with Lin Feng, turned abruptly at the sound. The moment he saw Jiang Ye, his pupils contracted. This feeling was perfect, even better than he had imagined. No makeup, no costume. Just standing there, he was a living eunuch leader. The rotten aura from his bones couldn't be faked. Lin Hao stood up and couldn't help asking, "What's your name?" Jiang Ye lowered his head, obediently, bending even more. Jiang Ye. The corner of his mouth twitched into a faint, cold smile. Lin Feng curled his lip, handed his coffee cup to an assistant, and snorted disdainfully, putting on an act. "Let's shoot quickly. I have an appointment this afternoon. Don't waste time." Lin Feng stood up, smoothing his spotless white costume. The scene was simple. Zhao Xian begs for mercy, gets kicked away by the male lead, then humiliated to highlight the male lead's righteous indignation. The clapperboard snapped. The Red Eunuch, scene 32, take 1A, action. The camera focused on Jiang Ye, now in costume and makeup. Without any warning, Jiang Ye bent his knees and dropped to the ground with a heavy thud. It was solid bluestone, and he wore no knee pads. The dull sound made the crew wince, but Jiang Ye's face showed no pain. Or rather, this physical agony was nothing to Zhao Xian. It was routine. He crawled toward Lin Feng on all fours, his movements twisted. "Your Highness, spare me." Jiang Ye looked up, his face full of terror, tears and mucus streaming down, utterly pathetic. But if you looked closely at his eyes, there was only dead stillness in the depths of his pupils. He was laughing silently, mocking the so-called righteous man in front of him. Lin Feng's prepared line stuck in his throat. He was startled by Jiang Ye's gaze. Begging for mercy, yet why did it make his spine chill? Lin Feng instinctively stepped back. That step broke the momentum. The male lead, who should have been dominant, now seemed intimidated by the villain. "Cut!" Lin Hao yelled, suppressing his anger, slapping the walkie-talkie on the table. "Lin Feng, why did you step back? He's a eunuch. You're a prince, sword in hand. What are you afraid of?" Lin Feng came to his senses, his face flushing. "Director Lin, it's his eyes." He pointed at Jiang Ye, still kneeling. "Who begs for mercy with that look? Can you act? Why so intense, playing a dead eunuch? Trying to steal the scene?" Jiang Ye didn't move. Slowly he straightened up, wiped his face with his sleeve, the gesture elegant. "Your Highness, this servant knows his mistake." His tone was humble, but the eerie aura around him grew stronger, almost enveloping the entire set. Lin Feng laughed in anger. "Good, very good." He gritted his teeth and nodded. "Since you want to act so badly, let's make it real." He turned to Lin Hao. "Director Lin, this scene isn't satisfying enough. Add an action. Let him lick my shoes." A murmur rippled through the set. The original script only had a symbolic lick to humiliate, but now it seemed he wanted Jiang Ye to actually do it. This was too insulting. The assistant director tried to intervene, but Lin Hao stopped him. Lin Hao stared at Jiang Ye, excitement flickering in his eyes. He was also a theater maniac, but unlike Jiang Ye, to him, as long as the scene was good, the actor's suffering didn't matter. "Jiang Ye, you okay with that?" Lin Hao asked. Jiang Ye stared at Lin Feng's mud-caked boots, nausea rising in his stomach, but he nodded. "No problem." What was this humiliation compared to survival? If he couldn't even endure this, how could he keep living? Moreover, the greater the extreme humiliation, the stronger the rebound explosion. They started filming again. Lin Feng walked up to Jiang Ye, raised his foot, and pressed it onto Jiang Ye's shoulder, grinding down with vengeful pleasure. "Lick it clean." Jiang Ye's body trembled, a reflex of this frail body and a physiological response of Zhao Xian's character. But he didn't resist. Slowly he lowered his head, leaning toward the boots. Everyone held their breath, unable to bear watching. Just as his lips were about to touch the shoe, he suddenly stopped. He didn't lick it. Instead, he reached out and gently brushed the dust off the boot, the movement eerily delicate. Then Jiang Ye lifted his head. This time he didn't cry, didn't beg. He stared straight at Lin Feng, his eyes filled with a complex mixture of emotions, a weary indifference to the world's coldness, a silent mockery of fate, and a suffocating sorrow. "Your Highness, these boots are dirty. Let me fetch a clean pair." Lin Feng froze, a chill shooting from his soles to his crown. He felt a thick, murderous intent that made his legs weak. If he didn't run now, this man would really kill him. "Up!" Lin Feng cried out, his legs giving way. He stumbled backward, landing on the ground in a heap, one shoe flying off. The set fell dead silent. Everyone was stunned by the scene. This was the crushing power of acting. A kneeling man with just a look had terrified a standing man into collapse. Jiang Ye remained in that pose, watching Lin Feng sprawled on the ground, the corner of his mouth lifting into a cynical smile. "Your Highness, how did you fall? Let me help you up." Jiang Ye stretched out his hand and crawled toward Lin Feng inch by inch. Lin Feng, terrified, scrambled backward on hands and feet, his face pale, completely forgetting he was acting. "Stay away. Don't come near me." "Cut." Lin Hao leaped from his chair, his voice cracking with excitement, but his face was ecstatic. "Perfect. Absolutely perfect. This is the formidable chief eunuch of the court. This is a true psychopathic villain." A kneeling man with just a look had terrified a standing man into collapse. Jiang Ye remained in that pose, watching Lin Feng sprawled on the ground, the corner of his mouth lifting into a cynical smile. This is the formidable chief eunuch of the court. This is a true psychopathic villain. Lin Hao rushed onto the set and grabbed Jiang Ye's hand without a hint of disgust. This part doesn't need to be changed. Act it out just like this. Keep the part where Lin Feng gets scared stiff. Lin Feng's agent Sister Wang stomped her foot anxiously on the sidelines. Director Lin, this won't do, will it? This will damage Feng's image. To hell with his image. Lin Hao roared, his eyes bloodshot. The drama maniac nature within him had resurfaced, and at this moment, he couldn't care less about the capital behind Lin Feng. This is art. Do you even understand what art is? Besides, this scene was requested by Lin Feng himself. If he couldn't handle the role, who's to blame? We can't just waste this footage, right? Of course he didn't say these words out loud. At that moment, the system notification chimed in Jiang Ye's mind. Empathy 50 from the crew on site, empathy 100 from Lin Hao, empathy 200 from Lin Feng's fear, converted 350 in total, still not enough, far from it. Night fell, thunder rumbled, and a torrential downpour washed over the scene. The scenes involving Zhao Xian had gone smoothly, mostly wrapped in a single take thanks to Jiang Ye. Lin Hao had made the impromptu decision to add a night scene in the rain because Jiang Ye's performance was simply too stunning. This was tough on the screenwriter, who had to grimace and rapidly revise the script, fingers flying so fast over the keyboard they nearly sparked. Originally, Zhao Xian was just a passing villain, but now Lin Hao wanted to turn his death into a minor climax of the entire show. Professional rainproof equipment was set up on set, allowing everyone to perfectly capture the dialogue amidst the downpour. Jiang Ye stood in the rain, his soaked clothes clinging to his body. The rain washed away the last bit of warmth from his frame, and he felt he was on the verge of freezing. All departments, get ready, Lin Hao shouted through his megaphone. This is a one-man show. Jiang Ye, you need to portray that despair after being abandoned by everyone. But don't cry. Whatever you do, don't cry. Smile. Smile like it's more painful than crying. Jiang Ye nodded, wiping the rain from his face. The life countdown on the system panel displayed 66 hours. It seemed he had to keep pushing himself. Climactic plot node detected. Activate environmental atmosphere rendering. Cost 50 empathy points. Activate, Jiang Ye murmured inwardly. As the command was given, the surrounding air suddenly grew heavy. The sound of rain turned mournful, and a profound sense of desolation inexplicably rose over the set. Even the lighting technician couldn't help but shiver, feeling a tightness in his chest as tears nearly welled up. Action! The camera pushed in. This was a mass grave. Zhao Xian had fled here, and the young eunuch beside him had taken a fatal blow meant for him, dying on the spot. This was the only person he cared about in the world, or rather the last projection of his former innocent self. Jiang Ye knelt in the mud, digging at the ground with his hands. With no tools, he had to use his bare hands. The soil mixed with stones scraped his fingertips raw. Blood mingled with the muddy water, only to be quickly washed away by the rain. To others it might look like a prop blood pack, but for Jiang Ye, it was real blood. The pain shot from his 10 fingers to his heart, yet he felt nothing, completely immersed in his character's world. This humble one. We'll make a home for you here, he murmured softly, digging earnestly, his tone low and desolate. The crew watched in silence, and unknowingly many of their eyes reddened. They didn't know why, but looking at this man, a villain who had killed without mercy, they felt a sour ache in their hearts as he dug a grave with his bare hands, an emotion they couldn't suppress no matter how hard they tried. Just then Lin Feng, playing the male lead, arrived with his pursuers. Zhao Xian, your sins are heinous, and today is your day of reckoning. Lin Feng drew his sword and pointed it at Jiang Ye, trying hard to appear righteous, but his voice trembled slightly. Jiang Ye didn't turn around, didn't even pause his movements. He gently placed the young eunuch's body into the pit, carefully covered it with soil, and patted it down. Only after finishing did he turn to face Lin Feng and the cold, gleaming sword. A sudden smile split his lips, and he let out a laugh, but his eyes held no trace of mirth. Only the relief of a soul finally returning to the heavens after enduring the mortal world. Day of reckoning, Jiang Ye repeated, rising to his feet. Though his body swayed precariously in the rain, he stood tall and unwavering. This was the final pride of a grand eunuch. This humble one has lived his life like a dog. Only in death does he wish to stand. He spoke slowly, his tone filled with sorrow. Lin Feng's hand holding the sword trembled, and he suddenly felt ridiculous. In the face of this villain, his own justice seemed so feeble. Kill me, Jiang Ye said, spreading his arms wide, offering no resistance or plea for mercy. But it was this very posture of facing death with equanimity that instantly elevated the villain's character. He was no longer a stereotypical bad guy, but a pitiful soul crushed by fate. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and thrust his sword forward. The blade pierced the prop blood pack under Jiang Ye's arm. Blood gushed out, staining his white costume and mingling with the rain. Jiang Ye's body swayed, but he didn't fall. Instead, he stared intently at the sky, a flicker of reluctance and attachment to this world passing through his eyes before everything faded into nothingness. In the next life, I won't come to this world again. These were words Jiang Ye added himself, his own verdict on his fate. As he finished speaking, the light in his eyes slowly died out. His body fell backward, crashing into the mud with a splash. Lin Hao didn't call cut immediately. He stared intently at the monitor, tears streaming down his face and wetting his beard without him even noticing. After a long while, when Jiang Ye lay completely still in the rain, he finally croaked out, "Cut." The set was silent. No one cheered, no one dared to speak loudly, as if afraid to disturb the soul lying in the mud. A moment later, the assistant director snapped out of it and rushed over with a towel. "Jiang Ye, get up and dry off. This rain is freezing." But Jiang Ye didn't move. The rain continued to pelt his body, yet he remained in that hand reaching for the sky, pose his face pale. "Jiang Ye." The assistant director's heart skipped a beat. He reached out and shook Jiang Ye, but his touch met with icy coldness. "Someone, call an ambulance," the assistant director shouted in terror, his voice cracking. "Jiang Ye has collapsed. He's vomiting blood. It's real blood." A stream of dark red blood oozed from the corner of Jiang Ye's tightly shut lips. It wasn't prop blood, but actual congested blood from internal organ damage. The set instantly erupted into chaos. At that moment, deep in Jiang Ye's consciousness, the system's voice sounded. "Congratulations, host. Your performance has evoked strong empathy from everyone present. Empathy points gained 2,000. Beginner's quest completed. Lifespan 7 days. System shop unlocked. Detecting severe damage to host's physical functions, initiating forced repair." Jiang Ye felt a warm current protecting his heart meridian. But he didn't want to wake up. He was too tired. Let this scene play on for a little while longer. Let him see if this cold, indifferent world would still shed a single tear for him. "Ambulance. Hurry. Call an ambulance." The assistant director's shouts continued the chaos on set, mingling with the torrential rain, turning the entire filming location into a frantic mess. Lin Feng sat slumped in the mud, his white costume stained into a gray rag, his mind completely dazed. He watched Jiang Ye, who was surrounded by the crowd, his body trembling slightly. The sword thrust moments ago had been too realistic, and combined with the man's current state lying in the mud, it made the blood pack he had just pierced feel eerily warm. Only one thought now consumed his mind: murder. "Did I kill someone?" Lin Feng stammered, his voice barely a whisper. "Nonsense." Sister Wang rushed over, wrapping a large towel around Lin Feng's head, blocking his view and any potential cameras nearby. She signaled her assistant to clear the area while hissing, "That was prop blood. It's acting. You're an actor. Where's your professionalism?" Despite her words, Sister Wang felt a chill run down her own spine. That scene was too eerie. This extra named Jiang Ye didn't fall like he was acting. It was as if his soul had truly departed. Just then the wail of an ambulance siren pierced the distance, its red and blue lights flashing through the rain. Paramedics rushed in with a stretcher. "Move. Everyone move aside. Don't crowd him." Several doctors in white coats pushed through the onlookers to Jiang Ye's side. "Check his heart rate. Pupils." The lead paramedic reached for Jiang Ye's carotid artery, his brow furrowing instantly. It was too weak, almost imperceptible. "Quick, get him on," the doctor called out, and several people scrambled to lift Jiang Ye. But then something strange happened. Jiang Ye's arm remained rigidly stretched towards the sky, stiff as iron, and despite the two stretcher bearers pressing down hard, it wouldn't budge. "This." The stretcher bearer froze, looking at the doctor. "Doctor, we can't bend it. It's stiff." "Stiff? What's stiff?" The doctor glanced over and immediately panicked. "What stiffness?" "It's a muscle spasm. Force it. We need him flat for CPR." The two burly men gritted their teeth, putting their full weight on it until a crack sounded, and Jiang Ye's arm was finally forced back down onto his chest. The scene was particularly chilling in the rainy night, and it was this exact scene that was captured in full by a telephoto lens hidden in the bushes. Old Zhang, a paparazzo, wiped the rain from his face and stared at the playback on his screen, his heart pounding wildly. In the frame, the man in the eunuch's costume, covered in blood and barely conscious, was forcibly pinned to the stretcher, resembling a stiff corpse. Big news. This is big news. Old Zhang's hands trembled as he quickly ejected the memory card and tucked it into his inner pocket. The ambulance doors closed, and it sped off with the assistant director, its siren wailing, leaving behind a scene of chaos and the shaken film crew. 20 minutes later, inside the temporary rest area, the atmosphere was grim. Lin Hao's clothes were soaked, but he didn't change. Instead, he sat before the monitor, replaying the footage over and over. On the screen, Jiang Ye was digging a pit in the rain, his fingernails torn and bleeding. No matter how many times he watched, the scene radiated profound sorrow and despair. Director Lin. Sister Wang entered, her face grim, followed by a pale-faced Lin Feng, who had changed into casual clothes. Lin Hao didn't turn around, a cigarette dangling from his fingers and ash buildup on shed. "What is it?" He stared at the screen. "That footage from earlier needs to be cut." Sister Wang got straight to the point, her tone more assertive than before, as if she had found some leverage. Lin Hao's fingers paused, ash falling onto his pants, but he ignored it. He swiveled his chair to face her, eyes bloodshot. "What did you say?" "I said that scene cannot stay." Wang stepped forward, pointing at the monitor, showing Lin Feng being scared off. "And this part too." Jiang Ye completely overshadowed our Feng Feng. "What do you want the audience to see? A eunuch scaring the male lead into soiling his pants?" Wang grew angrier, throwing her bag onto the table. Director Lin, don't forget the biggest investor in this drama is Jiang Ye Entertainment, and our Feng is their top star. This drama is made to promote him. You bring in some extra to steal the spotlight and let him act like that. This is a serious incident. It's a character collapse. Lin Feng stood silently, but his eyes clearly agreed. Recalling the terror Jiang Ye had instilled in him, he felt waves of nausea and resentment. That madman had humiliated him in front of everyone. Lin Hao listened to Wang's tirade, then suddenly let out a dry, mocking laugh. Incident. He stood up abruptly, flinging his cigarette, but to the ground, sparks flying. This is art, damn it. You understand? Lin Hao pointed at the monitor, veins bulging on his neck, spittle flying. In my 15 years of filming, this is the first time I've seen an actor sacrifice his very soul for a role. Do you know how precious that look in his eyes is? It's a textbook performance. It's award-worthy. And you want me to cut it? To throw away gold and keep a pile of shit? Wang's face turned green with rage. Lin Hao, watch your mouth. Who are you calling shit? Whoever can act is shit. Lin Hao's pent-up frustrations finally exploded. Lin Feng, put your hand on your heart and ask yourself, did you hold your own in that scene? He was kneeling on the stone, and you were just posing. You got scared shitless by a single look from him. If this gets out who looks bad, it's your own incompetence. And he ended up in the hospital for his art. And you have the nerve to ask me to cut his scenes. Dream on. Lin Feng's face flushed with shame and anger, his lips trembling as he tried to retort, but failed. Wang sneered. Fine, Lin Hao, you've got guts. But I'm telling you, Jiang Ye Entertainment won't take this lying down. If you don't cut this footage, you can kiss your director's chair goodbye. Threatening me. Lin Hao ripped off his wet hat and slammed it on the table. I'm telling you right now, not a single frame of Jiang Ye's scenes will be cut. Whoever dares to touch his scenes, fire me first. Get out. All of you get out. In his fury, Lin Hao kicked Wang and Lin Feng out of the rest area. The door slammed shut with a bang, sending flakes of plaster dust falling. Wang stood outside, trembling with rage, and pulled out her phone to dial a number. Hello, Mr. Li. Yes, Lin Hao has lost his mind. Meanwhile, the online world had erupted into chaos. Lao Zhang, the paparazzo, didn't sell the video to tabloid accounts. Instead, he created a burner account and posted it directly on the largest short video platform, Douyin. 2 videos unedited without even a filter. The first video was titled, "This is a True Villain." Scared the top star's pants off. It showed Jiang Ye kneeling and begging for mercy, then suddenly looking up, causing Lin Feng to stumble back in terror. The second video was titled, "Burying a Body in the Rainy Night, So Intense I Couldn't Breathe." It showed Jiang Ye digging a hole with his bare hands in the torrential rain, ending with his monologue, "I want come back to this world in my next life." The moment the videos were posted tagged with Lin Feng, they went viral. Initially, those who clicked were Lin Feng's fans. What a clickbait title. How dare you slander my bro Feng. Marketing account. I hope you die. Reported. Who is this extra? He's decent looking, but he's way uglier than Feng. And he's posting this to scare people. Fans swarmed the comments to criticize and bury the videos. But as the videos auto-played, the tide began to turn. Some random netizens initially ready to hurl insults found their fingers hovering over the screen, unable to type. Despite the grainy picture and noisy audio, the raw power and oppressive feeling of the footage was genuinely hair-raising. Especially the look in Jiang Ye's eyes in his final close-up. Hollow yet carrying a maddening, cynical sneer. Then came the second video. The rain was loud, a frail figure knelt in the mud, digging the earth one scoop at a time. There was no hysterical crying, only a suffocating silence. When the line, "I want come back to this world in my next life," was spoken, countless netizens, scrolling on the toilet on the subway or lying in bed, felt their hearts skip a beat. The sentiment in the comments section did a complete 180-degree turn within just 10 to 20 minutes. Holy shit. That acting. And he's just an extra. I got scared too. For a second I really thought he was going to kill someone. To be fair, Lin Feng's fall was pretty realistic. My legs went weak too. Exactly. I never thought much of Lin Feng's acting before, but now. He looked so real. I love it. Wait, is Lin Feng actually scared stiff? Am I the only one who cried? That lonely figure digging the grave. The sheer desolation was perfect. This 1 minute of acting puts all those modern costume dramas to shame. The topic's popularity skyrocketed. 3 hashtags. Most beautiful eunuch, who is he, and Lin Feng scared stiff, shot up like rockets, crash landing in the top 10 of the trending list. Lin Feng's fans panicked and launched a massive campaign to control the narrative. It's edited. Maliciously edited. That extra was overacting and scared our brother. What good acting? He's just a lunatic. Stop comparing. Leave Lin Feng alone. But this backlash only infuriated the neutral viewers. Audiences are tired of traffic stars. They've had enough of the eye-popping, expressionless faces. When they suddenly see such a visceral, soulful performance, who wouldn't defend it? Fans, stop trying to clean this up. Your boy was scared stiff. Didn't you see his pants? Is it that hard to admit someone else acted better? This is a total domination. What's this guy's name? I want to be his fan. I need his full profile in 3 minutes. At the emergency room of Haicheng First People's Hospital, the red light was flashing. The corridor was empty except for the assistant director who had arrived with the ambulance pacing back and forth anxiously. He held Jiang Ye's cracked phone, unsure who to call. The doctor had just asked where the family was. He had scoured Jiang Ye's contacts, and the only number he found was labeled Fatty Wong. When he called, it was immediately hung up. He tried calling Fatty Wong with his own phone, only to be told the contract is terminated. His life or death is none of my business. He's a pitiful soul too. The assistant director sighed, looking at the critical illness notice he had just received. It was covered in dense medical jargon he couldn't understand, but he recognized the red stamp and the words risk of death at any moment. The doctor's words still echoed in his ears. The patient's bodily functions are severely failing. There are multiple internal hemorrhages, and his immune system has nearly collapsed. How could you let him film in this condition? It's like draining the last drop of his life. Even an 80-year-old man would have better vitals than him. The assistant director's heart ached. Just then a young nurse came rushing over holding a tablet, looking agitated. Mr. Lee, look. The nurse, forgetting all protocol, shoved the tablet in front of the assistant director. Isn't this the patient we just brought in? The assistant director looked down and saw the viral video of the rainy night. The view count had already surpassed 50 million and the likes were over 3 million. In the comments, a new top-rated post liked by hundreds of thousands was pinned to the top. It was from a user verified as an emergency room doctor. As a professional, I've watched this video 3 times carefully. The relaxation of the facial muscles when the actor falls at the end, and that ashen complexion. That is definitely not something you can act. This is a state of near death. Even the slight convulsions before he vomited blood are signs of systemic organ failure. Honestly, this guy acts like he's dying so convincingly. Could he actually be dying? The netizens who were arguing about his acting suddenly fell silent. Then panic began to spread. This is terrifying. No way, right? I live close enough to see the filming location. An ambulance really did come. Someone even got a photo of him being loaded onto a stretcher. His hands were stiff. Oh my God, I remember now. There was a leak a few days ago about a blacklisted, never-debuted artist with a terminal illness. Could it be him? Oh my God. Is he acting with his life? At that moment, the doors to the ER burst open. Several doctors rushed out, pushing a hospital bed, sprinting towards the ICU. Quick, prepare the defibrillator. His blood pressure is still dropping. The assistant director and the nurse instinctively stepped aside. On the bed lay Jiang Ye, intubated and connected to a tangle of tubes. His face was even paler than in the video, almost translucent. His eyes were tightly shut, his chest still. This small figure at the center of a massive online storm lay quietly in his own world like a speck of dust. Meanwhile, online, the comment section speculating about his imminent death had already amassed over 100,000 replies. Countless people who had initially just been watching the drama now felt a genuine, uncertain pang of anxiety. Don't die. I just became your fan. Please let it be an act. Let it be a marketing stunt. If this is real, then the entertainment industry owes him a Best Actor award. For a moment, a wave of reverence for life and sympathy for a true actor spread across the internet. Jiang Ye, with his own life, had taught the hypocritical entertainment industry a harsh lesson. He, however, lay on an ICU bed listening to the steady beep of the heart monitor, awaiting the system's next judgment. Post Jiang Ye remaining life, 9 days, 9 hours. Current empathy value 35800. Still climbing rapidly. The ICU equipment beeped incessantly day and night. Jiang Ye felt his eyelids were as heavy as lead, and it took great effort to pry them open a crack. All he could see was the white ceiling and the hospital's distinctive smell permeating the room. Before he could fully take in his surroundings, the voice of the villain empathy system in his mind rang out. Host awakening detected. Calculating empathy value for Crimson Prison. Calculation complete. Current empathy balance 63500 points. Jiang Ye's fingers twitched slightly, a wave of relief washing over him. I'm alive. I crawled back from the brink of death. He glanced at his remaining lifespan. Only 6 days were left. The newcomer reward had given him 7 days and had originally had 2 left. That meant he had been unconscious for 3 days. During these 3 days, the online public opinion hadn't died down. Instead, the viral spread of that rainy night video had continuously provided Jiang Ye with a steady stream of empathy points. Just then the ward door was pushed open. The attending physician walked in, followed by 2 nurses recording data. The doctor walked to the bedside, flipped through the medical chart hanging at the foot of the bed, checked the monitor's readings, frowned, and shook his head. Awake. The doctor put down the chart, his tone unreadable. You were lucky to survive. Jiang Ye tried to speak, but his throat was parched, and only a hoarse hum escaped his lips. Seeing this, a nurse quickly stepped forward, moistening his lips with a wet cotton swab. Thanks, Jiang Ye managed to squeeze out. The doctor, hands in the pockets of his white coat, looked at him and said, you must be aware of your own condition. Genetic breakdown, multiple organ failure, immune system collapse. With each word, the doctor's tone grew heavier. Your current physical functions are worse than an 80-year-old man's. During the emergency resuscitation, your heart stopped twice. Jiang Ye listened impassively, as if it weren't about him. I know, he replied flatly. The doctor, seeing his stubbornness, let out a frustrated laugh. You know, and yet you still went to film that scene in the heavy rain. Do you think you're made of iron? You young people willing to throw your lives away for fame? Jiang Ye turned his head to look out the window. The gray overcast sky mirrored his uncertain future. It wasn't for fame, he said. It was to live. He didn't say those last 5 words out loud. The doctor looked at his pale face, and the scolding words he had prepared died in his throat. In all his years in the emergency room, he had never seen someone so determined to court death despite knowing the consequences. He had seen the rainy night video too. That kind of despair and sorrow wasn't something you could fake. The doctor sighed, hanging his stethoscope around his neck. Suit yourself. It's your life after all. With that, he turned and headed for the door. Pausing at the threshold, he said without looking back, "Get some rest. Stop pushing yourself." The 2 nurses exchanged a glance, casting a sympathetic look at the gloomy, handsome man before following the doctor out of the ward. Empathy points gained from attending physician 100. Jiang Ye watched the doctor's retreating back, a faint wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not long after the doctor left, the ward door was pushed open again. This time a portly man walked in carrying a fruit basket and wearing a sycophantic smile. It was Wang Fatty, Jiang Ye's former manager. As soon as Wang Fatty entered, his small bean-like eyes darted around, scanning the room to confirm they were alone. His smile grew even more radiant. "Oh my dear master Jiang, you're finally awake." Wang Fatty plopped the fruit basket onto the bedside table, not caring where it landed, and plopped himself down on the visitor's chair. "You have no idea how worried I've been these past few days. I haven't been able to eat or sleep." As he spoke, he reached out to touch Jiang Ye's hand, putting on a show of deep distress. Jiang Ye, without a care for the man's feelings, pulled his hand back under the blanket, avoiding the greasy touch. "Get to the point," Jiang Ye said coldly. Unfazed, Wang Fatty let out a couple of awkward chuckles, then pulled a document from his coat and waved it in front of Jiang Ye. "Look, you're still holding a grudge against your old brother. It was all a misunderstanding before. I only ever had your best interests at heart." Wang Fatty laid the document flat on the blanket, tapping it with his finger. "See, this is the new contract the company drew up for you overnight. Scrade treatment. You're famous now, truly famous. The whole internet is talking about your portrayal of the eunuch." Wang Fatty grew more excited, his jowls jiggling. "And who was it that recommended you for that role? Your big brother, right? Now the top brass at the company say that if you sign this contract, your breach of contract penalty will be completely forgiven. The company will send someone to smooth things over with President Liu. What's more, we're going to craft a brand new, beautiful, strong, and tragic persona for you. Think about it, battling a terminal illness while still dedicating yourself to acting, and with such explosive talent. It's a perfect hook for the public. The investors are all interested in this angle. With a little push from us, this popularity will explode." Jiang Ye lowered his gaze and scanned the contract. Scrade treatment. It sounded good, but the real catch was in the fine print below. Party B is obligated to unconditionally cooperate with all commercial activities and publicity stunts of Party A. The rights to Party B's physical condition and medical privacy belong to Party A. As expected, they were trying to profit from his misery. They weren't interested in his acting talent. They were interested in the fact that he was dying. They wanted to squeeze every last drop of value from him, skin and bone. "So what do you say? Is your brother good to you, or what? Not only did I show you a way out, but I also got you such great treatment." Wang Fatty rambled on. "Just sign it, and the company will cover all your medical bills and get you the best specialists." Jiang Ye lifted his head and stared silently at Wang Fatty's face. The temperature in the room seemed to plummet. Wang Fatty, unnerved by the stare, felt his smile freeze. "What are you looking at me like that for?" Jiang Ye's gaze shifted. In an instant, it transformed from weak to sinister, a look that treated human life as nothing, piercing straight through Wang Fatty's facade. It was Zhao Xian's gaze, the gaze of that murderous, psychologically twisted eunuch. "Get lost," Jiang Ye said softly, yet his voice carried an inexplicable pressure. Wang Fatty shuddered, nearly dropping the contract. He recalled the video of Lin Feng collapsing in fear. At the time, he thought it was either great acting or just cowardice. Now, facing that gaze himself, he finally understood. It was fear. "You. Don't be ungrateful." Wang Fatty blustered, though his body instinctively recoiled. "This is your only chance. Do you still want to pay off that 300 million penalty or not?" Jiang Ye, bracing himself on the bed, leaned forward slightly, his eyes locked on Wang Fatty. "I only act. I'm not a dog for capital. Take your stuff and get out." Wang Fatty, startled, jumped up from the chair, abandoning the fruit basket and clutching the contract as he bolted for the door. At the threshold, he tripped on the doorframe, nearly landing flat on his face. "Crazy. You're absolutely crazy." Wang Fatty cursed as he fled the ward, not daring to look back. Jiang Ye watched the door close again, the sinister look gradually fading from his eyes, reverting to the frail patient he was. He coughed the movement, pulling at his wounds, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead from the pain. But he had no regrets. If he had to live this second life being led around like a dog, then he'd rather not live at all. At that moment, the TV in the ward was on, playing entertainment news. The host, who had been reporting on a female celebrity's scandal, suddenly cut in with a breaking news alert. "Breaking news, the highly anticipated period drama Red Prison has just released its first official trailer. Reportedly, the series was produced by Tianyu Entertainment with a massive budget and was originally scheduled to air next month. However, due to the massive buzz generated by a recent on-set video leak, the production company decided to release high-definition materials ahead of schedule. The screen cut to the trailer. Jiang Ye rested against his pillow, quietly watching. Tianyu Entertainment, a titan rivaling Shenghua Entertainment, was the true financial backer behind Red Prison. They surely knew Jiang Ye was a discarded pawn blacklisted by Shenghua, but capital is driven by profit. In the face of such enormous traffic, the so-called blacklist was nothing more than a scrap of paper. Moreover, casting Jiang Ye was a way to spite Shenghua Entertainment. Why would Tianyu let such a Turbard-Swithenestone opportunity slip by? As for Lin Feng, their own artist, in the eyes of capital, he was just a tool. Today they could elevate you to the pinnacle, and tomorrow you could be cast into the mud. Personal grievances meant nothing before such behemoths. In short, whoever commands the most traffic is king. The trailer was meticulously edited, and any discerning eye could spot the stylistic signature of director Lin Hao. It was clear he had played a significant role in bringing this trailer to life. It opened with the rainy night scene. Amidst the chaotic downpour, a somber, mournful cello melody swelled and receded. Under the high-definition lens, Jiang Ye's face filled the entire screen. There were no lines, only a gaze towards the sky filled with reluctance and longing, yet also a release born of having to let go. Then the scene flashed back. Zhao Xian enduring humiliation in the palace, struggling through political intrigue, walking alone in the darkness. Finally freezing on the frame of him, collapsed in the mud, his fingers reaching for the sky. Two large characters slowly emerged on the screen: Red Prison. Throughout the entire trailer, Lin Feng's face never appeared. The uninitiated would think Jiang Ye was the true lead of the show. The trailer ended, and the broadcast cut back to the entertainment news channel. Next up, a well-known artist's surname, one has recently been exposed for having an affair with an assistant at a hotel. Jiang Ye averted his attention, picked up the phone the assistant director had left during his coma, and scrolled to the relevant topics. The real-time comment sections below were exploding, the scroll bar moving too fast to read. Hot Search 1, I don't let Zhao Xian die. Hot Search 2, Red Prison trailer is incredible. Hot Search 3, fans beg director for more Zhao Xian screen time. He casually opened a comment section. Why, even though he's a villain, I really don't want him to die. What? He's a villain? I thought he was the male lead. Then who is the actual protagonist of this show? 666. My brother didn't get a single second of screen time. You production crew better watch out, I'm definitely reporting you. I cried, I genuinely cried. That look in his eyes was incredible. It was like he was saying save me, and also goodbye. Director, if you don't let him live, I'll send you razor blades. Now that's a villain. A villain with flesh and blood. 1,000 times better than those cookie cutter tools. I heard the actor is still in the ICU fighting for his life, and even received a critical condition notice. My God, that's too tragic. Both on screen and off. Please, you have to pull through. Jiang Ye looked at these comments, his heart unmoved. Audiences are emotional. They cry desperately now, and they'll forget just as quickly once the show ends. That's the entertainment industry. But their emotionality was precisely what he needed. Empathy value continuously increasing. Current empathy value 68000 points. Jiang Ye turned off his phone and summoned the system store newly unlocked. A dazzling exchange interface appeared before him, but the prices made his heart race. Life point, 1 day 2000 empathy value. Skill line delivery mastery beginner 500 empathy value. Skill micro expression control intermediate 100 empathy value. 20,000 for a single day of life. What a ripoff. He glanced at his remaining 6 days of life. If he didn't renew, he'd be dead in 6 days. Looking at his account balance of less than 700 empathy points, Jiang Ye hesitated no longer. After all, nothing was more important than his own life. Exchange for 3 days of life. Consumed 600 empathy value. Exchange successful. Remaining life 9 days. Current empathy value 800 points, continuously increasing. Back to square one. Jiang Ye felt a warm current surge through his body, dispelling some of the bone-deep chill. Once Red Prison officially aired, he might gain a bit more lifespan, but it was ultimately a temporary fix. He had to keep acting to find the next role within his limited time. And it had to be a role even more ruthless, more tragic, and more capable of harvesting tears than Zhao Xian. Although Zhao Xian had received a good response, he was ultimately just a supporting character with too little screen time. The empathy value he could yield was limited. Once Red Prison finished airing and the hype faded, if he didn't have a new project lined up, he would soon face death again. Jiang Ye pulled the 4 line from his hand, threw off the covers, and swung his legs to get out of bed. But as soon as he moved, a wave of dizziness hit him, nearly sending him toppling over. He had no choice but to stop. His body was so weak that he had to lie back down. Unexpectedly, this brief rest turned into 3 wasted days. During those 3 days, his only activities were staring at the ceiling and feeling his internal organs slowly fail. He gritted his teeth, a surge of anger rising in his chest. He couldn't stay in bed any longer. If he did, he'd starve to death, even if the illness didn't kill him. Either way, it was just waiting to die. He had to go out and find work. Even if it was a bit part, even a stunt double, as long as he could play a villain, as long as he could make people cry, he'd take it. Jiang Ye sat up in bed. The movement was a bit too sudden, causing his head to buzz and his vision to blacken. He quickly shut his eyes and waited a few seconds before reaching out to grab the four-stand. Bed 32. What do you think you're doing? The doctor on rounds had just entered, and seeing this nearly dropped his chart in fright. He rushed over to restrain him. Calm down. Haven't I told you to stop being stubborn and get more rest? With your current condition, leaving the hospital is suicide. Lie back down immediately. Lying back down would be the real suicide. Ignoring the doctor's shouts, Jiang Ye hooked his fingers under the tape on his hand and ripped it off, yanking the needle out. Blood immediately welled up from the puncture, dripping onto the sheet and blooming into small crimson flowers. He felt no pain, or rather this minor flesh wound was nothing compared to the stabbing pain in his bones. I'm out of money, Jiang Ye said, casually grabbing a few tissues to press against his hand. If not for the hospital, am I supposed to just stay here and wait for death? The doctor was momentarily speechless. Seeing the bright determination in Jiang Ye's eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say. This man is a desperate gambler, the doctor thought. Without another word, Jiang Ye trembling changed out of his hospital gown and into his outdated hoodie, pulling the hood over his head, obscuring half his face. The discharge process was tedious, but he couldn't wait a single moment longer. After signing the liability waiver, he clutched the few thin sheets of paper and turned to walk out. Just as he left the ward area, he collided with two people. Lin Hao was carrying a fruit basket, and beside him the assistant director Old Li held a bouquet of flowers. The two were about to enter the ward to visit him when they suddenly caught sight of Jiang Ye in full gear, and for a moment they were both stunned. Jiang Ye. Lin Hao frowned, giving him a once-over. Where are you headed? The bathroom's that way. I'm checking out, Jiang Ye said without breaking stride, brushing past them toward the elevator. Lin Hao's expression shifted, and he hastily reached out to grab Jiang Ye's arm. Are you out of your mind? I just asked your attending physician, and he said you could drop dead at any moment. Now you're telling me you're checking out. Jiang Ye halted, turning his head to look at Lin Hao's hand gripping his arm, saying nothing. Yet his icy gaze still made Lin Hao feel a chill run down his spine, and he instinctively released his grip. Director Lin, I appreciate your concern, but for personal reasons I can't stay here any longer. Jiang Ye suppressed his restless emotions and straightened his cuff. Since I've run into you, I'd like to ask, do you have any roles available lately? The assistant director Old Li stared wide-eyed from the side. What personal reason could possibly be more important than your own life? Are you really throwing your life away? You just got out of the ICU, and you're already thinking about taking on a role. Do you have any idea how many people online are watching you right now? If something happens to you on set, which crew could possibly bear that responsibility? Jiang Ye remained silent, merely looking at Lin Hao, steadily waiting for the truth. Lin Hao sighed, handing the fruit basket to Old Li beside him. He fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, intending to light one, but then glanced at the no-smoking sign on the wall and irritably shoved it back. Jiang Ye, let's not beat around the bush, Lin Hao said, his tone heavy. It's not a question of whether I want to use you or not. In your current state in this circle, your path is essentially cut off. He had already learned of Jiang Ye's background from the higher-ups at Tianyu. At that moment, he felt a sense of pity for Jiang Ye and also a hint of relief. Relief that he hadn't known the truth earlier, and relief that Jiang Ye could generate such massive traffic, which had led Tianyu to preserve his directorial career. The corridor was bustling with people. A few passing patients and their families cast curious glances their way, but no one recognized this gaunt, hat-wearing young man as the eunuch Zhao Xian, who had moved countless internet users to tears. I know. Jiang Ye leaned against the wall, using it to support his weakening frame. Shenghua Entertainment's blacklist order. Lin Hao nodded. As long as you're aware. Tianyu used your footage in Red Prison to spite Shenghua and chase traffic, but they won't sign you because of it, nor will they openly break ties with Shenghua over you. In this circle, no major director or producer dares to openly cast a blacklisted actor from Shenghua as the lead. This was an inescapable deadlock. In the game of capital, artists are mere pawns, and discarded pawns have no chance of making a comeback. Even if your acting is top-notch to them, you're just a box office poison waiting to explode. Lin Hao put it bluntly. Even if someone uses you now, it's only for your current persona. Plus it would offend Shenghua, who would risk that for a small actor with fleeting popularity. Jiang Ye lowered his head, staring at the grout lines between the floor tiles. Just as he expected. However, he didn't need the lead role, nor did he need any glamour. What about a supporting role? Jiang Ye looked up. An extra, a stunt double, even a role without showing my face. As long as I can act. Lin Hao was taken aback, looking at the young man before him, who could collapse at any moment. Anyone else in this situation would probably be wailing in despair or begging on their knees for a connection. But Jiang Ye didn't. Not only did he not beg, but his eyes also held not a trace of supplication. Only a fierce determination to get a role by any means necessary. Lin Hao had only ever seen such a look in the eyes of desperados. Why put yourself through this? Lin Hao felt a mix of pity for the talent and helplessness. Actually, if you were willing to lower your head, I could talk to the higher-ups at Tianyu. Given your current popularity, they might just sign you. The terms might be harsh, but at least you'd survive. Even being a money-making machine beats your current situation. The moment he finished speaking, Lin Hao shut his mouth. He had already seen the look in Jiang Ye's eyes. Unbending and unyielding. and he instantly knew his words were futile. If this kid were willing to bow his head, he wouldn't have thrown that glass of wine in the face of Shenghua's boss back then. Jiang Ye in his current state wasn't even qualified to be a pawn in the capital game. If he were truly signed by Tianyu, he'd just be jumping from one fire pit into another only to be drained of his last drop of blood and left to rot by the roadside. No need. Jiang Ye refused and refused decisively. I'm just asking if there's a role for me. As long as he had a role, he could earn empathy points. As long as he had empathy points, he could survive. Whether he was the lead, how much he was paid, or even if he was treated like a human being, none of that mattered. Lin Hao opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately shook his head. A major production is out of the question. They all have to pass capital review. The moment your name is submitted, you'd be rejected. Just as the atmosphere hit a stalemate, the assistant director, Old Li, who had been silent all along, set down the fruit basket and flowers and slapped his thigh. Hey, I just remembered. Old Li exclaimed noisily, earning a glare from a passing nurse. He quickly lowered his voice and leaned in between the two. Director Lin, do you remember that Zhang San? The one who used to work as a crew member on our set. That crazy guy who was always babbling about wanting to make movies. Lin Hao frowned, thinking, that poor wretch. Didn't he go off to shoot a web series? Yeah, that's the one. Old Li turned to look at Jiang Ye with a complex expression. He's currently trying to put together a low-budget crime drama called Crime and Punishment. He's so broke he can't even afford a decent camera. I heard he can't find anyone to play the villain because he can't afford to pay the salary. A shoddy outfit like that. Lin Hao's frown deepened. That's no place for a person. Going there is just asking for trouble. I was just throwing it out there. Old Li shrugged, shrinking back slightly. But I did take a look at the script. It's pretty edgy. The villain. How should I put it? He's a bit twisted. Normal actors wouldn't want to touch it, afraid of ruining their image or worse, messing it up and getting trashed. Jiang Ye suddenly spoke up. Give me the contact information. Lin Hao and Old Li were both stunned. You've thought this through? Lin Hao looked at him. It's a web series from a broke crew. Who knows if ITLL even get aired? The pay probably won't even cover a few days of your hospital bills. I'd do it even if it were for free. Jiang Ye extended his hand. His palm trembled slightly in the air, but his stance was unwavering. As long as it's the villain. He had no way back. Even if there was only a rotten piece of wood in the ruins, if it could keep him afloat, it was his lifeline. Old Li glanced at Lin Hao. Seeing no objection, he pulled out his phone, found a number, scribbled it on the back of a prescription slip, and handed it to Jiang Ye. He's shooting in those old residential buildings in the Eastern District. Go find him yourself. Old Li sighed. He's got a bit of an odd temper. Good luck. Jiang Ye took the note, scanned the address and phone number, and clenched it tightly in his palm. Thanks. With that, as he was about to leave, Lin Hao called out to him again. Wait a moment. Jiang Ye stopped and turned to look at Lin Hao. Lin Hao took out a wallet, pulled out a few 100 yuan bills, and handed them to Jiang Ye. This is your pay. We agreed on 5,000 a day. Hey, race 500. Give me your card number, and I'll transfer the rest. Jiang Ye took the 500, glanced at Old Li, and said to Lin Hao, transfer the rest to the assistant director. Consider it payment for the hospital fees he covered these past few days. Old Li was taken aback and was about to refuse, saying it was only a small amount, when he saw Jiang Ye had already turned and walked toward the elevator, leaving behind only a thin, desolate silhouette. Lin Hao watched as the elevator doors closed and the numbers began to descend. Only then did he pull out the cigarette he hadn't smoked earlier and inhaled deeply from it. This kid. He shook his head with a wry smile. He'll either die in the mud, or he'll tear a hole right through the sky. Following the address on the note, Jiang Ye transferred buses 3 times before finally stopping before an old residential block on the verge of demolition in the Eastern District. This was the fringe of the city's eastern edge, where walls were scrawled with the character "demolish," garbage piled carelessly along the roadside, and stray cats prowled through the ruins. Jiang Ye tightened his collar and pulled his cap brim low to shield against the biting wind. His body was still frail. Merely walking this distance had beaded his forehead with cold sweat and left him short of breath. He stepped into a tower block, not yet fully cleared, climbed to the 3rd floor, and before he even reached the door, he heard a man's furious roar echoing from a room at the end of the corridor. Get out. All of you get out. I asked for a psychopath. A refined degenerate who gives you nightmares at first sight. Not some predaboy hero who just poses for the camera. The door burst open and a yellow-haired pretty boy stormed out, cursing under his breath. Freaking lunatic. $2,000 and he expects an A-list star. What a joke of a crew. Can't even afford a makeup room. As he brushed past Jiang Ye, the young man spat contemptuously toward the room behind him, then strode off, without a backward glance. Jiang Ye stepped aside, his gaze settling on the open doorway. The room was a haze of smoke and chaos, the floor littered with crumpled paper balls. A few battered second-hand cameras were propped in the corners, their lenses still taped up. At the center of the room, a scruffy middle-aged man was crouched on the floor, clawing at his hair. His jacket was so greasy it gleamed, clearly unwashed for at least half a month. This must be the director, Zhang San. The crew members nearby wore equally haggard expressions, clearly on the receiving end of his tirade, shrinking into the corners without daring to make a sound. Jiang Ye gripped the doorframe, steadied his breathing, and knocked twice on the door. Knock, knock. Zhang San's had snapped up at the sound, his eyes bloodshot from countless sleepless nights. His brows furrowed as he stared at the figure in the doorway. Who are you? What do you want? His tone was harsh, likely mistaking Jiang Ye for an accomplice of the yellow-haired kid. Jiang Ye removed his cap, revealing a pale, delicate face. I'm here to audition, he said, his voice low. Director Lin Hao and assistant director Li sent me. At the mention of Lin Hao and old Li, Zhang San's expression softened slightly, but his gaze on Jiang Ye's face still prompted a shake of his head. What the hell is Lin Hao thinking? Zhang San rose, and circled Jiang Ye twice, his frown deepening. Doesn't he know what I'm shooting? Sending me someone like this? Is he mocking me? The assistant director leaned in to whisper, Director, this guy looks kind of familiar. He might be. Familiar, my ass. Zhang San cut him off impatiently. His temperament's passable, but he's way too handsome. He pointed directly at Jiang Ye's nose, blunt as ever. My second lead is a psychopathic doctor. A devil who kills without blinking. Look at this kid. With that innocent face, head fit a weepy teen romance, not my set. What's he doing here, causing trouble? Jiang Ye said nothing, merely listening in silence. Zhang San, emboldened by his lack of rebuttal, plopped down into a rickety director's chair and gestured at the script on the table. You've seen the crew. We're so broke we can barely keep the lights on. We're shooting Crime and Punishment, a crime thriller. It's big on scale, no budget for special effects. It's all riding on the acting. The role is called Jiang Ye, by day a brilliant surgeon saving lives, by night a judge executing criminals. The feeling I need is the kind that makes you shiver when he smiles. A cold that creeps into your bones. Zhang San sighed and waved his hand. You're not it. Your vibe's decent, but go find yourself a idle drama. Don't waste your time here. The staff, who had to stay for the paycheck, cast sympathetic glances his way. In this day and age, was being good-looking a crime? Jiang Ye stood rooted to the spot. He understood exactly what Zhang San feared. For a director devoted to his craft, an actor whose looks don't match the role is a disaster. The only way to shatter that preconception is through profound acting skill and stark contrast. Yes, contrast. Whether I'm a psychopath or not, you'll only know after the test, Jiang Ye said calmly, his voice utterly flat. Zhang San was taken aback. He hadn't expected this frail-looking kid to have such a stubborn streak. Fine, you won't give up, huh? Zhang San sneered, snatching a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from the table and tossing them over. Put those on and show me Qin Mo's state before a kill. If you can scare me, the role's yours. Jiang Ye caught the glasses cleanly and examined them. They were a cheap 10 yuan prop from a street stall. He didn't put them on right away. Instead, he pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and began wiping the lenses with gentle, focused care. Zhang San had been bouncing his leg, but as he watched Jiang Ye clean the glasses, his legs slowly stilled. This kid's got some composure. After polishing the lenses, Jiang Ye set the glasses on his nose and closed his eyes. In his mind, the villain empathy system panel flickered into view. Script role detected: dual-faced Dr. Qin Mo. Initiate immersive script space. Cost 50 empathy points. Unlike the previous time with the eunuch, this required more empathy points. Jiang Ye guessed it depended on the weight of the role in the script. The heavier the part, the more points needed. Though he was short on money, his empathy points were more than sufficient. Initiate, he murmured silently in his mind. Consciousness sank, the world turned upside down. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer Jiang Ye, the destitute artist dying of illness, but Qin Mo, the surgical chief with the hands of a god. He saw his wife's ravaged corpse on the operating table and his high school daughter dead in disgrace, her clothes torn. He saw the arrogant, infuriating grin of the rich kid murderer as he was acquitted in court. What the law can't touch, I will. What the world can't judge, I will. Jiang Ye opened his eyes again, his clear pupils veiled in a sheet of ice, revealing nothing beneath. He lowered his head slightly, elegantly smoothing the wrinkled cuff of his hoodie, as if adjusting surgical scrubs. Then he raised his gaze to Zhang San, the corners of his mouth lifting into a gentle smile. But that smile sent every hair on Zhang San's body standing on end. This bastard. He's sizing me up as prey. Jiang Ye strode toward Zhang San, his steps steady. Zhang San instinctively rose from his chair, trying to retreat, but his body was frozen, leaving him to watch helplessly as Jiang Ye closed in. Jiang Ye reached the battered table and casually grabbed a fruit knife, pinching it between thumb and forefinger, with his middle finger supporting the blade, as if holding a scalpel. He held it up before his eyes, examining it for a moment, as though searching for the perfect incision point. The room fell dead silent. The crew member, who'd been scrolling on his phone, bolted upright, holding his breath. Everyone was crushed under the weight of the aura radiating from Jiang Ye. He turned to face Zhang San, even offering a polite bow, and then the blade was pressed against Zhang San's throat. Zhang San jolted violently, his Adam's apple bobbing. Having a knife at your throat, even offset, anyone would be terrified. And despite knowing Jiang Ye wouldn't hurt him, fear was instinctive. If Jiang Ye's hand twitched, even slightly, Zhang San was done for. But Jiang Ye's hand was rock steady. He slid the blunt edge of the blade along Zhang San's neck, his voice taking on a hypnotic rhythm. Director, do you know something? The human artery is truly fascinating. The tip stopped at the jawline where the carotid pulse throbbed most visibly. If the incision angle is right, about 30 degrees. Jiang Ye leaned in closer, a fervent cold light blazing behind the gold-rimmed glasses. The sound of blood spraying out would be like the wind. Whoosh! He even blew a soft, considerate breath onto Zhang San's face. Zhang San's pupils contracted abruptly. In that fleeting instant, he genuinely seemed to hear the sound of his own blood gushing forth, just as Jiang Ye had said, the sound of the wind. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. He felt as though he were already a corpse lying on an autopsy table awaiting the final verdict of the elegant doctor before him. The surrounding crew members had long since turned pale. The assistant director who was closest felt his legs give way and collapsed onto the ground with a dull thud, jolting everyone out of their terror. Jiang Ye flipped his wrist, the icy gleam in his eyes swiftly melting away. He placed the fruit knife on the table, then removed his glasses and set them down beside it. The elegant psychopath was gone. The frail, sickly Jiang Ye had returned. He covered his mouth and coughed softly, twice, a hint of unnatural flush creeping onto his cheeks from the emotional exertion. "My apologies for the display," Jiang Ye said calmly, looking at the still-shaken Zhang San. The room fell silent for a full minute. Only then did Zhang San slowly sink back into his chair, gasping for breath, his hand unconsciously reaching for his neck to confirm there was no wound. It wasn't until he heard Jiang Ye speak that he snapped back to reality. "Holy crap!" Zhang San shouted, leaping to his feet, an impressive feat given his build. He was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was babbling incoherently, even letting out a curse. He rushed toward Jiang Ye, but as he reached out to grab his hand, a lingering fear from the earlier encounter made him freeze mid-motion. "That's it. Perfect. Absolutely perfect." Zhang San's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gesticulated wildly, all traces of his earlier disdain and dejection gone. That elegance, that twistedness, that feeling of treating murder as an art. "How did you do it? Did you study medicine? Or have you killed someone?" No, I mean your acting is just incredible." Zhang San circled Jiang Ye, chattering incessantly. "I genuinely thought you were going to kill me just now." That sense of pressure was absolutely insane. The assistant director also scrambled up from the floor, dusting off his pants, and looked at Jiang Ye with reverence. "Man, you scared the hell out of me. My heart is still pounding." Jiang Ye remained silent, leaning wearily against the table. The immersive script space drained his energy enormously, especially given his current physical condition. It was like adding insult to injury. "Director, can you confirm the role?" Jiang Ye cut to the chase, uninterested in pleasantries. "Yes. Absolutely. If anyone else plays this role, I'll have a problem with them." Zhang San decided on the spot, waving his hand with grand boldness. But a second later his expression turned awkward. He rubbed his hands together and lowered his voice. Brother, since Director Lin sent you, you've seen the state of our crew." Zhang San gestured at the shabby surroundings, struggling to speak. "We're really broke. No sponsors. I mortgaged my own house to scrape together the funds." "So about the pay?" Zhang San gritted his teeth and held up 2 fingers. "It's only 2,000. That's already including the budget originally set aside for the second male lead. 2,000 yuan for a substantial second lead role. In the entertainment industry, that was an insulting offer. Even decent extras made more. But Zhang San had no other choice. He had even braced himself for Jiang Ye to walk away. After all, that performance just now was top tier by any standard. 2,000 was embarrassingly meager. Also, Zhang San quickly added, "We provide meals. 3 meals a day with meat." Jiang Ye looked at Zhang San's mixture of embarrassment and desperate hope, then glanced around the crude room. There was a fire in everyone's eyes here. They were all holding back a surge of determination. They yearned to create something just as Jiang Ye had yearned for life in the ICU. Moreover, 2,000 yuan combined with the 500 from Lin Hao could buy Jiang Ye several days' worth of painkillers, enough to keep him alive a little longer to earn more empathy points. That was enough. "When do we start filming?" Jiang Ye asked. Zhang San was stunned. "Huh. I asked when we start filming," Jiang Ye repeated. You're agreeing." Zhang San stared at Jiang Ye in disbelief, his eyes wide. "You'll do it for 2,000. "He'll do it," Jiang Ye nodded. "As long as the role is good enough." Zhang San took a deep breath, his eyes reddening slightly. In this materialistic industry, he had seen countless actors who haggled over prices or threw diva tantrums. Someone like Jiang Ye who cared only about the role and not the money was rarer than a panda. "Brother, you're a real one." Zhang San gave Jiang Ye a hearty slap on the shoulder. "If this show takes off, I won't forget your loyalty." The force of the slap made Jiang Ye stagger, nearly losing his footing, and he let out a muffled grunt. "Oh man, sorry. Zhang San quickly steadied him, only then noticing how alarmingly hot Jiang Ye's body felt. "Brother, are you okay? You don't look well." Jiang Ye waved him off, pushing Zhang San's hand away. "It's nothing. Old problem." He didn't want to explain further, nor did he want to come across as seeking sympathy. "Since it's settled, let's sign the contract," Jiang Ye said. "I want to join the crew as soon as possible." All right. "Hey, production assistant. Bring the contract over," Zhang San called out. "And tidy up this room. It's a mess." 10 minutes later, Jiang Ye signed his name on that simple contract. There was no splash treatment, no chauffeured car, not even a decent dressing room. Just 2,000 yuan in pay and a slightly greasy boxed meal. Jiang Ye sat on a small stool in the corner and opened the box head just received. Inside was braised pork and shredded potatoes. A bit salty, but it would fill the stomach. Zhang San came over with the script squatting beside Jiang Ye. His face lit up with excitement as he talked through the scenes. Jiang Ye, tomorrow morning, we shoot the first scene. Qin Mo saving someone at the clinic. This scene is crucial. It needs to convey that divine quality, that compassion for all beings. It has to form an absolute contrast with the psychopath you just played. The more saintly he is during the day, the more thrilling the kills at night. Zhang San spoke with fervor, his eyes burning with obsession. Jiang Ye nodded while eating, occasionally offering a sharp insight that hit the mark, making Zhang San nod repeatedly and exclaim that he was a true professional. Meanwhile, discussions about Red Prison were still heating up online. Although the wave of concern for Jiang Ye had come and gone quickly, the name, Zhao Xian, remained perpetually perched on the trending list. Especially after Tianyu Entertainment released more behind-the-scenes footage, the audience's appetite was thoroughly whetted. But Jiang Ye set down his empty box, wiped his mouth, and calmly gazed out at the overcast sky. Qin Mo, it's our turn to take the stage. On an old street in the Eastern District, the crew of Crime and Punishment had rented a dilapidated storefront bearing the sign Benevolent Clinic as their filming location for a mere 300 yuan a day. Naturally, the environment matched the price-peeling paint and bricks scattered everywhere. Zhang San was tearing his hair out in front of a second-hand monitor, his locks tousled into a bird's nest. Cut, 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 cut. He abruptly rolled his script into a tube and pointed at the cluster of extras in the center. Are you saving lives or butchering pigs? You with the hemostat, why are your hands trembling? Got Parkinson's? And you doing compressions? Are you giving a chest massage? Put some force into it. Where's the rhythm? The extras in white coats exchanged bewildered glances, rooted to the spot, their faces a mask of embarrassment and confusion. They were mostly temporary workers scrounged from the neighborhood, accustomed to playing bit parts as passers-by, with no clue about professional emergency procedures. This scene was meant to feature Qin Mo's entrance, showcasing his extraordinary medical skill and benevolent heart as he faced a critically injured patient from a sudden car accident. But now the scene looked less like compassion and more like a massacre. Zhang San was fuming. The production was already strapped for cash, and every retake burned through precious film and time. Just as he was about to unleash another tirade, Jiang Ye, who had been quietly resting with his eyes shut in a corner, rose to his feet. He had already changed into a white lab coat over a simple white shirt, the collar slightly open, revealing his deep collarbones. Jiang Ye walked over to the extra in charge of handing instruments, took the hemostat from him, and said, loop your thumb and ring finger through the rings, and brace your middle finger against the shaft. With that, he casually demonstrated an opening and closing motion. The extra was stunned for a moment, then instinctively mimicked Jiang Ye's grip. Jiang Ye then moved to the extra performing CPR and patted him on the shoulder. Keep your arms straight and use the weight of your upper body to press down vertically. 100 to 120 compressions per minute. Follow my rhythm. As he spoke, Jiang Ye tapped his fingers lightly on the edge of the bed, producing a steady rhythmic thump-thump sound. Everyone around was dumbfounded. Zhang San's mouth hung open, and he couldn't help but ask Jiang Ye, have you actually studied medicine? Jiang Ye didn't elaborate, offering only a brief explanation. I did some research for the role. In truth, moments earlier, he had spent 500 empathy points in the system store to exchange for a temporary basic emergency medical proficiency. Though temporary, the muscle memory it granted was more than sufficient for this scene. With Jiang Ye's expert guidance, the extras, though still nervous, had noticeably improved their technique. All departments get ready. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, returned to the operating table, and adjusted his glasses. Action. At Zhang San's command, the shabby clinic transformed into a frantic battlefield against time. The camera began to zoom in. Jiang Ye kept his head down, his expression utterly focused, fingers dancing between the wounds with dizzying speed. Hemostat, he said, extending his hand, without even lifting his head. The extra beside him, swept up by his commanding presence, instinctively slapped the instrument into his palm with surprising deftness. Wipe my sweat, Jiang Ye ordered again. A thin layer of cold sweat had broken out on his forehead, real perspiration from his body being pushed to its limits, not the spray from a makeup artist. Yet it was precisely this desperate, all-consuming effort to snatch a life back that made the performance all the more authentic. Zhang San stared at Jiang Ye on the monitor. Despite his pale face, his eyes burned with a reverent awe for life, and Zhang San nearly forgot to breathe. This was even more Qin Mo than he had envisioned. He had only wanted a doctor with a bit of a twist, never expecting Jiang Ye to deliver a living bodhisattva right to his set. This was Qin Mo incarnate. His blood pressure is rising. The supporting actress playing the nurse exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Ye's movement slowed, and he let out a long, deep breath before pulling off his gloves and tossing them into the tray. Then the plot advanced to the next stage. A woman in tattered clothes burst in, dropping to her knees before Jiang Ye with a heavy thud. She was playing the victim's family member. Doctor, please stop treating him. The woman clutched at Jiang Ye's pant leg, sobbing heart-wrenchingly. We have no money. We truly have no money. This was the script's conflict point, the core scene, showcasing Qin Mo's daytime persona. According to the script, Qin Mo was supposed to help the woman up and then deliver a lengthy lecture on morality. But Jiang Ye didn't do that. Instead, he first looked at the weeping woman at his feet with a complex expression, then crouched down to meet her gaze, closing the distance between them. Auntie Jiang Ye called out gently. He reached into his pocket, pulled out an old wallet, and pressed all the red bills it contained into the woman's hand, patting it softly. Don't worry about the money. As long as there's life, that's what matters most. The woman was taken aback, looking at the money in her hand, then at the doctor before her. Jiang Ye smiled, but deep within his eyes lurked a faint trace of sorrow. He could save others, yet he couldn't save his own wife and daughter. He wanted to redeem others, but he yearned even more to redeem himself, mired in his own quagmire. For a moment, the only sound on set was the woman's emotionally charged sobbing. A young script supervisor fresh out of college sat by the monitor with her hand over her mouth, her eyes red-rimmed. She looked at the man on the screen and thought stubbornly, if only there were really doctors this good in the world. If I could meet a doctor like that, even dying on the operating table would be worth it. Great. Cut. Jiang Sen slapped his thigh with such force that it stung, making him wince. He looked at the smile on Jiang Ye's face, his own feelings a tangled mess. It was beautiful. Beautiful to the very core. Jiang Ye had brought the character to life, elevating it to a height the script itself couldn't reach. It could even be said. From this moment on, the character had a soul. He genuinely valued life, which was why he harbored such a deep-seated abhorrence for the sins that took it away. This internal logic made his nighttime persona all the more seamless and understandable. Jiang San fingered the cigarette pack in his pocket, then glanced at the shabby set, and Jiang Ye in his cheap costume. A sudden heat crept up his face. 2,000 yuan. He had spent a mere 2,000 yuan to secure a performance of this caliber. It was practically a crime. Jiang Ye. He stood up, intending to offer praise, but found Jiang Ye with his back to everyone, striding hastily towards the restroom at the back of the clinic, his steps urgent and slightly unsteady. Jiang Ye entered the restroom, locked the door behind him, and only then slumped against it, his body going limp. Cough. Cough, cough, cough. He pulled out a handkerchief and pressed it to his mouth to stifle the sound, but streaks of crimson began to stain the fabric with each cough. It's getting worse. Every time he had to summon strong emotions, now it accelerated the decay of this body. The emergency scene, just now, though it lasted only minutes, had nearly drained every ounce of strength he had mustered today. But he couldn't afford to stop. He called up the system store and selected a minor healing potion, drinking it down. He closed his eyes and rested for a long while before feeling a fraction of his strength return. Jiang Ye pushed himself up from the wall, turned on the tap, and looked at his haggard reflection in the sink, a wry smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not dead, yet, he said to himself. As long as he could still stand, as long as the camera was rolling, he was Qin Mo, the two-faced doctor. Adjusting his attire, Jiang Ye pushed open the door and stepped out. The crew outside was preparing for the next scene's transition. As they saw him emerge, all eyes turned to him, a mixture of respect and cautious reverence. That last performance had already won over the entire crew. Director Jiang some water. The young script supervisor blushed as she rushed over to hand him a bottle, her address for him having changed. In this industry, talent is the ultimate passport. Jiang Ye thanked her, took the bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a small sip. Jiang San sidled up, his eyes burning with excitement. Brother, that scene just now was incredible. Seriously, I can guarantee that once this airs, those young girls will be in tears. And that look, that sense of sorrow, it was simply divine. Jiang Ye didn't respond, only giving a slight nod. Just then his phone buzzed. Jiang Ye pulled it out to see a news alert. Historical epic Crimson Prison to premiere nationwide in 3 days at 8 p.m. The stunning eunuch, Zhao Xian, sparks anticipation. So soon. Jiang Ye was taken aback for a moment, then quickly understood Tianyu Entertainment's scheme. They were capitalizing on the recent buzz while it was still hot. It seemed his time was running out. If he didn't finish and release Criminal Punishment, soon, once the hype around Crimson Prison faded, he would become a forgotten nobody again. He had to be fast, and even more ruthless. With that thought, he put away his phone and looked at Jiang San. Director, what's the next scene? Jiang San paused, glancing at the sky. It's getting dark. We can head straight to the slaughterhouse to shoot the night scene. This night scene is the centerpiece. It's where Qin Mo captures one of the culprits who killed his wife and daughter, a washed-up thug. Jiang San rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The scene is intense. There will be blood. It needs to be brutal, almost twisted. Despite his excitement, Jiang San looked at Jiang Ye's pale face and couldn't help asking, "Are you sure you can handle this?" Physically, he had been a bit worried when Jiang Ye spent so long in the restroom earlier. The kid looked like he might collapse at any moment. Jiang San hoped nothing serious was wrong. Jiang Ye tightened the cap and placed the bottle on the nearby table, a chilling aura emanating from him. He tilted his head slightly, adjusted his glasses, and looked at Jiang San, his voice soft. "Director, have you ever seen a slaughterhouse at 3 in the morning? The scent of blood there is quite intoxicating." Jiang San froze, the familiar dread flooding back, causing him to swallow hard involuntarily. All right, he stammered. "All departments move it. We're changing locations now. We're pulling an all-nighter. We must nail this scene." With his shout, the crew burst into action again. The night deepened and dark clouds began to shroud the moonlight. The crew relocated to the abandoned slaughterhouse in the Eastern District. Isolated from residential areas, and being derelict property night shooting wouldn't disturb anyone. Jiang Ye, wrapped in a military coat, stepped out of the car, walkie-talkie in hand, directing the crew to set up the scene. The gloomy, dilapidated environment was naturally perfect, requiring minimal set dressing and saving quite a bit of money. Jiang Ye sat on a small stool in the corner, holding a cup of warm water draped in a black raincoat. A cheap 20 yuan purchase from a workwear store. Yet on him it exuded an air of solemnity. Cough. Cough. Jiang Ye coughed quietly, his lives countdown now, at just 4 days. Tonight's scene was crucial for establishing Qin Mo's character. A master surgeon by day, a demon of vengeance by night. This duality dictated that tonight's scene had to involve blood. At that moment the system interface flashed before his eyes. Critical plot node detected. Activate advanced ambient atmosphere rendering. Cost 200 empathy points. Only with the right atmosphere would the actor's fear be genuine and the audience's empathy more intense. So Jiang Ye silently chose activate. Instantly, an invisible aura enveloped the entire slaughterhouse. The crew, already shivering in the night wind, now felt a deeper chill creeping down their spines. All departments get ready. Jiang Ye sneezed and rubbed his arms. Let's aim for a single take. Damn, why did it suddenly get so cold? The supporting actor for this scene was an old extra named Lao Lu, whom Jiang Ye had hired with generous payment to play one of the culprits from Qin Mo's past. Lao Lu, bound to a specially made iron chair, was joking with the lighting technician nearby. Ouch, this rope is a bit tight. Don't leave a mark on me later. Don't worry, Uncle Lu. It's just for show. You think that skinny guy can actually hurt you? Here, open up, let me put the gag in. The two chatted and laughed, not taking the scene seriously at all. To them, it was just a kidnapping scene with a bit more weight. Action. As the clapperboard snapped shut, the set fell silent. The camera focused on the rusty iron door of the slaughterhouse. Buzz. Buzz. A static crackle followed by a cello piece that seemed out of this world. Bach's Cello Suite No. 1 in G major. Within this atmosphere, the classical music felt incongruous, yet eerily fitting. Jiang Ye and the others raised their eyebrows, looking at the old-fashioned tape recorder, a prop for the scene, in Jiang Ye's hand, wondering why he hadn't used their chosen music. But they didn't intervene, choosing to watch how it played out. The iron door creaked open slowly, and Jiang Ye stepped in wearing his rubber rain boots. Clad in the black raincoat and gold-rimmed glasses, he carried a silver metal toolbox, walking straight to a stainless steel table nearby, without sparing Lao Lu a single glance. He turned up the volume on the recorder, set it aside, and then opened the toolbox. Inside lay a complete set of pristine surgical instruments. Scalpels, hemostats, bone saws, retractors. Each one polished to a mirror shine, gleaming under the harsh lights. Humming along with the cello suite, Jiang Ye gently took out the instruments and arranged them neatly on the table, his movements sacred and solemn. Lao Lu, initially playing his part with contempt and provocation, letting out muffled curses, suddenly felt his throat go dry as he watched Jiang Ye's back. This kid's vibe. Something's off. After placing the last bone saw, Jiang Ye turned around, pulled a pair of medical rubber gloves from his pocket, and snapped them on with a crisp pop. He walked over to Lao Lu, looked down at him calmly, then reached out and yanked the gag from his mouth. "Ah, you sick freak. Go on, kill me if you have the guts." Lao Lu yelled, following the script. "Do you know who I am? My big brother is." Jiang Ye listened quietly, a faint smile on his face, not interrupting. When Lao Lu finally ran out of steam, he spoke softly. "Are you done?" Old Lu was taken aback, instinctively clamping his mouth shut. Jiang Ye bent down, leaning close to Old Liu's ear, his fingers lightly tracing across his collarbone. "You know," he murmured, "the distribution of pain receptors in the human body is quite fascinating. Fingertips, toes, gums. These areas have the densest nerve endings." As he spoke, Jiang Ye picked up a scalpel from the table, running its blunt edge along Old Liu's fingers. "If I were to slice into the nail groove and peel back the nail bed, the pain would register at a 10. But if I kept you conscious throughout, denying you the mercy of unconsciousness, that pain would amplify to a 20. Old Liu's pupils convulsed violently. This kid, this demeanor, this tone. He wasn't actually going to do it, was he? "You? Don't do anything rash." Old Liu's voice trembled, his scalp prickling, as he reminded Jiang Ye in a low whisper, "This is acting. Just acting." But Jiang Ye merely smiled, ignoring the warning, and reached out to touch Old Liu's cold, sweat-beaded forehead. "Chill. Don't be afraid. I'm a professional. I'll avoid your major arteries. I won't let you die too quickly." With that, the scalpel in Jiang Ye's hand descended swiftly. Old Lu shrieked in terror, struggling desperately as the iron chair scraped violently against the floor. In truth, the blade never touched his flesh, merely striking the wooden board between his fingers in a cleverly angled illusion. But the murderous intent that washed over him, coupled with the chilling kiss of the steel, conjured a vivid hallucination that his fingers had been severed. Behind the monitor, Jiang Ye was frozen, the burning cigarette in his hand, singeing his fingers without notice. Is this bastard really killing someone on my set?" The assistant director beside him swallowed hard and whispered, "Director, Old Lu looks like he's actually pissed himself." On the screen, a dark patch spread across Old Liu's crotch as his entire body convulsed violently, his eyes rolling back. Jiang Ye didn't stop. Instead, like a conductor, he wielded the scalpel with elegant sweeping arcs. Each stroke was punctuated by a blood-curdling scream from old Lu. He even paused to adjust his glasses, ensuring no blood splattered onto the lenses. This cut is for my wife. This one is for my daughter. And this one is for that ridiculous notion of justice. Jiang Ye recited the lines in a low murmur, yet his face remained eerily serene. Blood, prop plasma, splattered everywhere, staining the floor and the iron chair, but leaving the raincoat Jiang Ye wore immaculately untouched. He maintained a bizarre state of cleanliness, a stark contrast to the expected gore, creating a suffocating extreme aesthetic of violence. Finally, old Liu's head lolled to the side, completely unconscious. Naturally, it was in the script, but judging by old Liu's rolled-back eyes, he had likely fainted from sheer terror. Jiang Ye halted his movements. At that moment, the music from the recorder swelled to its climax, the impassioned strains of a cello echoing through the slaughterhouse. He discarded the scalpel, stripped off his gloves, and tossed them carelessly onto old Lu. He took a step back, straightened his slightly disheveled collar, and the icy aura around him shattered instantly. He gazed at the dead enemy before him, the light in his eyes beginning to dim. The vengeance was exacted, but the dead could never return. In that instant, a profound emptiness and solitude surged over him, enveloping him completely, leaving him unable to break free. Jiang Ye slowly bent at the waist, bowing to the chaotic mess on the floor. A final farewell from a doctor to a departed life. As he straightened, a single tear escaped the corner of his eye, falling onto the blood-stained ground. "Good night, my darling." He whispered the words laden with immeasurable pain and love and a deep disgust for his own blood-stained hands. He was bidding farewell to his wife and daughter, and also to the man he used to be. Finishing his words, he turned, picked up his toolbox, and walked into the darkness without a backward glance. The sound of his rain boots splashing through puddles faded into the distance, leaving only the recorder playing its final notes. Zhang Sen sat before the monitor, stunned into a state of stupefaction, forgetting to call cut. For him, this was more than just a scene, it was a live broadcast of the destruction of humanity. Only when Jiang Ye's figure vanished completely from the frame did the assistant director cautiously nudge Zhang Sen. Director. Zhang Sen snapped back to reality, leaping from his chair and smashing his walkie-talkie to the ground. Cut. Damn it. Brilliant. That's a wrap. We got it. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Jiang Ye, you were born for this role. That last bit was perfect. Truly perfect. The assistant director winced at the shattered walkie-talkie on the floor, a costly piece of equipment had acquired with considerable effort. Old Lu, meanwhile, was being unstrapped from the chair by the crew after a hasty revival. His legs were too weak to support him, and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, staring at the approaching Jiang Ye with a mixture of terror and awe. "Kid, you're too ruthless." Old Lu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. "I genuinely thought you were going to kill me." Jiang Ye covered his mouth, steadying his breath, and apologized politely. "Sorry for scaring you." Old Lu glanced down at his damp trousers, waved his hand dismissively, as if trying to speak, but failing, and simply gave a thumbs up. By the time the scene wrapped, dawn was breaking. Although the crew had worked around the clock for a full day and night, their spirits were inexplicably high. They could already envision the online reaction to this classic character once the show was released. Wouldn't everyone be shouting brilliant, just as they were? Just then Zhang Sen stood up and clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. "All right, everyone. Great work today. Once you've tidied up, go get some rest. The assistant director has prepared warm water for you to wash up. And fresh hot box meals." A collective cheer of "Long live the AD" erupted before they scattered. Jiang Ye let out a sigh of relief, dragging his weary body towards a secluded corner. All he wanted now was to rest, to use sleep to ease the anxiety gnawing at him. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed, leaving him with less than 2 days on his life countdown. The crew of Retribution, having just finished another grueling day of shooting, were wolfing down their boxed meals. Jiang Ye huddled in the shadows of a corner, holding a bowl of rice that had already gone cold. He had no appetite, but he had to eat. If he didn't, this body would simply fall apart. The young set assistant had been watching him all along. Now she ran over with a flushed face and said softly, "Teacher Jiang, I don't really like chicken legs. You can have this one. It's clean, I haven't touched it." Jiang Ye looked up at the shy girl and forced a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not very hungry. You're still young, you should have it." The girl scurried away, her face red. Jiang Ye lowered his head and forced himself to take another bite of rice. Just as he was about to swallow, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Instantly, the system panel materialized before his eyes. Detected related series The Crimson Prison is now officially online. Empathy value collection channel opened. Current empathy value is continuously increasing, 350, 580. The numbers kept jumping, not rapidly, but steadily climbing. Jiang Ye put down his chopsticks, took out his phone, and checked the time. Exactly 8 o'clock in the evening. Tianyu Entertainment had moved quickly, capitalizing on the momentum to launch The Crimson Prison immediately. Jiang Ye closed the system interface and opened a video app. The top recommended slot on the homepage was for the Crimson Eunuch, featuring a poster of Lin Feng in white robes standing in the center, holding a long sword with an air of spirited confidence. In the far corner of the poster there was a tiny, almost indistinguishable dark figure. That was Zhao Xian. Jiang Ye clicked on the first episode. The barrage comments were so dense, they nearly covered the screen. Here we go. I'm here, brother Lin Feng. I came because of that video from the rainy night. Which episode does that eunuch appear in? Hold on, the villains show up later. Let's enjoy our brother's stunning beauty first. Amidst the barrage, the plot began to unfold slowly. The first episode focused on establishing the setting. Zhao Xian, the powerful director of the Eastern Depot who held sway over the court, was introduced in a scene of raiding and wiping out an entire family. In the frame, Jiang Ye, playing Zhao Xian, dressed in a crimson python robe, sat in a grand armchair idly toying with a string of Buddhist prayer beads. He looked at the loyal subjects kneeling before him and said lightly, "Kill." In an instant, blades fell and heads rolled. The barrage exploded instantly. Damn, this eunuch is ruthless. He's kind of handsome, but the air of darkness around him is unsettling. You dead eunuch. Get off my screen. I hate these sneaky, sinister types. Who is this actor? He's so infuriating that I want to jump in and punch him. He's really committed to highlighting the hero's righteousness. This villain is just pure evil. Jiang Ye watched the insults with a blank expression, then silently turned off the barrage and continued watching. The pacing of the first episode was fast, mainly establishing character archetypes. The hero was noble and righteous, the villain was vile and despicable. By the second episode, the famous turning point arrived, the highly controversial humiliation scene. The prince, played by Lin Feng, deliberately stepped his mud-covered boot onto Zhao Xian's shoulder to humiliate him, demanding he lick the shoe. No cuts were made for this part of Lin. How had the editor preserve it in its raw form, fully recreating his performance? In the frame, Zhao Xian knelt on the ground, crawling toward the boot on his hands and knees, his back hunched. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. His face was streaked with tears, snot and tears mingling, displaying an utterly servile demeanor. The barrage grew even more vicious. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. This guy will do anything for fame, even taking a role like this. I'm going to throw up. Can we skip this part? Truly a degenerate with no backbone at all. However, just as Zhao Xian's lips were about to touch the shoe, the scene changed, and the background music abruptly halted. Zhao Xian reached out, but instead of grabbing the shoe, he gently brushed the dust off its surface. Then he looked up. Under the high-definition camera, the fear in his eyes gradually receded, leaving only emptiness. A chill ran down the spines of the viewers. The curses they were typing abruptly stopped. "Your Highness, the shoe is dirty. Allow me to fetch you a clean pair." The line delivered through the speakers carried an oddly gentle tone. Immediately after, Lin Feng stumbled backward and fell, looking utterly disheveled. That fall seemed to jolt all the viewers awake. The barrage went momentarily blank, then exploded with frenzy. Whoa, that look. I've got goosebumps. He wasn't going to lick the shoe. He wanted to kill him. This plot twist. It stunned me. To be fair, Lin Feng's fall looked pretty realistic. He scared me too. This eunuch. He's got something to him. Who was saying he had no backbone just now? This aura is 2 meters tall. The plot continued, moving to Zhao Xian's residence. This was a simple solo scene with no dialogue, only actions designed to flesh out the character arc of the supporting character Zhao Xian. Late at night, Zhao Xian removed his official robes and makeup. Dressed in a thin undergarment, he stood before a bronze mirror as tall as a man. He untied his sash, revealing his upper body covered in scars. These were medals of honor from decades of struggle within the palace, but also marks of shame. The camera didn't directly show the wounds. Instead, through the mirror's reflection, it captured Zhao Xian's contorted face. There was no dialogue. He slowly raised his hand, touched his face, then let his fingertips slide down, stopping at his Adam's apple. He lacked the features of a man. His hands began to tremble, then his shoulders, and finally his entire body shook. He opened his mouth as if to roar, but no sound came out. He could only weep in silence. In the mirror, his makeup was ruined, with black eyeliner streaming down his face. The camera pulled back. Under the flickering candlelight, this 9,000 years old who wielded immense power was nothing more than a pitiful, unwanted wretch. This scene left the viewers feeling profoundly unsettled, and the tone of the barrage comments completely shifted. Why am I crying? He's so pitiful. Truly. Even though he's evil, his suffering is real. This acting is phenomenal. This silent crying scene puts current traffic stars to shame. I want to hug him. I really do. I came for Lin Feng, but ended up becoming a fan of a eunuch. So this is the saying, what is hateful often has its pitiable side. Writer, you have no heart. Jiang Ye watched the word heartache floating across the screen, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Success. This was exactly the effect he wanted. First, draw the audience's hatred to the maximum, then pierce that abscess with a single cut. Only then would the blood that flowed be memorable. At that moment, the system notification sounds in his mind began to ring frantically, merging into a continuous stream. Empathy value 500. Empathy value 800. Empathy value 1200. Detected a large amount of pity emotion. Empathy value conversion rate increased to 150. The numbers scrolled rapidly, and building on the original empathy value, the total broke through the 100 mark. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, but his heart was pounding too fast. 100,000. This was a number he had previously never dared to imagine. He immediately opened the system shop and tried searching for an item that could completely cure genetic collapse syndrome. Suddenly an item called Gene Repair Serum Basic popped up. The item description was simple: repairs damaged gene chains, cures early and mid-stage genetic collapse syndrome, and significantly delays the progression of advanced stages. Found it. Jiang Ye looked at the price tag. Exchange price, 1.0, empathy value, 10 million. The light in Jiang Ye's eyes dimmed. If even this basic serum was this expensive, the 1.0 he had just obtained wouldn't even make a splash. This damn system even puts a price tag on a chance to live. He let out a bitter laugh and closed that interface. Although he couldn't afford the medicine he still needed to survive. Exchange for life force 4 days. Jiang Ye thought silently. Consumed 8.000 empathy value. Exchange successful. Remaining life 5 days or 6 hours. As the command took effect, a warm current appeared out of nowhere, flowing from his spine to his limbs. His breathing immediately became smoother and the sharp pain in his lungs eased. Jiang Ye leaned against the wall and let out a long, turbid breath. He had made it through. Judging by the momentum of the Crimson Eunuch online, a few more days of airing should extend his life further. Not bad at all. Just then the sound of chaotic chatter came from not too far away. Several crew members of the Crime and Punishment production team were huddled together, a tablet propped up in their midst, also watching the Crimson Prison. Damn, that eunuch is brilliantly acted. Lighting technician DeLu slapped his thigh. Look at that gaze, it completely overshadows Lin Feng. Yeah, now that's what I call an actor, the young script supervisor responded while cracking sunflower seeds. It's all over the internet, people are saying this guy brought the villain to life. Director Zhang Sen also leaned in, an unlit cigarette dangling from his lips, staring at the screen, lost in thought. This feeling seems oddly familiar. Zhang Sen muttered, frowning. The assistant director pointed towards a corner in the distance and interjected, familiar, right? I wanted to tell you all when we first arrived. Look over there. Doesn't that guy resemble Jiang Ye? Following his lead, everyone looked up, their gazes falling upon Jiang Ye in the corner. Jiang Ye had already lowered his head, pulling his cap down low, once again absorbed in eating and watching his show. Although Zhao Xian's face still bore heavy makeup, the solitary aura emanating from Jiang Ye was almost identical to the Zhao Xian on the screen, standing before the mirror. Seems like it. Zhang San pointed at Jiang Ye. He does look a bit like him. What do you think? Could it be our Jiang Ye acting in it? DeLu was stunned for a moment, turning to look at Jiang Ye, then back at the screen. Director, assistant director, don't joke around. DeLu waved his hand dismissively, a look of disbelief on his face. Look at the person on screen, ruthless and vicious with such a powerful aura. Then look at our Jiang Ye. DeLu lowered his voice. With his current frail condition, he can barely walk straight. How could he have the strength for such an explosive scene? Besides, it's all over the internet. The actor playing Zhao Xian has a terminal illness, has even received a critical illness notice. He's probably lying in a hospital bed right now waiting for the end. Why would he come to our rundown set to suffer? The young script supervisor nodded in agreement. Exactly, and that person wears heavy makeup. Jiang Ye is so plain-faced they don't really look alike. Zhang Xin scratched his head, thinking it made sense. A dying man, instead of staying put in the hospital, comes to a dusty place like this to film a web series. For what? For a Tuthisandian meal box. True, maybe it's just a similar vibe. Zhang San sighed, withdrawing his gaze. Alright, stop staring. Finish eating quickly, we start work after. We might be poor, but our production can't lose to those big budget ones. Everyone laughed, the atmosphere becoming lively once more. Jiang Ye listened to their conversation from afar, remaining silent. He silently shoved the last mouthful of rice into his mouth, swallowing it without chewing. No one knew that the Zhao Xian the entire internet was grieving over was sitting right next to the trash can, desperately gulping down his meal box just to survive a few more days. He tossed the empty meal box into the trash, stood up, and brushed the dust off his clothes. Just then his phone buzzed again. He glanced at it. It was the trending list on a social media platform. Pity Zhao Xian, hug Zhao Xian. Both topics had shot into the top 3 trending spots, marked with a red-hot tag. In the comment sections, countless netizens were mourning for that dog. He just wanted to live. What did he do wrong? Even though he killed and committed arson, he was forced into it. I hope you're a good person in your next life and don't have to suffer like this again. Jiang Ye looked at these comments, his gaze calm, and softly repeated, next life. No, he only wanted this life. He wanted to live this life with dignity, outlasting everyone. Director, I'm ready. Jiang Ye walked up behind Zhang San and spoke. Zhang San turned around and saw Jiang Ye had already changed into the white coat, the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his straight nose. Good. He tossed his cigarette, but stood up and shouted, everyone places. Action. The broadcast of the Crimson Prison was progressing rapidly. To capitalize on the momentum, the platform adopted a daily release schedule. Tonight, the 5th episode would premiere on time. This episode was only 45 minutes long, yet it gripped countless hearts because viewers who had seen the trailer knew that the hated yet pitted eunuch director Zhao Xian would meet his end tonight. Audiences waited faithfully in front of their screens, tissues clutched in their hands, some even afraid to press play, dreading the inevitable ending. The plot unfolded under a torrential downpour. Zhao Xian, drenched in blood, cradling the long rigid corpse of the young eunuch, trudged step by step to the mass grave. The steady patter of rain echoed in every viewer's heart. On screen, Zhao Xian knelt in the mud, digging at the stony ground with his bare hands. His fingernails were torn back, bloody and raw. Yet his face showed no trace of pain, or rather this hollow emptiness of a heart beyond sorrow was more piercing than any expression could ever be. At that moment, the barrage comments vanished completely. Viewers held their breath, watching the once arrogant 9,000 years now like a drenched dog, making a final resting place for his former self. The pit was dug, the body buried, the earth filled. Only then did Zhao Xian push himself up from his knees, swaying as he stood facing the protagonist and the pursuing soldiers who had arrived. The prince, played by Lin Feng, raised his sword, spouting righteous fury, vowing to slay this treasonous eunuch who brought ruin to the nation. Zhao Xian just smiled. He spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, letting the rain wash over his pale face, his gaze piercing through the layers of rain towards the void. Next life. His voice was barely a whisper. I won't come to this world again. The long sword pierced through his chest. Zhao Xian's body convulsed violently, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. He fell backward, splashing into the mud. The rain washed over the corners of his eyes, making it impossible to tell rain from tears. Only when the screen went black and the ending theme for this episode began to play did everyone realize that Zhao Xian's exclusive storyline had truly wrapped. Then the long frozen river of barrage comments finally burst its banks. Don't die. I am crying so hard I feel sick. Help. If you want come to this world, then go somewhere good, Zhao Xian. That look kills me. That line kills me. They'll never be able to watch a rainy day again. That sword didn't stab Zhao Xian, it stabbed my heart. Meanwhile, social media completely crashed. The hashtag #ZhaoXianIn soared from the bottom of the trending list to the very top, within just 10 minutes, marked with a deep red explosive tag. Closely following were sending off the eunuch director and won't come to this world again. Even the officially promoted hashtag, like Lin Feng's righteous judgment, was pushed out of the top 10, and clicking on it revealed nothing but criticism. Judgment Maya. Give me back the eunuch director's life. That sword strike from Lin Feng pierced my heart. Can we kill off the male lead and bring the eunuch director back? Across social feeds, trending platforms, and short video apps, screenshots and edits of Zhao Xian collapsing in the rainy night flooded everywhere, their popularity far surpassing the initial trailer. Netizens vented their emotions in the comment sections, but as they talked, the topic began to shift. I saw that analysis post from the emergency room doctor earlier. He said the actor's physiological state was genuinely close to death at that time. Stop, the more you talk, the more scared I get. This isn't his way of saying goodbye, is it? I heard that the line "won't come to this world again" wasn't in the original script. The actor added it himself. Is he trying to hint at something? What was Zhao Xian? Don't scare me. Even though you played a villain, I really want you to live. This panic, blurring the lines between truth and fiction, made this online mourning feel even more real. People weren't just mourning a dead character. They were feeling fear and regret for a young life that might be fading away. In this age of entertainment addiction, few could evoke such widespread empathy. Jiang Ye had done it. With his own flesh and blood, he had forcibly carved a hollow in the hearts of the audience. In the eastern outskirts of Haicheng, an abandoned factory district. Today, a chase scene for Crime and Punishment was scheduled to be filmed here. Because it was far from the city center, and the signal was poor, no one had yet noticed the storm brewing online. Jiang Ye sat on a pile of rusty steel pipes, wearing Qin Mo's blood-stained white coat, clutching his phone tightly. Although the signal was weak, it didn't stop the system notifications from ringing incessantly in his mind. Empathy value 5,000. Empathy value 8,000. Detected nationwide grief, though empathy conversion efficiency increased to 200. Current empathy value balance, 32000 points. Jiang Ye's breathing quickened, his heart pounding wildly, not from excitement, but because his body was on the verge of collapse. Over 300,000. This was another fortune acquired after previously sustaining his life. With a single tap to redeem, he could exchange for half a month of life, or even splurge on a few acting-related trinkets. He had survived. This time he had truly survived. Jiang Ye let out a long breath, his smile tinged with bitterness. Just as he was about to open the system shop and click to redeem life points, a raspy voice, like Zhang San's, suddenly echoed from afar. All departments, take your positions. Hurry, hurry, hurry. While the lighting is perfect. This is the last scene of the night. The climax chase scene of the entire show. Jiang Ye. Where the hell is Jiang Ye? Get over here. This chase scene must be done in one take. Jiang Ye froze, his finger hovering in midair. This was one of the pivotal scenes in Crime and Punishment, depicting Qin Mo's identity being exposed, leading to a desperate chase through a complex maze of alleys with the police before he ultimately escapes the scene. It demanded immense physical exertion, requiring running and climbing over uneven ruins. If he redeemed life points now, his physical state would instantly recover significantly, and the fragile, broken feeling he had been portraying, teetering on the brink, would vanish. That wouldn't suit Qin Mo's current desperate situation. A body too healthy couldn't convey the despair of a fugitive. Jiang Ye stared at the shop interface, gritted his teeth, and abruptly shut down the system. Wait a little longer until after this take. He couldn't let go of this breath. This pain was exactly what Jiang Ye needed right now. He stuffed the phone back into his pocket, pushed himself up from his knees, swayed twice before steadying himself. Then taking a deep breath, he walked towards Zhang San. Here he responded, his voice carrying a fierce edge. Zhang San, who was pacing anxiously, looked Jiang Ye up and down, his brow furrowed in concern. You look awful. Can you handle this? If not, we can rest a bit more. No need, this is perfect. Jiang Ye waved his hand and walked to his mark. Let's start. Seeing his insistence, Zhang San didn't argue, raising his megaphone. Everyone get ready. Move fast. Cameras keep up. Scene 117 of Crime and Punishment, the chase scene action. At the command, Jiang Ye shot forward instantly. The ground beneath his feet was riddled with potholes strewn with rubble and garbage. Jiang Ye ran unsteadily, occasionally leaping over piles of debris and shoving through rusted iron doors. The police behind him were in hot pursuit, flashlights waving wildly across his back. You can't escape. Jiang Ye, stop right there. Jiang Ye didn't look back. At this moment, he was Jiang Ye. He didn't dare stop, even as his heart pounded violently and his vision began to blur. He kept running. This feeling of struggling on the edge of death ignited a terrifying madness in his eyes. He didn't want to die. Jiang Ye didn't want to die, and neither did Jiang Ye. He wanted to live more brilliantly than anyone. Driven by this will to survive, his body erupted with astonishing speed. Looking at Jiang Ye through the lens, his hair was disheveled, his glasses askew, his eyes wild and defiant. He climbed onto a low wall and glanced back. Cornered with his back to the wall, he was preparing to turn and bite the hunter's throat. That look was the defining freeze frame of the scene. Cut. Perfect. Zhang San roared excitedly. Jiang Ye, brilliantly done. But the expected response never came. To everyone's shock, Jiang Ye on the wall swayed and pitched forward, falling straight down. He hit the rubble with a dull thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Jiang Ye. The smile on Zhang San's face instantly froze. He dropped the megaphone and sprinted over. Quick. Call an ambulance. There's a hospital nearby. Don't move him. Lay him flat. Loosen his collar. The filming location was remote. Even with a hospital nearby, an ambulance unfamiliar with the area might not arrive in time. Zhang San quickly ordered, forget it, let's get him into my car. Waiting for the ambulance is too slow. The entire crew descended into chaos. In a panic, they hastily loaded Jiang Ye into the vehicle. 5 minutes later, Zhang San, driving the crew's battered van, ran 3 red lights in a frantic dash to the nearest hospital. Jiang Ye lay in the back seat, the assistant director desperately pressing his philtrum, tears streaming down his face. Jiang Ye, don't scare me, wake up. You were fine just a moment ago, how could you just collapse? Zhang San was equally tense, gripping the steering wheel tightly, biting his lip until it bled, clearly losing his composure. Please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen. The car screeched to a halt at the emergency entrance. Zhang San jumped out, not even bothering to turn off the engine, and carried Jiang Ye inside. Doctor, help, quick. Several on-duty doctors and nurses rushed over with a gurney and took over. Watching Jiang Ye being wheeled into the emergency room, Zhang San collapsed onto the floor, gasping for air, his entire body trembling. The assistant director walked over and handed him a worn-out phone. It had fallen from Jiang Ye. As Zhang San took it, the screen lit up. News notifications popped up one after another. The entire internet weeps. Zhao Xian's death causes a phenomenal sensation. Who is this man that has millions of netizens mourning? Exclusive: Jiang Ye, the actor of Zhao Xian, left the hospital against medical advice days ago, whereabouts unknown. Zhang San was stunned. He clicked on one of the notifications, which showed the video of Zhao Xian digging a pit in the rainy night. Then another trending topic appeared bearing Jiang Ye's name. Looking at Zhao Xian in the video, he thought of the stubborn, crazy young man on set. The two faces merged. Zhang San's mind exploded. He had always thought Jiang Ye looked familiar, but he couldn't believe that a dying man would skip staying in the hospital to come to his rundown crew and earn 2,000 yuan. But the truth was undeniable. So, it really is you. Zhang San muttered to himself, his eyes reddening instantly. He staggered back 2 steps, leaned against the corridor wall, slid down to sit on the floor, covering his face with his hands as his shoulders shook violently. He finally understood why Jiang Ye's portrayal of the near-death experience felt so real. It wasn't acting at all. He was truly burning his own life. Madman. Zhang San sobbed, tears seeping through his fingers. An absolute madman. This genius, mourned by the entire internet, had been bought for a mere 2,000 yuan by Zhang San. Jiang Ye, hold on, damn it. Zhang San growled, his eyes red. If you dare to die, I won't finish filming Crime and Punishment. I'll burn every reel for you. Jiang Ye opened his eyes to find the hospital room ceiling above him. Suppressed sobbing reached his ears, grating on his nerves. He turned his head and saw Zhang San slumped by the bed, clutching his phone, shoulders shaking with silent cries. Stop crying. I'm not dead yet, Jiang Ye said. Zhang San's head snapped up at the sound, eyes swollen, tears clinging to his stubble. You son of a bitch, he cursed, his voice trembling. You scared the hell out of me, you know that. Your heart stopped for 2 whole minutes. Jiang Ye didn't respond, instead sinking his consciousness into his mind to check the system panel. Settlement complete. Zhao Xian's offline triggered a nationwide wave of empathy. Current empathy balance 428,000 points. Over 400,000. This was the accumulated balance after adding the previous 300,000. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye opened the shop and mentally commanded, exchange for 15 days of life. 3,000 empathy points consumed. Exchange successful. Remaining lifespan 19 days or 6 hours. A familiar warmth surged through him instantly. In moments the dull ache in his body eased. Though the bone-deep chill and the hidden pains from genetic decay lingered, he felt strength returning to his limbs. The suffocating sensation of imminent death finally receded. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, pushed himself up against the bedboard, and reached for the 4-needle in his hand. What are you doing? Zhang San yelped, grabbing his arm. The doctor said you need absolute rest. Your organs are about to fail. Back to the set, Jiang Ye said, pushing his hand away, acting nothing like a man on the brink of death. This sent Zhang San into a frenzy. The drama can wait. You only have one life, he roared. You're right, there's only one life. Jiang Ye tore off the tape, pulled out the needle, and pressed his thumb over the wound before blood could seep out. He looked up calmly at Zhang San. But this fire cannot be extinguished. Right now I am Qin Mo, his voice low and resolute, and his despair still lives in me. Once this breath is released, the spirit disperses, and it will be impossible to find it again. Zhang San froze, wanting to say something, but meeting Jiang Ye's eyes, the words died in his throat. As a director, he understood exactly what Jiang Ye meant by fire. It was the state an actor offers with their very soul, a rare, unrepeatable miracle. Zhang San gritted his teeth and roughly wiped his face. Fine. They'll go crazy with you. But you remember this: the moment you can't hold on, we stop. The drama can be abandoned, but you cannot. Jiang Ye smiled. All right, let's go. By the time they returned to the set of Crime and Punishment, it was already afternoon. The crew's eyes changed when they looked at Jiang Ye, filled with worry and aching concern. They all knew the eunuch the whole internet was mourning over was this frail young man before them. They knew he was acting with his life on the line. Yet no one spoke. They silently moved chairs over and placed warm water within his reach. Jiang Ye didn't sit. Instead, he changed into Qin Mo's clothes. We'll shoot the flashback scene first. Zhang San adjusted the schedule, slowing the pace. No big movements needed, just emotion. This was the time before Qin Mo's corruption. The set was arranged warmly with soft yellow lighting and steaming dishes on the table. The little girl playing his daughter was drawing at the table, while the actress playing his wife seemed nervous, avoiding Jiang Ye's gaze. Don't be afraid, Jiang Ye said softly, reaching out to gently tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear. In that moment, his deathly aura and gloom vanished, transforming him into an ordinary, loving husband. Action. In the frame, Jiang Ye pushed the door open. He was holding freshly bought fruit, a warm smile on his face. Nanan, look what Daddy bought. He crouched down, ruffling the little girl's hair, his eyes full of affection. The little girl looked up and sweetly called out, Daddy. Jiang Ye responded, casually placing the fruit on the table. He turned to look at his wife busy in the kitchen, walked over, and gently embraced her from behind. You've worked hard, he said softly. At the dinner table, Jiang Ye sat watching his wife pick food for their daughter, his face content. He picked up his bowl, took a mouthful of rice, but his gaze stayed fixed on his wife and child, as if he could never look at them enough. Even in this shabby rental with them here, it felt like heaven. The crew behind the monitor fell silent. They all knew Qin Mo's fate, and that this beauty was about to be shattered. Zhang San called out hoarsely, cut. At his command, the light in Jiang Ye's eyes instantly extinguished. He sat there quietly, wrapped in the loneliness left behind after happiness receded. Change the set, Jiang Ye said. We'll shoot the courtroom scene. Zhang San opened his mouth to tell him to rest, but seeing his state, he could only nod in agreement. In this studio now, the dying patient was the true protagonist. The scene shifted to the courthouse entrance as artificial rain began to pour. Jiang Ye stood at the bottom of the steps in a thin shirt. There were no lines in this scene. The plot dictated the killer was released for lack of evidence, and Qin Mo could only watch helplessly as his enemy got into a luxury car and drove away. Jiang Ye stood in the rain, his hair plastered to his face. He stared blankly at a random point ahead, his expression turning to disbelief, his body trembling slightly as he unconsciously clenched his fists against his trousers. Then came rage, veins bulging on his neck. But in the end, he loosened his grip, his shoulders slumped, and the light in his eyes died completely. He was utterly disillusioned with the world. The law was dead. Justice was dead. Qin Mo was dead too. The supporting actor playing a policeman behind him was supposed to step forward and comfort him with a pat on the shoulder. But this actor, looking at Jiang Ye's back at his solitary figure in the rain, felt a sudden tightness in his chest. Tears flowed uncontrollably, and he forgot his lines entirely. Zhang San's camera captured this genuine reaction. Zhang San felt this response was more authentic than his design and decided to keep it. This despair wasn't just Qin Mo's disappointment in society, but also Jiang Ye's despair at this body and this damned fate. Cut. Zhang San yelled quickly, having someone bring a towel. Jiang Ye wiped his face, but shook his head, refusing to rest. Let's strike while the iron is hot, he said. Let's shoot that long take. He was referring to the scene after Qin Mo commits his first murder, the moment of his complete corruption. Late at night in a room, Jiang Ye rushed into the bathroom and vomited over the sink. But no matter how he retched, only a few drops of bile came up. His whole body was shaking. He was a doctor who saved lives with a scalpel, and now he was about to use that same scalpel to take one. His body was rejecting it. He turned on the tap and scrubbed his hands frantically. Even though there was nothing on them, he still felt dirty. Jiang Ye looked up, meeting his own gaze in the mirror, his eyes shifting from terror to a cold, hard resolve. If one cannot become a demon, one cannot fight a demon. Jiang Ye turned off the faucet and walked back to the table. A bowl of noodles long since congealed sat before him. He sat down, picked up the chopsticks, but his hands were still trembling so violently that he could barely grasp them. He forced himself to calm down and shoveled the noodles into his mouth in large, desperate bites. Even though his stomach churned violently, even though he could barely swallow. Ugh! He felt the urge to vomit, but he clamped his hand over his mouth and forced the rising noodles back down. Tears streamed down his face, and he swallowed them along with the food. He was forcing himself to adapt to this brutality, forcing himself to become a cold-blooded monster. Because only by becoming a monster could he survive the darkness and send those beasts to hell one by one. This long, unbroken shot lasted for a full 3 minutes. Jiang Ye finished the bowl of noodles, set down his chopsticks, and pulled out a tissue to elegantly dab at his mouth. By now he had stopped trembling. He adjusted his wire-rimmed glasses, and a faint smile curved at the corners of his lips. In this moment, Qin Mo had completely descended into darkness. Cut! Zhang San's voice cracked as he yelled. But everyone on set was stunned and deeply affected. The process of grinding away one's humanity piece by piece was too visceral, too real. Jiang Ye remained seated, clutching his stomach, his face pale. The noodles were cold, the love was fake. The resentment was deep, the hatred was real. In this moment, the character arc of Qin Mo was complete. The drama, Retribution, began to reveal its heartbreaking, tragic nature. Due to Jiang Ye's poor health, Zhang San and the assistant director decided to prepare a tent for him as a rest area. Zhang San's exact words were, "Although we can't cure your illness, we will definitely provide you with a more comfortable place to rest. However, as you know, the production budget is quite limited, so you'll have to make do with this." Jiang Ye didn't mind at all. Oh, it was far better than the basement he lived in. And so amidst the rhythm of filming and resting, another 3 days passed. Today they were filming the finale of Retribution, the final scene of the entire production. The atmosphere on set was still heavy with tension. Zhang San sat behind the monitor, the cigarette in his hand, burning down to his fingers without him noticing. The crew held their breath, their eyes fixed on the blood-stained figure in the center of the set. Jiang Ye leaned against the railing on the rooftop of the abandoned factory, his chest heaving violently. His makeup was ruined, half dirt and half fake blood. Only his wire-rimmed glasses remained on his nose, but one lens was cracked, revealing a bloodshot eye behind it. This was the endgame for Qin Mo, the murderous doctor. All departments, get ready. Zhang San took a deep breath and shouted, "This is the last scene, let's nail it in one take." Action! As the clapperboard snapped shut, the rented high-intensity lights blazed to life, illuminating the rooftop. The wail of sirens filled the air, and red and blue strobe lights flashed wildly. The crew had hired dozens of extras to play police officers along with a few real SWAT instructors. Qin Mo, you're surrounded. Captain Li, the head of the Criminal Investigation Unit, stood at the forefront of the encirclement gun, raised his voice booming, "Drop your weapon. Surrender now." This time he was determined not to let Qin Mo escape his grasp. In an instant, over a dozen gun barrels were aimed at Jiang Ye. Red laser sights focused on his forehead and chest, dense and oppressively menacing. Jiang Ye slowly straightened up his hand, tightly gripping his scalpel. This was his last blade, his last shred of dignity. He coldly stared at the police opposite him, a sneer curling on his lips. Surrender. From the moment he had fallen into darkness, the word surrender had ceased to exist in his vocabulary. There was only death. At this tense, explosive moment, an unexpected incident occurred. Though this incident was in fact written into the script. The criminal police captain, Old Li, suddenly changed expression, his angry face twisting in an instant. He clutched his chest and fell stiffly backward, slamming hard onto the concrete floor. "Captain, Old Li." The surrounding police officers instantly fell into chaos, a crack appearing in their previously tight perimeter. Some rushed to help their captain, while others kept their guns trained on Qin Mo. The scene was on the verge of spiraling out of control. At this moment, if Qin Mo had taken a hostage or jumped off the building to kill himself, he could have completely thrown the police's plan into disarray. But Jiang Ye didn't move. He stood rooted to the spot, scalpel in hand, staring gravely at the fallen police captain. The camera pushed in for a close-up on Jiang Ye. His eyes were visibly racked with a violent internal struggle. In his left eye was a murderous demon, in his right a compassionate doctor. Two diametrically opposed personalities waged a furious war within him. If he simply did nothing and let the man die, the encirclement would break and Qin Mo would have a chance to escape. He could even rush forward and deliver the final blow, taking one of them down with him. It was the instinct of the Avenger. But that man wasn't just a cop. Right now, he was a patient, one suffering a sudden myocardial infarction, clinging to life. Without help, he would be dead within 3 minutes. This was also the instinct of a doctor. Jiang Ye's entire body trembled. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. The surrounding noise faded and his daughter's laughter echoed directly in Qin Mo's mind. When I grow up, I'm going to be a doctor too. Because daddy looks the best in his white coat. The memory pulled him back to that warm afternoon, his daughter clinging to his back, whispering secrets. The madness in Jiang Ye's eyes was purified. It was the purest memory of his life and the original reason he had held this scalpel so tightly. He was a doctor. Saving lives was his duty. Even if the person he had to save was the cop sent to arrest him, even if he would die after saving him. And yet Jiang Ye let go. The scalpel clattered to the ground, bounced twice on the concrete, and lay still. Everyone present was stunned. Before anyone could react, Jiang Ye moved. He didn't run, nor did he attack anyone. Instead, he rushed directly towards the fallen police captain oldly. Don't move. Step back. Bang. A nervous officer fired, thankfully a blank round, but the gunshot was still deafening. Jiang Ye acted as if he hadn't heard it. He dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, the dull sound of impact painful to hear. But he didn't even flinch. Get back. Jiang Ye roared. The few young officers who had been about to rush forward were instinctively intimidated and halted in their tracks. Jiang Ye swiftly tore open the captain's collar, pressing his ear to his chest for 2 seconds. No heartbeat. He immediately straightened up, placing his hands one over the other on the lower half of the captain's sternum. 1 compression, 2 compressions. Standard chest compressions, steady and rhythmic. At this moment he was a Dr. Dr. Qin. The red dot still aimed at his head, a dozen guns pointed at his back. If he made any sudden move, he would be riddled with bullets. But Jiang Ye didn't care. His only concern was the patient before him and the life ebbing away. Huff. Huff. Jiang Ye gasped for breath, but his hands never faltered. His professionalism and focus left the extras playing police officers utterly dumbfounded. Even the SWAT instructor was taken aback, completely forgetting they were filming. Time ticked by second. 30 compressions, then 2 rescue breaths. Jiang Ye leaned down without a trace of disgust or hesitation, pinched the captain's nose, and breathed mouth to mouth. It was a doctor's reverence for life. He didn't know how long it lasted. Perhaps a minute, perhaps an eternity. Cough. The police captain oldly suddenly coughed. His chest rose and fell, and his breath finally evened out as his heartbeat returned. Jiang Ye stopped his motions, collapsing to the ground, gasping for air. He watched the police captain slowly open his eyes, watched the confusion in his gaze, turn to shock, and he smiled. The smile pulled at the wounds on his face, making it look somewhat fierce, yet it was surprisingly pure. It was the same smile he wore that afternoon watching his daughter paint in the sunlight. He had once again become that clean, innocent Qin Mo whose hands were unstained. The surrounding police finally snapped out of it and rushed over. Don't move. Hands up. Jiang Ye didn't resist. He was tired, truly tired. Whether as Qin Mo or Jiang Ye, he had reached his limit. He raised his hands in surrender. Then he looked up at the sky. There were no stars tonight, only the bright glare of the spotlights. Yet to his eyes those lights were the gateway to another world. Nan. He whispered, his lips barely moving. At that moment a bang echoed, a gunshot. In the script, a rookie officer overwhelmed by nerves had accidentally pulled the trigger. Jiang Ye's chest convulsed as the blood pack hidden beneath his clothes burst, splattering vivid red. His body stiffened, then he collapsed limply backward. It was finally over. This chaotic drama of sin and redemption had finally come to an end. Jiang Ye lay on the ground as blood spread beneath him. His vision began to blur, and the sounds around him grew distant. He struggled to reach into his pocket and pulled out a blood-stained photograph. It was their family portrait. In the photo, the little girl stood as tall as his chest, holding her mother's hand in one and her father's in the other, beaming brightly. His wife, however, looked at the father-daughter pair with a gentle, loving smile. Jiang Ye pressed the photo to his chest, staring at the sky. His eyes gradually lost focus, yet the same pure smile lingered on his lips. Nan. Daddy. I'm sorry. I got my hands dirty after all. Then his hand fell limply, landing in the pool of blood. The photo fluttered to the ground beside him, facing the camera. Qin Mo was dead. He died in the moment of saving someone in his most sacred hour. Zhang San, sitting behind the monitor, watched the man lying in the pool of blood, his chest tightening with pain. Even the actor who played the officer who accidentally shot him was crying uncontrollably. Cut. Print it. That's a wrap. Zhang San finally shouted after a long while, startling everyone back to reality. There was no immediate eruption of cheers. All eyes were still fixed on the figure lying in the blood. The blood pack on Jiang Ye's chest was still seeping, but he didn't move. The veteran extra who played the police captain reacted first, scrambling over and reaching out to check Jiang Ye's breath. His hand trembled at what he found. The breath was faint, the skin cold. Jiang Ye, he called out softly. Jiang Ye's eyelashes fluttered. He struggled to open his eyes and tried to push himself up, but his arms gave way and he fell back. Don't move. Don't you dare move. Zhang San threw down his walkie-talkie and rushed over, his eyes red. Where's the stretcher? Get the stretcher over here. Jiang Ye waved a hand. No need, he gasped. I'm fine. Just a little tired. He was truly exhausted. The physical drain was an accomplice, but the hollow feeling of his soul being wrung dry was the true culprit. Though the agonizing pain of genetic collapse was suppressed by the life force exchange from the system, the deep hollow weakness inside his body couldn't be erased. Now that the scene was over, the spirit that had been holding him up dissipated, leaving him feeling like his bones had been removed. In his own words, his qi had dispersed. Jiang Ye refused the stretcher, and with Zhang San's help slowly shuffled to the rest area nearby. He hadn't even changed out of his costume, half of his white coat was stained with blood, but he didn't care. He plopped down heavily onto a folding chair. "Give me a cigarette," Jiang Ye said suddenly. He didn't actually know how to smoke, he just wanted to fill the void in his heart with nicotine. Zhang San was taken aback, then fumbled in his pocket, pulled out a pack, and handed one over. He tried to light it for him, but noticed Jiang Ye's hands were hanging limp at his sides, unable to lift. Jiang Ye held the cigarette between his fingertips, trembling slightly. In the end, he let it go, letting it fall to the ground. "Forget it," he chuckled softly, leaning his head back against the chair. "No strength to smoke." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, his breathing becoming heavy and long. He fell asleep right there. Curled up on the uncomfortable chair in the messy studio, he slept soundly. The crew members who had been about to celebrate the wrap-up stopped in their tracks, a silent understanding passing between them. No one dared to speak loudly. Zhang San looked at the figure in the chair, his eyes stinging. He turned and made a shushing gesture to everyone, then pointed outside, signaling for them to pack up quietly and clear the area. The lighting technician dimmed the strong lights, leaving only a small lamp to illuminate Jiang Ye. Zhang San crouched nearby, lit a cigarette, but didn't smoke it, just held it and watched it burn. He was trying to burn away the guilt that was growing like wild weeds in his heart. He knew Jiang Ye's physical condition. He knew this was risking his life. But for the sake of the film, for that damned artistic effect, he hadn't called cut. He had gone along with the madness. Worse, every time Jiang Ye was about to break, he felt a secret thrill, greedily wanting more. "I'm such a bastard," Zhang San muttered to himself, stubbing out the cigarette on the ground. He stood up, glanced at the still sleeping Jiang Ye, and his gaze grew resolute. Since he was already an accomplice, he couldn't let this sacrifice be in vain. This film had to be a masterpiece. If he couldn't cut together something earth-shattering, he'd never work as a director again. He'd just go find a block of tofu and knock himself out. In the dead of night, the wind turned chilly. Jiang Ye was woken by the cold. He opened his eyes and found a military overcoat draped over him. The area was mostly empty. Most of the crew had left, leaving only Zhang San and a young script supervisor keeping watch nearby. Seeing Jiang Ye awake, Zhang San immediately came over, holding a cup of hot water. "Awake. Have some water." Jiang Ye took the cup and drank. A bit of feeling returned to his body. "What time is it?" he asked. 3 in the morning, Zhang San said, rubbing his face. "If you hadn't woken up, I was really going to take you to the hospital." Jiang Ye said nothing but pulled the overcoat tighter. For his current body, that warmth was precious. "They'll take you back," Zhang San said, helping him up without argument. "I've called a car. It'll take you straight to that basement." Zhang San's voice faltered when he mentioned the place. He had only learned how difficult the young man's life was when he saw the necessary information on the hospital registration form during Jiang Ye's stay. Thinking about the damp, dark basement, he knew it could only be detrimental to Jiang Ye's condition. "No need, I can walk on my own." Jiang Ye pushed away Zhang San's hand and tried to take a couple of steps. Though his legs were still weak, he managed to keep his balance. "Cut the crap." Zhang San's temper flared as he hoisted Jiang Ye's arm over his own shoulder. "In your current state, you'd collapse before you even reach the door. In the director. Once we wrap, it's my responsibility to get the cast home safely. That's the rule." Jiang Ye couldn't argue. He had no strength left for a fight, and allowed Zhang San to stuff him into a taxi. The ride was silent. At the entrance to the basement, Zhang San paused before the iron door, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately only managed, "Get some rest." "Leave the rest to me." Jiang Ye nodded, pushed the door open, and stepped inside. The familiar musty odor rushed to meet him. He didn't bother with the lights, feeling his way to the bed with practiced ease before collapsing onto it in a straight fall. The moment his body hit the wooden planks, the pain deep within his bones surged up once more. He curled into himself, quietly licking his wounds in the darkness. The system panel flickered to life with a faint glow. Current empathy balance, 13000 points. Remaining lifespan 14 days, 18 hours. Half a month left to live. Good enough. More than enough. Jiang Ye stared at the number, twitched the corner of his mouth, and closed his eyes once more. Meanwhile, Zhang San returned to his rented apartment in the old tenement block, nowhere near ready to sleep. He fired up his second-hand computer and imported every piece of footage from the past few days into his editing software. Coffee after coffee, cigarette after cigarette. The glow of the screen cast a wild, almost manic light across his face. He was going to cut a trailer that would detonate across the entire internet. While the buzz around Red Prison still lingered and the cries of justice for Zhao Xian still thundered in the air. This was the perfect moment, the one chance for the scrappy crew of Crime and Punishment to turn things around. He would ride this wave and fan the flames around Jiang Ye even higher. Zhang San's fingers flew across the keyboard. He intercut the gentle, warm image of Qin Mo in his white coat, saving lives during the day, with the brutal image of him in a raincoat wielding a scalpel at night. Using the nameless cello piece Jiang Ye had played, captured on that recording, as the backdrop, punctuated by the rhythmic beep-beep of a heart monitor. No superfluous dialogue, no elaborate effects. Just raw performance and the ultimate contrast. When the first rays of dawn crept through the curtain, Jiang Ye struck the final enter key. Render complete. Export successful. Video title Light and Shadow. The accompanying caption was a single line: he lived 2 souls with his life. Click. Upload. Publish. With that done, Jiang Ye slumped back, slid right off his chair onto the floor, and grinned like a fool. At 8 in the morning, rush hour was in full swing. On the subway, on the buses, countless heads were bowed over their phones. The discussion around Zhao Xian was still simmering, with many still replaying the tragedy of that rainy night. Ever since episode 5, the episode Zhao Xian departed, the viewership of Red Prison had plummeted. After all, Jiang Ye's supporting performance had been so dazzling that audiences simply couldn't stomach the wooden-faced Lin Feng that followed. Just then, a brand new video quietly appeared on the front pages of every major video platform. Because it was tagged with Zhao Xian, the system automatically pushed it to users who had followed Red Prison. Inside a subway car, a young woman, earphones in, was idly scrolling through short videos. Suddenly, a thumbnail popped up on her screen. A doctor in gold-rimmed glasses, refined profile, gentle eyes. Who's this? He kind of looks like Eunuch Zhao. Curious, she tapped the video. A melodious cello piece began to play. On screen, in a sunlit clinic, Jiang Ye in his white coat was dressing a patient's wound. He was focused, head bowed, radiating an aura of compassion and grace. So handsome. She couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Wasn't this the very picture of a restrained, untouchable heartthrob? A world apart from that sinister eunuch shed scene before. But then in the next second, the scene shifted violently. A harsh, grating electrical sound tore through the music as the shot cut to a dim, grimy slaughterhouse. Same face, same glasses. But now Jiang Ye was draped in a blood-stained black raincoat, idly toying with a scalpel. Behind his lenses, his gaze was ice-cold, a graceful smile curling at the corner of his lips. He stood in a pool of blood, staring straight into the lens. The girl's hand jerked in fright, nearly sending her phone crashing to the floor. She glanced around, embarrassed to find everyone staring at her, then shrank back and hit play again. The contrast was staggering. 1 second, he was a life-saving celibate idol. The next, a bloodthirsty psychopath with murder in his eyes. The video's pace quickened. Daytime tenderness and nighttime cruelty flashed in dizzying alternation. Sweat while saving a life. A cold smile while taking one. The adoration in his eyes as he held his daughter. The despair of walking alone through the rain. Finally, the screen froze on Jiang Ye lying in a pool of blood, clutching a photograph, a relieved smile on his lips as his eyes slowly lost focus. The screen faded to black, leaving only a single line of white text: crime and punishment coming soon. The girl stared at the dark screen, her heart pounding out of control. She swallowed hard and with trembling fingers opened the comment section. In truth, it wasn't just her. The entire internet was already ablaze. Holy crap. Who is this? Is that Eunuch Zhao? I refuse to believe it. There's no way that's the same person. How is that dead eunuch Zhao Xian this freaking hot? Oh my god, that looks switch scare me to death. 1 second I want to marry him, the next I feel like he's about to dissect me. A suave villain. This is the absolute peak of the suave villain trope. That acting. I've got goosebumps all over. What the hell has this guy been through? Can anyone tell me what show this is? When does it air? He'll buy a membership right now. Right now. Within half an hour, hashtags like Jiang Ye new drama peak suave villain and one face 1,000 souls were rocketing up the trending charts. Netizens still grieving over Zhao Xian's death were suddenly blindsided, and then flooded with sheer overwhelming excitement and shock. People were beginning to realize that Jiang Ye might not be a fleeting shooting star, but a true prodigy. He could breathe life into a pathetic eunuch, and he could equally embody a deranged doctor. Meanwhile, in the president's office of Shanghua Entertainment, Fatty Wong bent over, frantically wiping the cold sweat from his brow, yet he dared not lift his head to face the figure behind the desk. MMR. Lou. You wanted to see me. The bulky silhouette behind the desk slowly swiveled around, revealing a round face, caked in foundation. It was none other than the one who had pronounced Jiang Ye's death sentence, Lu Hui. Her manicured nails tapped against the glass screen of her tablet, producing sharp, crisp clicks. On the screen played the very trailer, Light and Shadow. In the frame, Jiang Ye's Chin Mo adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled directly into the camera. Smack! Lu Hui let out a cold snort and slammed the tablet face down onto the desk with such force that fine cracks spiderwebbed across the screen. Take a look for yourself. Isn't this the man you said was at death's door? Lu Hu's voice was glacial. Isn't this the man you said couldn't stir up trouble? Wang Pengzi took the tablet, staring at the trending searches, his chubby face trembling. He recalled that day in the hospital when Jiang Ye had looked at him like he was already dead. Lowering his head, his gaze fixed on his own toes, he muttered, I never thought the kid would be so tenacious. The hospital had already issued a critical notice, but who knew he could still go off to act and produce something like this? The more he spoke, the heavier his heart became. It was over. Given the current situation, Shenghua's ban had likely become a joke. With Jiang Ye's level of buzz and acting prowess, if he could no longer be suppressed, he might attract the attention of other capital investors. When that happened, the entire industry would mock Lu Hui for her poor judgment, and she would become a laughingstock. As for him, Wang Ponzi, although not an employee of Shanghua Entertainment, as Jiang Ye's former manager, he would be branded with the same label of birds of a feather flocking together. Perhaps in the process of other investors trying to curry favor with Jiang Ye, he would be cast aside as a pawn. If it truly came to that, his world would collapse. Lu Hui let out a cold laugh, stood up, and walked to the window, turning her back to Wang Ponzi. A 2,000 yuan paycheck for a dying cripple, and he manages to cause such a stir online. Gazing at the bustling traffic outside, Lu Hui recalled the look of disgust in Jiang Ye's eyes when he had stared directly at her. It seems I was too lenient with him before. With that, she turned around, pulled an encrypted phone from her drawer, and dialed a number. Hey old chin, it's me. Has your Huangmao video platform recently received a web series called Criminal Retribution for review? Right, the one directed by that Zhang San. Don't bother watching it, the quality is subpar and the values are problematic. Not just this one. In the future, Shanghua Entertainment doesn't want to see any projects involving Jiang Ye on your platform. If you find this difficult, then we might have to reconsider the exclusive rights to our company's internal Scrade costume drama for the second half of the year. After hanging up, Lu Hui didn't stop. She immediately dialed several more numbers. Within 10 minutes, the heads of Qiguai Video, Coco Video, and several other mainstream video platforms all received Shanghua Entertainment's notice. The message was singular: ban, criminal retribution, ban Jiang Ye. Wang Ponzi stood by, listening to Lu Hui make call after call, a chill running down his spine. This was a total annihilation. Yet at the same time, a flicker of relief stirred within him. In this circle, top-tier entertainment companies were the heavens, and Lu Hui's words were akin to imperial edicts. As long as these mainstream platforms refused to accept the film, no matter how well criminal retribution was made, it would only rot on a hard drive, never seeing the light of day. After finishing the last call, Lu Hui tossed her phone back onto the desk. Her face, caked with foundation, resumed its cold, indifferent expression. It's not over yet. She looked at Wang Ponzi. Contact a few PR firms and buy off a bunch of online trolls and marketing accounts. Since you were Jiang Ye's former agent, you'll be more effective in this matter. I want criminal retribution to be infamous online before it even airs. As long as this show dares to show the slightest sign of emerging, drown it in a tide of negativity. Slap on labels like shoddy production, twisted values, gratuitous violence, and the actors' chaotic personal lives. Throw any kind of mud you can. Lu Hui sat back in her chair, took a sip of coffee, her eyes icy cold. I want them to know that in this circle, if you offend me, even if you possess phenomenal acting skills, you'll be stuck in hell. You want to look up at heaven. They'll seal off your heaven too. Over the next 2 days, Zhang San, clutching the final cut of Criminal Retribution, ran frantically to every video platform in Haicheng, looking like a madman. Despite his dark circles and stubbly beard, he neglected his appearance, desperately seeking just one meeting with a content acquisition manager. Initially, some people's eyes lit up when they saw the quality of the sample reel. The cinematic texture and the transcendent acting were clear signs of a potential blockbuster. But the moment they saw the name Jiang Ye in the credits, their expressions changed instantly. Some managers simply closed their laptops and politely showed him the door. Others looked troubled, hinting that orders had come from above and that Shenghua's influence couldn't be ignored. Some even went so far as to toss the sample reel back into Zhang San's arms, telling him not to come looking for trouble. Late into the night, inside a private room at an upscale restaurant in Haicheng, Zhang San held a full glass of baijiu, a stiff smile plastered on his face. Across from him sat the content acquisition director of a second-tier platform, legs crossed, looking at him with disdain. Director Zhang, it's not that I don't want to help you. The director picked his teeth, his tone contemptuous. Why of all people did you have to use Jiang Ye? Everyone knows he's blacklisted by Shanghua. Are you trying to put us in the line of fire? Zhang San's hand trembled slightly, spilling a bit of the liquor. Director Li, you've seen the quality of this show. If it gets aired, it's guaranteed to be a hit. We could even take a smaller revenue share or forego the recommendation slots. Just give it a chance. With that, Zhang San tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of high-proof liquor, the burn bringing tears to his eyes. Director Li let out a scornful laugh and stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. A chance? Zhang San, take a good look at yourself in the mirror. Just because you followed Lin Hao for a while, you think you can spout nonsense here. Offending Shenghua for a has-been artist on his deathbed. Are you out of your mind? Get lost, you're an eyesore. This liquor isn't fit for you to drink. Zhang San stood frozen, gripping his glass at a loss. The other guests at the table burst into raucous laughter. Zhang San said nothing, didn't even argue. He silently put down his glass, picked up the hard drive with the sample reel, and walked out of the private room. The mockery behind him grew even more unbridled. At 2 a.m., in a dingy little bar in Haicheng's eastern district, Zhang San lay slumped over a greasy table, surrounded by 7 or 8 empty beer bottles, completely wasted. Through bleary eyes, he stared at the empty chair opposite him, clutching the hard drive. A bunch of bastards. He slurred, tears mixing with the beer as they trickled into his mouth, a bitter and astringent taste. He got angry just thinking about how someone had suggested replacing the lead actor and cutting out all of Jiang Ye's scenes before it could be aired. Cut my ass. Jiang San suddenly sat up straight, slamming his beer bottle on the table, startling the diners at the neighboring tables who turned to stare. They didn't know what this drunkard was ranting about. Only Jiang San knew that without Jiang Ye this show had no soul. Cut out Qin Mo, and Criminal Retribution was just an empty shell worse than an average web series. Besides, these were shots Jiang Ye risked his life to get. If Jiang San dared to cut even a single frame, head deserved to be struck by lightning the moment he stepped outside. Director. The assistant director pushed the door open, bringing in a gust of cold wind. He looked at Jiang San dead drunk side and walked over to support him. Drinking yourself to death won't solve anything. Stop drinking. Jiang San shoved the assistant director away, shouting with red-rimmed eyes. Then what do you suggest we do, huh? We mortgage the house. Jiang Ye risked his life, and for what? We can't even find a place to air it. Those platforms are lowballing us to 10,000 per episode. That's an insult like tossing pennies at a beggar. We can't even recoup our costs. The assistant director was silent for a moment, then pulled a document from his bag and placed it on the table. Maybe it's not a dead end after all. Jiang San was taken aback, squinting as he looked over. On the cover of the document, he saw 4 words: Spark Video. What kind of no-name platform is this? Jiang San frowned. A small streaming service that's been around for less than half a year. Not many users and nothing impressive to show for it. But because they're small, the assistant director explained, they're desperate for content. And besides, they're not afraid of Shenghua. The saying goes, the barefooted aren't afraid of those who wear shoes. Such a small platform doesn't have the resources of a big company and doesn't care who they offend. As long as they can attract traffic, they'll air anything. Jiang San grabbed the document and quickly flipped through it under the light. It was a bet-in agreement with harsh terms. There was no upfront copyright fee, everything relied on per-click revenue sharing. If the view count didn't reach 10 million within the specified time, Jiang San wouldn't see a single cent and would have to compensate the platform for bandwidth and promotional costs. This was practically a take-it-or-leave-it deal. Under normal circumstances, Jiang San wouldn't have given it a second glance. But now it might be his only lifeline. As long as it can air. Jiang San gritted his teeth, much of his drunkenness gone. Even if we make no money at all, as long as the audience gets to see it. He suddenly raised his head, a wild look in his eyes. Sign it. We're not just signing, we're going all in. The assistant director was stunned. What do you mean all in? Jiang San pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Through the swirling smoke, his expression began to turn fierce. Shenghua wants to block us, right? Hire bots to trash us. Then we'll catch them off guard. Jiang San held up 2 fingers. We're not doing weekly or monthly releases anymore. This weekend, Saturday and Sunday. We'll release all 12 episodes of Crime and Punishment in 2 parts. The assistant director gasped, his eyes wide. Are you insane? This is suicidal scheduling. No web series does this. The hype won't have time to build, the recommendations won't keep up, and if you dump it all at once, how do we attract long-term fans? That's exactly why we need speed. Jiang San slammed his fist on the table. I want to bombard them with a dense plot, so Shenghua's bots won't have time to react. Their smear articles won't even be finished before the audience has already finished the show. As long as the drama is solid, as long as Jiang Ye's performance is godlike, once word of mouth explodes, no one can stop it. We're betting everything on this. The assistant director's voice trembled. We bet. Jiang San stood up, his body swaying slightly, but his back was ramrod straight. Tell Jiang Ye to get ready. This battle will crown him. In Jiang Ye's basement. He lay in bed, his face deathly pale. Even though the system's exchanged life force was keeping him alive, the physical decline from genetic collapse was irreversible. The pain. It was unbearable. He had 130,000 empathy points left. Jiang Ye summoned the system, his gaze locking onto a blue vial on the shelf. Potent analgesic, non-therapeutic. Effect blocks neural pain transmission, lasts 24 hours, and no side effects, does not affect acting performance. Exchange cost 1,000 empathy points. 10,000 points for a day of relief. It was expensive, but worth it. Without the pain relief, he could barely muster the strength to hold his phone. Exchange, Jiang Ye murmured in his mind. 1,000 empathy points deducted. Exchange successful. A translucent blue vial materialized in his hand, and he tipped his head back and drank it. A few seconds later, the dull aches in his body slowly receded. His body still felt heavy and weak, but at least it was no longer tormenting him. Jiang Ye let out a long breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. At this moment, he finally felt human again. Ding! His phone vibrated. Jiang Ye picked it up, seeing a message from Jiang San on the screen. Deal done. Spark Video. Going live this weekend, all episodes in 2 days. Shenghua's blocking is airtight. This is the only way. Succeed or die trying. Jiang Ye stared at the words, imagining Jiang San's current state, both terrified and exhilarated. He was blacklisted by the entire industry, rejected by mainstream platforms, and besieged by hired critics. It was his fault that he had dragged them into this desperate corner. But this was also the best stage. Aren't villains most captivating when cornered? Qin Mo fought against an unjust legal system in the drama, while he fought against unjust capital in reality. Both on and off screen, it was a hard-fought battle. A hint of Qin Mo's signature smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Ye's mouth. Dangerous and alluring. He tapped the input box and replied with a single word, fight. Saturday, 10 a.m. Spark Video's homepage recommendation slot updated on time, a dark tone poster occupying the banner position. The poster was torn down the middle. On the left was Jiang Ye in a white coat, a compassionate expression on his face, set against the sterile backdrop of an operating room's shadowless lamp. On the right was Jiang Ye in a black raincoat, holding a bloodstained scalpel against a grim slaughterhouse. The title, Crime and Punishment, loomed large, a vivid dripping red. There was no promotional campaign, no press conference, nothing except for light and shadow. The series simply went live silently. Almost instantly, the comment and bullet screen sections began to scroll. The first wave was not anticipation, but abuse. What garbage is this? Who still watches such shoddily made web series these days? Boycott the disgraced artist Jiang Ye. How dare he play a doctor? Shenghua Entertainment blacklisted him, and Spark Videos still dares to use him. They're asking for bankruptcy. Watch 5 minutes. It's a pile of crap. Don't waste your time. This wave of comments was unnervingly uniform, their posting timestamps even faster than the video's loading time. This was Lu Hu's gift. The bots hired by Shenghua Entertainment had been lying in wait. Their task was simple: don't watch the content, just spam negative reviews. Within just 10 minutes, Crime and Punishment had its rating on Spark Video driven down to 2.0, breaking the platform's all-time low record. At the same time, an account verified as Veteran Agent Wang published a lengthy post accusing Jiang Ye of being arrogant, unprofessional, and having a chaotic personal life during his time as an artist, even implying his illness was karma. The article was full of sensationalism and peppered with some of Jiang Ye's personal habits, sounded quite convincing, undoubtedly adding to its perceived authenticity. The post was swiftly shared by marketing accounts, and uninformed netizens swayed by the narrative flooded Spark Video's comment sections to join the online lynching. Meanwhile, in Spark Video's data backend, the tech lead, sweating profusely, stared at the monitor. Director Zhang, this is brutal. Completion rate isn't even out yet, and the negative review rate is already 90%. Zhang Sen sat in a nearby chair, gripping a thermos, forcibly suppressing his rage. Though he had mentally prepared himself, the humiliating feeling of being ground under the heel of capital still choked him when it actually happened. Ignore it, Zhang Sen gritted out. Let them talk. He wasn't betting on the current public opinion, but on the reactions of the first batch of genuine viewers 10 minutes from now. In a rented apartment in Haicheng, a junior college student named Li Ming was idly browsing the web. Though his real-world identity was unremarkable online, he was a notorious and sharp-tongued drama critic. His favorite pastime was savaging low-quality domestic dramas. Seeing the flood of negative reviews and the 2.0 rating for Retribution, Li Ming grew curious. A 2.0. How bad does a show have to be to get that score? Driven by morbid curiosity and a desire to mock it, he clicked on the first episode. The screen went dark. A low, unfamiliar violin melody began to play. There was no opening theme that cut straight into the show. Li Ming's fingers, which had been poised over the keyboard ready to type a scathing comment, suddenly froze. On screen, a long take began. The camera followed a pair of slender hands performing a pre-surgical scrub at a sink. The camera slowly panned up to reveal Jiang Ye's masked face, exposing only a pair of intensely focused eyes. Hemostatic forceps. The voice was calm, yet carried immense authority. The scene cut, instantly switching from the bright operating room to a pitch-black night with pouring rain. It was the same pair of hands performing a similar action, but the forceps had been replaced by a sharp, boning knife. Rainwater streamed down Jiang Ye's face. The focused eyes now held nothing but a bone-chilling stillness. A sharp sound cut through the air. Li Ming sat bolt upright, all casualness gone from his face. The camera worked the manipulation of light and shadow, the actor's eye movements. Was this really just a low-budget web drama? The production quality was comparable to a theatrical release. All the sarcastic comments he had prepared were stuck in his throat, replaced by a thrilling shiver of discovery. The plot continued. By day, Jiang Ye gently comforted terminally ill patients, even paying their medical bills out of his own pocket. By night, he infiltrated the homes of criminals who had escaped justice, using his medical knowledge to stage accidental deaths. There was no wasted dialogue, no filler romance. The pacing was fast, the plot points dense. Jiang Ye's performance sent chills down Li Ming's spine. The more gentle his daytime smile, the more terrifying his emotionless expression after his nighttime deeds. Especially the scene where Jiang Ye, after cleaning up the crime scene, crouched by the roadside to feed a stray cat. His hands still carried the scent of blood, yet he gently stroked the kitten's head, murmuring, "Dirty. Needs a wash." A wave of cold dread shot up Li Ming's spine. What phenomenal acting. And this was called a low-budget web drama. How could this performance only merit a 2.0 rating? It must be review bombing. Before he knew it, the first episode had ended. Li Ming didn't bother with the credits. He immediately clicked on the second episode. Meanwhile, the tone of the bullet comments began to shift subtly. Amidst the dominant insults, different voices started to emerge. Wait, this show might actually be good. Who said it was cheaply made? The visual quality is amazing. That actor playing Jiang Ye looks familiar. That look is killing me. Stop with the paid comments. If this show is bad, then 90 of what's on air is garbage. In the president's office of Shanghua Entertainment, Lu Hui lounged with her legs crossed, enjoying a shoulder massage from a young man behind her. She glanced at the real-time data on her tablet, a smug smile spreading across her face as she saw Retribution's score locked at 2-0. Trying to compete with me? Lu Hui patted the hand on her shoulder, taking a sip of her coffee. Zhang San is an idiot thinking a dying waste could turn things around. Wang Ponzi chuckled beside her. The boss is brilliant. I tried to warn him, but he wouldn't listen. Now they can't even recoup their investment. Jiang Ye is probably crying in a corner somewhere right now. Just then Lu Hui's phone rang. It was the PR manager. Boss, something's wrong. The voice on the other end sounded anxious. We're losing control of the paid commenters. Lu Hui frowned. What do you mean losing control? Add more money, keep the reviews coming. It's not about the money, the manager said bitterly. The search volume and discussion from real users are too high. Our negative reviews are being drowned out. Lu Hui sat up straight and switched to the trending topics list on Weibo. Several topics that had been far down the list were climbing dozens of ranks with every refresh. Retribution is actually good. Jiang Ye's explosive acting. This is a network drama. Lu Hui clicked on Jiang Ye's explosive acting. The top post featured a 3-minute fan-made video the one Li Ming had edited and posted. The caption was simple: if acting like this gets bullied online, then the domestic entertainment industry is truly doomed. The comments under the post had already surpassed 10,000. I'm on my knees. Literally on my knees. This is the real gentleman villain. Take notes, all those so-called domineering CEOs. I heard this guy was paid only 2,000 for this. Aren't those overpaid stars embarrassed? I'm getting a subscription even if it's just for that look. Never thought our director Zhao would be amazing in a web drama too. Lu Hui's face turned ashen as she read the comments. She tried to call the platform to get the topics removed, but this time the buzz was driven entirely by genuine user searches, not something that could be suppressed. Unless she bought the entire Weibo platform. Damn it. Lu Hui slammed her tablet on the desk. How is this possible? How can a dead man have this much influence? She didn't understand. Audiences were long tired of manufactured idols. When people are used to stiff acting CGI replacements and stunt doubles, seeing someone who acts with their entire being triggers a powerful wave of defiant support. On Saturday at 8 p.m., the popularity of Retribution's first half reached its zenith. The plot had advanced to the 6th episode, the finale of the first half. Qin Mo had completed his first perfect crime. A lackey of the rich man's son who had assaulted his daughter was found dead in his own bathtub, the cause listed as a drug allergy. The police investigated the scene, but found no trace of foul play. Even the forensic examiner was a former student of Qin Mo, who trusted his mentor's judgment implicitly. Qin Mo stood outside the police line, questioned as a passing helpful doctor. His expression was calm, his eyes betraying nothing. It wasn't until the police left and night fell that Qin Mo returned to his empty home. This scene was Zhang San's proudest achievement. There was no dialogue. Jiang Ye rushed into the bathroom, leaning over the sink, dry heaving. He turned on the tap, scrubbing his hands over and over until the skin was raw and red. Then he looked up, meeting his own gaze in the mirror. Slowly he removed his gold-rimmed glasses, the symbol of his civility and reason, and placed them on the marble countertop. His gentle aura vanished, instantly replaced by a chilling coldness. He stared at the stranger in the mirror, a twisted smile slowly spreading across his lips. The left side of his face showed the grim satisfaction of revenge, the demonic. The right side showed a profound sadness for his own fall from grace, the lingering divine. The two expressions warped his face, yet seemed eerily harmonious. The smile held a universe of meaning, pain, relief, madness, and a bitter mockery of the world. Viewers felt their scalps prickle. The bullet comments exploded, completely blanketing the screen. Holy crap, that smile just ended me. This acting is legendary. Absolutely legendary. I've got goosebumps everywhere. That twist was incredible. Just as the smile reached its peak, the screen froze, and the ending theme began to play. A line of text appeared: end of part 1. The judgment continues tomorrow at noon in part 2. The audience was utterly captivated, but just as the tension peaked, the episode ended abruptly, sending them into a frenzy. That's it. It's over just like that. Director, come out here, I promise I won't kill you. Release the second half now, we'll pay double the membership fee. The servers of Xingho Video finally buckled under the immense strain. As a fledgling platform, it was overwhelmed by the sudden surge of traffic and the explosive burst of damage data, causing the servers to crash instantly. Countless viewers who were on their second or third rewatch found the video suddenly stutter, then transform into a 404 error page. The backend service and technical staff of Xingho Video, feeling both anguished and elated, were summoned back to the company overnight to work around the clock repairing the servers. The hashtag Xingho Video crashed quickly shot into the top 10 trending list, knocking a top-tier celebrity scandal from its perch. Zhang San, staring at the garbled webpage, wasn't angry in the slightest. Instead, he leapt from his chair, embracing the assistant director beside him in a mix of tears and laughter. It crashed, it finally crashed. I won. Jiang Ye won. This night belonged to their victory. In the dead of night, Haicheng remained wide awake. The glow from tens of millions of screens converged into a torrent of anger and desire. On social platforms, a time usually dominated by entertainment gossip was now completely hijacked by a web series titled Retribution. The hashtag Retribution second half was firmly pinned at the top of the trending list. Closely following were Chin Mo Don't Kill Me, Sinjong-san Razors, and Xinhua Entertainment is Blind. Viewers who had just finished the 6th episode of the first half were at the peak of their emotional turmoil. Chin Mo, who had taken off his glasses in front of the mirror to reveal a smile that was half demon, half deity, had etched himself into everyone's hearts. They couldn't sleep, tormented by the burning need to know what ultimately happened to him. This feeling of being teased with a cliffhanger left netizens utterly frustrated. The official Weibo account of Xinhua Entertainment was completely overrun. The latest post promoting a minor internet star amassed over 100,000 comments within a single hour. You pamper this garbage who can only green screen his acting, yet you blacklist a god-tier performer like the one who plays Chin Mo. Lu Hui, are you sleeping? I can't. Xinhua Entertainment, the tumor of the entertainment industry, shut down now. I heard Jiang Ye was blacklisted because he refused to sleep with Lu Hui. Hey man, above your language is a bit crude. Where did you hear that? If it's true, Jiang Ye must have suffered so much injustice. I wouldn't even pick someone like Lu Hui to sleep with. Pushing a great actor to star in a web drama for a Tuthasandian fee, doesn't your conscience hurt? Some netizens, incredibly resourceful, managed to dig up Lu Hui's entire personal profile in just half an hour. Quotes attributed to her like, sleep your way to the top, disobey, and get blacklisted, and you're nothing without me, flooded the internet, painting her as the arrogant tyrant of the domestic entertainment scene. In an instant, the netizens' anger intensified. They swarmed every promotional channel of Xinhua Entertainment, attacking indiscriminately. Meanwhile, in the back-end data monitoring room of Xingho Video, Jiang San arrived upon hearing the news, sat down in a chair, and stared unblinkingly at the large screen before him. The screen displayed the real-time playback data curve for Retribution. Or rather, it was no longer a curve, but a nearly vertical line. It's broken 50 million. The technical supervisor beside him said, his voice hoarse and cracking. In less than 12 hours since its release on a fringe platform with a tiny user base, the view count had surpassed 50 million. What did this mean? This was a blockbuster. This was a phenomenal masterpiece. It meant their platform could survive on this one hit alone for a year or more. Jiang San looked at the number, his lips trembling. He wanted to smile, but his eyes reddened first. Tears streamed down his stubbled face. He reached for the beer on the table to celebrate, but his hands were shaking too much to lift it. The phone rang. Jiang San glanced at the caller ID. It was the boss of Xingho Video. It seemed this man who hadn't been present tonight could no longer contain his impatience either. Jiang San took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Hello, Director Jiang. Brother Jiang. My dear grandpa. A roar of ecstatic joy came from the other end of the line. You have to stay firm. Don't sell the rights to the second half to anyone else. Kuku Video and Huangmao Video just called me wanting to buy the second run rights, or even snatch the second half outright. Mr. Jiang, we signed a contract. You can't abandon Xingho. Even for teacher Jiang Ye, we can't go to those big platforms that looked down on you before. Listening to the pleading on the other end, a wide grin slowly spread across Jiang San's face. Back then, when he was shopping the film around, no one wanted it. Now that it was a hit, they all came sniffing around for a piece of the action. They weren't afraid of Xinhua anymore, were they? This was reality. This was the world of fame and fortune. Don't worry, Jiang San said firmly. A contract is a contract. As long as your servers don't crash again, this show will air on Xingho until the end. Great, great. I'll add more servers right now. I'll use the money I saved for a house to buy more bandwidth. The boss was profusely thankful on the other end. Hanging up, Jiang San slapped the phone onto the table, stood up, and looked out at the night. Those who had previously insulted him and looked down on Jiang Ye were probably kicking themselves now. The industry was indeed shaken. Many acquisition managers at major platforms were doomed to a sleepless night, staring at the terrifying data for Retribution, and then at the expensive traffic-driven dramas they had purchased. They could only feel their cheeks burn with shame. If only they hadn't listened to Xinhua Entertainment and blacklisted Jiang Ye. If only they had just glanced at the pilot. Unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. At the same time, in a dim, damp basement in Haicheng, Jiang Ye paid no attention to the online chaos. He sat on his hard bed staring at the system panel. Only he could see current empathy value 89000 points, rapidly increasing. The number was jumping wildly, increasing by thousands, even tens of thousands, every second. Its growth rate far surpassed the frenzy when Red Prison was airing. After all, Zhao Xian was just a supporting character with limited screen time. But this time he was Chin Mo, the soul of Retribution, the absolute core. Nearly 900,000 points was an astronomical figure Jiang Ye had never seen before. Without hesitation, Jiang Ye silently commanded, exchange for 30 days of life. Consumed 6,000 empathy points. Exchange successful. Current empathy value 291,000 points, rapidly increasing. Remaining lifespan 42 days, 18 hours. As the command was executed, a warm current richer than any before surged through Jiang Ye's body, finally lifting the suffocating pressure that constantly hung over him. Huff. Jiang Ye let out a long, turbid breath. He stood up from the bed, stretched his neck, and walked to the mirror. The person in the reflection, though still thin, had a healthy color to his skin, and his eyes were brighter. Jiang Ye raised a hand to touch his cheek, feeling the warmth of his skin under his fingertips. This time he had truly pushed the red line of death further away. A month was an incredibly luxurious span for him. It meant he could catch his breath from the high-pressure state of racing against death and start planning for a more distant future. Moreover, he still had nearly 3,000 empathy points in reserve. If he wanted, he could easily extend his life for another half a month. Chinemo, thank you, Jiang Ye said softly to his reflection. This role had saved his life, or rather he had traded his life for this role, and now the role was giving back to him. They had used their lives to achieve each other. Before noon on Sunday, after discussions with Zhang San, Jiang Ye and others, Spark Video made a bold decision. To respond to the nationwide demand for updates, and to prevent pirated leaks, the second half of Crime and Punishment, the final 6 episodes, was released ahead of schedule. The moment the news broke, the internet erupted once again. Countless office workers and students who were just about to have lunch put down their chopsticks and grabbed their phones. The servers faced another massive surge of traffic. Fortunately, Spark Video had added bandwidth overnight, barely managing to withstand the overwhelming flood of viewers. Everyone simultaneously clicked on the subsequent episodes for one sole purpose: to witness Qin Mo's fate. The plot, without any preamble, following Qin Mo's descent into darkness, plunged directly into its climax. Finally, Qin Mo's identity was exposed. The police had issued a wanted order, and the families of his former victims, along with the criminal syndicates he had crossed, were all hunting him. The scene shifted to a filthy back alley beside an abandoned factory. Qin Mo, clad in a black raincoat, held no scalpel, but instead shielded a trembling little girl. This girl was a key witness, and also a projection of his own daughter in his heart. Opposite him stood over a dozen thugs armed with steel pipes and machetes. This was a primal, brutal fight scene. Jiang Ye's fighting style was utterly reckless. He charged forward without hesitation. A steel pipe slammed into his back with a sickening thud. Jiang Ye's body swayed, but he didn't fall. Instead, using the momentum, he viciously smashed the half-brick in his hand into the thug's face. Blood splattered. He was no martial arts master. He was just a doctor, a latecomer to violence. He felt pain. He got hurt. Each blow sent involuntary spasms through his body, racking him with agony. Yet he never took a step back. He blocked knives with his arms, used his body as a shield, and held the little girl firmly behind him in the corner, refusing to let go. The camera zoomed in for a close-up. One lens of Jiang Ye's glasses was shattered, his hair was disheveled, and his face was covered in blood. His left eye was swollen shut, but in his right eye a fire of rage burned fiercely. A cornered beast fights to the death. Gasping for breath, he wiped the blood from his face and picked up the fallen scalpel from the ground. Facing the remaining thugs, who were now visibly intimidated, he grinned, revealing bloodstained teeth. Then he beckoned them with a curl of his finger. He even had the audacity to taunt them. The barrage of comments vanished at that moment. Viewers were too captivated to blink, completely conquered by this tragic and violent aesthetic. In that instant, Jiang Ye was a demon in the eyes of the thugs, and a god in the eyes of the audience. The catharsis peaked at this moment. It wasn't just because of the spectacular fight, but because of the life force radiating from Jiang Ye, a vitality that embraced death. He was clearly a villain heading towards his doom, yet he displayed a brilliance of humanity more dazzling than any protagonist. This contrast completely overwhelmed the audience's emotions. As the last thug fell, Qin Mo slid down against the wall. His hands trembling, he pulled a piece of candy from his pocket and offered it to the terrified little girl behind him. "Don't be afraid. Uncle is not a bad man." The moment these words were spoken, tears streamed down the faces of countless viewers. However, the sound of sirens wailed from the alley entrance. Qin Mo looked up, glimpsed the sunlight filtering in, then forced himself to his feet, slipped into the abandoned factory behind him, and headed for the rooftop. The progress bar for this episode had reached its end. With anxious and expectant hearts, the viewers clicked on the final episode of Crime and Punishment. The story picked up right where the alley fight left off. Qin Mo, dragging a wounded leg and drenched in blood, disappeared into the abandoned factory. The camera shook violently, a deliberate handheld style chosen by Zhang San to immerse the audience in the dizzying feeling of hitting a dead end. Qin Mo's ragged breaths, amplified by the sound system, made viewers' hearts tighten with tension. The screen was flooded with prayers from the bullet comments. "Please don't catch him. Run, Qin Mo, run. The rooftop is just ahead. Maybe you can escape if you jump." On screen, Qin Mo finally burst through the iron door to the top floor, but he stopped dead in his tracks. For ahead lay not an escape route, but a dozen dark, menacing gun barrels. Tactical flashlight beams crisscrossed and laser sights dotted his clothes. The police had set up an ambush on the rooftop long ago. The hearts of viewers sank. At that moment, the relentless detective captain suddenly clutched his chest and collapsed without warning. The incident happened so fast that a gap appeared in the encirclement. The bullet comments exploded. "An opportunity. Run, quick. Grab any cop as a hostage. Just one hostage and you can get a car and go. Don't be stupid, Qin Mo. This is your last chance." Everyone expected Qin Mo to flee or to madly drag someone down with him. After all, he had already killed so many, there was no turning back. But the Jiang Ye on screen didn't move. The camera focused on him, and a voiceover began to play. It was the sound of his daughter's laughter. The face of Jiang Ye, played by Jiang Ye, twisted into a grimace. The drumbeat in the background music grew faster and faster. Suddenly, it stopped, abruptly replaced by a crisp metallic clang. It was the bloodstained scalpel being thrown to the ground by Jiang Ye. He didn't run. Instead, he charged towards the fallen officer straight into the forest of gun barrels. "Don't move. Step back." The police on screen were yelling while the audience off screen was crying. "Don't go over there. He's a cop. You're a wanted criminal, you fool." "Well, he's a doctor. He never forgot he's a doctor." Jiang Ye knelt on the ground, tore open the officer's collar, and placed his hands together to begin chest compressions. 1, 2, 3. His movements were precise, his gaze focused. The laser sights remained trained on his head. Any suspicious move would turn him into Swiss cheese. But he didn't care. At that moment, his blood-soaked clothes seemed almost blindingly bright under the sun. The bullet comments froze. The viewers were stunned by this radiance of humanity. This was what Crime and Punishment sought to explore. Good and evil. Crime and Punishment were never simply black and white. After what felt like an eternity, the officer on the ground finally coughed and regained consciousness. Jiang Ye stopped his efforts, slumped to the ground, and looked at the bewildered eyes around him. Suddenly he smiled. He had rediscovered the inner peace he felt as a doctor. He's smiling. He's actually smiling. I'm crying my eyes out. What kind of heavenly character is this? Director, if you dare kill him off, I'll mail you a box of razor blades. However, the screenwriter did not heed the viewer's prayers. Just as Jiang Ye raised his hands to surrender, a gunshot rang out, shattering all hope. A burst of blood bloomed on Jiang Ye's chest, and his body slowly fell backward. The world fell silent, and still except for a family portrait that slipped from his hand and landed in the pool of blood. In the photo, his wife and daughter smiled so sweetly, while the current Jiang Ye lay in that same blood, staring at the sky, his gaze beginning to glaze over. "Nan, Daddy is sorry. I got my hands dirty after all." As his final words faded, his hand fell limply, and the light in his eyes extinguished completely. The screen slowly faded to black, leaving only a line of white subtitles. Jiang Ye, male 32, former chief of surgery at the City Central Hospital. Confirmed dead. The end. The ending theme began to play, the solo cello piece Jiang Ye had played in the slaughterhouse. Now it sounded even more heartbreaking. Li Ming removed his headphones in front of the computer, sitting motionless in his chair for a long time. His face was already streaked with tears, and the tissues on his desk formed a small mountain. As a sharp-tongued drama critic who had watched countless productions, he prided himself on having a heart of stone, rarely shedding tears, even for tragic films. But today his defenses crumbled. It was not merely the heart-wrenching plot, but Jiang Ye's performance. This reverence for life, this helplessness before fate, this resilience that struggled in darkness and never ceased seeking the light until the very last moment. It hurt too much. It truly hurt too much. With trembling hands, he opened the Xingho website, gave Crime and Punishment a 5-star rating on its page, and wrote a single line in the short review section. "This is not a web drama. It is a judgment on humanity, the pinnacle of domestic crime dramas." He refreshed the page and discovered that the show's rating had surged from 2.0 to 9.6. It was a peak high enough to be etched into the annals of history. At this very moment, the entire internet was engulfed in a suffocating atmosphere. Unlike the simple heartache felt when the Red Prison aired, this was a heavy, oppressive anguish. Everyone was reflecting, why were good people driven to become demons? Why did justice sometimes arrive late? Why did Jiang Ye, despite saving lives, still have to die? Discussions about the finale of Crime and Punishment exploded across social platforms. Hashtags like Jiang Ye's death still got my hands dirty and sin knives to the screenwriter dominated the top 5 trending searches. Countless netizens vented their emotions in the comments sections. "I can't get over this. I really can't. My chest feels so tight." That last line cut deep. "Got my hands dirty." He always felt he was unclean. He saved the police, but who will save him? Jiang Ye's acting. I'd call it divine. The domestic entertainment industry owes him a Best Actor award. The impact of this show lingers too long. Now I see Jiang Ye in everyone, and I want to cry at everything. While the whole internet was mourning for Jiang Ye, director Jiang Ye posted a Weibo update. It was the concluding post for Crime and Punishment, his account to all viewers. There was no ornate copy or official platitudes, only a photograph. The background was the rooftop of an abandoned factory strewn with scattered equipment and debris. Jiang Ye, clad in blood-stained clothes, was curled up on a battered folding chair covered with a military overcoat, sleeping soundly. His cheeks were sunken, his complexion pale, and even in sleep his brows were tightly furrowed, as if enduring immense pain. Jiang Ye captioned the photo. After this scene wrapped, he fell asleep right away. During filming, to capture that sense of dying, he refused all protective measures and threw himself onto the concrete floor over a dozen times. For that final kneel, his knees were covered in bruises. Many people asked me why Jiang Ye could act so brilliantly. I'd say he wasn't acting. He broke his own life apart piece by piece and kneaded it into the character. Fortunately, the audience understood. The moment this Weibo post went live, it was shared over 1 million times. Viewers who already ached for Qin Mo and Jiang Ye were overwhelmed with even deeper sorrow upon seeing this. This was Jiang Ye, a madman who acted with his very life, an actor deserving of all applause and respect. Tears in my eyes, truly tears in my eyes. So he really was risking his life. No wonder it felt so real. This is what an actor should be. Those Predaboy stars who post press releases over a scratch should come see what true dedication means. Jiang Ye, you must take care of yourself. Please. The show is a hit, and he's famous now. I hope Jiang Ye recovers soon. Even if he never acts again, he must stay alive. Public opinion had completely shifted. The smear articles that Shanghua Entertainment had purchased earlier now seemed even more hollow. After all, who would believe that an actor willing to risk his life for a role would throw diva tantrums? Who would believe that someone capable of portraying such divinity could have a chaotic private life? The audience's eyes are sharp. Don't take everyone for fools. A few days later, Jiang Ye's phone buzzed. He picked it up and glanced at it. A bank notification of a deposit. It was the first profit-sharing payment from Crime and Punishment. The amount wasn't astronomically large, but for him at this moment, it was life-saving money. He sat on the edge of the bed, tapping on the screen a few times, and first transferred the overdue penalty interest on his previous debts. Watching the balance shrink by more than half, he felt no regret. The remaining money was enough for him to move to a new place. Just then the iron door was pushed open from outside. Zhang Sen walked in, sweat beading on his face, holding 2 bottles of water. The car's parked outside, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Ready to go now? Jiang Ye nodded and stood up. He had no luggage to speak of, just a few changes of clothes, that crumpled diagnosis report, and several boxes of painkillers. That was his entire worldly possession. Zhang Sen looked at the deflated canvas bag, and his nose stung with emotion. He stepped forward and snatched the bag from Jiang Ye's hand. I'll carry it. Without argument, Zhang Sen slung it over his shoulder. You're weak. Save your strength for walking. Jiang Ye didn't protest and followed Zhang Sen out of the basement. The hallway light was still dim, but this time Jiang Ye didn't look back. He slowly pushed open the basement door. The outside world was noisy, yet at this moment it sounded strangely pleasant. Zhang San's battered van was unchanged, parked by the roadside, covered in dust. The two got into the car, and the engine roared as they merged into the traffic. Jiang Ye's new residence was the top floor of an old apartment building. There was no elevator, they had to climb 6 flights of stairs. Zhang San rushed ahead with the bag, bearing all the weight himself. Jiang Ye followed behind, gripping the handrail, pausing to catch his breath after every floor. This was the aftermath of the genetic collapse syndrome. Although his vitality points were sufficient, and the pain of the genetic collapse was suppressed, his physical recovery still took time. Finally, they reached the 6th floor. Zhang San pulled out the key and opened the door. The apartment was small, a 1-bedroom unit with dated decor, but the floor was spotless and the walls were freshly painted white. Most importantly, the living room had a large south-facing window. It was early afternoon and golden sunlight poured in unobstructed, flooding the entire room. Jiang Ye walked and stood in the center of the living room, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. In this moment, he finally felt truly alive. He walked to the window and pushed it open. A gentle breeze carried the earthy scent of the street into the room. Below, a fruit vendor hawked his wares. In the distance, car horns blared. These sounds formed the authentic soundtrack of being alive. Zhang San set the bag on the sofa and watched Jiang Ye's silhouette. He had never seen Jiang Ye in such a relaxed posture. On set, Jiang Ye was a tightly strung bowstring. In the hospital, he was fragile as jade. Only now, in this somewhat shabby apartment, did Jiang Ye resemble an ordinary person basking in the sun. The house is a bit old, but the natural light is absolutely unbeatable. Zhang Sen unscrewed a bottle of water and handed it to Jiang Ye. The landlord is an old lady. She's really nice and doesn't cause any trouble. Jiang Ye took the water and took a sip. Thanks. He turned around and looked at Zhang San. This thank you wasn't just for helping with the move, but also for the trust and companionship during this period. Zhang San waved his hand and plopped down on the sofa. Come on, we're like brothers. By the way, you saw that money we got. Well, keep the rest as seed money for our next project. His eyes sparkled. With retribution as our calling card, we're sure to land a sponsor for our next film. Of course, that's if you're still willing to make it with me. Jiang Ye leaned against the windowsill, sunlight spilling onto his shoulders. He watched Zhang San's excitement, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. This was good. As long as he was alive, there were infinite possibilities. Meanwhile, undercurrents were stirring within the entertainment industry. The success of Retribution wasn't just a viral internet hit. It was like a resounding slap across the faces of those capital investors who worship traffic and hype. Although Shanghua Entertainment's blacklist order still hung over the industry, its deterrent power was beginning to crumble at the edges. In circles that truly pursued artistic quality, strength was always the hard currency. In a private club's tea room in the capital, several middle-aged men sat together drinking tea. They were all influential figures in the industry, not involved in fan circles, judging only by the work. Lao Chen, have you seen that Retribution? A man with black-rimmed glasses set down his teacup and asked the man opposite. The man called Lao Chen nodded. I've seen it. That kid's got something in his eyes. Quite interesting. I heard Xinghua put out the word to blacklist him. The man with the black-rimmed glasses chuckled, a hint of disdain in his voice. That Lu Hui from Xinghua, always stirring up trouble with her shady dealings. She nearly ruined such a promising talent. If we filmmakers listened to those capitalists, this industry would have been destroyed long ago. Lao Chun tapped his fingers on the table. So you've got your eye on him? The man with the black-rimmed glasses didn't deny it. I've got a script on hand. Need a villain with real presence. I've looked at so many Predaboy idols, their acting is like playing house. This Jiang Ye has a certain ferocity. That reckless, desperate way he acts. You won't find a second one among the younger generation. Lao Chen smiled and refilled his tea. Well, you better think it through. If you use him, you're going against Xinghua. The man with the black-rimmed glasses picked up his cup and blew on the tea leaves. We make films. We serve art. As long as the film is good and the audience approves, what can Xinghua do to us? Besides, Lu Hu's reach doesn't extend into the film world. Not just in this tea room, but in many directors' studios and on producers' conference tables. Jiang Ye's name was being brought up frequently. Everyone was inquiring about the contact information of this special role extra. They didn't care about so-called scandals, they trusted their own eyes. In an era sorely lacking in acting prowess, Jiang Ye exuded an irresistible allure. Even if this piece of jade was caked in mud, it couldn't hide its breathtaking beauty. Capital cares about profit, but for these creators, a good actor was the greatest profit. At 3 in the afternoon, the sunlight was perfect. Jiang Ye was organizing his medical kit. Painkillers, anti-inflammatories, and a few bottles of nutrient solution for energy. These were essential for his survival. Just then Zhang San's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, glanced at the screen, and froze. He looked up at Jiang Ye, his expression odd. Who is it? Jiang Ye asked. Zhang San swallowed hard and showed the phone screen to Jiang Ye. It displayed an unfamiliar number, but the area code indicated it was from the capital. Then answer it, Jiang Ye said calmly. Zhang San pressed the answer button and put it on speaker. Hello, is this Director Zhang San? A steady middle-aged male voice came through the line, very polite. Yes, speaking. Who is this? Zhang San was a bit tense. I'm the assistant to Director Wang Lin. Upon hearing the name Wang Lin, Zhang San's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. Wang Lin. That was the leading figure in domestic fantasy films, a top director who had won awards by the handful. Every one of his films was a guaranteed success, both critically and at the box office. Director Wang. What does he want? Zhang San stammered. It's like this. Director Wang watched your retribution and is very interested in Jiang Ye, the second lead. The assistant's voice continued. Director Wang has a new script and thinks Jiang Ye is perfect for a role. It's also a second lead, but with a very heavy part. It's a highly challenging villain. We were wondering if Jiang Ye is available. Director Wang would like to arrange a meeting. Zhang San took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He looked at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye was sitting in a chair holding a box of medicine. Hearing the content of the call, his movements paused momentarily, a flicker of light passing through his eyes. He then nodded to Zhang San. Zhang San immediately replied, yes. He's available. All right, please leave an address, and we'll mail the script synopsis to you shortly. After hanging up, Zhang San jumped up from the sofa, as if propelled. Wang Lin. It's Wang Lin. He paced back and forth in the living room, his face flushed with excitement. Jiang Ye, you're about to soar. That's Wang Lin. Being in his film is like being gilded with gold. Jiang Ye, when you hit the big time, don't forget your brother here. Jiang Ye put the medicine box back into the kit, his expression calm. Don't get too excited yet. He's interested in Qin Mo, not me. If I don't pass the subsequent screen tests, it's all just talk. Zhang San stopped pacing and looked at Jiang Ye. You'll definitely pass. That kind of twisted intensity, no one else can pull it off like you do. Jiang Ye smiled, said nothing, and walked over to the window. Looking at the sunlight outside, he squinted, enjoying the warmth. At that moment, in the Xinghua Entertainment CEO's office, smash! An exquisite blue and white porcelain vase was hurled to the floor, shattering into pieces. Lu Hui stood before her desk, chest heaving violently, flecks of foundation falling from her face with the movement. Wang Pengzi sat in the corner, barely daring to breathe, fearing he might get caught in the crossfire. You're telling me he's not only alive, but he's also moved to a new place. And that old fool Wang Lin wants to cast him in a film. Lu Hu's voice was shrill and piercing. She couldn't fathom how this aunt whom she had sentenced to death could possibly turn things around. She had used every resource to blacklist him, hired all the internet trolls to smear him. And what was the result? Retribution was a hit, and Jiang Ye was famous. Now even the big shots in the film industry were extending olive branches to him. It was a supreme humiliation for her. Wang Pengzi plucked up the courage to advise, President Lu, please calm down. That Wang Lin is also famously stubborn. He doesn't listen to anyone. There's nothing we can do. Shut up. Lu Hui whipped her head around, her gaze boring into Fatty Wang. No way. I own Xinghua. In this entertainment industry, there's nothing I can't do. She strode to the floor-to-ceiling window, staring down at the city below, the fury in her eyes turning ever more chilling. A mere industry blacklist could no longer suppress Jiang Ye. His acting had become his shield. As long as he could perform, and as long as the audience kept buying it, those directors wouldn't abandon him. If that was the case, then the solution was to stop him from acting altogether, or make him pay a price so steep he couldn't afford to act. Lu Hui turned to face Fatty Wang. Fatty Wang. Yes, ma'am. I recall that artists under your Xingma banner also sign supplementary agreements, don't they, eh? Go find his contract and get legal on the line. A cruel smile twisted Lu Hui's lips. He wants fame. Then he'll give him more fame than he can handle. He'll make him understand that the price of breaching his contract is something he'll never be able to repay in this lifetime. Fatty Wang was stunned, his face paling instantly. He remembered the trap his own company had set, the exorbitant penalty clause designed to prevent artists from jumping ship. If Jiang Ye engaged in any performing activities within 3 years of termination, he'd have to pay double the penalty. That meant Jiang Ye wouldn't owe 300 million. He'd owe 600 million. 600 million. This move was a death sentence. President Lu, this is our company's internal affair. Isn't this crossing a line? Fatty Wang hesitated. Lu Hui shot him a glance. 500,000. Handle this for me, and it's yours. If you want, you can even come work at Shanghua directly. He'll cover your penalty and pay you $1 million a year. Fatty Wang's breath hitched. $1 million a year. What was there to think about? Deal. He gave a sycophantic bow. President Lu, leave it to me. With that, he yanked the door open and scurried out. Silence reclaimed the office. Lu Hui sank back into her chair, gazing at the setting sun outside the window. Jiang Ye, let's see if you still feel so proud. Let's see how long you can stay arrogant. She murmured, a hint of bloodlust in her voice. In the living room of Jiang Ye's new home, a second-hand wooden table was piled high with scripts. The covers were plastered with lurid red headlines: The Pervert Doctor's Midnight Bell, Saw Night of Terror, Bloodthirsty Maniac, A Killer's Selfie. These were all offers sent by small crews and opportunistic producers after Retribution became a hit. They weren't after his acting skills but the psycho vibe he naturally exuded and his sensational, death-defying constitution. Moreover, the internet was abuzz with talk that Jiang Ye was an actor blessed by the drama god, a frequent ICU visitor who always managed to pull through, making him a magnet for online attention. Jiang Ye sat at the table frowning at a script titled The Skinner. Head flipped through a few pages, and the dialogue was unbearable. The male lead was a brainless rich kid, and the villain was a mad doctor who only knew how to cackle. The writer was clearly trying to ride Qin Mo's coattails, but hadn't learned a single thing from him. Jiang Ye tossed the script back onto the table. Evil for the sake of evil, utterly illogical, he commented coldly. Playing a role like that would only disgust the audience and generate zero empathy. He picked up another one, The Rainy Night Butcher. The plot was even more cliched. The villain killed without any reason, purely to provide XP for the hero. Thud. Jiang Ye closed the script side and tossed it into the wastebasket by his feet. The bin was almost overflowing, filled with similar scripts delivered over the past few days. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and massaged his throbbing temples. The system panel floated silently in his mind. Current empathy points balance, 310600. The rate of empathy gain had stabilized. Though he was no longer on the brink of death, the 10 million yuan gene repair fluid still weighed heavily on his mind. He knew that acting was still the only way to earn empathy points. His health was now out of immediate danger. If he went back to making trash films, it would not only squander the reputation he'd painstakingly built, but more importantly yield pitifully few empathy points. The audience wasn't stupid, they could tell the difference between a masterpiece and garbage. Once his reputation collapsed, making a comeback would be nearly impossible. So he had to strive for perfection. Every single appearance had to be a heartbreaking performance. Only by tearing the audience's hearts out, crushing them, and stomping on them, could he extract the ultimate empathy. Jiang Ye rummaged through the pile of scripts. His remaining health points allowed him the luxury of being picky, so even if he starved, he wouldn't eat garbage. That was his current principle. Time flew by, and the sunlight streaming through the window shifted from the corner of the table to the middle of the floor. The stack on the table dwindled while the trash can filled up again and again. Finally, only one black folder remained on the table. Its cover bore 2 embossed golden characters, Demon Abyss. It was a script of the Eastern fantasy genre. This was the one sent by director Wang Lin's assistant earlier. It was known in the industry as a poison bun. Not only were the filming conditions harsh, but many actors had already dropped out midway because the theme was deemed too dark and oppressive. Jiang Ye reached out, picked up the black folder, and opened the first page. The story was set in a chaotic era plagued by demons, filled with a bloody and dark aesthetic. Jiang Ye's gaze skipped over the righteous protagonist's introductions and locked directly onto the villains section. Character name: Yisha. Identity: the last survivor of the Night Watchman clan. The premise was simple. To guard the seal, his entire clan had perished, leaving no trace. To gain the power to slay the demon god, he chose to devour the flesh and blood of demons, transforming himself into a half-human, half-demon monster. Bearing the deep blood debt of his clan's annihilation, he walked alone in the darkness. He saved the world, yet the world saw him as a demon and hunted him down. There was a passage in the script that made Jiang Ye's fingertips tremble. Yisha sat atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, chewing on the bones of a demon god. Facing the siege of the righteous, he didn't bother to explain. He simply tore apart the heroes who coveted the demon god's inner core piece by piece. I want the heavens to no longer block my sight. I want the earth to no longer bury my heart. The line felt awkward, but on Yisha it became incredibly tragic and heroic. A flicker of emotion passed through Jiang Ye's eyes. This was a madman, one abandoned by the world, yet still desperate to prove his existence in his own way. In this character he saw Zhao Xian's humiliation, Qin Mo's despair, and a madness that could destroy everything. This was the kind of evil that could wring tears from the audience. This was the role he wanted. Jiang Ye took a deep breath. Even just reading the words, he could feel a surge of excitement coursing through his body. For a role like this had act, even without pay. Just then a knock came at the door. Thump, thump, thump. The sound was heavy, laced with urgency. Jiang Ye paused for a moment, set the script down on the table, and rose to answer the door. He had only moved in a few days ago, and besides Zhang San, no one knew this address. The door opened. There stood Zhang San, his face a mixture of nervousness and excitement. Behind him stood a middle-aged man with graying hair clad in a gray jacket. The man was not tall, but his back was ramrod straight. His face was etched with the passage of time, yet his eyes were exceptionally bright. Jiang Ye quickly greeted him. Zhang San's hands trembled with excitement as he stepped aside. Director Wang is here in person. Director Wang. Wang Lin, the acclaimed director who has won awards tirelessly. He came personally. Wang Lin paid no heed to Zhang San's clamor. He stood quietly at the threshold, his gaze sweeping across the room before settling on Jiang Ye. He stared at him for a full half a minute. Had this been any other young actor, they would likely be too nervous to speak by now. But not Jiang Ye. Ask yourself, would a man who has faced death himself feel nervous before the living? The answer is no. Jiang Ye slightly shifted his stance, even making a gesture of invitation, and said calmly, Director Wang, please come in. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Interesting. With that he strode over to the sofa in the living room, and sat down with an air of authority, making himself at home. Zhang San scurried off to pour water, his face full of flattery, looking even more diligent than if he were in his own house. Wang Lin did not touch the water, but pointed to the black script on the table. Read it, he asked directly without preamble. Jiang Ye walked over, and sat opposite Wang Lin, nodding. I've read it. What did you think? Wang Lin inquired. It's bitter, Jiang Ye replied honestly. This is a role that dances on the edge of a knife. Afraid? Wang Lin stared into Jiang Ye's eyes. The filming location is in the Gobi Desert. The temperature swings are immense between day and night, and the sand can strip the skin from your bones. Furthermore, this character requires wearing 20 gene of special effects makeup for the entire shoot, and there will be wire work and various high-difficulty stunts. I know your health is poor, and you just got out of the ICU recently. Wang Lin paused, his tone turning stern. I don't want to be halfway through filming and have my male lead die on set. That would be terribly bad luck for me. The words were harsh and direct. Zhang San, holding the water cup, froze on the spot, his expression awkward. Jiang Ye, however, smiled. He leaned back in his chair, looking at Wang Lin with no trace of retreat in his eyes. Director Wang, since you've come all this way, it can't be just to discourage me, right? Jiang Ye retorted. Wang Lin snorted, pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one out, and put it in his mouth without lighting it. I'm not afraid of Shenghua Entertainment. That Lu Hui is a clown in my eyes. Wang Lin toyed with the lighter, producing a rhythmic click-clack sound. All I care about is the production. I don't care who you've offended or what dirt you have in your past. I only have one question for you. Wang Lin stopped his fidgeting, leaned forward, his powerful aura pressing down on Jiang Ye. This character is a madman, a monster who has sold his very soul. Do you dare to take it? The question was clearly laced with provocation, but more than that, it was a director's ultimate pressure test for an actor. Jiang Ye sat opposite him, about to accept the role. But suddenly a ding sound broke the silence of the room. It was a notification from his new phone. This was followed by a series of urgent vibrations, suggesting something critical. Jiang Ye glanced at the screen, his brow furrowing slightly. It was an email the sender indicated as the legal department of Shenghua Entertainment. The subject line was marked in striking red, urgent and important. Excuse me. Jiang Ye gave Wang Lin a slight nod and picked up his phone. Wang Lin didn't mind. He leaned back into the sofa, observing Jiang Ye's micro-expressions with interest. Jiang Ye opened the email. The first thing that met his eyes was a scanned copy of a legal notice, the red official seal glaringly bright on the screen. Below it was a line of bold black text: notice regarding Mr. Jiang Ye's breach of non-compete agreement and related compensation. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered as he scrolled through the legal jargon. The content was simple, yet every word was a dagger. It stated that Jiang Ye had violated a supplementary agreement signed upon his departure from Shenghua Entertainment, his former company. The agreement stipulated that Party B Jiang Ye was prohibited from engaging in any form of entertainment activities for 3 years following the termination of his contract, with a penalty of twice the liquidated damages. This amount was now doubled on top of his existing 300 million yuan debt, bringing the total to a staggering 600 million. Jiang Ye looked at the string of zeros following the number 6, his gaze calm. To him now, it didn't matter. When you're already up to your neck in debt, 300 million and 600 million are the same. Zhang San, noticing Jiang Ye's silence and the tense atmosphere, couldn't help but lean in. What's wrong? Who sent it? Zhang San craned his neck to look at the screen and instantly froze. 600 million. His voice shot up an octave, cracking with disbelief. What the hell is this? This is extortion. Zhang San snatched the phone, his fingers trembling as he pointed at the number, his eyes bulging. Liquidated damages. You signed an agreement like this before. Wang Lin, upon hearing 600 million, tensed up from his previously relaxed posture. Although he steered clear of the industry's petty squabbles, he had an instinctive sensitivity to legal disputes involving such enormous sums. May I take a look? Wang Lin asked in a low voice. Zhang San shaking handed over the phone. Wang Lin took the phone, squinted at it for a while, his expression gradually darkening. He tossed the phone back onto the table. A non-compete clause, Wang Lin said, looking at Jiang Ye with a serious tone. They're trying to bury you. Jiang Ye leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and rapidly searched the memories of his current body. The original owner's memories were somewhat chaotic, but with the aid of the system, the forgotten corners gradually became clear. 2 years ago, to prevent him from jumping ship, Xingma Entertainment had indeed made him sign a supplementary agreement. At the time, Wang Pengzi, the manager in charge, had smiled broadly, assuring him it was just a formality for the higher-ups. As long as he behaved, the agreement was just a worthless piece of paper. Back then, the original owner was young and arrogant, not bothering to read the fine print before signing. He never imagined it would become the noose around his neck today. This agreement was Xingma's insurance, a death warrant they could activate at any time. It had been stored away in a vault for years, and the staff at Xingma had all been replaced. It would have been hard to find unless someone was deliberately looking for it. But now, with Shenghua's influence and Xingma eager to please them with some behind-the-scenes manipulation, it wasn't difficult for this agreement to end up in Lu Hu's hands. And if Shenghua dared to meddle in Xingma's internal affairs without any objection from Xingma itself, who was he to complain? Lu Hui was clearly exploiting this legal loophole to corner him. All because he hadn't followed her wishes, and now she was resorting to such tactics. It was utterly despicable. Zhang San paced furiously around the living room, his anger boiling over. These shameless companies are all the same. First they shelve you, then they force you to drink with clients, and now they have the audacity to bite the hand that feeds them. We need to find a lawyer. This lawsuit has to be fought. But 600 million. Where would we ever find the money for a lawyer of that caliber? Zhang San's voice grew more desperate with each word until he collapsed into a chair, his eyes vacant and hollow. In stark contrast to Zhang San's breakdown, Jiang Ye remained remarkably composed. He was deeply grateful that Zhang San still thought of him during this crisis, but he felt no panic. He even reached for his cup and took a calm sip of water. For the man he was now, as long as he drew breath, no situation was unsolvable. Wealth was in the end nothing more than a worldly possession. Setting down his cup, Jiang Ye began to dissect every word of that previous agreement with the aid of the system. Law is a matter of evidence and logic. Since it was a contract, there had to be conditions for it to take effect. He scoured the depths of his memory for the details of the day he signed it and the specific clauses of that supplementary agreement. Suddenly, a glint of realization flashed in his eyes. He had found it. He remembered a small, inconspicuous line at the end of the supplementary agreement. The condition for this agreement to take effect: Party A, Xingma Entertainment, must fulfill its resource support obligation to Party B during the contract period, including, but not limited to, providing no fewer than 3 level film and television resources per year. Resource support obligation. Jiang Ye let out a cold, mocking laugh. During his tenure, Xingma Entertainment had never provided him with even a decent cameo role, let alone its level project. Their only offerings were endless excuses of bad timing and coercion to drink with bloated, greasy investors. Now this was the fatal flaw in the agreement. If he could prove Xingma Entertainment had failed its obligation, then this non-compete clause was nothing but a worthless piece of paper. And proving it would be all too easy. During his years of employment, he had produced no work whatsoever. That was the irrefutable proof. Jiang Ye deduced that the person who had presented this agreement and groveled before Lu Hui was likely his own dear manager, Fatty Wang. Of course, Wang was probably gambling on the chance that Jiang Ye wouldn't remember the details of a contract signed years ago. But if they thought they could use such underhanded tactics to crush him, they had sorely underestimated their opponent. Jiang Ye had already formulated a countermeasure, but he kept it to himself for now. He looked up at Wang Lin, who sat across from him. The director's face had turned grim. Wang Lin lit the cigarette dangling from his lips and took a deep drag. Through the swirling smoke, his gaze turned murky and unreadable. Jiang Ye, he exhaled a plume of smoke. This lawsuit. Do you have a real chance? It was a blunt, practical question. As he had said before, despite his admiration for Jiang Ye's acting and his willingness to withstand pressure from Shenghua, this involved a 600 million legal dispute. If Shenghua filed for asset preservation or a high-consumption restriction order against Jiang Ye, the production would face immense peril. It could even jeopardize the entire film's release due to the actor's legal troubles. Wang Lin was a director who might be willing to stake everything to protect Jiang Ye, but he also had a responsibility to the investors and the livelihoods of the hundreds of crew members. He couldn't afford to gamble the entire project on a personal whim. If you're sued, the production's cash flow could be affected and your salary account will be frozen. Wang Lin tapped his ashes, a note of regret in his voice. And once this negative news breaks, it would be a fatal blow to the film's promotion. I have to admit Shenghua's move is rather despicable, and I underestimated them. As much as I want to work with you as a director, I must consider the risks. Wang Lin's initial enthusiasm had begun to cool. He was a man who cherished talent, but he was no philanthropist. In the face of massive commercial risk, any artistic pursuit had to yield. Zhang San, listening nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. He opened his mouth to defend Jiang Ye, but found he had no words. Who would dare to bear the weight of a 600 million time bomb? Who would willingly place such a threat within their production? Jiang Ye looked at Wang Lin and saw the wavering in his eyes. He understood completely, for it was only human nature. The instinct to seek advantage and avoid harm was universal. But Jiang Ye was not willing to give up so easily. Among the piles of scripts, he had finally found a chance to harvest empathy points again and sustain his life. If he missed the abyss, he wasn't sure he could survive until the next good script came along. And even if he managed to prolong his life, what would be the point? It would only be a matter of time. The atmosphere in the room grew awkward, but at that moment Jiang Ye broke the silence. Director Wang, he said, his voice calm, I know what you're worried about. The lawsuit, the funding, and the potential damage to the project. Wang Lin raised his head and met his gaze. Since you understand, you should know that I can't risk the livelihoods of hundreds of people on your gamble. What if I insist on taking that risk? Jiang Ye leaned forward, his palms flat on the table. Director Wang, let's sign an agreement. Wang Lin frowned. What kind of agreement? A bet on my performance. Jiang Ye said, his tone still level. He'll waive my salary. He'll play the role of Nightshade in the Abyss for free. And if my personal legal issues cause any delays, postponements, or financial losses for the production during filming, I will bear full responsibility. Even if I have to sell a kidney or my very soul, I will pay you back every cent. His words left the other two men stunned. Zhang San shot to his feet, grabbing Jiang Ye's arm. Are you insane? You just rented a new place and life was finally looking up. Now you want to risk everything. And with your health, you couldn't even pay it back if you sold everything you had. Jiang Ye was deeply touched by his friend's concern. He gently patted Zhang San's hand to reassure him, then fixed his gaze back on Wang Lin. I have only one condition. Give me this chance. Let me play Nightshade. Wang Lin stared at Jiang Ye for a long time. He had seen actors fight tooth and nail over money and celebrities scheme ruthlessly for fame, but he had never seen a madman willing to drive himself to the brink for a role. This was staking his very life on the production. Wang Lin fell silent until the long ash on his cigarette dropped onto the floor, startling him back to the present. He let out a chuckle. What makes you so sure you can win this lawsuit? Wang Lin stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, his tone turning sharp. Shenghua's legal team is no pushover. That non-compete agreement is in black and white. How do you plan to overturn it? Jiang Ye picked up his phone, lighting up the screen to display the electronic version of the lawyer's letter. Director Wang, you've signed plenty of contracts yourself. I'm sure you know that supplementary agreements always have conditions for them to take effect. He tapped his finger on the lawyer's letter on the screen, then lightly touched his temple. I remember very clearly that at the bottom of that agreement, there was a very inconspicuous condition. It stated that Party A must fulfill its resource support obligations. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing. But in the past 2 years, has Xingma Entertainment given me even a single cameo role? No. My resume is completely blank, and that is the most direct evidence. This proves they breached the contract, first making this agreement null and void. Lu, we thought she could scare me to death with this, but I've already died more than once. So I have no fear left for any demon or ghost this world might throw at me. Jiang Ye's voice was resolute, his confidence palpable. Wang Lin looked at him and saw the fierce determination emanating from this young man, a will to survive at all costs. This more than anything made him resemble the cornered Nightshade from Demon Abyss. Wang Lin wavered once more. If he let this actor go, he might never find someone so perfect for the role of Nightshade in his lifetime. He slapped his thigh and stood up. Deal. I'm in. Then his tone shifted and his expression turned serious. I've been a director for a long time, I'm not short on your fee. You'll get all the standard pay and benefits, not a single thing less. But let me make one thing clear. The crew starts shooting next Monday. Before that, you must clean up this mess of yours. I don't care how you do it, lawsuits, PR wars, whatever. I just want to see a clean actor on set. I don't want my film to be trashed by netizens before we even start rolling. Can you do it? Jiang Ye didn't hesitate. He stood and extended his hand. Though it trembled slightly, his grip, when he shook Wang Lin's hand, was surprisingly firm. Yes. His answer was a single word, but it was a solemn promise. Wang Lin gave him a long searching look, then turned and walked towards the door. I'm off. Zhang San quickly bowed and scraped, escorting Wang Lin out. The security door slammed shut with a bang, leaving only Jiang Ye and Zhang San in the room. Zhang San could no longer hold it in. He paced frantically around the living room, rubbing his temples in distress. Jiang Ye, I know your temperament. For acting, you'd risk everything. But how do you plan to solve this public opinion crisis? That's Shenghua. That's capital. They can buy tens of thousands of bots with a snap of their fingers to drown you. And you dare to sign a bet agreement like this. If you lose, you'll owe Shenghua 600 million and embarrass Director Wang. Is life not hard enough for you already? Zhang Xin knew all too well the power of Shanghua. If he hadn't taken a desperate gamble and signed with Xingho Video back, then he'd probably still be passed out drunk by some trash can right now. Jiang Ye walked to the water dispenser and poured a glass of warm water. So what? He walked to the window, squinting slightly as he looked down at the street below. A barefoot man doesn't fear the one wearing shoes. Since Lu Hui wants to play, I'll play with her to the end. She always thought I was a soft persimmon, easy to squeeze. Well, I'll let her know this persimmon hides needles inside. Squeeze it and you'll get pricked. Zhang San watched Jiang Ye's back and fell silent. He knew now that no one could persuade Jiang Ye anymore. He was like a train with no brakes hurtling towards a cliff. Either he flies across or he's smashed to pieces. Night fell. Zhang San had already left to find a lawyer for Jiang Ye, though the odds were slim. He wanted to try. Jiang Ye sat alone in the dim living room and summoned the system panel. Current empathy points balance, 310615 points. It was a considerable amount, but to turn the tables completely he might need something else. He opened the system shop and browsed through the items. Suddenly a black icon caught his eye. Item name: Truth Under Pressure effect. After use on a designated target, when the target is in a state of extreme fear, tension, or high pressure, they will lose the ability to lie and be forced to speak the truth from the depths of their heart. Duration 10 minutes. Exchange price 10000 empathy points, 100,000 points. That was a third of his current savings. After all, items in the shop unrelated to acting enhancement were rare, so the price was naturally higher. However, this was exactly what he needed right now, and he already knew precisely who his target would be. Fatty Wong. He was timid, greedy, and loved to take credit. A perfect candidate for this item. Jiang Ye muttered inwardly. Exchange. Successfully exchanged 1000 empathy points. Item has been stored in your inventory and can be accessed at any time. Jiang Ye closed the system interface and pulled out his old canvas bag from under the bed. Inside were all his personal belongings from his years at Xingma Entertainment. He began to search for the copy of his original contract, his attendance records from his years of being shelved, and also the suggestive text messages Fatty Wong had sent him to humiliate him. Though these pieces of evidence were fragmentary and hard to use directly in court, they might be enough as supplementary materials. As Jiang Ye was organizing these things, his phone on the table suddenly vibrated violently. The screen lit up with several news alerts and push notifications. Jiang Ye picked up his phone and saw a deep red hashtag rapidly climbing to the top of Weibo's hot search list. Jiang Ye breaches contract, owes 600 million. Following closely was a statement released by Shanghua Entertainment's official account, which Xingma Entertainment also reposted. Without any extra words, they directly posted a high-definition scan of the lawyer's letter with the caption, "The net of justice is vast and integrity is paramount. For artists who violate the spirit of contract and betray trust, Shanghua Entertainment together with Xingma Entertainment will pursue accountability to the end and will not be lenient." Lu Hui had made her move. This time she was launching a full-scale attack, giving Jiang Ye no chance to catch his breath. The comment section was instantly flooded. Whoa, 600 million. What kind of heinous crime did this Jiang Ye commit? Ungrateful wolf. The company nurtured you, and you run the moment you get famous. No wonder he was playing the victim before it was to dodge his debts. People like him should be kicked out of the entertainment industry. Terrible character. I feel sorry for Shanghua and Xingma having to deal with such an artist. They're really unlucky. Bots were manipulating the trend, and clueless passers-by followed suit. In an instant, a torrent of filth was being poured onto him. The goodwill he had accumulated from crime and punishment was washed away by the capital-driven PR offensive. It's easy to push a falling wall. This was the norm in the entertainment industry. In the Shanghua Entertainment CEO's office, Lu Hui sat in her leather chair, swirling a glass of red wine. She watched the speed at which public opinion was updating on her tablet and smiled coldly. One more push and Jiang Ye would completely crumble. No artist could withstand this kind of nationwide online backlash, let alone one burdened with 600 million in debt. She couldn't wait to see Jiang Ye kneeling before her, begging for mercy and licking her heels. Just thinking about it made her feel delighted, and a faint flush crept up her cheeks. Meanwhile, the phone resting on Jiang Ye's knee vibrated briefly. It was the 5 o'clock afternoon alarm he had set. It was time to act. Jiang Ye dismissed the alarm and ran his hand through his hair, pushing the strands from his forehead. He took a deep breath, adjusting his vocal cords. When he spoke again, his voice carried the deadliness of a man at the end of his rope. Then he dialed Fatty Wong's number. Buzz. Buzz. The phone rang twice before it was picked up. Yo, isn't this our big star Jiang? Wong Peng's annoying voice crackled through the receiver. What changed your mind? Ready to pay up? Jiang Ye held the phone, but didn't retort. He just breathed heavily, a sound of suppressed strain. Brother Wong. I lost. His voice was low and hollow, thick with the tremor of tears and utter collapse. I'm out of options. Truly out of options. The chubby Wong Peng on the other end froze for a second, then burst into a fit of exaggerated raucous laughter. Huh, Jiang Ye, look at you now. Weren't you all high and mighty when you threatened me at the hospital? Didn't you say you wouldn't be Capital's lapdog? Should have thought about the consequences before crossing, Mr. Lu. You should take a good look at yourself in the mirror before you pick a fight. Jiang Ye patiently endured the humiliation, yet his gaze grew colder and more collected. Only after Wang Peng's laughter subsided did he speak again, his voice laced with the dead air of a cornered man. I want to meet you. Please. At that abandoned slaughterhouse on XX Street in the East City District where we filmed Crime and Punishment. I still have some things. Old account books from Xingma Entertainment. I want to hand them over to you to cover that 600 million. Deal. The laughter on the other end cut off abruptly. The account books of Xingma Entertainment. A company's financial records were a hot potato, but also a treasure trove. Even though Xingma Entertainment was currently licking Xinghua's boots, if Wang Peng could get his hands on this leverage, his standing with Lu Hui would definitely soar. He might even be able to use it as blackmail material to squeeze more benefits from his old company. You for real? Wang Peng's voice turned urgent. You actually have it. Yes. Jiang Ye coughed twice, sounding terribly weak. I just want to live. Brother Wang, don't bring Miss Lu. I'm scared of her. I only want to hand it to you and you alone. It was a perfect lure. It played on Wang Peng's greed, and also confirmed Jiang Ye's suspicion that Wang Peng and Lu Hui were already in cahoots. Because Wang Peng didn't instinctively deny it. Wang Peng's eyes darted around rapidly. Jiang Ye was a rat in the streets, now incapable of causing any more waves. And from the sound of his half-dead voice, he was probably scared out of his wits. Just making a trip to that address could net him a significant merit, a deal that was a win-win in every way. More importantly, if Lu Hui found out about this, there'd be nothing left for him. This credit had to be his alone. Fine. Wang Peng suppressed his inner glee, feigning reluctance. Since you called me brother, I'll give you one last chance. Stay put and don't try any tricks, or I'll make sure you die a miserable death. Okay, I'll wait. Jiang Ye hung up the phone. The screen went dark, reflecting the sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The fish had taken the bait. Wang Peng hung up, rubbing his hands excitedly in his office. He walked over to the mirror, adjusted his newly tailored suit, and stared at his portly reflection. He felt like he was destiny's chosen one. With the account books in his hands, he could walk all over the Shanghua Entertainment Company. Even Lu Hui would have to show him some respect then. He glanced at the time. 5:30 p.m. At this hour, Lu Hui was still in a meeting. It was a godsend. Wang Peng grabbed his car keys and strode out of the office. Passing the secretary's desk, he made sure to instruct the front desk assistant. I have urgent business. If Ms. Lu asks, tell her I'm handling Jiang Ye's dirt. The secretary nodded, not daring to ask questions. Humming a tune, Wang Peng took the elevator straight down to the underground garage. A brand new Porsche sat gleaming under the lights in its reserved spot. This was Lu Hui's welcome gift to him, the newcomer who had jumped ship. He got in, started the engine, and floored the accelerator. The car sped out of the city, heading towards the East City District. It was rush hour, so the roads were a bit congested, but it couldn't dampen Wang Peng's good spirits. He even turned on the car's stereo, bobbing his hefty frame to the pounding dance music. His mind was filled with images of his rise to glory once he got the books. As for Jiang Ye, that waste had served his purpose. Once he got what he wanted, he'd kick him to the curb and let him rot. At the thought, the smile on Wang Peng's face turned even more sinister. The sky was darkening, the city's neon lights receding in the rearview mirror, and the buildings outside grew sparser. The East City District was a far cry from the bustling city center, and the slaughterhouse filming location was in a desolate area no one visited. Wang Peng looked at the increasingly dark scenery outside and felt a flicker of unease. Jiang Ye was really something, picking a dump like this. But then again, shady deals like this were best conducted in such a place. It was also proof that Jiang Ye was truly desperate, not daring to show his face in public. The car turned onto a bumpy dirt road. Weeds as tall as a person lined both sides, seeming to claw at the car in the glow of the headlights. Wang Peng gripped the steering wheel, carefully navigating the potholes, while cursing under his breath. Damn it, what a crappy road. Don't scratch my undercarriage. A huge dark silhouette loomed ahead, emerging from the night. The abandoned slaughterhouse. This was once the largest meat processing plant in the East City District, shut down years ago due to pollution and left to rot ever since. If not for the Crime and Punishment crew filming here, the world would have forgotten the place entirely. Wang Peng parked at the entrance and turned off the engine. Silence descended instantly. He rolled down the window and peered out. Jiang Ye. No response. Only the distant mournful cries of stray cats echoed. Wang Peng frowned, unbuckled his seatbelt, and got out of the car. A cold wind chose that moment to blow, making him shudder involuntarily. Playing tricks. He muttered to himself, turned on his phone's flashlight, covered his nose, and walked towards the gate. Inside the slaughterhouse, though abandoned for a long time, the stale, lingering smell of blood and death was inescapable. Wang Peng stumbled forward into the darkness. Jiang Ye. I'm here. Where the hell are you? Get out here now. His shouts echoed through the cavernous building, reverberating off the walls. Still no one answered. Frowning, Wang Peng walked to the center of the main hall. This used to be the butchering floor, with rusty iron hooks and overhead rails still hanging from the ceiling, making the scene even more sinister and terrifying. Just then a thunderous bang echoed from behind him. Wang Peng flinched violently, nearly dropping his phone. He spun around. The massive iron door he had just entered through was now shut, pushed closed by some unseen force. The faint sliver of moonlight that had seeped in vanished completely, plunging the entire interior into absolute darkness. Who's there? Wang Peng panicked, his voice trembling. Jiang Ye, is that you? Don't you dare mess with me. Wang Pengzi waved his phone around frantically, the trembling beam of light betraying his inner turmoil. But all around him there was nothing but abandoned counters and machinery. Just as panic began to seize him, a strange odor crept into his nostrils. It was a pungent blend of rust and disinfectant, hitting him like a wave. Wang Pengzi knew this smell all too well. He had watched Crime and Punishment too. It was the scent that Jiang Ye's character Qin Mo favored. The scent that always preceded his judgments. Wang Pengzi's heart skipped a beat. Stop playing games. Show yourself, he shouted, his voice blustering to mask his fear. But what he didn't know was that above him on the beams overhead several black lenses were already trained on him. Zhang San crouched in the ventilation duct, clutching the monitor, his palms slick with sweat. He glanced at Jiang Ye beside him. Jiang Ye wasn't looking at him, just bowed his head, adjusting the rubber gloves on his hands. Let's begin, Jiang Ye said calmly. Zhang San nodded, took a deep breath, and pressed the button to start the live stream. On the internet, the official account of Crime and Punishment suddenly went live. Netizens who were browsing and cursing Jiang Ye saw a notification pop up on their screens with a title of just 7 words, Crime and Punishment Live Trial. Because the stream was tagged with trending topics like Jiang Ye, Wang Pengzi, and 600 million penalty, tens of thousands of netizens flooded in within seconds. Most were just there for the spectacle, while others were haters ready to continue their verbal assault on Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, you coward, finally showing your face. Pay up. Stop playing dead. What is this place? Pitch black. Can't the production even afford lights? The screen was dark, but it was clearly a live stream, just with a dim environment. Just then a small hole was deliberately broken through the factory roof. A sliver of moonlight streamed in, allowing viewers to barely make out the surroundings. It was a vast abandoned factory filled with rusty iron racks and hooks. Fans of Crime and Punishment immediately recognized the scene. It was the nightmare-like slaughterhouse from the show. In the center of the frame, a portly man stood with his back to the camera, pounding on a sealed iron door. Open up. Open the damn door. Wang Pengzi's voice came through the audio equipment, cracking with fear. Who's messing around? Jiang Ye, is that you? He shouted, shining his phone's flashlight wildly around. A cascade of question marks flooded the bullet comments. Who's this fat guy? He looks familiar. Isn't that the agent who posted about Jiang Ye? What's he doing here? His acting is a bit over the top. Are they filming a spin-off? At that moment, a steady footstep echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Pengzi froze mid-pound, turned around, his face stiff. He swept his flashlight toward the sound. In the darkness, a cold glint flashed. It was the unmistakable sheen of metal. Then a lean figure emerged slowly from the shadows. He wore the iconic black raincoat, stained with dark red blotches. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat on his nose, his eyes utterly devoid of warmth. In his hand, he twirled a scalpel, the blade flipping between his fingers, tracing silver arcs. Jiang Ye said nothing, just kept his head slightly bowed, a morbid smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The live stream's bullet comments paused for half a second, then erupted. Holy crap! Holy crap! Qin Mo, that presence is insane. I feel cold even through the screen. I knew it. I knew this was scripted. This is awesome. The reflected light from the scalpel dazzled Wang Pengzi, but he squinted and recognized the face before him. It was Jiang Ye, but not the timid Jiang Ye from the phone call. Jiang Ye. Wang Pengzi swallowed hard, took a step back, his back hitting the iron door. What do you want? Don't do anything rash. He tried to muster his usual intimidating demeanor, but his trembling legs betrayed him. Wang Pengzi was unsure of Jiang Ye's intentions, but seeing the weapon in his hand, he instinctively felt a chill. Jiang Ye remained silent. He took step after step, closing in on Wang Pengzi, each stride accompanied by a flick of his finger against the blade. Ting! The crisp sound only made the atmosphere more eerie. Wang Pengzi stared at the gleaming knife, and his mind flashed to the killing methods of Qin Mo in Crime and Punishment. That was a madman who would actually cut people open. You're insane. Wang Pengzi's voice cracked, his eyes bulging. Murder is illegal. You still owe 600 million. If you touch me, you're finished. Jiang Ye stopped less than 2 meters away from Wang Pengzi. At that distance, Wang Pengzi could see his eyes clearly. Jiang Ye tilted his head, adjusting his glasses. 600 million. He chuckled lightly. I can't pay it back anyway. He raised his hand, the scalpel pointing directly at Wang Pengzi's throat. Since I can't live, I'll take someone down with me. Wang Pengzi suddenly realized. Jiang Ye had lost his mind. He had lured him here to die together. This kid, pushed to the edge, was genuinely ready to drag him to the grave. But Wang Pengzi was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of his life. He absolutely couldn't die here. Don't come closer. Wang Pengzi's legs gave way, and he slid down against the iron door to the ground, his bulk trembling. Jiang Ye, let's talk. We're brothers. I have money. I can give you money. I'll give you whatever you want. Jiang Ye ignored him. He crouched down, bringing his eyes level with Wang Pengzi's, pressing the scalpel against his neck. Wang Pengzi's skin crawled. He could feel the sharp sting of the blade breaking the surface. I have no way out. Jiang Ye leaned close to his ear, whispering, and you won't live either. Those words combined with the murderous aura radiating from Jiang Ye shattered Wang Pengzi's psychological defenses completely. At that moment Jiang Ye silently uttered in his mind. System use item truth under pressure target Wang Pengzi. Instantly, an invisible wave enveloped the collapsed Wang Pengzi. Under the dual assault of mortal terror and the system's compulsion, his pupils contracted sharply. His sanity snapped. All he wanted now was to survive to spill every secret weighing on his heart in exchange for this madman's mercy. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Wang Pengzi broke down sobbing and weeping tears and snot streaming down his face. It wasn't me who wanted to harm you. Truly not me. It was Lu Hui. That old hag Lu Hui made me do it. Jiang Ye's gaze was calm as blade, not moving away but pressing a fraction deeper. Keep talking, he said coldly. Fatty Wang shuddered, words spilling out in a rush. Back then Xingma shelved you to force you into sleeping with the investors. The supplementary agreements were real, but we deliberately hid the prerequisites. We falsified the accounts to make it look like the client had fulfilled their obligations. For years the company never gave you any resources. Those so-called auditions. We hired people to play your parts. The barrage of insults flooding the live stream suddenly thinned. Everyone was stunned by the explosive revelations. But this was only the beginning. Desperate to save his own skin, Fatty Wang began to spill everything. And this trending topic. Lu Hui paid for it. She hired those internet trolls through Shanghua Entertainment. 5 million yuan. All to destroy your reputation, make you a pariah in this industry, and force you to your knees. She said she'd make you lick her toes. She wanted to strip you of all dignity. I had no choice. If I disobeyed her, I'd be finished too. Fatty Wang wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face, even reaching out to grab Jiang Ye's pant leg. Jiang Ye, remember how I looked out for you in the past. Spare my miserable life. I still have Xingma's old account books. They're proof of tax evasion by both Shanghua and Xingma. They'll give them all to you. They'll give you everything. Just don't kill me. This confession broadcast live spread across the entire internet. By now the live stream's viewership had surpassed 1 million. This was no longer a simple stream, it was a shocking public trial. The comments shifted from shock to outrage. What the hell? Is this for real? That's so messed up. Forcing artists to sleep with people, and then freezing them out. How is that even human? I knew it. There's no way Jiang Ye just got stuck with 600 million in debt out of nowhere. It was all a setup. Xingma Entertainment is disgusting and Shanghua is worse. Lu Hui is a vicious old witch. Fatty Wang is no saint either, trying to shift the blame earlier. Now he's singing like a canary to save his own neck. My heart goes out to Jiang Ye. Seriously, it's a miracle he's even survived this long. On social media the trending topics were being rewritten. Jiang Ye framed Xinhua scandal and Fatty Wang confesses all rocketed to the top. The official accounts of Xingma and Shanghua Entertainment were instantly flooded with furious netizens demanding investigations. Back in the slaughterhouse Jiang Ye looked at the man who was a mess of tears, snot, and worse, his eyes filled with even deeper contempt. This was a lackey of capital, all bluster and bravado, but when faced with death, they turned into spineless cowards. He slowly straightened up, put away the scalpel, and his murderous aura faded. He was once again the pale, frail-looking Jiang Ye. Remember this, Jiang Ye said, looking down at the trembling Fatty Wang, his voice calm. Everything you just said, you said of your own accord. With that he turned to face the camera, its red light blinking in the darkness. Zhang San stood there beaming with excitement, giving him a thumbs up. Outside the slaughterhouse the faint wail of police sirens could be heard. It was the police along with media reporters who had caught wind of the story. 10 minutes later the previously empty slaughterhouse was filled with a surging crowd and a cacophony of noise. Fatty Wang, who had been crying on the floor and selling out his boss moments before, was now handcuffed by 2 burly officers. Even in custody he couldn't stop talking. The effects of the truth serum were clearly still active. He continued to shout, I want to turn myself in. I have information. The dual contract. It's in the safe in my office. The password is my birthday. And the 5 million for the trolls came from Shenghua's secret PR budget. I'm guilty. I want to atone. Please don't send me to prison. Fatty Wang's voice echoed through the building, causing even the officers to frown. The lead detective waved his hand, signaling for them to get him into the car quickly and stop making a spectacle. As Fatty Wang was dragged past Jiang Ye, he lunged for his pant leg as if he were a lifeline. But Jiang Ye simply sidestepped. He stood in the shadows, slowly removing his gold-rimmed glasses, folding them carefully, and placing them in his raincoat pocket. Suddenly he was racked by a violent coughing fit. He covered his mouth, his body swaying uncontrollably before he leaned against the concrete wall behind him for support. Zhang San, who had been hiding in the ventilation duct, jumped down immediately. Jiang Ye! Zhang San shouted, rushing to his side and catching him just as he began to slide to the floor. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Zhang San asked anxiously. Jiang Ye waved his hand, indicating he was fine, but it took him a long moment to catch his breath. I'm fine. Just a little tired, he said weakly. This scene was captured by the live camera, which had not yet been turned off. Millions of viewers watched as the demon, wielding a scalpel just moments before, instantly transformed back into a frail, sickly young man who seemed ready to shatter at any moment. This contrast was more powerful than any verbal defense. The tone of the comments changed completely. He was just putting on a brave face. He really was just acting, putting on a show to force out the truth. Look at his face, it's so pale. How could anyone think he's the bad guy? It's so unfair. He's been pushed to the brink, and he still has to scheme and fight for his own survival while sick. Officers, you have to get to the bottom of this. Don't let an innocent man be wronged. As the police cut the signal, the live stream abruptly ended, turning to static. But this didn't stop the situation from escalating. It only fueled the fire. Just half an hour later, clips of the stream were being shared across the internet. Fatty Wong's tearful confession became the biggest story of the night. The official accounts of Xingma and Shenghua Entertainment were instantly overrun. Countless angry netizens flooded the comment sections, demanding a thorough investigation into the company's tax issues and artist contracts. The next morning, when the stock market opened, Shenghua Entertainment's stock price hit the daily limit, down, with sell orders piling up to hundreds of thousands of lots, a sea of alarming green. Its deeply intertwined partner Xingma Entertainment fared even worse, announcing a temporary trading halt. At the same time, a joint task force from the Haicheng Public Security Bureau and the Tax Bureau had already stormed into Shenghua Entertainment's headquarters. The impressive glass revolving doors of Shenghua Entertainment were now plastered with official seals. A stream of uniformed officers moved in and out, carrying away boxes of documents and computer towers. Lu Hui, who had once wielded immense power and arrogance in the entertainment industry, now sat in her executive office, her face ashen. Her face, already thick with foundation, now looked even more haggard and twisted. The phone on her desk rang incessantly, investors and partners calling to demand answers. But she was too afraid to pick it up. Just then the door opened. Two officers walked in, their expressions stern, and presented her with a detention warrant. Ms. Lu Hui, based on Wong's testimony and the evidence we have gathered, you are suspected of embezzlement, tax evasion, and commercial fraud. Please come with us. Lu Hui's fingers dug into the desk as she stared at the thin sheet of paper, her lips trembling as she considered invoking her network of connections. But she knew all too well that at this point, even the big shots she used to call brothers would rather avoid her than come to her rescue. When the wall collapses, everyone pushes it down. This was the very tactic she had once used against Jiang Ye, and now it had been turned against her. Lu Hui rose to her feet, her legs weak beneath her, stumbling before she could steady herself. As she was led out of the office, the employees in the corridor stepped aside, their eyes devoid of respect, filled only with panic and contempt. She looked up at the sunlight streaming through the window and suddenly recalled that night on the set, when she had asked Jiang Ye to share her bed, and the dismissive look in his eyes. Perhaps, even back then, he had already prepared to send her straight to hell. As news of Lu Hui's detention spread, the internet erupted in a fresh wave of frenzy. Prominent legal bloggers and lawyer influencers alike flocked to offer their professional analysis of Jiang Ye's contract, which stipulated a staggering compensation of 600 million yuan. A renowned law professor published a lengthy post on Weibo. According to the relevant provisions of the contract law, a contract's validity must be predicated on the balance of rights and obligations between both parties. In the supplementary agreement signed between Mr. Jiang Ye and Xingma Entertainment, it was explicitly stipulated that Party A must fulfill its obligation to provide resources and support as a prerequisite for the enforcement of the non-compete clause. However, based on the confessions of Wong and public records, Xingma Entertainment failed to provide any substantial resources during the contract period, instead shelving and suppressing him. This constitutes a fundamental breach of contract. Therefore, the non-compete clause is null and void from its inception. Let alone 600 million, even 6 yuan. Mr. Jiang Ye owes nothing. On the contrary, Mr. Jiang Ye is fully entitled to sue Xingma Entertainment, demanding compensation for the economic losses and emotional distress he has suffered over these years. The post was swiftly propelled to the top of the trending list. Hot on its heels were several trending topics: 600 million penalty turns to scrap, Jiang Ye owes nothing, justice may be delayed but never denied. The tide of public opinion had completely turned. Netizens who had previously jumped on the bandwagon to label Jiang Ye an ungrateful wretch or a sly dog began queuing up in the comment sections to apologize. I'm sorry, I was blind and wronged a good man. So Jiang Ye suffered all this injustice. Shenghua Entertainment and Xingma Entertainment are truly despicable. Support Jiang Ye in suing them. Make them pay. Take back every penny of the blood and sweat money they owe. My heart aches for Jiang Ye. Enduring all this slander on top of his failing health, it takes an incredibly strong spirit to hold it together. Just as the entire internet was rallying behind Jiang Ye's newly registered Weibo account posted an update. There was no lengthy tale of woe, no desperate outcry, just a single photograph. The image captured a slender silhouette from behind, standing on the balcony of an old apartment facing the rising sun. Golden sunlight spilled across his shoulders, casting a warm glow around him. The caption was simple, just 3 words: dawn has broken. Despite being a newly created account, keen netizens unearthed it quickly. Within moments of posting, the likes soared past 1 million, and in just 1 hour they shattered the 10 million mark. Countless netizens left messages below, words of encouragement, apologies, and blessings. Dawn has broken, a brighter days lie ahead. Stay strong. Get well soon, we're waiting for your next drama. Dr. Qin, welcome back to the world of the living. Jiang Ye sat in a wicker chair on the balcony, phone in hand, gazing at the rapidly climbing numbers on the screen with an impassive face. He didn't care about these belated apologies. What mattered to him was that the debt weighing him down had finally vanished completely. Moreover, the reversal of public opinion had brought renewed attention to his previous works, yielding a small stream of empathy points. Though not as torrential as when the drama first aired, combined with his accumulated reserves, it was enough to sustain him for another month. And so from this moment on, setting aside his finite life force, he was a free man. Just then Jiang Ye's phone suddenly rang with an urgent trill. It was the number Wang Lin had left behind. Jiang Ye's eyes flickered, and he casually pressed the answer button. Hello. Wang Lin's voice came through the receiver, robust and laced with amusement. Jiang Ye, it's me, Wang Lin. Jiang Ye straightened up. I know, Director Wang, I've saved your number. I've seen everything online. Wang Lin's voice carried a note of admiration. Well done. You toppled Shenghua without lifting a finger. Your methods are even more ruthless than the characters you play. Jiang Ye let out a soft chuckle. I was left with no choice. I was just fighting to survive. A fine fight to survive. Wang Lin laughed heartily. All right, now that the lawsuit is gone and your name is cleared, that black mark against you has been scrubbed clean. You're the hottest commodity on the internet right now, the prize every investor is eyeing. I've heard that quite a few scripts have already been handed over to Zhang San, and the offers are nothing to sneeze at. Wang Lin paused, his tone turning serious. I'm not one for beating around the bush, so I'll ask you straight. That role in Abyss of Demons, are you still in or not? My conditions can't compete with those idle dramas. It's the desolate Gobi Desert, eating sand and swallowing wind, and the pay is just standard. And that character is even crazier, even more tragic than Qin Mo. If you want to back out now and take those easy money gigs, I understand. Jiang Ye could hear the howling wind on the other end of the line, and he could almost picture Wang Lin already standing in that barren Gobi wasteland. He turned his head, gazing out at the bustling cityscape of Haishur. With his current fame, if he wanted to, he could easily land a few variety shows or idle dramas, rake in easy money, and use medication to nurse his body back to health. But he didn't need any of that anymore. His system had already determined his path. He could only choose roles that seared his soul, roles that would compel the audience to offer him their hearts and empathy. Only that kind of extreme pain and madness could nourish his battered and broken body. Director Wang, Jiang Ye said, his voice calm and steady, keep that costume for me. They'll be there the day after tomorrow, first thing in the morning. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end, then an even heartier laugh burst forth. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. They'll be right here waiting for you. After hanging up, Jiang Ye tossed his phone onto the table beside him. He rose, walked to the edge of the balcony, and took a deep breath of the city air. The debt was gone. His life force was temporarily secure. Those who had once plotted against him had met their deserved fate. He felt an immense sense of relief. But while Qin Mo's story had ended, Jiang Ye's path stretched far ahead, and the tale of Yisha was about to begin. Just thinking about it sent his blood racing with excitement. He turned and walked back inside, beginning to pack his belongings. The day after tomorrow, he would head to a new battlefield. The rhythmic clatter of the train wheels against the tracks filled his ears, and the scenery outside the window shifted from the bustling metropolis to an endless stretch of barren mountains. Jiang Ye sat on the lower berth of the soft sleeper compartment, studying the train ticket to the northwest in his hand. Having bid farewell to Zhang San, he had embarked on this journey alone. The train would travel for a full day and night before finally reaching the Gobi Desert. He turned his gaze to the window, watching the withered yellow grass shiver in the wind. This desolate scene suited his current state of mind quite well. Potent analgesic was faithfully doing its job, worth every bit of its 10,000 empathy points per day. Though it was only a temporary numbing, he had developed an addiction to this ease, unwilling to go a single day without it. It gave him the illusion that he had already healed. Yet he knew all too well that an illusion was just an illusion. Jiang Ye averted his gaze and pulled out the script he had been poring over these past few days. Abyss of Demons. He opened it, revealing pages covered in dense red annotations. These were the insights he had jotted down during his sleepless nights. He wanted to test how deep his understanding of the character could go without relying on the system's immersive space. The train continued westward, crossing rivers and scaling mountains. As the altitude climbed, the air grew dry and thin. The number of passengers dwindled with each stop, most getting off at intermediate stations. Eventually, Jiang Ye was the only one left in the entire carriage. But he didn't feel lonely. On the contrary, he had come to relish and savor this feeling of being forgotten by the world. Because Yisha was lonely. He had sat alone in the depths of the abyss for 3,000 years, his only companions the endless darkness and the demons that sought to devour him. That kind of loneliness couldn't be acted out. It had to be endured. After more than 20 hours of bumpy travel, the train finally ground to a halt at a tiny station with only 2 single-story buildings. Jiang Ye packed his belongings and stepped off the train. Before him stretched the boundless Gobi Desert with snow-capped mountains rising in the distance. The sky was a brilliant azure, and the sunlight was searingly harsh. The off-road vehicle sent by the crew to pick him up had been waiting for a long time. The driver, a dark-skinned man, saw Jiang Ye approaching and hurried over. "Are you Teacher Jiang? Director Wang sent me to pick you up," the man said, reaching for Jiang Ye's bag. Jiang Ye waved his hand and tossed his bag into the trunk himself. "No need, thanks. Let's go," he said, then opened the door and got in with swift movements. The man scratched his head, then followed and sat in the driver's seat. The off-road vehicle roared into the Gobi Desert, leaving a long trail of dust behind. The road was rough and bumpy, causing the vehicle to jolt violently. Jiang Ye sat in the back seat, swaying with the motion, yet showing no discomfort. Along the way, he and the driver chatted casually about life in the desert. The driver was a simple man, answering only what was asked, saying little else, which suited Jiang Ye just fine. 2 hours later, the vehicle drove into a temporary camp. Dozens of military green tents were pitched in a sheltered mountain pass. The camp was bustling with busy crew members hauling equipment through the wind and sand. Gone was the city's clamor, replaced by raw, rugged simplicity. Wang Lin was crouching on a dirt mound, his city manners shed, barking into a walkie-talkie. "Where the hell are my blast points? Where did you bury them? This soil won't do. The explosion won't be spectacular enough. Change it." He wore a grime-stained military coat, his hair disheveled and face covered in dust, yet his commanding presence made it clear he was the director here. Seeing Jiang Ye's vehicle arrive, Wang Lin tossed aside the walkie-talkie and strode over. "You're here." He looked Jiang Ye up and down, frowning slightly. "Why are you dressed so lightly? Can your frame withstand the wind here? This wind is no joke. It can tear down tents at night." With that, Wang Lin called over a young production assistant and ordered, "Get him a military coat." Jiang Ye didn't refuse, taking the coat and draping it over his shoulders. Without a word, he pulled a script from his bag and handed it to Wang Lin. "Director Wang, I'd like to discuss the role first." Wang Lin paused, took the script, and flipped through it. He found every blank margin filled with red ink, even the back covers covered in character notes. His admiration deepened. "All right, let's talk inside." Wang Lin led Jiang Ye into the largest tent. The interior was simple, a large table and a few folding chairs. The table was covered with hand-drawn storyboards and concept art. Wang Lin poured a cup of hot water for Jiang Ye and lit a cigarette. "Nightshade is the soul of this film," Wang Lin said bluntly, his tone serious. "He's not a villain in the traditional sense, nor a madman bent on destruction for its own sake." "I know," Jiang Ye said, setting down the cup, his gaze calm. He opened the script to a passage and began to articulate his understanding. "Nightshade was once humanity's war god, the last bastion protecting this land. He shed his last drop of blood for humanity, yet his achievements threatened the emperor, earning the royalty's suspicion. The massacre that wiped out his clan was a conspiracy between the royalty and the demon race." Jiang Ye recounted softly. He watched his kin fall one by one before his eyes, watched the people had sworn to protect applaud the trumped-up charges. In that moment, his faith shattered. To seek revenge, he chose to devour the flesh and blood of demons, gaining power capable of destroying heaven and earth. He became a half-human, half-demon monster. The world feared him, hated him, called him a demon lord. Yet no one knows that for 3,000 years he alone, deep in the abyss, held back the millions of demon troops. Wang Lin listened, his fingers trembling slightly. These details were all in the script, but spoken by Jiang Ye, they carried a weighty, tangible depth. It was clear he wasn't reciting from memory, but recounting lived history. "So does he hate the world?" Wang Lin suddenly asked. It was a trap question. If he answered yes, it would be superficial. Jiang Ye looked up, meeting Wang Lin's eyes directly. "He doesn't hate. He only feels pain. Hate requires energy, and he is already exhausted." Jiang Ye stood and walked to the board where concept art was pinned. On it was a figure in heavy armor, holding a broken sword seen from behind. This pain of betrayal by those he protected, this pain of dwelling in darkness, yet yearning for light. It's more enduring and tormenting than hate. His evil isn't for killing, but is the ultimate mockery of a hypocritical world. He will tear off the masks of these so-called righteous and cruel ways. He wants to show the world that so-called justice is merely a game rule set by the powerful. Wang Lin took a deep drag of his cigarette, coughing as smoke caught in his throat. But he ignored it, staring intently at Jiang Ye's eyes. "Yes, exactly right." Wang Lin was so excited he stumbled over his words. "Those damn screenwriters spent a month and couldn't nail it, and you've explained it in a few sentences. This is what I want. A tragic antiheroism, a romance of heading toward destruction." He walked over to Jiang Ye and patted both his shoulders. "Kid, you didn't disappoint me." At that moment, Wang Lin's worry about Jiang Ye's health vanished. An actor who could understand a character to this degree deserved respect, even if he dropped dead on set. Moreover, that pathological fragility was precisely the quality Nightshade needed. Their discussion continued late into the night. Outside, the wind howled, making the tent flap noisily, but the atmosphere inside remained fervent. They were now debating the character's visual design. The original concept was traditional. Black hair, black robes, a half mask, and over 20 pounds of special effects makeup. While safe, it was too ordinary and lacked visual impact. "I want to change it," Jiang Ye said, pointing at the black hair and the design, his tone firm. The hair should be white. 3,000 years of demonic erosion have drained his vitality dry. White hair against this black armor. The contrast will be striking. Wang Lin stroked his chin, picturing it in his mind. In the vast Gobi, a white-haired demon god stands alone. Though a bit over the top, it was undeniably powerful. What about the eyes? Wang Lin asked. Contact lenses. Crimson pupils, Jiang Ye nodded. Not a bright red, but the dark red of dried blood. It's the mark of his killing spree, the outward sign of his demonic nature. And scars. Jiang Ye unbuttoned his collar, pointing at his collarbone. The script mentions he suffered heavenly punishment, his body covered with demonic marks. I don't want those fake rubber scars. They lack texture and close-ups, too fake. Wang Lin frowned. Then what do you suggest? This is already special effects makeup. Paint them on, Jiang Ye said. Layer by layer with special pigments. Create the texture of flesh curling outward deep enough to see bone. Wang Lin froze. He knew all too well how laborious this kind of makeup was. Not only was it time-consuming, but the special cinematic paint was highly irritating to the skin. Especially when applied over large areas, it could hinder the skin's breathing, potentially causing allergies or even ulceration. This might not be a good thing for Jiang Ye, whose immunity was already low due to the aftermath of his genetic defects. Are you sure? Wang Lin looked at Jiang Ye. This is no joke. Can your skin handle it? Besides, this makeup will be on for a whole day. Removing it might take a layer of skin off. Jiang Ye smiled, his gaze calm, but a fierce determination lurked deep within his eyes. If the result is good, what's a little skin loss? I've already endured playing Zhao Xian and Qin Mo. This kind of pain is nothing to me. I want that sense of realism. Only scars with a bloody aura can make people feel the pain through the screen. Wang Lin stared at Jiang Ye for a long time, then finally nodded firmly. All right, well, do it your way. They'll have the makeup artist prepare the paint right away. You're a madman, and so am I. Let's be mad together. The two exchanged a smile, sharing a sense of mutual admiration. Night fell. Jiang Ye turned off the portable lamp in the room and lay down on the single bed provided by the guest house. The bedboard was a bit hard, but he was already used to it from his time in the basement. He summoned the system panel in his mind, and a few lines of prompts appeared. Script character detected night, shade the desolate hero. Do you wish to enter the immersive script space? Cost 500 empathy points. Special notice, high mental load detected for this character. Confirm. Jiang Ye nodded inwardly. It seemed the system also recognized that Nightshade's role was more demanding and dangerous than the previous ones, hence the increased empathy point cost. Danger. Automatically ignored. Nothing else mattered more. He was after all a man of some means now. Well, at least before he had to burn his life force. Activate, he murmured in his mind. The next second his consciousness was violently yanked out of his body by an invisible force. He felt himself plummeting, the wind roaring in his ears, which then transformed into a cacophony of human voices. These voices were filled with malice. When Jiang Ye opened his eyes again, he found himself bound to a massive stone pillar, his hands secured by dark iron chains. This was the demon execution platform, a place for executing the most heinous criminals. The sunlight overhead was blinding, making it hard to keep his eyes open. He looked down at his body. His silver-white battle armor was shattered, revealing the bloody, mangled skin beneath. He was Nightshade, the youngest warrior of the Night Watchman clan, the human race's god of war. But now he was sent to the execution platform by the very people he had sworn to protect. Kill him. This demon. He devoured the demon god's flesh. He's no longer human. He's a monster. Angry roars erupted from below the platform. Jiang Ye watched the citizens who once knelt before him seeking protection, now bending down to pick up stones and hurling them at him with all their might. A stone struck his forehead and blood flowed out, trickling into his mouth. It tasted salty. He felt no pain, only a fire within his heart being extinguished. The hour has come. Strip the bones. An old, cold voice echoed from the high platform. It was the voice of the royal priest. As the voice faded, Jiang Ye felt a sharp blade pierce his back, slicing brutally down his spine. The pain shot through his brain, turning his vision black. He clenched his teeth, refusing to scream. But in the distance he could hear the wails of his kin. The brothers who had fought alongside him to guard the seal were being thrown into pits by the royal soldiers. Their blood was still warm, their bodies not yet cold. But this was the fate of a hero. Jiang Ye looked at the cheering faces below, and suddenly felt like laughing. He had saved these people, yet they demanded his life. The blade peeled his bones away inch by inch, and he could feel his life force draining rapidly. Finally his chains were released, and his body was kicked off the demon execution platform like a bag of trash. Below was an unfathomable abyss. This was the demon abyss. As he fell, he took one last look at the human world. The world was bathed in gold, but now it only filled him with disgust. Then darkness swallowed him. He plunged to the very depths of the demon abyss. By some twist of fate, he did not die. Instead, he lay curled among the cold, jagged rocks, most of his bones broken. A fate worse than death. There was no air here, only demonic energy. With every breath, the demonic energy seeped into his body through his wounds. He wished he could die instantly, but he couldn't. The flesh of the demon god, which he had been forced to swallow to save the people, was now frantically repairing his broken body. He lay in the darkness for a long time. A day? A month? He couldn't tell. Hunger began to torment his sanity, and the sound of crawling things assailed his ears. Low-level demons drawn by the scent of blood lunged at him. He had no strength to throw a punch, so he opened his mouth. His survival instinct drove him to bite and headbutt. He sank his teeth into a monster's throat, and green blood poured into his stomach. It was foul and bitter, but he tore at it with all his might. This was the first lesson he learned in the demon abyss. To survive, you must be fiercer than the demons themselves. Time could no longer confine anything in the demon abyss. He sat up and began to walk in the darkness. With every step, the demonic energy corroded his body further, until black patterns appeared on his skin. His hair turned white, and his eyes lost their clarity. By then he had grown accustomed to seeing in the dark, and had learned to use his fingernails to slice open enemies' chests. And so he spent 3,000 years in endless slaughter. In those 3,000 years he never spoke another word. He had only learned to roar. The demon god's voice whispered in his ear, constantly urging him to destroy the world and kill all those who had betrayed him. Jiang Ye crouched atop a mountain of corpses, clutching a demon's head, staring up at the faint light above. That was the exit. If he just stood on top of the corpse pile and leaped, he might be able to climb the walls and escape the demon abyss. But he didn't move. He had been guarding this place for 3,000 years. The world outside had long since changed hands. No one remembered who Nightshade was, nor did anyone remember the bone-stripping punishment. But he remembered it all. Every night his bones ached faintly, a constant reminder that he was once human. He had to find his soul amidst this inhuman torment. Back in the real world, Jiang Ye's body was undergoing a terrifying transformation. He lay on the bed, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, cold sweat soaking through the bedding within minutes. His face was a mottled purple, and his breathing was faint. Warning! Warning! The system's red text flashed frantically in his sea of consciousness. Host's mental fluctuation has exceeded the critical threshold by 120. Host's brainwave frequency is abnormal, with a risk of permanent mental damage. It is recommended to execute the forced awakening protocol immediately. Countdown 5, 4, 3. Jiang Ye let out a low growl from the depths of his consciousness. I will not withdraw. He had not yet finished living out Night Fiend's life, nor had he witnessed the final choice of this character. If he were to wake now, he would merely be Jiang Ye. But what he craved was to become Night Fiend. So he resolved to endure within the illusion, forcibly resisting the system's protective mechanisms, using sheer willpower to withstand 3,000 years of solitude and demonic energy. His fingers dug into the mattress, clawing out chunks of foam. The system detected the host's intense will to survive and ultimately halted the countdown. Forced awakening protocol suspended. Vital signs continuously monitored. Jiang Ye felt as though he were treading upon a mountain of blades being slowly sliced apart. He saw Night Fiend at the end of the demonic abyss, discovering a broken sword. It was his weapon from a former life. The moment his hand clasped the hilt, the boundless demonic energy froze solid. In that instant, he sensed a profound transfer of legacy. Morning. From the Gobi Desert outside the guest house came the strange cries of wild birds. Jiang Ye's eyes snapped open, yet he did not rise immediately. His gaze was devoid of any light, holding only a profound stillness. Several minutes passed before he gradually caught his breath. He sat up, his entire body aching. He forced himself to the washstand and looked into the mirror. The reflection was still young and aloof, but the look in its eyes had changed. He stared at himself as if beholding a stranger. Then, reaching out, he gently touched the mirror's surface and spoke with a voice that carried 3,000 years of darkness and solitude. Long time no see, mortal world. In the hastily erected makeup tent, the atmosphere this morning was eerily silent. The makeup artist Xiao Lu was a 5-year veteran who had applied special effects makeup for many big names. Her hand was incredibly steady. But today her hand trembled. Holding the liner brush, she hovered in midair, unable to bring it down. The tip even grazed Jiang Ye's collarbone, leaving a small black mark. I'm so sorry, Teacher Jiang. Xiao Liu's voice quivered, cold sweat beading on her forehead. She panically reached to wipe the mark away, but the instant her fingers touched his skin, she snatched her hand back. Cold. His skin was unnaturally cold, as if he weren't a living person. Jiang Ye sat in the makeup chair, unbothered by her mistake. He merely lowered his eyelids, slightly gazing at his reflection. Last night, within that simulation lasting 3,000 years, he had sat too long in the demonic abyss, and the fierce aura it left on him had yet to dissipate. He didn't mean to frighten anyone, but he could barely contain the aura emanating from this body. It's fine, continue. Jiang Ye spoke in a low voice, his tone unreadable. Xiao Lu swallowed hard, took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and picked up the brush again. Just then the tent flap was thrown open and a gust of cool air swept in. Wang Lin strode in, script clutched in his hand, half a steamed bun still in his mouth. How's it going? How much longer? His booming voice shattered the deathly silence. Xiao Liu's hand jerked, nearly ruining the line again. She turned back with a sob in her voice. Director, this demonic pattern is so intricate, and with Teacher Jiang's aura, my hand just won't cooperate. Wang Lin was taken aback, skeptical, then turned his gaze to Jiang Ye seated in the chair. One glance, and the bun in his mouth dropped to the ground. Jiang Ye, still without makeup, sat bare-chested, not even lifting his eyes. Wang Lin, a seasoned director, knew quality. He could distinguish between a performance and genuine presence. The intensity radiating from this young man wasn't an act. He had truly transformed himself into Night Fiend from the inside out. All right, you go take a breather. Have old Zhang come in and finish this. Wang Lin waved his hand, dismissing Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu wore a look of immense relief, quickly gathered her things, and hurried out of the tent. Wang Lin walked behind Jiang Ye, looking at his pale face in the mirror, and asked, "Boy, did you get any sleep last night?" Jiang Ye lifted his eyes to meet Wang Lin's. Wang Lin felt as if he were being stared down by a starving beast. "I slept," Jiang Ye replied flatly. "Had a very long dream." Wang Lin didn't press further. He knew some actors delved so deep into their roles that this sort of thing happened. Before long, the crew's chief stylist, old Zhang, walked in. A man nearing 50, he had seen it all. Without a word, he grabbed his toolbox and got straight to work. This makeup job was a monumental task. Per Jiang Ye's request, the demonic patterns weren't decals. They had to be painted stroke by stroke onto the skin with special pigments. These pigments contained harsh chemicals to ensure durability and texture, which irritated the skin. As the brush touched his skin, it was cold at first, then followed by a searing sting. The pain would seep into his pores as the paint dried like tiny needles pricking him. Yet Jiang Ye remained utterly still, not even a frown creasing his brow. In fact, he seemed to relish the pain. The pain kept him alert, and it made him feel alive. Time ticked by minute after minute. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The entire makeup process lasted a grueling 5 hours. When the final stroke of black demonic pattern was finished at the side of Jiang Ye's neck, old Zhang let out a long breath and tossed the brush into a bucket. "Done," old Zhang said, wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes full of admiration for his work. "This is definitely the most perfect makeup I've ever done in my career." But the task wasn't over yet. Next came the wig and colored contact lenses. The long gray-white wig was not only heavy but stiflingly hot. The red contacts were also specially made large in diameter, causing a foreign body sensation and obscuring part of his vision, shrouding the world in a bloody hue. Jiang Ye reached out, took the contacts, and put them on, blinking. When he opened his eyes again, his black pupils were gone, replaced by a pair of crimson eyes devoid of any warmth. He stood up and draped over his shoulders the 30-gene black battle armor the crew had prepared. The armor was deliberately distressed, covered in sword marks and holes with tattered cloth strips hanging from the edges. Clad in the armor, Jiang Ye didn't even sway. He walked to the mirror and looked at the white-haired, crimson-eyed monster reflected within. This was Night Fiend. This was the demon who had guarded the abyss for 3,000 years, only to be forgotten by the world. He reached out, tracing the reflection's outline in the air, and a faint smile tugged at his lips. "Come, let's go see this mortal world." The film set outside was already a cacophony of noise. Hundreds of extras clad in varied period costumes and clutching weapons shuffled back and forth under the direction of the crew. Cranes, tracks, and lighting rigs filled the desolate Gobi expanse to the brim. Wang Lin sat behind the monitor, barking into his walkie-talkie. Hey, what's going on with that light?" I asked, for side backlighting, not overhead. "Are you trying to make the actor look bald?" The male lead, Chun Yu, was already in full makeup, clad in gleaming silver armor and holding a long spear, looking every bit the majestic warrior. He stood off to the side, gesturing through fight choreography with the stunt coordinator. Chun Yu was a true devotee of his craft, a critically acclaimed actor and a former Best Actor winner. When Wang Lin had approached him, he had been looking for a new project to hone his skills, so he had readily agreed. He took this production seriously. To embody the role of the righteous sect leader, he had joined the cast a month early to practice his spear work. He was also quite curious about the newcomer, a man named Jiang Ye. He had heard that Wang Lin had already brought Jiang Ye onto the crew. Despite the internet's hyperbolic praise for the man, Chun Yu believed in seeing things for himself. Even the phenomenally popular web series Crime and Punishment seemed to him to be elevated by its editing and character design. Only a true face-to-face encounter would reveal the man's real mettle. Just then, the tent flap of the makeup trailer was pushed aside. He's out! He's out!" someone yelled. Everyone's gaze instinctively snapped towards the entrance. A single black combat boot stepped out, crunching onto the gravel, followed by a tall, imposing figure emerging from the shadows. The bustling set was abruptly silenced. All sounds ceased in an instant. A prop master froze mid-step, the crate in his hands nearly crushing his foot. A grip adjusting a light flinched, sending the beam wildly off target. Even Wang Lin's jaw went slack, forgetting his urge to yell. Were it not for the sudden gust of Gobi sand, everyone might have remained frozen in stunned disbelief. Jiang Ye stood in the wind, his long ash-gray hair whipping around, partially veiling his face. But his crimson pupils, visible through the strands of hair, swept coldly across the crowd. His bare torso was a canvas of ferocious black demonic markings that pulsed faintly with each breath. Tattered black armor hung from his frame, clinking softly with his movements. He stood there perfectly still, yet exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Several nearby extras instinctively recoiled, their grips on their weapons faltering. They felt they weren't facing an actor, but a demon clawing its way out of a mountain of corpses. Jiang Ye began to walk slowly towards the center of the set. As he passed, the crowd parted like water, no one daring to block his path, or even breathe too loudly. He walked directly up to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye had initially planned to offer a greeting, as was proper for a senior and the lead actor. To him, capital and fame were irrelevant. Skill was the key to his friendship. A polite smile was on his face as he prepared to step forward, but Jiang Ye halted, raising his gaze to meet his. Their eyes met. The smile on Jiang Ye's face froze. In Jiang Ye's crimson eyes, he saw an abyss of nothingness and a madness that promised utter annihilation. Jiang Ye's heart seized. In that instant, he forgot he was a best actor. He forgot they were on a film set. All he felt was danger. Utter absolute danger. His body reacted before his mind, instinctively taking a half step back, his hand tightening on the spear. In that single retreat, the hierarchy was established. The crew watched dumbfounded. The formidable actor Chun had been intimidated by a newcomer. Jiang Ye observed Chun Ye's reaction, a flicker of red light dancing in his gaze. He tilted his head slightly, and without a word let out a faint, almost inaudible scoff. That sound jolted Jiang Ye back to reality. Fear receded, replaced first by indignation, then by an indescribable, exhilarating thrill. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and the fire of battle began to kindle in his eyes. Well, a newcomer. This guy was clearly a madman, just like him. It had been years since Head felt this mix of humiliating suppression and the thrilling tremor of facing a worthy adversary. Chun Yu gripped his spear, nodded at Jiang Ye, his polite facade replaced by a solemn look of mutual respect between equals. Jiang Ye, is it? Chun Yu declared. Chun Yu. When we start, I won't hold back. Jiang Ye met his gaze, his expression calm, and gave a slight nod. Best not to, he murmured. Or else you'll die. The line was from the script, but spoken in that moment no one felt it was just a recitation. Good. Wang Lin behind the monitor slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. That's it. That's Night Terror. He doesn't even need to act. Standing there, he is the Demon Lord. Wang Lin quickly pulled out his phone and snapped a candid shot of Jiang Ye standing in the windblown sand without any filters or touch-ups. The photo showed a demonic god with white hair and crimson eyes standing sideways in the swirling yellow dust, his body marked with fierce demonic patterns, yet his gaze held a profound sorrow. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. He logged onto the production's official Weibo and posted the picture. The caption was just 4 words: Demon comes to the mortal world. At that moment, only days had passed since Liu Hu's imprisonment, and Jiang Ye's popularity was at its zenith. The moment the photo was posted, the official Weibo account exploded. Holy shit. Who is that? Is that Jiang Ye? Oh my god. That look is way too cool. White hair, crimson eyes. What kind of godly visuals are these? Is that really Dr. Qin with the gold-rimmed glasses? I totally didn't recognize him. Come on upstairs. Dr. Qin is just one of my brother's roles. You should see the eunuch man. That aura is terrifying even through the screen. I'm scared he's gonna come for me next. Demon comes to the mortal world. Perfectly said. It instantly makes me think of the Demon Pill's descent. What the hell are you talking about, Demon Pill? You look like the Demon Pill. Director Wang is awesome. This aesthetic is perfect. This is the Eastern fantasy we've been waiting for. Who was it that said Jiang Ye was too frail for action scenes? Look at that build. Who dares call him sickly now? The trending topics list was once again swept. Jiang Ye white hair look, demon comes to the mortal world. Qin Yu intimidated the tags, climbed rapidly, storming into the top 3. Netizens looked at the photo, recalling Jiang Ye's performance in Crime and Punishment, and their anticipation skyrocketed. Viral before a single frame was shot. That was the power of Jiang Ye's name. The coarse sand and gravel of the desert stung sharply against the skin. The film crew's tents flapped violently in the wind, and the steel frames securing the equipment groaned under the strain. This was the heart of the northwestern Gobi Desert, the set for today's shoot. Today's shoot was the first major scene of the entire production, the falling out between the Night Fiend and the Righteous Leader, their first clash. The stunt coordinator, A. Liang, wiped the dust from his face and demonstrated the choreography to Jiang Ye and Chun Yu using 2 plastic sticks. The choreography was beautiful, with grand sweeping movements, high wire work, multiple midair spins, and a stylish pose for the landing. Crucially, it was also very safe, with almost no physical contact, relying entirely on camera angles and post-production effects. The crew applauded and cheered. Director Wang Lin nodded, appreciating the visual appeal of the design. After finishing the demonstration, A. Liang looked at Jiang Ye nervously. Everyone on set knew this actor was frail, a frequent visitor to the ICU, and feared this level of exertion might be too much for him. Teacher Jiang, what do you think of the moves? A. Liang asked with an ingratiating smile. If it's too tiring, we can simplify it and use a stunt double more. He meant well. The routine just shown demanded immense core strength. Even professional stuntmen found it strenuous. Let alone Jiang Ye with his sickly constitution. Jiang Ye sat on a folding chair nearby, still clad in the heavy black armor, clutching a thermos. He stared silently at the prop sword in Lao Zhang's hand. After a few seconds, he set down the cup, rose, and walked over to the weapon rack. His gaze passed over the foam and wooden props, and he reached for a pitch-black heavy sword. This was the specially crafted dark iron sword made by the props department for close-up shots, solid metal weighing 30 G. Normally it was only used for still shots. No one could possibly wield it in actual combat. But under the astonished gaze of everyone, Jiang Ye lifted it with a single hand, the veins on his knuckles bulging slightly. With a whoosh, the heavy blade cut through the air and stopped solidly. The crew gasped. Where did this sickly guy get such strength? Jiang Ye turned his head and saw Liang shake his head. Too fake, he said calmly. The night fiend crawled out of a pile of corpses. He wouldn't dance. He is a demon who killed for 3,000 years in the abyss. His sword doesn't need to be pretty. It only needs to kill. Forget the flourishes, Jiang Ye said, shouldering the heavy sword and pointing its tip at the distant dunes. I want killing moves. Liang was stunned, instinctively looking at director Wang Lin. Wang Lin, seated behind the monitor, a glint flashing in his eyes, grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Listen to him. Change it. Liang, change it as he says. Make it ruthless. Fast. Every move must be lethal." The revised choreography was simple. No fancy sword twirls or acrobatics, just chopping, slashing, thrusting, and sweeping. Every move aimed for a vital spot. Just then Chen Yu approached, carrying a long spear. He looked at the heavy sword in Jiang Ye's hand, his brow furrowed. "Are you sure you want to use the real thing?" Chen Yu pointed at the steel sword. "If you can't control the force, this thing could kill someone." Jiang Ye didn't explain. Logically, this body should be tired, weak. But just before the shoot, Jiang Ye had consumed a bottle of potent analgesic worth 100 empathy points and a strength enhancement agent worth 200 points. The drugs surged through his bloodstream, severing all pain signals. He couldn't feel the weight of the sword, the fatigue of running, or even gravity. Free from the constraints of health and lingering pain, he had entered a superhuman state. "Come on," Jiang Ye said, stepping back and assuming a starting stance. "I won't hold back." Chen Yu smiled. He rotated his wrist, a fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. "Just what I wanted. All departments prepare. The Abyss Scene 12, Take 1. Action." The moment the clapperboard sounded, Jiang Ye moved. He didn't follow the original marks. Instead, he sprinted, dragging the 30 Jin sword behind him. The heavy sword plowed through the earth, kicking up a storm of yellow sand. He looked less like an actor and more like a feral beast charging its prey. Chen Yu stood opposite, spear in hand, just adjusting his breath and preparing for the rehearsed sequence. But seeing the force of Jiang Ye's charge, his scalp tightened. "This kid, is he actually trying to kill me?" Instinctively, Chen Yu thrust his spear forward, trying to force Jiang Ye back and maintain a safe distance. The tip of the prop spear was retractable, but still had some rigidity. Normally an actor would dodge or block with their weapon, but Jiang Ye didn't. He watched the spear tip coming, his crimson eyes unwavering, and only ran faster. With a thud, the spear head struck Jiang Ye squarely in the left shoulder. Though the tip retracted, the impact was solid against his flesh. The edge of the prop armor was sharp, and under the force of the impact it tore through the shirt underneath, slamming into the skin. Any normal person would have cried out in pain and had their movements ruined. But Jiang Ye didn't even flinch. Instead, he used the momentum, thrusting his body forward, forcing his way inside Chen Ye's guard. This was the close-range kill shot he was aiming for. Jiang Ye raised the heavy sword high and swung it viciously at Chen Ye's neck. If that blow connected, even an unsharpened prop could shatter a collarbone. Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat immediately broke out. Damn, he's serious. In that moment, he genuinely thought he was going to die. This newcomer was crazy, completely insane. But Chen Yu was a former Best Actor winner and a true artist at heart. After the initial terror, adrenaline flooded his system, and a thrilling rush swept through his body. He went crazy too. Screw the choreography. Screw the marks. If you want to risk your life, then I'll play along. Chen Yu let out a roar, abandoning all pretense of technique. He suddenly released his front hand from the spear, leaning back to just barely dodge the whistling heavy sword. The blade grazed past the tip of his nose, and he could feel the rush of air against his face. The two collided, tumbling down the towering sand dune. No stunt doubles, no clever camera angles, no safety mats. On the rocky, hard-packed Gobi ground, they rolled and fought, locked in a brutal grapple. Jiang Ye mounted Chen Yu, discarded the heavy sword, and rained down punches. Chen Yu fought back, driving his knee up, flipping Jiang Ye over, and slamming his elbow down. It was a fight devoid of aesthetics, yet filled with a raw, primal beauty. Sand filled their mouths and stung their eyes. Fists connected with armor, producing dull, heavy thuds. The cameraman ran alongside them, nearly falling several times, but never daring to stop filming. In the lens, Jiang Ye's face was streaked with blood, a cut from the sharp rocks during the tumble. But he was smiling. The grimace framed by the blood and grime was even more ferocious. He grabbed Chen Yu by the collar and slammed his head forward. A dull thud echoed. Chen Ye's vision swam with stars, but the light in his eyes burned brighter. This was a worthy opponent. This was the kind of scene he craved. Cut. Wang Lin's strained voice blared through the megaphone. The two figures on the sand dune halted abruptly. Jiang Ye released his grip on Chen Ye's collar, his body slumping sideways onto the sand. Chen Yu, not to be outdone, gasped for air, his chest heaving like a bellows, his eyes still somewhat dazed. The crew on set forgot to breathe, clutching water bottles and towels, yet no one dared to approach. A full 10-odd seconds passed. Excellent. The martial arts director, Liang, was the first to react, letting out an excited roar. This jolted the rest of the stunned crew back to reality, and thunderous applause followed. They were genuinely awestruck. Having worked with Wang Lin for years, they had seen divas and stunt doubles, but never had they witnessed a film set turned into a true battlefield. That's the Demon Lord. That's action. Liang shouted, his eyes red with emotion. Chen Yu, having caught his breath, pushed himself up. He looked at Jiang Ye lying beside him, his gaze complex. Jiang Ye lay on the sand staring at the sky, his face expressionless. A large tear in his costume at the left shoulder revealed the edge of his armor stained with blood, a clear mark from the spear he had just blocked. The painkillers were still effective, but the wound was real. Are you out of your mind? Chen Yu's voice carried a hint of lingering fear, but more so admiration. That spear thrust. If it had been a fraction off, it would have hit your neck. Jiang Ye slowly sat up, casually wiping the blood and sand from his face. Hearing Chen Yu's words, he raised a hand and wiped the streak of blood with his thumb. His fingertip was stained red. Under everyone's gaze, he looked at the bloody finger, then let out a soft laugh, a hint of inexplicable wickedness in the sound. A demon, Jiang Ye said softly, by nature holds its life cheap. Chen Yu was taken aback, staring into Jiang Ye's eyes. He suddenly understood. This man wasn't reciting lines. He genuinely didn't care about his own life. Or rather, he had poured every ounce of it into this role. For a moment, Chen Yu couldn't tell if the person before him was Jiang Ye or Yesha. After a long pause, he came to his senses, took a deep breath, and extended his hand. Jiang Ye glanced at it, then reached out and grasped it. Two hands caked with sand and blood clasped firmly together. Standing behind the monitor, Wang Lin watched this, seeing his fingers trembling as he pressed the replay button. On the screen, a white-haired demon god and a righteous leader laughed maniacally, fought, and bled amidst the wind and sand. He knew this production was solid. Not just because the action was thrilling, but because he saw the soul of a character awakening in this desolate land. Great! Wang Lin shouted. Medical team, quick, tend to Teacher Jiang and Teacher Chen's wounds. The crew snapped into action, scrambling forward. The two men allowed themselves to be treated, exchanging a knowing smile. The crew then moved overnight to an abandoned ancient city in the northwest. The next day's noon sun was scorching, causing the crumbling walls to radiate heat. Today's shoot was the most heart-wrenching scene of the entire series, the punishment at the demon execution platform. This was the turning point of Yes's fate, the beginning of his transformation into a demon. Wang Lin took a sip of water to wet his throat, then stood on a high platform with a megaphone, his voice hoarse. All extras, listen up. You are the ignorant townsfolk. You hate him. You want to devour his flesh and drink his blood. Throw your rotten vegetables, stinky eggs, and those stones at him with all your might. The hundreds of extras murmured in assent, clutching their props, but their eyes kept darting to the center of the set. Yesterday's fight scene between Jiang Ye and Chen Yu had completely won them over. Now they looked at him with nothing but respect. Being told by the director to treat him as a mortal enemy left them at a loss. In the center of the set stood a thick stone pillar. Jiang Ye was bound to it, his arms hoisted by iron chains, feet dangling off the ground. His silver-white armor was shattered, revealing a thin, tattered undergarment and skin covered in blood and wounds stained with gore. A makeup artist was touching him up, smearing dirt and blood across his face. Jiang Ye kept his eyes closed, silent, regulating his breath. His mind was flooded with the beeping of hospital monitors and the arrogant face of that man Wang Pengzi. He recalled the helplessness of being forced to accompany clients for drinks despite his relentless practice at the company. He remembered lying in a hospital bed racked with pain, yet forced to drag his ailing body to acting jobs just to survive. A wave of cold isolation, as if abandoned by the whole world, began to erode his sanity. Teacher Jiang, the stones for the scene are props made of foam, don't worry. A prop assistant leaned in to whisper. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, his gaze utterly flat. Thanks, but I need you to swap them. The prop assistant was stunned. Huh, for real once, Jiang Ye said, looking at the pile of rubble in the distance. Foam's too light. It won't produce that dull, heavy impact. But, the assistant stammered, those are real stones. If they actually hit you, you'll get hurt. Do as he says. Wang Lin approached, his face grim. He looked at Jiang Ye, then at the prop department. Find some with smooth edges, no sharp corners, and mind the force. Though worried, Wang Lin understood what Jiang Ye was after. This madman wanted to use real pain to jolt his nerves. The prop assistant had no choice but to exchange them for a batch of real stones. They were smaller, but they were still real. Everything was ready. Scene 35 of Abyss of Demons, take 1. Action. As the clapperboard snapped shut, the surrounding extras erupted into a frenzy. Kill him. Kill this fiend. He devoured the demon god's flesh. He's no longer human. He's a monster. Beat him. Beat him to death. The insults rained down, and rotten vegetables and stinky eggs pelted Jiang Ye like hail. Then the first stone flew. Thud. The stone struck Jiang Ye hard on the forehead. The force wasn't held back. Blood streamed down his brow, tracing past his eye and into his mouth, spreading a bitter taste. Jiang Ye didn't even blink, forcibly suppressing his Buddhist instinctive flinch. He simply stared intently at a little girl at the front of the crowd. She was a young extra the crew had brought in. According to the script, she held a stone, but couldn't bring herself to throw it. In the story, Yesha had once saved her life during a beast tide. Throw it. Why aren't you throwing it? The mother beside her grabbed the girl's hand, forcing the stone into it. He's a monster. He eats people. The little girl, frightened to tears, squeezed her eyes shut and hurled the stone haphazardly. The stone hit Jiang Ye's knee, harmless and weak, but his heart clenched violently. In that moment, he was no longer Jiang Ye. He was Yesha the betrayed. He had shed his last drop of blood to protect these people, and this was his reward. It hurt 10,000 times more than the stone that had struck his head. Jiang Ye's gaze was clouded with confusion as he couldn't comprehend the reason behind this. Then it shifted to sheer disbelief as he looked upon the faces that once revered him, now twisted into grotesque visages of demons. Finally, all his emotions sank into a dead silence. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died. He neither roared nor struggled, only the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he wanted to smile, but couldn't. His expression was more unbearable than tears, more heartbreaking than anger. Perhaps the irritation from his contact lenses caused his eyes to redden, and thus a single tear fell, crimson in color. This bloody tear became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The scene fell silent. The extras who had been shouting moments before gradually lowered their voices until there was no sound at all. They looked at the man on the stage. He spoke not a word, yet the sorrow radiating from him made everyone present feel a tightness in their chests. Especially the little girl who had thrown the stone. Overwhelmed by emotion, she suddenly burst into loud sobs. She was frightened into crying, but also moved to tears. "Uncle, I won't throw anymore. I won't throw anymore." The little girl cried out, trying to rush forward, but was held back by the adults. This action seemed to trigger something within the crowd. Many of the extras let the stones in their hands fall to the ground. They had already been hesitant, but now they felt like sinners, accomplices to the act. Behind the monitor, Wang Lin gripped his walkie-talkie tightly, but forgot to call out. He knew the extras had broken character, but this effect was even better than what he had written in the script. It was enough to tear one's heart apart. Strip the bones. It was only after some time that Wang Lin managed to choke out this line of cue. According to the script, the next part was the special effect of the bone-stripping punishment. But Jiang Ye's performance continued. The sharp knife he felt in the immersive script space merged with the prop knife, tracing his back, seeming to slice open his spine. His body began to tremble, and the excruciating pain of flesh being separated from bone tormented his nerves. His neck arched back, and a gurgling sound came from his throat as he struggled to suppress a scream. The crowd was stunned. If they hadn't known this was a performance, they would have believed Jiang Ye was truly being tortured. It wasn't until Jiang Ye's head lolled to the side, completely devoid of life, that, "Cut!" Wang Lin shouted. Immediately, Chun Yu, who had been observing the performance, rushed forward first, calling out, "Quick! Help! Get him down now!" The dazed crew members snapped back to reality and hurried over with towels and water. They clumsily untied Jiang Ye from the stone pillar. Leaning on Chun Ye's arm, Jiang Ye slumped to the ground. Blood still flowed from his temple, but he seemed oblivious to it. He raised his head, gave Chun Yu a slight nod as a thank you, then glanced at the extras who were still wiping their tears, and curled the corner of his mouth. "What are you crying about?" he said lightly as a joke, intending to ease the tension. "It's not like I'm actually dead." After saying this, he closed his eyes and let the makeup artist tend to his wound. The scene left everyone feeling heavy-hearted, but fortunately Jiang Ye's joke helped lighten the mood considerably. Yet Wang Lin didn't give them much time to recover. Scene change. Next scene. The depths of the abyss, nightshades fall to darkness. This was the final scene of the day and the climax of the entire production. The setting shifted to a nearby artificially constructed cave made to look like the deepest part of the demonic abyss, filled with black, jagged rocks and mountains of skeletal props. It took Jiang Ye 3 hours to have his makeup and costume completely redone. This time his black hair was transformed into a stark white. His face and body were adorned with black, demonic markings similar to the previous ones, but far more intricate, extending all the way to the corners of his eyes. His crimson pupils glimmered with an eerie light under the lamps. If the previous Nightshade was a tragic hero, now he was an utterly transformed half-human, half-demon. Following this, Jiang Ye walked alone to the top of a pile of prop corpses. He sat down cross-legged, casually picked up a skull, and toyed with it in his hands. The action seemed entirely natural for him, adding a touch of nonchalant dominance. All departments ready. Scene 40, Nightshade Reborn. Action. The camera slowly zoomed in. Jiang Ye sat alone on the mountain of corpses, head bowed, staring at the skull in his hands. He was bidding farewell to the foolish past self. Suddenly his palm clenched with immense force. With a sharp crack, the prop skull was crushed in his hand. Then Jiang Ye abruptly lifted his head, staring at the sliver of light above. Up there was the mortal world, the place he had once sworn to protect. Now he wanted to destroy it. Roar! Jiang Ye opened his mouth, unleashing a guttural, mournful howl from the depths of his chest, filled with 3,000 years of resentment and rage. The sound waves echoed within the cave, piercing the eardrums. With this roar, he sprang to his feet. His white hair flowed wildly behind him, seemingly moved by an unseen force. The demonic markings on his body writhed and twisted with the tension of his muscles. In this moment, he needed no words. Every pore of his being radiated a desire for destruction. In post-production, special effects would be added. His black hair would turn white in an instant with his roar, and the demonic markings would spread across his entire body. Standing at the edge of the set, Jiang Ye held a water bottle in his hand, but forgot to drink from it. He watched the white figure atop the corpse pile, feeling a chill run down his spine. This aura, this oppressive presence, even made him, an acting emperor, feel a hint of fear. This kid, Jiang Ye murmured, turning to look at Wang Lin beside him. Director, I have a feeling. Once this drama airs, no one will remember him the lead actor. They'll all think he's the real protagonist. Wang Lin remained silent, just staring intently at the monitor. On screen, Jiang Ye was tilting his head back, 2 streaks of bloody tears flowing from his crimson eyes, a cruel smile playing on his lips. It was his declaration of war against the world. Good. Wang Lin's lips trembled. Damn, that was too good. On this day above the abandoned ancient city, Jiang Ye's performance tore a rift in the very air. From this day forth, Nightshade was dead. What survived was the Demon Lord. Cut. Print. With Wang Lin's shout, the day's filming finally came to an end. Jiang Ye's body went limp, and he tumbled directly off the pile of corpses. This wasn't acting. After such an intense day of filming, he was genuinely exhausted. The crew below were already prepared, swarming forward to catch him, as if he were a precious treasure. Lying on the mat, Jiang Ye raised a hand, looking at the light filtering through his fingers, his vision somewhat blurred. He touched his chest. His heart was beating fast and erratically, but he broke into a foolish, utterly delighted grin. This kind of wholehearted acting without any worries was truly incredible. Haha. The weather in the far northwest shifted without warning. Scorching sunlight one moment, then suddenly engulfed by swirling yellow dust. The wind outside the tent drowned out the generator's rumble. Visibility plummeted to less than 5 meters within minutes. Wang Lin stood at the tent entrance, his face dark as he watched the sky turn dim and chaotic. Had he not given the order in time, the expensive camera equipment would have been buried beneath the sand. Such ferocious sandstorms were not uncommon in the Gobi, and each one brought the entire crew to a standstill. And every idle day bled the production dry. Outside, crew members strained against the gale, tugging ropes to secure the flimsy makeshift shelters. Huddled inside the tents, the staff listened to the sand pelting the canvas, their faces etched with anxiety. Jiang Ye sat on a folding chair nearby, still draped in a heavy, battered suit of black armor. His special effects makeup was intact, white hair spilling over his shoulders. Sand crept through the gaps in the tent, dusting his dark armor with a fine layer of grit. He peered through the gap, where the tent flap whipped in the wind. Beyond, the sky was a murky yellow, eerily reminiscent of a realm from Night Terror's memories. With that thought, he set down his thermos and rose, bracing himself on his knees. He summoned the system in his mind, and consumed the serum it provided, restoring his body to a deceptive peak condition. Walking over to Wang Lin, he pointed at the chaotic wasteland outside. Director, look out there. Isn't this exactly what Night Terror would see after crawling out of the abyss, standing alone in a desolate land? Jiang Ye spoke softly. Wang Lin turned, a vein pulsing on his forehead. He glanced at Jiang Ye, then at the howling wind that could knock a man off his feet. Are you insane? Wang Lin grabbed Jiang Ye's armor, his voice rising sharply. In this weather, forget the cameras. You can't even stand upright out there. This sand will strip the skin right off you. Despite the harsh words had thrown at Jiang Ye when they first met, Wang Lin found himself hesitating now that it came to actual action. But Jiang Ye didn't flinch, his crimson eyes glinting in the dim light. You know better than anyone. No amount of CGI can capture the raw oppression of nature itself. Night Terror spent 3,000 years in the abyss. When he crawled out, the world he faced should feel like this. A suffocating despair, a lonely freedom. If we miss this, where else will we find such a perfect backdrop? Are we supposed to wait for the next sandstorm? Or would you rather use fans to fake it out here in the desert? Jiang Ye's words struck Wang Lin straight in the heart. As a director, he knew such natural wonders were once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. But his first duty was to ensure the actor's safety, especially someone like Jiang Ye whose physical condition was so precarious. He opened his mouth to issue a firm refusal, but before he could speak, Jiang Ye turned and lifted the 30-pound dark iron sword from its rack. It was a silent declaration of intent. Director, just this one shot. He'll be back as soon as it's done. The tent fell heavy with tension as all eyes fixed on the two men locked in a silent standoff. Wang Lin stared at Jiang Ye's wild white hair, then at the swirling yellow sand beyond, his own breathing growing ragged. He knew the proposal was reckless, but deep within, his creative fire had already been ignited. Just then, a young cameraman suddenly rose, shattering the stalemate. His name was Chang, a veteran who had worked under Wang Lin for 5 years. Now his hands were trembling. Director, will go with Mr. Jiang. Chang wiped the dust from his face, a wild glint in his eyes. I've got a protective cover. If we fully seal the camera, it should survive for 15 minutes or so. Wang Lin froze, staring incredulously at the usually quiet cameraman. He never expected the unassuming man to harbor such a restless spirit. Clenching his jaw, Wang Lin stomped his foot hard. Damn it. You're all mad. Everyone move. Get them secured with safety lines. The crew sprang into action, lashing the thickest nylon ropes around both Jiang Ye and Dechang. Dechang's camera was wrapped tight, leaving only a circular opening for the lens. Wang Lin personally checked every knot before pushing open the heavy tent flap. A blast of heat and sand rushed in, stinging their eyes. Jiang Ye didn't look back. Dragging the heavy sword behind him, he strode into the yellow storm. His silhouette quickly blurred in the dust, leaving only his white hair whipping wildly in the gale. Dechang hoisted the camera, head bowed, fighting to keep pace behind Jiang Ye. The two trudged through ankle-deep, shifting sand. Jiang Ye felt grit grinding into his skin through the armor's gaps, the wind-blown sand lashing his face with sharp, biting pain. They halted at the very heart of the storm. According to the script, Night Terror, having just emerged from the abyss, should feel utterly lost. 3,000 years had passed, and the world he once protected was now a barren wasteland. The bones of his brothers and kin were nowhere to be found. Jiang Ye gripped the heavy sword with one hand and drove its tip into the sand to steady himself. Dechang crouched nearby, curling into a tight ball, his lens locked on Jiang Ye's face. Back in the tent, the monitor flickered violently from signal interference. But Wang Lin still caught the image, a lone figure small as a speck of dust, locked in a silent battle against the entire world. Suddenly Jiang Ye wrenched the sword free. He broke into a sprint against the wind, kicking up plumes of sand with every stride. The heavy sword was no longer a burden in his hands. It had become an extension of his body. He swung it in a wide arc, carving a brief rift through the sandstorm before the wind swallowed it shut. He ran faster and faster until he was utterly lost within the chaos. He didn't know where he was going, but anywhere was fine. His movements lost their earlier grace, replaced by a feral, unrestrained frenzy. The black armor clanged with every motion. Then abruptly Jiang Ye released his grip, letting the sword sink into the sand. He halted, spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, and let out a long howl at the sky. Though the wind swallowed the sound, the twisted cords of his neck and the heaving of his chest conveyed a loneliness and freedom that seeped from the very marrow. He was embracing the swirling sand, embracing boundless freedom. Dechang's lens shook relentlessly, yet it captured every frame of Jiang Ye's manic state. Staggering through the storm, Jiang Ye veered between wild laughter and stumbling falls. Each time he fell, he scooped up a fistful of sand and pressed it hard against his face. This broken body of his erupted with astonishing vitality. It wasn't until a tear opened in Dechang's protective suit and sand poured into his collar that he finally signaled for retreat. The crew members holding the ropes at the tent entrance heaved with all their might, dragging the two madmen back to safety. When Jiang Ye was dragged back into the tent, he had become a figure of dust. Sand filled his nostrils and mouth, and even his eyelashes were dyed yellow. The crew quickly gathered around, helping him remove the heavy black armor and handing him warm water and a towel. Jiang Ye sat on the ground, his body trembling slightly from exhaustion. Dechang was also spent, but his first instinct was to protect the camera and eject the memory card. Wang Lin strode over, snatched the card, and inserted it directly into the main console's reader. The massive screen in the tent lit up, and the footage appeared before everyone. The images were not chaotic despite the sandstorm, instead exuding an epic, tragic grandeur. Amidst the swirling sand, the white-haired demon god wept, laughed, howled in the dust, and danced alone in the storm. Especially the final moment when Jiang Ye spread his arms wide, embracing the wind and dust. In the dim light, it powerfully conveyed humanity's awe in facing a cataclysmic trial. Wang Lin stared at the screen, silent for a long time. This footage was destined to be a classic in cinematic history. Perhaps Jiang Ye was right. This authenticity could never be replicated with special effects. He turned to look at Jiang Ye, who was still coughing on the ground. The young man kept his head down, wiping the dirt from his face with a towel. He looked so fragile, yet moments ago in the storm, he was an unrivaled madman. Jiang Ye, you're a genius. Wang Lin struggled for words before finally uttering that one line. Jiang Ye looked up, spat out a mouthful of sandy saliva and grinned. Director, did it pass? Wang Lin laughed heartily, nodded, and waved his hand, shouting to the crew, get this footage cleaned up immediately and cut it into tonight's teaser trailer. I want the whole internet to see what true acting is and what the true abyss is. Though the sandstorm raged outside, the atmosphere in the tent was electric. Late at night, the wind remained biting. Wang Lin sat in the temporary editing room, his eyes glued to the screen. The editor's fingers flew across the keyboard, not daring to breathe too loudly. He knew Wang Lin was eager, but not this eager. If he wanted a teaser, it had to be done today. Moreover, this footage was hard-won by Jiang Ye and Dechang, truly precious. Director, it's done. After a moment, the editor stopped and let out a long breath. Wang Lin nodded, stepped forward, and pressed play. A 30-second video began on the screen. It opened with endless yellow sand, no flashy transitions, and a somber ancient Sun melody that tugged at the heart. In the center of the frame, a lone figure walked against the wind and sand. His white hair flew wildly in the gale, and his tattered black armor seemed exceptionally heavy. The camera zoomed in sharply. The man turned back. His crimson eyes were filled with a detached weariness of life and death, and the madness of one abandoned by the world. That single glance pierced through the screen. Wang Lin felt his scalp tingle, The visual impact was even more stunning than what had seen on the monitor. Release it. Wang Lin slammed the table. Release it now. Let those online trolls see what a real actor is. The publicity crew was already prepared. At midnight, the official Weibo of the Demon Abyss production team quietly posted an update. The caption was the same 4 characters: demon descends upon the world. Attached was the 30-second teaser. Since the team had been silent after Wang Lin's earlier photo of Jiang Ye, the online chatter about Jiang Ye being a sickly man who can't play a war god was still brewing. Many haters were still citing Jiang Ye's old medical records, claiming he was just there to scam the production. But with this Weibo post, those voices abruptly stopped. The video began to autoplay. Netizens about to sleep or still surfing the web froze, their fingers stiffening. The glance back in the sandstorm on their screens made their hearts skip a beat. Then the pace suddenly quickened. The Soon's melody grew urgent, interspersed with sharp metallic clashes. The scene cut to a montage of the fight between Jiang Ye and Chen Yu. Jiang Ye wielded his heavy dark iron sword with grand sweeping motions stripped of slow motion and flashy effects. The sword slammed into the sand, sending up a spray. Chen Yu's righteous leader character was equally formidable, his spear moving like a dragon, advancing and retreating with precision. They clashed on the dunes, every blow landing with raw impact. Each collision was a perfect display of brutal aesthetics, making viewers feel the vibrations in their bones. At the videos, in the frame froze. Jiang Ye's face, covered in blood and grime, knelt amidst a sea of corpses. His broken sword was planted in the ground, supporting his swaying body. The camera pushed in for an extreme close-up of his face. He slowly lifted his head, 2 streaks of blood tears beneath his crimson eyes, but a mocking smile tugged at his lips. The gods have forsaken mortals. The voiceover was Jiang Ye's own. Then I shall forsake the gods. The screen went black and the blood-red title appeared, Demon Abyss. The video was only 30 seconds long, yet it detonated across the entire internet. Never underestimate the power of night owls. Within an hour of posting, reposts and views broke 10 million. This wasn't even prime time, it was the dead of night. The back-end data was rocketing. The trending list, previously dominated by celebrity gossip, was swept away by this torrent. Jiang Ye, white hair, crimson eyes, this is the Eastern Demon God, Demon Abyss teaser. These tags shot up, changing positions with every page refresh until they claimed the top 3 spots. The comments section exploded. The haters who had been calling for a boycott were now silent, leaving only an avalanche of exclamation marks and frenzied reposts from passersby. Holy crap, is that really Jiang Ye? Mom's asking why my pants are always wet, but I don't dare tell her in case she makes Jiang Ye take responsibility. Hey upstairs, if you don't mind me asking, are you a guy or a girl? What does that have to do with anything? If you're a guy, I suggest you see a urologist. If you're a girl, send me your address, and I'll come verify it myself. Whoa, you're not even hiding your intentions. That look kills me. It really does. I feel like he's about to crawl through the screen and come for me. All of you who insulted my idol before, come out and take your beating. How could my Jiang Ye be a sickly weakling? Look at that build. He's handsome no matter how you look at it. All you ugly male leads in period dramas, come and learn. This is what beautiful, strong, and tragic means. This is the Eastern Demon God. This is the fantasy drama I've been waiting for. Within 2 hours, every major video site had swapped their homepage recommendations for this cover image of white hair and crimson eyes. Many of them also did so out of respect for Wang Lin's reputation. The online storm intensified, with even gaming bloggers and digital artists who rarely followed the entertainment industry sharing the posts. They were captivated by the striking visual. This ultimate sense of fragmentation and destruction was like a naturally born 2D character face. Inside the office of a well-known game company, lights blazed. The project lead slammed his phone on the desk, pointing at Jiang Ye on the screen. Contact the production crew. Right now, we need to buy the rights to the Night Fiend's image. Make the next version's final boss skin based on this. This aura is incredible, it's tailor-made for our Demon Clan character. He wasn't the only one to see the opportunity, other game companies were also eyeing the commercial potential. Even other major gaming corporations were discussing inviting Jiang Ye to be their exclusive spokesperson. This wave wasn't just sweeping through the gaming circle, the storm it caused in the entertainment world was equally formidable. At Tianyu Entertainment headquarters, the high-level meeting room was thick with smoke. Several executives in charge of artist management stared at the data reports on the large screen. This was the analysis chart of Jiang Ye's online popularity since he rose to fame. The curve shot straight upward, showing no signs of decline. Jiang Ye is no longer the nobody with acting skills, but no traffic, said a vice president, tapping the table with a serious tone. His current popularity is even higher than our company's top stars. Most importantly, he's earned it through his talent, so the hype is stable and not likely to collapse. Another executive nodded. Also, he's a free agent now. The atmosphere in the room shifted subtly. Everyone knew about Jiang Ye's past. It wasn't exactly a secret in the industry. Blacklisted by Shenghua Entertainment, betrayed by Xingma Entertainment, framed by his agent, burdened with massive debt. But now Shenghua and Xingma were shut down over tax evasion and contract fraud, and that old witch Lu Hui was locked up too. Wang Pengzi was looking at life in prison. The scandals and shackles that once bound Jiang Ye had vanished with the fall of those companies. Now Jiang Ye was a desirable asset, clean record, explosive acting skills, and immense built-in traffic. He was in our production red prison before played a eunuch someone mentioned. His role wasn't big, but it counts as a past collaboration. That's our advantage and natural sense of familiarity. The general manager at the head of the table stubbed out his cigarette and made the call. Reach out to him. Offer him the biggest contract. A list. No, make it level. Spending tens of millions is fine. Resource allocation is negotiable. The entertainment industry is desperate for someone who can carry a show like him. We must sign him no matter the cost. The storms of the outside world seemed not to reach the film crew's camp deep in the Gobi Desert. Here the wind still howled with sand, and the signal came and went. Jiang Ye sat on a folding chair in the corner of his tent, draped in a military overcoat. In his hand, his phone showed a string of exclamation points and screenshots from Zhang San. They were all comments praising him online. Zhang San's excitement practically radiated through the messages. Jiang Ye felt a warmth in his heart, and a genuine smile touched his lips. He made a silent vow if he ever got the chance and the means, he would repay Zhang San's friendship. Treat me with sincerity, and I shall repay you with sincerity. But amidst this wave of online adoration, he forced himself to stay calm. The higher the rise, the harder the fall. He knew that better than anyone. And more than these fleeting accolades, he cared about the numbers on the system panel in his mind. Current empathy points balance 843205 points. The surge in popularity had brought significant returns. It not only covered the daily cost of using items, but also left a substantial surplus. That was what truly mattered. Jiang Ye. Wang Lin burst through the tent flap, his face beaming. The internet is exploding, did you know? Several investors just called saying they want to increase funding. And some big brands are looking for you to endorse them. They're calling me directly. Jiang Ye put down his phone and looked up. He still wore the red contact lenses, his eyes holding the eerie, sinister look of the night fiend. Director Wang. Jiang Ye said quietly, can we discuss all this after we finish filming? Wang Lin was taken aback. He saw no wild elation in the young man's eyes at his overnight fame, but rather an excessive calm, almost indifference. It was as if, like the night fiend he played, he was dismissive of the world's clamor. Wang Lin's smile faded, his respect for Jiang Ye growing. This kid has incredible composure. All right, you call the shots, Wang Lin said, pulling over a chair and sitting down, producing a crumpled script page from his pocket. If you're not interested in that, let's talk about the scene. The hype is big, but this next scene won't be easy. Wang Lin handed the script to Jiang Ye, pointing at a section. This is a dialogue scene, the writer just added. The night fiend is half human, half demon, which means he still holds a sliver of humanity within. This scene is about digging out that sliver and showing it to the audience. Jiang Ye took the script and glanced down. It described the night fiend encountering a blind flower girl during his massacre of a city. The girl, unable to see his terrifying form, mistakes him for a kind passerby and offers him a wilting flower. It's a cliché plot, but amidst the slaughter and bloodshed of the script, this small act of tenderness was strikingly poignant. You'll be acting opposite a girl who knows nothing about acting, Wang Lin said, looking at Jiang Ye with concern. We found her locally. She's genuinely blind. She can't see your expressions or your movements. You'll need to hold back, not use your killing intent to overpower her. This extreme contrast is much harder than fighting with a sword. If you're not careful, it'll seem fake. Jiang Ye looked at the script, the scene forming in his mind. A blood-soaked demon and a blind girl holding a withered flower. A clash of pure evil and pure innocence. It was indeed a challenge. But he welcomed challenges, because only in the toughest scenes could he extract the purest empathy points. Jiang Ye closed the script, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee. He thought of the young nurse who gave him water at the hospital, of the sliver of sunlight that had crept into the basement. These were the last remnants of warmth he had felt in despair. Like the sliver of sky the night fiend gazed upon from the depths of the abyss. I can do it, Jiang Ye said, looking up at Wang Lin. His eyes held no killing intent, only sorrow and gentleness. When do we start? Wang Lin looked into his eyes, his heart stirred. He knew Jiang Ye had already entered the character. Tomorrow, Wang Lin said, rising and patting Jiang Ye on the shoulder. Get some rest. The weather should be good tomorrow. Well filmed, the demon lord's last touch of tenderness. Jiang Ye nodded, watching Wang Lin leave. Then he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. The wind outside the tent continued. The online frenzy raged on. Fans kept swooning and capitalists kept calculating. But none of it had anything to do with him now. All he wanted was to hold a withered flower in this endless darkness. For it was his last connection to this world. At dusk on the second day, the crew had transformed the Gobi Desert into an even more desolate landscape. To enhance the atmosphere, Wang Lin had dry ice scattered around, causing white mist to rise and curl around their ankles. Jiang Ye sat in a resting chair while a makeup artist applied fake blood to his hands. On a small stool across from him sat a little girl of 6 or 7. She wore coarse linen clothes and clutched a small basket to her chest. Her large eyes held no focus, clouded over with a hazy gray. She was Xiaoya, a genuinely blind girl Wang Lin had found after driving 100 miles across the desert to a remote orphanage. Xiaoya was nervous, her hands twisting together and her expression uneasy. Unable to see her surroundings, she could only hear the chaotic murmur of voices and the grinding noise of machinery. Even though she knew the orphanage director was standing right beside her, she couldn't shake her unease in this unfamiliar place. Jiang Ye noticed her anxiety and reached out to pat her head, but stopped when he saw his hands covered in fake blood pulling them back. "Don't be afraid," Jiang Ye said softly, lowering his voice. "Just think of it as playing a game. If someone gives you candy, you take it. If someone tells you to run, you run." Xiao Ye tilted her head toward his voice and asked timidly, "Are you the devil uncle they talked about?" Jiang Ye paused, then realized the director must have explained the plot to her. "I am," he replied. "But in this scene, I won't hurt you." Xiao Ye nodded, seeming to relax a little. She reached into her basket and pulled out a withered wildflower, holding it up. "The director uncle said to give this to you." Jiang Ye looked at the dried flower, feeling a subtle stir in his heart. It looked so fragile that a slight squeeze would turn it to dust, much like the fate of the character he was playing. "All right." Wang Lin's booming voice rang out from a distance. "All departments, attention. Clear the set now. Everyone not involved, step back. Abyss of Demons, Scene 52. The Demon Lord and the Blind Girl take one action." The clapperboard snapped shut, and the surrounding noise vanished instantly as the camera slowly pushed in. This was the aftermath of a city massacre. Bodies lay everywhere, blood splattered across crumbling walls. Jiang Ye, playing Yisha, stood in the center of the carnage, his white hair disheveled, a lingering murderous intent still glowing in his crimson eyes. His chest heaved with heavy breaths. He had been consumed by the killing frenzy. Just then the soft sound of footsteps broke the deathly silence. Xiao Ye emerged from a corner, feeling her way forward with her basket. She couldn't see the bodies on the ground, nor the terrifying demon god before her. As she passed one of the bodies, she tripped and stumbled. Her genuine reaction made Wang Lin gesture for the crew members to stay back. Xiao Ye seemed used to such mishaps, remaining calm and staying in character. Jiang Ye's gaze snapped toward her, his broken sword instinctively pointing in her direction. But when he realized it was just a little girl, his murderous aura abruptly halted. He had slaughtered the entire city. Where had this flower seller come from? Could she be a traveling merchant passing through? Xiao Ye steadied herself, a look of confusion on her face. She held up the withered flower and called into the air, "Is anyone there? I want to sell flowers. Does anyone want to buy one?" Jiang Ye watched her silently. In this world filled with bloodshed and betrayal, this innocent girl seemed utterly out of place. Sensing someone nearby, Xiao Ye took 2 hesitant steps forward, stopping right in front of him. She heard his heavy breathing and guessed he was a man. Big brother, would you like to buy a flower?" She held out the flower. The petals were dried and cracked, even blackened in places, yet in her hands it was a precious treasure. Jiang Ye looked down at the flower, then at his own bloodstained hands. In post-production, dark demonic energy would be added, swirling around him. If he so much as touched the flower, it, and the girl, would be consumed by that energy. Jiang Ye raised his hand, holding it suspended in midair, his fingers trembling slightly. He wanted to touch it, but dared not. He was forcing himself to hold back. He was afraid of dirtying her, afraid his blood-soaked scent would scare away the only one who didn't shun him. The demon who hadn't blinked while killing moments ago now showed a flicker of panic before a blind girl. He stood frozen, rubbing his palm against his clothes, trying to wipe off the blood. But the fake blood had dried, and no matter how he rubbed, it wouldn't come off. It only smeared worse. Jiang Ye's brow furrowed. A sudden wave of self-loathing washed over him. This wasn't just acting, it mirrored his own feelings about his broken body. He too wanted to live a clean life, but fate had thrown him into the mire. "Big brother." Xiao Ye called out again when she didn't get a response. Jiang Ye shuddered, snapping out of his self-pity. He took a deep breath, slowly extended his hand, and made a subtle gesture in the air, channeling his spiritual energy to carefully envelop the withered flower. Only then did he take the flower with 2 fingers, step forward, and gently tuck it into the hair above Xiao Ye's ear. His blood-covered hand made her small face look even more pristine. The visual contrast was striking. Pure evil and pure innocence reached a momentary truce. Jiang Ye looked at Xiao Ye, his lips twitching into a smile that was more painful than a grimace. Even though she couldn't see it, he smiled genuinely. It was the first and last, sincere, tender expression Yisha ever showed the world. "The flower is beautiful," Jiang Ye said in a low voice. "Now go. And don't look back." Watching from the monitors, the crew felt their eyes sting with emotion. With such a simple gesture and a single line, Yisha's character became more dimensional and nuanced. This monster and little girl contrast was devastatingly effective. Xiao Ye felt the flower tucked at her ear and beamed with joy. "Thank you, big brother." She turned to leave when suddenly something went wrong. "Demon, stay your steps." A thunderous shout came from afar. Chen Yu, playing the righteous leader, had arrived with a host of righteous cultivators. They stood on a high ridge, bows drawn and arrows knocked. "Loose. Slay this fiend." At the command, dozens of prop arrows whistled through the air. Though the tips were covered in soft rubber, at such close range they still stung when they hit. Yisha could have easily dodged them. With his skills, these mortal arrows posed no threat to him. But Xiao Ye was still behind him. If he moved, the little girl would be riddled with arrows. Jiang Ye did not hesitate. The instant he heard the whistling of arrows, he spun around, spread his arms wide, and shielded Xiao Ye with his own back. Thud thud thud. The arrows clattered against his back. Several struck with immense force, piercing through the gaps in his armor and slamming into his flesh. Jiang Ye's body jolted violently. This time it was no act. The impact aggravated an old injury from a previous fight scene, reigniting a dull ache deep within his chest. Thanks to the potent painkiller, the pain was muted, but the physical reaction was undeniable. A wave of sweetness rose in his throat, but he clenched his jaw, remaining silent and rooted to the spot. Even with his back bristling with arrows and blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, he held the little girl, steady, shielding her from any harm. Startled by the commotion, Jiang Ye cowered slightly. Big brother. What's wrong? Jiang Ye looked down at the unharmed girl, a flicker of relief crossing his face. At this moment he was a demon, yet he embodied divinity more than those lofty gods above. It's nothing, Jiang Ye said softly, his voice steady and betraying no pain. It's about to rain. Hurry home. With that he gave Jiang Ye a firm push, sending her out of harm's way, and turned back to face the so-called righteous cultivators. His crimson pupils reignited with blazing fury. Since you refuse to spare me, then descend to hell with me. Cut! Wang Lin shouted, his voice tinged with excitement. That's a take. Perfect. The set erupted in applause. Crew members swarmed around Jiang Ye, ready to remove the prop arrows from his back. Chen Yu approached from the slope, his face etched with concern. You alright? Those hits looked pretty solid. Jiang Ye stood still, swayed slightly, and raised a hand to halt them. Wait. Give me a moment. The searing pain from moments ago had nearly driven him to his knees, and his forehead was now beaded with cold sweat. But the night fiend could not kneel. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, suppressing the churning energy in his chest. It seemed today's scene had drained yet more of his life force. Are you sure you're okay? Wang Lin approached, frowning. You don't look well. I'm fine, director. Jiang Ye forced a smile. Just overextended a bit, pulled a muscle. He didn't tell the truth. This was no mere muscle strain, it was his very life burning away. But he refused to speak of it. What good would it do? It would only invite pity, which he neither needed nor wanted. All he needed was to deliver a perfect performance. Jiang Ye was led over by a crew member. Hearing the concern for Jiang Ye, she asked timidly, Big brother, are you hurt? Jiang Ye looked into her unseeing eyes, knelt down, and gently patted her head. No, he said lightly. That was just acting. It was fake. Jiang Ye breathed a sigh of relief, a smile blooming on her face. That's good. You acted so well, big brother. I really thought it was about to rain. Jiang Ye smiled and ruffled her hair. Go on, get your meal. I heard there's chicken today. After Jiang Ye left, Jiang Ye, supported by Chen Yu, slowly made his way back to the resting area. Seeing his pained state, Chen Yu muttered under his breath, still saying, You're fine. You can barely stand. Such a stubborn mouth. Jiang Ye frowned. Chen, what did you say? Oh, nothing. I was just asking if you want chicken for dinner. No, thank you. Time on a film set always flies. The subsequent shooting proceeded in an orderly manner. Late one night, the desert temperature plummeted dramatically. After a full day of shooting, Jiang Ye dragged his weary legs back to his tent, his steps heavy and unsteady. Today, to satisfy director Wang Lin's pursuit of realism, he had tumbled down the dunes dozens of times, pouring all his strength into every single move. As he sat on the edge of his cot, reaching for the water jug on the table, a familiar electronic chime echoed in his mind. Warning, host's physical energy has been severely depleted today. The effect of the potent painkiller will expire 2 hours earlier due to excessive bodily strain. Jiang Ye froze, his hand hovering in midair, his breath catching. A familiar creeping chill seeped from the marrow of his bones. He gritted his teeth and issued a rapid mental command. System, immediately exchange for a new potent painkiller and use it. But the system's response sent a chill down his spine. Notice, due to the host's severe physical exhaustion, continuous use of the agent will result in a weakened state. The newly exchanged potent painkiller's effectiveness is reduced by 80. Current efficacy is only 20 of its full analgesic power. Jiang Ye clenched his jaw. As he confirmed the use, a tsunami of agony erupted without warning, surging from the base of his spine and crashing into his cerebral cortex. Since relying on the potent painkiller, he had nearly forgotten the torment of genetic collapse. But this outbreak was a brutal awakening, as if a hand had been clamped around his throat all along, sneering, I've always been here. His body tilted, and he tumbled from the cot onto the cold, hard ground. The sandy floor dirted his face, but he paid it no mind. He quickly snatched a nearby dry towel and shoved it between his teeth, biting down hard. He couldn't make a sound. The tents had thin walls. One faint cry of agony would bring the crew sleeping next door rushing in. Jiang Ye curled up on the ground, his body convulsing, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. The pain was threatening to overwhelm his ability to think. He stared wide-eyed, his mind buzzing, his vision black, hearing only the ragged sound of his own breathing. The medicine offered a sliver of relief, but that 20 was pitifully inadequate against the ravages of genetic collapse. Outside the tent, Chen Yu, holding tomorrow's script, walked through the wind and sand. Had just had a new idea for the big scene with the director and wanted to discuss it with Jiang Ye, the drama fanatic. In this crew, Jiang Ye was the only one Chen Yu felt he could truly talk to. Despite their different roles on and off screen, they shared a strikingly similar dedication to their craft. Chen Yu stood outside Jiang Ye's tent and politely knocked on the support pole. Jiang, are you in there? I wanted to discuss the blocking for tomorrow's big fight scene in the abyss. Is now a good time? After speaking, Chen Yu waited at the entrance for over 10 seconds, but heard no response from within, only the howling of the wind against the tent. He found this strange. It wasn't like Jiang Ye to not even acknowledge him, even if he was resting. Jiang Ye. Chen Yu called out again, testing. Still there was only silence. Chen Ye's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the unhealthy pallor that occasionally flickered across Jiang Ye's face on set. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and lifted the tent flap. The tent's latch had never been reliable, and since Jiang Ye had only pulled it shut casually upon returning, Chen Yu pushed the door open with ease. However, the sight inside the tent froze him in place. Under the dim glow of the lantern, Jiang Ye was sprawled on the floor, his body contorted into a twisted knot. Jiang Ye! Chen Yu cried out in alarm, the script slipping from his hand and thudding to the ground. He rushed over, intending to help Jiang Ye up. But the moment his hand touched Jiang Ye's shoulder, he was startled by the searing heat radiating from his body. Jiang Ye was burning with fever, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from water. His hand still gripped the corner of the table, veins bulging on his knuckles, and the towel clenched between his teeth was twisted out of shape. To Chen Yu, this state looked like a relapse, teetering on the brink of death. He could even hear the rattling sound escaping Jiang Ye's throat. Setting aside his distaste for the clammy sweat, Chen Yu hoisted Jiang Ye up. Jiang Ye, don't move, I'm calling an ambulance. His voice trembled with obvious panic. He fumbled for his phone, ready to dial emergency services without a second thought. In this desolate Gobi desert, the nearest hospital was nearly 100 kilometers away. If he didn't act quickly, he feared Jiang Ye wouldn't make it. But before his finger could touch the screen, Jiang Ye's hand shot out and clamped onto his wrist with startling force. Jiang Ye's grip was astonishingly strong, leaving Chen Yu unable to move. Jiang Ye spat out the towel and gasped, Don't call. He lifted his head, his eyes shot through with blood vessels, cold sweat trickling down his jaw. Chen Ye's anxiety spiked, and he shouted, Look at you. You won't call an ambulance. You'll die. Jiang Ye shook his head and tried to push himself up from the ground, but failed twice. He gave up and leaned back against the table leg, flashing Chen Yu a fractured smile. It's an old problem. He said, his words coming in halting bursts. Don't call anyone. Director Wong. Can't afford the delay. I just need to rest. Rest. He'll be fine. Jiang Ye's eyes were filled with pleading, locked onto Chen Ye's gaze. He couldn't let an ambulance come. Once it arrived, his career on this production would be over. Even if Wong Lin had a sharp tongue but a kind heart and would cover for him, the producers wouldn't dare keep an actor who could collapse at any moment in such a high-intensity environment. Tomorrow was the climax of the entire production, and he couldn't let it all fall apart now. Chen Yu looked at the fierce determination in Jiang Ye's eyes, and his heart shuddered violently. He considered himself a drama fanatic, a true devotee of the craft, but he never imagined someone could be even more reckless than him, willing to push themselves to the brink of death. This illness of yours. Chen Yu started, but his words trailed off, and he slowly lowered the hand holding his phone. Jiang Ye closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The pain was still raging, but the 20 potency of the medication was slowly beginning to stabilize his condition. I'm sorry, Teacher Chen. Please keep this secret. Jiang Ye spoke again, his voice slightly more steady. Tomorrow he'll be able to stand. As he spoke, he reached out with his other hand and grabbed Chen Ye's sleeve, his eyes pleading. Chen Yu felt the phone in his hand grow impossibly heavy. He took a deep breath, knowing he should be the rational one here. But faced with such a pure, unadulterated drama fanatic, his rationality was crumbling. In the end, he put away his phone, crouched down, and supported Jiang Ye's back. A sudden understanding dawned on him. So this was how Nightshade was forged. Could this be the legendary losing oneself in a role? Had heard that some top-tier actors deliberately push their bodies to extreme states to capture a character's brokenness or sense of impending doom. Now, looking at Jiang Ye curled up on the ground, refusing medical help, he was even more convinced of this. Jiang Ye must have deliberately neglected his health to perfectly portray Nightshade's state of being corroded by demonic energy in tomorrow's climactic battle of Demon Abyss. Though this behavior was mad, Chen Yu now saw it as the ultimate pursuit of art. Looking at it now, he realized his own Best Actor title was nothing compared to Jiang Ye's dedication. The more he thought about it, the more his gaze filled with reverence, even a hint of worship. He didn't leave. Instead, he silently stood guard by Jiang Ye's side. He fetched a towel, soaked it in warm water, and gently wiped the cold sweat from Jiang Ye's forehead. As time passed, Jiang Ye's strength slowly returned, and his breathing gradually steadied. As his strength recovered, the effects of the potent analgesic seemed to strengthen as well. Then a chime echoed in his mind. Potent analgesic efficacy is gradually recovering to 100. The night deepened, and while the wind and sand raged outside the tent, a peculiar stillness settled within. The two drama fanatics began to discuss their craft under the dim light. They talked about Nightshade's inner turmoil, the techniques for playing the righteous leader, and the loneliness of Nightshade, who had watched over the darkness for 3,000 years. Chun Yu discovered that Jiang Ye's understanding went beyond any single character. He had transcended the boundaries of the script itself, achieving true empathy for every role. He even began to wonder if Jiang Ye could play the role of the righteous leader better than he could. That night, the two powerhouse actors became true kindred spirits in that humble tent. Chun Yu watched as the color slowly returned to Jiang Ye's face, and a silent admiration swelled in his heart. This is a true actor. As dawn approached, Jiang Ye sat up straight and stretched his stiff neck. Suddenly, a wild idea began to form in his mind. Since director Wang Lin wanted the most authentic state, could his own ailing body be used as the ultimate prop? If that were the case, then for the climactic battle scene, if he skipped the painkillers, wouldn't Nightshade seem even more ferocious? Alright, it was decided. Jiang Ye stood up and glanced at Chun Yu, who had stayed by his side all night. Teacher Chen, thank you for today. Be careful during tomorrow's daytime shoot, Jiang Ye said softly. Chun Yu looked at him and saw a hint of madness coalescing in his eyes, sending a chill down his spine. He had a sudden feeling that Jiang Ye was about to unleash something big. The next morning, the set for the depths of the demon abyss was complete, built once more within the previously constructed artificial cave. The surroundings were littered with jagged rocks and blackened, withered trees. A wind machine roared in the distance, whipping up black paper scraps that, with the addition of post-production effects, would simulate the billowing demonic aura. Jiang Ye stood at the center of the set, the tattered black armor on his body feeling even heavier than before. The makeup artist had just finished retouching his wounds, and the fake blood trickled down his forehead, blurring his vision. This was a normal occurrence, so he didn't bother wiping it away, letting his sight be dyed a deep crimson. Today's scene was the climactic battle between the Righteous Path's leader and the Night Fiend, the final confrontation before the grand finale. The Righteous Path's leader led thousands of cultivators in a siege upon the demon abyss, where the Night Fiend, betrayed and consumed by the backlash of 10,000 demons, had completely lost his sanity and engaged in a last desperate duel with Chun Yu. Chun Yu stood at the forefront of the cultivator's spear in hand, doing his final warm-ups. He glanced at Jiang Ye, noticing the latter with his head bowed, shoulders trembling slightly. A flicker of unease passed through his heart as he recalled the madness he had seen in Jiang Ye's eyes the previous night, guessing that he was preparing for a final, all-or-nothing struggle. All departments get ready. Wang Lin's voice boomed through a megaphone. This scene demands pure madness, pure loss of control. And as always, all non-essential personnel step back. Give the actors space. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, summoning the system panel in his mind. Powerful analgesic is in effect. Remaining time 12 hours. Do you wish to deactivate the pain suppression effect prematurely? Jiang Ye stared at the red option, his mind a placid lake. He wasn't here to play a villain who was evil for the sake of being evil, but a tragic hero writhing in agony, seeking only release. As he had reasoned the night before, while the drug numbed the pain, it also severed his deepest connection to the character. Perhaps his very pain body destined him to be the perfect vessel for the Night Fiend. He had to leverage this unique affliction. Only by feeling the character's suffering could he truly bring the Night Fiend to life. Deactivate, he commanded silently. Powerful analgesic effect deactivated. Alert. Host's physiological functions are on the verge of collapse. Intense pain will now directly impact the central nervous system. As the system's chime faded, an indescribable agony erupted from the very marrow of his bones. There was no buffer, no reprieve. Jiang Ye let out a muffled groan, his body's stiffening knees buckling as he nearly collapsed to the ground. This pain was more ferocious than anything he had felt before. Even the 20 mitigation from the previous night was gone. Sweat instantly beaded on his forehead, mixing with the fake blood and trickling into his mouth. A taste both salty and coppery. But he didn't call for a cut. He gritted his teeth, using the very agony to force his trembling body under control. Just then the clapperboard slammed down. Action. Filming began. Jiang Ye's head snapped up, instantly immersed in character. His crimson pupils were shot through with blood vessels, his eyes seeming to split at the corners. Roar. He opened his mouth and let out a guttural scream, a sound forced out from the depths of his being, more like the wail of a soul in torment. Across from him, Chun Ye's heart skipped a beat. His spear felt heavy in his hand, and the opening stance he had prepared suddenly felt impossible to execute. The look in Jiang Ye's eyes had changed. It was filled with a sheer unhinged madness that made Chun Ye's scalp prickle. Then Jiang Ye charged, dragging his heavy sword behind him. His steps were unsteady, stumbling, yet impossibly fast. With every stride the agony within him intensified. But he paid it no heed. His only thought was to vent, to let this broken body burn to ashes. A resounding clang echoed as the heavy sword smashed against Chun Ye's spear. The sheer impact numbed Chun Ye's hands, nearly sending the weapon flying from his grasp. Brute force again. Chun Ye was forced back 2 steps, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This kid. Here we go again. But Jiang Ye gave him no time to recover, swinging his sword down once more. Again, it was pure, unadulterated power devoid of any technique. Chun Ye was forced onto the defensive, his spear struggling to parry the relentless blows. He realized this was just like before. He was struggling to keep up with the intensity. Moreover, the overwhelming sense of despair radiating from Jiang Ye was so thick, it was hard to breathe. Draw your sword. Jiang Ye roared. Kill me, or I'll kill you. Sure enough, it was the familiar deviation from the script. But Jiang Ye understood. This was Jiang Ye pushing him just as the Night Fiend was pushing the righteous path's leader. He gritted his teeth, his own pride ignited. With a change in his stance, he shouted back, "You want to die? He'll grant your wish." His spear lashed out, no longer holding back. The tip transformed into a flurry of cold, gleaming points, thrusting towards Jiang Ye's vital spots. The two clashed in a frenzied battle amidst the rubble. Jiang Ye took Jiang Ye's attacks, heat in the prop spear shaft striking his back with a dull thudding sound. It hurt. It hurt deeply. The pain from within combined with the pain from without was a tearing, wrenching sensation that unexpectedly drew a laugh from his lips. Perfect. This is the pain. This is the tearing. This is what makes me feel like I actually fucking want to live. Ah! He hurled his heavy sword aside and lunged at Jiang Ye with reckless abandon. Even as the spear tip pressed against his chest, he didn't care. He grabbed the spear shaft with both hands, shoving his body forward, bending the tip desperate to close the distance. Jiang Ye watched the face drawing nearer and cursed inwardly. Damn it, not this again. The closer Jiang Ye got, the more Jiang Ye could see in his pupils. Not just madness, but an endless profound sorrow. It was the desperate craving for release from extreme suffering. Jiang Ye completely forgot they were filming. He was no longer an actor, but the leader of the righteous path. And the man before him was a half-human, half-demon creature who had lived for millennia seeking only death. Why, oi? Jiang Ye asked, the words slipping out unconsciously. Why don't you dodge? Jiang Ye gave no answer. He suddenly released the spear shaft, his hands shooting out to clamp tightly around Jiang Ye's throat. The immense pressure made it impossible to breathe, and Jiang Ye's face flushed a deep red. The crew was frozen in shock. He was really choking him. The assistant director moved to intervene, but Wang Lin held him back. Nobody moved. Wang Lin stared intently at the monitor, not daring to blink. Keep watching. They're still in character. On the screen, the Night Fiend had the righteous path's leader pinned down in the rubble. Jiang Ye straddled Jiang Ye, his fingers tightening relentlessly. He wasn't killing him, though, because his hands were trembling. His body was at its absolute limit. Every cell was screaming, urging him to collapse. But he held on. He lowered his head, looking down at the struggling Jiang Ye. The red light in his pupils slowly faded, leaving only a dead, hollow emptiness. Then two streams of clear tears mingling with the grime and blood on his face slid down and dripped onto Jiang Ye's cheek. Wet and scalding, Jiang Ye stopped struggling, looking up at Jiang Ye above him. In those eyes he saw a soul shattering into pieces. Jiang Ye slowly loosened his grip, his body going limp. He collapsed onto Jiang Ye's chest, leaning close to his ear, and whispered weakly, "Kill me. Please. Kill me." It was the truest plea Jiang Ye had ever made. It hurts too much. Living is nothing but pain. Whether it's the Night Fiend's 3,000 years of solitude, or Jiang Ye's own genetic collapse, or the finiteness of his life, everything is just too painful. Only death offers an escape. But I don't want to die. I really don't. Can someone, please, save me? Jiang Ye's hands were trembling. Looking at Jiang Ye, who was shaking uncontrollably on top of him, tears streamed down his face beyond his control. He could feel the suffocating weight of this pain. He reached out, intending to push Jiang Ye away, but the gesture turned into an embrace. "I'm sorry I can't save you. I truly am sorry." At that moment, Wang Lin's voice cut through the air. Cut. It took the crew a moment to process what had happened. Jiang Ye too needed several seconds to snap back to reality. He carefully lifted Jiang Ye, who was slumped against him, and called out softly, "Jiang Ye." There was no response. Jiang Ye remained motionless, eyes shut, his face deathly pale and slick with cold sweat, his body still racked by involuntary spasms. Panic seized Jiang Ye. "Help! Someone come quick!" he yelled. Staff members with first aid training rushed over in a flurry. Jiang Ye felt hands prying open his eyelids, someone forcing water into his mouth. The sudden burst of energy from moments ago had drained every ounce of his strength. After a while, he finally regained a sliver of strength and forced his eyes open. "I'm fine. Just give me a moment." He leaned on Jiang Ye's arm and struggled to his feet, his body swaying unsteadily. But he had to stand. The Night Fiend wasn't dead yet. The show wasn't over. "Prepare for the next scene," Jiang Ye said, looking at Wang Lin. His voice was weak, but laced with a fierce resolve. "Don't stop. We're shooting the finale immediately." Wang Lin met his gaze, his own eyes a complex mix of concern, admiration, and profound shock. Just as he had promised Jiang Ye earlier, he now found it hard to be harsh. But if an actor could push himself to such extremes, how could he, the director, refuse to match that dedication? Wang Lin took a deep breath and nodded. "All right, let's move. Prepare for the transition and the final scene." He then looked at Jiang Ye. "Jiang, please take him to rest for a bit. The setup here will take a while." Jiang Ye nodded and helped Jiang Ye up. The crew buzzed back into action. Though everyone was deeply worried about Jiang Ye, no one dared to voice a word of protest. They understood that Jiang Ye in his current state was unstoppable. A fire once ignited would not be extinguished until it had consumed its fuel entirely. Jiang Ye guided Jiang Ye to the side to rest. "You scared the hell out of me back there," Jiang Ye said, wiping the tears from his face. "I really thought you were going to kill me." Jiang Ye leaned back against the chair, picked up the painkillers a crew member had handed him, and swallowed 2 pills. Even though the system's suppression was off, real-world medication offered at least a psychological comfort. Sorry, Jiang Ye murmured. I lost control. Shen Yu shook his head, looking seriously into Jiang Ye's eyes. No, thank you. You pulled me into the scene. In that moment, I truly felt like the righteous leader who had to kill you. That feeling of having to do it, yet being unable to strike. He'll never forget it. Jiang Ye offered a faint smile, but said nothing. He closed his eyes, conserving his strength for what was to come. The next scene was the true climax. The Night Fiend was about to face the awakened ancient demon god and make his final choice. To destroy the world or to save it. The script dictated that he would choose to sacrifice himself to seal the demon god. It was a cliché ending, but Jiang Ye intended to portray it differently. He wouldn't play it as a noble righteous sacrifice, but as a desperate escape from a dead end. It was because this world was unworthy of him that he chose to die. After some time, the crew was nearly ready on set. Wang Lin's booming voice echoed across the studio. Move it, everyone. We're about to start. The intensity of the previous fight scene had everyone on edge. Crew members scurried about hauling equipment towards the newly constructed green screen studio. This was the location for the finale of The Abyss, where the Night Fiend would make his final stand, sacrificing himself to save the world. Jiang Ye sat on a folding chair Chen Yu had brought over, letting the makeup artist touch up his face. The sweat, the dirt, and the genuine blood seeping from the corner of his mouth from the previous scene formed a perfect battle-worn look. No added blood was needed. So the makeup artist simply tidied up his disheveled white hair. Jiang Ye closed his eyes. His body still ached, but his mind was clearer. The painkillers were doing their job. You okay, eh? Chen Yu asked from beside him, holding a bottle of water, but hesitant to hand it over, afraid Jiang Ye's trembling hands might drop it. Jiang Ye opened his eyes. The frenzy in his scarlet irises had faded, replaced by an unshakable calm. I'm fine. He pushed himself up from his knees, swaying slightly before steadying himself. Let's go, Jiang Ye said. Let's send the Night Fiend off on his final journey. Inside the green screen studio, dozens of wind machines were already in place. Riggers were testing the weight capacity of the wires. In this scene, to seal the ancient demon god about to break free from the abyss, the Night Fiend would ignite his own primordial spirit, destroying himself and the abyss together. That was the scripted ending. Jiang Ye walked to the center of the set, allowing the riggers to attach the steel cables to his waist and back. The wires were pulled taut, pressing directly onto his bruises. His expression remained blank. This kind of pain was nothing now. Mr. Jiang, the lift will be quite fast. You'll be raised to about 10 meters. Please be prepared, the rigger warned from behind. Jiang Ye nodded. Thanks. Just pull me up. Wang Lin, seated behind the monitor, watched Jiang Ye on the screen, took a deep breath, and picked up his megaphone. Quiet on set. This is the final scene of The Abyss, the rap scene. All extras in position. Chen Yu, get ready. At the director's command, dozens of extras playing cultivators lay scattered across the fake rubble in front of the green screen, their faces smeared with blood, looking up. Chen Yu, holding a spear, knelt on one knee, his gaze fixed intently on the white-haired figure before him. The winch turned, the wires grew taut, and Jiang Ye's feet left the ground. He ascended slowly higher and higher until he hovered 10 meters in the air. From this height, the entire set was laid out before him. The bustling crew below, the awestruck extras, and Chen Yu, who never stopped watching him. Jiang Ye looked down at the mortal world beneath his feet, and his eyes subtly shifted. The madness and resentment from the earlier battle were gone, replaced by a serene clarity. In this final moment of his life, he was no longer a fearsome demon lord. He was once again the war god from 3,000 years ago, clad in silver armor, who had sworn to protect humanity. He even felt a hint of gratitude towards those who had driven him to this point. It was they who allowed him to finally lay down this heavy armor and embrace eternal rest. Action. The floorboard dropped, and filming began. Jiang Ye hovered in midair, his body relaxed, letting gravity pull at his limbs. He looked down at Chen Yu below, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, his tone brimming with resignation. Don't hate me, Jiang Ye said calmly. And don't thank me either. He raised his hand, pointing at the demon god's phantom that was reviving above his head. These 3,000 years I am tired. These were his true feelings. Every day opening his eyes meant a countdown, closing them meant searing pain. Who wouldn't be exhausted? He truly wanted a good long rest. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, his chest heaving, and spoke the final lines of the entire drama. In this life I have not failed the world, only myself. His voice was calm like a wanderer, leaving home, casting one last glance back at his homeland before departing. The extras below, hearing these words, felt an inexplicable tightness in their chests. They sincerely felt that the white-haired figure in the sky was pitiable. He had given his life to this world, and in return the world had given him only scars. Chen Yu knelt on the ground, looking up, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He felt aggrieved for this long-entangled rival who was both enemy and friend, and his heart ached for Jiang Ye. Today, Jiang Ye's voice rang out again, carrying a sense of finality. I shall return this life to heaven and earth. As the words fell, he abruptly mustered all his strength, making a motion as if to detonate his nascent soul. Detonate! Wang Lin roared. The preset detonation points exploded around them, sending dust and smoke billowing. Dozens of wind machines started simultaneously whipping up a fierce gale. The immense wind force made the tattered black armor on Jiang Ye's body clatter noisily, his white hair whipping wildly behind him. Jiang Ye suddenly spread his arms wide in the air, opening his chest to the world. At this moment a smile broke across his face. Finally, it could all end. The wire stunt technician released the lock on the winch. Jiang Ye's body, losing its support, plummeted rapidly from a height of 10 meters. He didn't struggle in the air, nor did he even close his eyes. He watched the dazzling lights above the set, watching the surreal scenes blur past his vision at breakneck speed. Like a kite with a snapped string, he plunged headlong towards the earth. The dizziness from the freefall brought him a sense of freedom. This felt good. No more pain. No more hatred. Was this what liberation felt like? If he were to die from the fall, it might not be so bad. Pull. The wire stunt technician, timing it perfectly, spun the winch again, breaking sharply. The steel wire snapped taut. Jiang Ye's body jerked violently, just 2 meters from the ground, the immense inertia wrenching his spine. Ugh! A muffled groan was forced back down his throat. Then the wire released. He crashed directly onto the thick foam mat below. A dull thud echoed. Despite the cushioning, the impact from the high fall sent tremors through his entire body. According to the script, Ye Sha was supposed to turn to ash after landing, so the actor needed to lie still. The camera would then pull back for a wide shot. Ye Sha falls, the demon god is sealed, and the world returns to clarity. Then the director would call cut, and the entire production would wrap. Jiang Ye indeed lay there motionless. His eyes were half open, unfocused. The set lights blurred into hazy halos in his vision, and the world was turning into a blank, white void. Suddenly Wang Lin's excited shout reached his ears. Cut. Great. That's a wrap. Immediately followed by cheers from the entire crew and a thunderous round of applause. Someone even set off pre-prepared celebratory cannons, and colorful ribbons fluttered down. Happy wrap. Jiang, you're amazing. Great job, everyone. The clamor flooded in, but the cheers sounded muffled as if through a thick film of water, distant and indistinct. Jiang Ye wanted to smile, to sit up, and tell everyone they'd done well. But his fingers twitched, and he found he could no longer command his body. It was too heavy. His body seemed to be going on strike. It had expended its last reserves of energy during the fall, and was now mercilessly severing its connection with his brain. The aftereffects of genetic collapse, combined with continuous high-intensity overexertion, had finally erupted at this very point. Could he faint in front of the entire crew? No. That would be too disgraceful. Besides, it would worry Wang Lin, distress Chen Yu, and also leave an imperfect ending for the drama. Ye Sha died a spectacular death. Jiang Ye couldn't collapse in a pathetic heap. He clenched his jaw, desperately clinging to the last shred of clarity. System. He made a weak call in his mind. Exchange. For a potent painkiller. Use it. Command received. Consuming 1000 empathy points. Potent painkiller administered. In the next instant, a cool liquid materialized from thin air within his body and rapidly spread throughout his limbs. His body instantly relaxed. A long-missed sense of ease washed over him again. Jiang Ye immediately felt his breathing smooth out, yet he still couldn't move. Mental exhaustion was harder to endure than physical pain. The medicine could only numb the pain, but it couldn't replenish the life force he had burned away. Jiang Ye stared at the overhead light, its halo slowly expanding into a gentle, swirling vortex. Sleep. It was time to sleep for a bit. After all the filming was done, a faint smile of Ye Sha's final resignation still lingered on his lips as his eyes slowly closed. His consciousness gradually sank into darkness. Chen Yu was the first to rush over, his face beaming with joy as he tried to pull Jiang Ye up. Jiang Ye. It's a wrap. We did it. He reached out only to find Jiang Ye lying there completely still. The smile on his face froze. Jiang Ye. Chen Yu's heart skipped a beat, his voice trembling slightly. Don't scare me. Wang Lin also walked over, still holding the megaphone. Seeing the scene, he stopped in his tracks, his earlier elation instantly transforming into worry. He threw down the megaphone and stepped forward, but suddenly heard the sound of soft snoring. It was coming from Jiang Ye ahead. His movements halted, and he exchanged a look with the equally stunned Chen Yu, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. This kid had just fallen asleep. What a scare. Wang Lin shook his head, turned to gesture to the panicked crew, making a shushing motion to signal them not to disturb Jiang Ye, to just let him rest. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief and quietly dispersed. When Jiang Ye opened his eyes again, the endless yellow sand and the blinding desert sun were gone from his sight. He was sitting in a moving off-road vehicle. Outside the window was a gray-black asphalt road, streetlights whipping past, and in the distance high-rises twinkled with colorful neon lights. This was the city. This was the world of men. He wiggled his fingers, inadvertently feeling the texture of the leather seat. Awake! A gruff voice came from beside him. Jiang Ye turned his head. Wang Lin was sitting next to him, holding a half-empty bottle of water, his eyes bloodshot and dark circles practically hanging down to his chin. Chen Yu in the passenger seat heard the commotion and spun around. Seeing Jiang Ye's eyes open, the tense muscles on both their faces visibly relaxed. Phew. Wang Lin let out a long breath, the water bottle in his hand creaking under his grip. You slept like a log, kid, Wang Lin said, unscrewing the cap and handing the bottle over. Here, have some water. Wet your whistle. Jiang Ye propped himself up, took the water bottle, and took a gulp. The cold water jolted him, dispelling the last vestiges of his drowsy stupor. He glanced out the window. The cruise convoy was driving onto the city's elevated highway, traffic weaving like a stream, red taillights forming a long, unbroken dragon. We're back, Jiang Ye asked in a low voice. We're back. Chen Yu turned around, leaning on the back of his seat to look at him. Completely out of that godforsaken place. Wang Lin pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, thought about lighting one, but after a glance at Jiang Ye, he put them away. Everyone's worked hard. Wang Lin rubbed his face, his tone somewhat heavy. Especially you, Jiang Ye. That last leap, I was truly afraid you wouldn't wake up. Given the height, the state he was in, and how he fell into a deep sleep upon landing, it was a miracle Wang Lin didn't call for a helicopter on the spot. Fortunately, after an examination, they found he had merely fallen asleep from exhaustion, so they dared to carry him into the vehicle and hastily removed his makeup. Jiang Ye held the water bottle, feeling the chill seeping through the plastic. Once the filming is over, I should wake up. Wang Lin looked at him, a hint of curiosity in his eyes, but even more so admiration. Good that you're awake. Don't rush back tonight, Wang Lin suddenly said. I've already had the others book a place. Let's get a good meal, the whole crew. There's an old established hot pot restaurant in the city. We'll have some lamb hot pot. Jiang Ye was taken aback, about to refuse. Given his current physical state, going back to lie down would be more suitable. Wang Lin seemed to read his mind and reached out to press on his shoulder. Don't refuse just yet. Wang Lin's gaze was sincere, even carrying a hint of pleading. This meal isn't just to celebrate the wrap-up, oh, it's to welcome you back. You've been too deep in character, carrying a heavy air of death. You need to soak up some human warmth, eat something hot, and drive out the chill from the abyss. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to move on. Chen Yu chimed in from the side. Yeah, Jiang Ye, come on. Everyone's waiting for you. If you don't show, the celebration won't have its main character. Jiang Ye turned his head to look at the flowing neon lights outside the window, falling silent. Red, green, yellow. The intermingling light and shadow reflected in his pupils. The countdown timer in his mind was still ticking mercilessly, a constant reminder that death had not drifted away. But he touched his chest. His heart was still beating, slow but strong. Perhaps, as they said, he did need a bit of human warmth. He needed to feel the temperature of the living outside his lonely world. The night fiend had dwelled in darkness for 3,000 years and ultimately chose death. But Jiang Ye had survived. As long as he was alive, he had to eat well. All right. Jiang Ye nodded, a faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. He'll go. Wang Lin burst into hearty laughter, slapping the back of the front seat vigorously. That's the spirit. DeChong, did you hear that? Step on it. I'm starving. Only then did Jiang Ye notice that the driver's seat was occupied by the very cinematographer who had accompanied him to seek death in the wind and sand. It was all familiar faces. The atmosphere in the vehicle finally livened up. Jiang Ye fished out his phone from his pocket. The screen lit up and dozens of unread messages popped up. All from Zhang San. Bro, you alive? Reply when you see this. The internet is saying you died filming in the Northwest. If you don't reply soon, I'm buying a ticket to come find you. Don't care if Director Wang is a big shot. If he dares to mess with you, I'll bring the whole criminal punishment crew to smash his windows. Jiang Ye looked at these messages, his finger gently swiping the screen. It turned out in this city, he was never truly alone. There were still so many people concerned about his well-being. This feeling wasn't bad. He opened the chat window and typed 6 characters. All is well, don't worry. After a moment's thought, he added another line. Heading to eat hot pot now. The message was sent. A reply came almost instantly. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Hot pot. Where? Count me in. Send me your location. I'm coming to crash the meal. Jiang Ye smiled, locked the screen, and didn't reply. Because his phone battery was running low. He clutched the phone in his hand, leaned back against the seat, and watched the night scenery outside the window, his gaze gradually softening. Half an hour later, the convoy stopped in front of a hot pot restaurant with rustic architecture. Even late at night, it was brightly lit with red lanterns swaying in the night breeze at the entrance. Pushing open the door, the aroma of beef tallow and Sichuan peppercorns rushed to meet them. The authentic flavors of the mortal world. Wang Lin was the first to get out, beckoning everyone inside. Jiang Ye followed behind, pulling his military coat tighter around him. It was the one Wang Lin had someone bring him when he first arrived in the Northwest, still bearing traces of Gobi dust. But he couldn't bear to take it off, because the coat was thick and it shielded him from the night wind. Pushing open the private room door, a wave of heat hit him. Inside, 3 large round tables were set with red oil roiling in the copper pots, steam rising thick and fast. The rest of the crew had already arrived. The boisterous room fell silent the instant Jiang Ye entered. Everyone was looking at him. This young man with a haggard face but clear, bright eyes. The next second, whoosh! The entire group rose to their feet in unison and thunderous applause filled the room. This wasn't rehearsed. It was genuine respect from their hearts. They had witnessed this young man's madness on the Gobi, witnessed him transform himself into a tragic demon god. Teacher Jiang. Lord Knight Fiend. Awesome. Brother Jiang. I can't take it. Come kick my ass. Lord Knight. You want a wife? Just say the word, and I'll offer myself to you. Amidst the clamor someone started a chant, and a cacophony of playful nicknames and whistles blended together. Jiang Ye stood at the door, overwhelmed by this sudden surge of warmth. He was used to cold stares and being ignored, even accustomed to online abuse. This boisterous goodwill and admiration made him feel a bit out of place. From hell to the mortal world, he hadn't yet prepared himself. Wang Lin walked over, slung an arm around his shoulder, and guided him to the seat of honor at the main table. Everyone sit down. What's all this ruckus? Wang Lin scolded, but his face was beaming. Today there's no director, no actors. We're just a bunch of brothers who just came off the battlefield. Come. Eat meat. Drink. The crowd cheered and sat down. Jiang Ye was settled into his seat with Wang Lin on his left and Xin Yu on his right. The table was laden with sliced lamb beef, tripe duck intestines. Red and white piled up like small mountains. Here, let's fill your cup. Wang Lin picked up a bottle of liquor, about to pour some for Jiang Ye, but a hand suddenly reached out, covering the rim of the glass. Xin Yu snatched the bottle away, grinning at Wang Lin. Director, he can't drink. Xin Yu then turned to call the waiter. Excuse me, could we get some hot pear nectar or corn juice, please? Heated. Wang Lin slapped his forehead. Right. Silly me, I almost forgot. Jiang Ye's not feeling well, so no alcohol for him. Come, let's all raise a toast to Jiang Ye. Wang Lin raised his glass, and the others followed suit. Jiang Ye looked at the warm drink before him, picked it up, and rose to his feet. To everyone, he said softly. No grand words, just that simple phrase, yet it carried immense weight. Everyone drank it down in one go. The atmosphere grew truly lively. No one brought up the heavy plot lines or the suffocating ending anymore. They chatted about everyday things and amusing anecdotes from the Gobi Desert. Hey, you wouldn't believe the sandstorm back then. It blew right into my pants. My underwear was full of sand. Old John's wig almost got blown away. He chased it for 2 li before catching it. How do you know it was exactly 2 li? Because I was the one chasing it. Ha. My apologies, hey, race to you. And remember that cook. He mistook salt for sugar. That braised pork he made was absolutely legendary. But the best was our brother Jiang. His snoring during the wrap-up was thunderous. I thought it was a thunderstorm. Laughter erupted in waves, and some, emboldened by alcohol, even started teasing Chunyu and Jiang Ye among others. No one felt offended, or in fact they joined in on the self-deprecating humor. Jiang Ye sat quietly listening to the trivial chatter, a faint smile playing on his lips. Chunyu, using the serving chopsticks, kept placing meat into Jiang Ye's bowl. This lamb is tender, eat more. You look anemic, you need more beef and lamb. I've blanched the tripe for you, 7 dunks and 8 lifts, perfect texture. Jiang Ye, don't just stare. Dig it. Chunyu had transformed into a fussy old brother, worried Jiang Ye might go hungry. Jiang Ye looked at the bowl piled high with food, picked up his chopsticks, and put a slice of lamb into his mouth. The meat was hot and spicy. It slid down his esophagus into his stomach, turning into a ball of fire that slowly dissipated, driving away the chill from his body and thawing a heart frozen for 3,000 years in the abyss. This was the taste of being alive. The surrounding laughter, the clinking of glasses, and the bubbling of the hot pot wove together into a beautiful symphony. Jiang Ye looked up and surveyed the room. The warm, dim light cast a rosy glow on everyone's faces. Of course, much of it was from the alcohol and steam, but it was also genuine, heartfelt joy. Wang Lin, thoroughly drunk, was pulling De Chong aside for a game of finger-guessing. The young script supervisor, whom he had once scared to tears, was nibbling on a chicken claw in a corner. Chunyu was still tirelessly blanching vegetables for him. Watching all this and thinking of the text message from Zhang San, Jiang Ye felt his eyes grow warm. How strange. The hot pot was so far away, why did the steam still make his eyes sting with tears? At that moment he suddenly felt that this world wasn't so bad after all. Sure, there were rotten people like Lu Hui and Fatty Wang, endless pain, and a life that could end at any moment. But there were also mad directors like Wang Lin, kindred spirits like Chunyu, and annoying friends like Zhang San. And there was this steaming hot pot right in front of him. It was worth it. This world was worth it. For all this, he would struggle against the system's oppression 100 times over. Jiang Ye put down his chopsticks, picked up his glass of corn juice, and took another sip. It was sweet, a sweetness that reached his heart. Jiang Ye, what are you thinking about? Chunyu nudged his arm. Why are you smiling so happily? Jiang Ye snapped back to reality and looked at Chunyu. Nothing, he said, shaking his head, but the smile at the corners of his mouth wouldn't fade. It's just, the meat is really good. Chunyu was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. If it's good, eat more. There's plenty. Director Wang is paying anyway, so eat to your heart's content. Boss, 2 more plates of lamb. At 2 a.m., the night breeze of Haicheng carried a chill. The lanterns outside the hot pot restaurant had been extinguished, leaving only the glow of the streetlights spilling onto the messy street. The rap party had finally ended. A group of people staggered out of the entrance, supporting each other, reeking of alcohol. Wang Lin slumped on De Chong's back, mumbled incoherently, next film. He'll still hire you. De Chong helplessly shifted Wang Lin's weight and turned back to Jiang Ye with a simple, honest smile. Although Wang Lin was from the capital, finding a temporary place to stay in Haicheng was easy for him. However, given how drunk he was tonight, he probably couldn't make it back to the capital. He'd likely have to stay in Haicheng for a day or two before heading back. But that was a matter for later. Chen Yu stood by the roadside, his face flushed, his gaze unfocused, clearly having had a lot to drink. He staggered over to Jiang Ye and reached for the car, door showing none of the poise befitting a movie emperor. Jiang Ye, you'll drive. He'll drive you back. Jiang Ye sidestepped Chen Ye's hand and closed the car door for him. No need. Looking at Chen Ye's drunken, hazy eyes, Jiang Ye said calmly. You can barely stand yourself. Go home and get some sleep. Chen Yu tried to insist, but his assistant rushed over and bundled him into the van. The door closed, muffling the drunken ramblings inside. The convoy gradually departed, and the noisy street fell silent again. Jiang Ye tightened his military overcoat and hailed a taxi. Driver to the XX apartments. Half an hour later, the taxi stopped in front of an old residential building. Jiang Ye paid, got out, and looked up at the dark window on the 6th floor. This was the new place he had rented, but he had barely stayed a few days before joining Wang Lin's crew. He walked up the 6 flights of stairs as usual, the hallway's sensor lights flickering on behind him. Reaching the 6th floor, Jiang Ye took out his key, inserted it into the lock, and turned. With a click, the door opened. A gust of cold, stale air rushed out to meet him. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him, and locked it, sealing off the outside world completely. Here he was alone. Jiang Ye took off his military overcoat, hung it on the rack, walked over to the window, and pulled open the curtains to air out the room. He turned on the light and went into the bathroom. He turned on the tap and hot water gushed into the white bathtub, steam slowly rising and fogging up the mirror. Jiang Ye stripped off his sand-dusted shirt and stood naked before the mirror. Under the bright light, he scrutinized his body. His ribs were clearly visible, but he was much stronger than when he first arrived in this world. His skin was pale with bruises on his shoulders from fight scenes and scraped skin on his knees. These were the medals earned on the Gobi Desert. The tub was full. Jiang Ye turned off the tap, stepped into the bath, and sank into the warm water, his constantly taut muscles finally relaxing. The aches and pains in his body slowly eased with the warmth of the water. He let out a long breath, leaned back against the edge of the tub, and closed his eyes. System, he murmured in his mind. A familiar translucent screen unfolded before his mind's eye. Host Jiang Ye. Remaining life, 15 days, 12 hours. Current empathy value balance, 2570730 points. Jiang Ye stared at this astronomical figure without much surprise. This was all earned during the filming of Abyss through the release of behind-the-scenes stills and trailers. But there was a cost to be calculated. His body was now like a punctured sandbag, life force constantly leaking away. Every day, merely upon waking, he needed to spend 1/0 empathy points to exchange for a potent analgesic. Having grown accustomed to a life without pain, he was now addicted. This became a fixed expense he could not avoid. Without the exchange, the excruciating pain of genetic collapse would return. He didn't want to suffer anymore. Jiang Ye raised a hand, wiped the water droplets from his face, and began calculating in his mind. 2,570,000 empathy points. Deducting the daily 1/0 points for the medicine and another 2/0 points for life force exchange, his daily survival cost was 3,000. This was just the bare minimum. Without accidents or extra exchanges, these points would only sustain him for another 85 days of pain-free living. That was less than 3 months. But this was an ideal scenario. In reality, as his bodily functions declined, the potential for drug resistance had to be considered. Although the system's products might not induce resistance, Jiang Ye habitually prepared for the worst. If resistance did develop, he would inevitably need to increase the dosage or exchange for more expensive medications to maintain his state. Additionally, to perform his roles well, he occasionally needed to activate the immersive script space or atmosphere rendering, all of which were extra expenditures. So this too, 57 million points would realistically only last about 2.5 months. After that, he would return to a state where death could strike at any moment. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, staring at the water droplets on the bathroom ceiling. Drip. A droplet fell, hitting the water's surface and creating a ripple. 2.5 months. It seemed like a long time, but for a man clinging to life, it was far too short. At the wrap party, director Wang Lin had said that Abyss featuring Chen Yu and Jiang Ye was the best fantasy blockbuster he had ever directed. Therefore, he would strictly control every step of the process: post-production, editing, special effects, dubbing, censorship, and release scheduling. This entire pipeline would take at least 3 months. In other words, Jiang Ye couldn't wait for the empathy value returns from Abyss after its release. If he pinned his hopes on the box office dividends and positive word-of-mouth of Abyss, he would have turned to ashes long ago. The sense of crisis gripped his throat once more. The water in the bathtub was slowly turning cold. Jiang Ye sat up, water cascading down his chest. He had to find new opportunities. And it couldn't be a TV series that would air 6 months after filming or a movie with a lengthy production cycle. Ideally, it would be a project that was broadcast while filming or one with an extremely short production period. Only with continuous exposure and consistent character output could he ensure a steady stream of empathy points. His body was a machine that could only function by constantly devouring emotions. The moment it stopped, it would be scrapped. Jiang Ye's mind raced, searching for current opportunities in the market. A variety show. They offered quick money and high exposure, but his personality wasn't suited for them, and it was difficult to gain high-quality empathy from such shows. The audience watched variety shows for entertainment, not to sympathize with a struggling artist. So he had to continue acting, seeking out roles with substantial screen time, intense emotional impact, and the potential to spark immediate controversy. Villainous characters. If he could be the villainous lead, even better. But supporting roles offered the best cost-performance ratio. Just like Zhao Xianqin Mo and Yisha. These characters didn't require him to stay for the entire production. He could finish his scenes and leave, yet still leave a lasting impression. Only this way could he maximize his gains within a limited time. As for being the protagonist, that was a consideration for when his lifespan was long enough to afford the wait. Having thought this through, some of the anxiety in Jiang Ye's eyes dissipated. But now haste makes waste. Lately, from the eunuch to Qin Mo, and then to the Gobi Desert, he had pushed himself too hard. Mental exhaustion could sometimes be more damaging than physical fatigue. If he immediately jumped into another intense role, without a break, his mental defenses might collapse. At that point, he might not even be able to distinguish reality from the script, let alone act. Alright, sharpening the axe won't delay the work of cutting wood. Jiang Ye lay back into the water, the warm liquid covering his ears, the sound of water roaring around him. 1 week. He set a deadline for himself. He would use this week to completely empty his mind. No scripts, no characters, no online chatter. He would simply live as Jiang Ye, eating, sleeping, and idling just like an ordinary person. He needed to repair his damaged psyche and piece together his somewhat fractured soul. In reality, this reprieve was an extreme luxury for someone teetering on the edge of life and death. But it was necessary. With this thought, his mind calmed. He stood up from the bathtub, stepped out, and dried himself with a towel. The naked figure in the mirror had eyes noticeably clearer than when he had first entered. He walked into the bedroom and took out a soft, pure cotton pajama set from the wardrobe. Perhaps it was the fabric, but he felt an immense sense of security. Then he walked to the bed, threw back the covers, and dove in. The mattress was perfectly soft and firm. Pulling the blanket over his head, a feeling of being cocooned and safety welled up inside him. At this moment, he was just Jiang Ye, a young man who had just showered and was ready for sleep. Drowsiness slowly crept in. This sleep, devoid of nightmares, chases, and blood, was incredibly deep. His consciousness sank into a deep blue ocean. In his dream, he sat in a small boat on a vast, tranquil sea. Gentle waves lapped against the hull, the sunlight was warm without being glaring, and the sea breeze was soft without being harsh. It was the most peaceful sleep he had had since his transmigration. The 1 week respite passed in the blink of an eye. The morning sun was pleasantly warm. Jiang Ye stood on the apartment balcony, holding a watering can, tending to newly purchased potted plants. After a week of rest and the sustenance from the system's life force, his complexion was rosier and his spirit was full. Just then the phone on the balcony suddenly vibrated, shattering the rare tranquility. Ring, 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 ring. Jiang Ye put down the watering can and picked up the phone. The screen displayed 2 large characters, Zhang San. He pressed the answer button, and before he could even bring the phone to his ear, Zhang San's heart-wrenching roar blasted through the earpiece. Jiang Ye, we did it. We're legends. Zhang San's voice was frantic, laced with obvious sobs and cracks. In the background, the chaotic sound of furniture toppling could be heard. He was clearly so excited, he was trashing the place. Jiang Ye held his phone a little further away, a slight frown creasing his brow. What's wrong? Did the sky fall? He asked calmly. Worse than the sky falling. Zhang San gasped on the other end, clearly out of breath. Check the news, check the official media. Crime and punishment. Our crime and punishment has exploded. Jiang Ye wasn't surprised that the show was a hit. The numbers were there for all to see, but he didn't expect Zhang San to be this frantic. What's going on? Jiang Ye switched the call to speakerphone, set the phone on a nearby stand, and continued watering his plants with a spray bottle. Calm down and tell me. Official. It's the official announcement. Zhang San was incoherent, seemingly trying to gather his thoughts. The Broadcasting Authority just released the shortlist for the latest TV drama awards, and our crime and punishment is on it. Jiang Ye's hand paused, the water spray veering off course. Nominated. A low-budget web drama with a sensitive theme and borderline content was already incredibly lucky to pass censorship and be released. And now it was nominated for an official award. It's not just a nomination. Zhang San shrieked on the other end. And you Jiang Ye. Best Supporting Actor at the White Jade Awards. Outstanding Actor at the Flying Tour Award. Double nomination. Double nomination, brother. Zhang San was laughing and crying on the phone. Brother, you did it. You've broken through the ceiling. This time Jiang Ye was finally stunned. He put down the spray bottle, turned, and leaned against the railing, picking up his phone to reread the news. Are you sure you read it right? If I'm wrong, I'm a fool. Zhang San shouted. The official website is down. It's the top trending topic. The whole internet is buzzing. The White Jade Award was one of the authorities in the TV drama field, representing top-tier industry recognition. The Flying Tour Award, with its official backing, was an even more prestigious accolade, typically favoring serious dramas and big-budget productions. An actor playing a villain from a web drama, an artist once blacklisted by the industry and burdened with rumors of misconduct, had received nominations for 2 major awards simultaneously. This wasn't just unprecedented, it was a blatant slap in the face to the entire entertainment industry. Jiang Ye, do you know what this means? Zhang San's voice trembled, gradually deepening. It means the mainstream circles have accepted you. It means those stubborn old timers who look down their noses at everyone have to acknowledge your acting skills. We've broken the prejudice. Web dramas can grace the halls of elegance and villains can win mainstream awards. Jiang Ye was silent for 2 seconds, then exited the call interface and opened Weibo. There was no need to search. At the top of the trending list, a dark red tag stabbed directly into his eyes. Jiang Ye double nomination. It was followed by a bright red explosion character. Right behind it were crime and punishment nominated. Acting is the only passport and web drama rebellion. Jiang Ye tapped the top entry, which was the nomination list announcement posted by the official TV Drama Awards Weibo account. Among the list of serious dramas, period pieces, and big-budget productions, the name Crime and Punishment seemed out of place, yet it shone brilliantly. And in the columns for Best Supporting Actor and Outstanding Actor after Jiang Ye's name, the character name was clearly written, Qin Mo. The comment section had completely erupted. Holy crap, is this real? Dr. Qin made it to the finals. The White Jade and Flying Tour Awards. Didn't they always look down on web dramas? Why the change of heart? It's not a change of heart, they've been defeated by talent. With my brother's acting skills, who dares say he doesn't deserve it? This is such a loud slap in the face. Where are those experts who said my Jiang Ge was an amateur and didn't belong on the big stage? Come out and face the music. Double nomination. This is a double nomination. Many veteran actors don't get a single nomination in their entire careers, but my husband got 2 with 1 web drama. No wonder he's my man. This is real talent. The Capitol wanted to blacklist him. The authorities just showed them how it's done. Qin Mo deserves it. Jiang Ye deserves it. It's well earned. Hubby, you're my perfect husband. Beyond the online frenzy, what truly shook the industry was the stance of the mainstream media. Several authoritative official media outlets weighed in reposting the announcement. Acting Circle. Acting is an actor's foundation. Good work knows no origin, and good actors should not be buried. Film Watch. The nomination of Crime and Punishment marks the arrival of the era of high-quality web dramas. Jiang Ye's performance proves that the era of pure traffic is over. A content is king. In addition, an even more authoritative official media outlet posted a brief commentary. The accompanying image was a still of Qin Mo standing in the rain outside the courthouse. The caption was concise. We care not about origin nor about traffic. Before true art, acting is the only passport. This commentary was reposted 100,000 times, with netizens liking it furiously. This kind of official endorsement was more powerful than any trending topic or data. Before Jiang Ye was popular, but it was grassroots popularity, internet fame. In the eyes of certain elite industry insiders, he was still just a web celebrity actor who didn't measure up. But now it was different. These 2 nominations were like 2 amulets of immunity, pulling him directly from the mire and elevating him to the altar. From this day forward, no one would dare to use his background or the alleged misconduct against him. On the other end of the line, Zhang San was still chattering away. Brother, you don't know, several platform managers who previously rejected our show just called me. Their tone was so submissive, begging to buy the rights for the second broadcast round. But can I give it to them? Each one of them treated me like a monkey and forced me to drink at those meetings. Now they want the broadcast rights. Screw them. And those critics who used to trash us are now calling it a masterpiece. It's disgusting and satisfying at the same time. Oh right, the award ceremony is next week. The organizing committee contacted me and specifically asked to make sure you attend. They also hinted that your chances of winning are very, very high. As Jiang Ye listened to Zhang San's crude remarks, his gaze drifted past the balcony towards the bustling city skyline in the distance. The sunlight fell on his face, warm and comforting. He truly didn't care much about these empty titles. A trophy was just a piece of metal and a nomination was just a piece of paper. These things couldn't be directly exchanged for empathy points, nor could they directly increase his lifespan. But the weight of these 2 nominations was significant. They represented influence, market value, and more choices. Before, he was the one begging for a role, for a chance to survive. Now it was others who were holding out scripts and begging him. This meant he could choose roles that would harvest more empathy points, gain access to higher-level resources, and secure his own survival more calmly. The chances of staying alive had increased. That was the most important thing. Jiang Ye started to speak, intending to call him by his full name, but then he changed his mind. San Ge. Zhang San was stunned for a moment upon hearing the address, then laughed even more wildly. Because it represented recognition from someone, especially from Jiang Ye, who was used to being alone. Calling him brother meant a bond for a lifetime. Huh. Oh, I'm here. Your San Ge is here. Zhang San couldn't control the complex emotions surging in his heart, wanting to laugh wildly and cry wildly at the same time, but he could only manage to keep responding. Jiang Ye gazed out the window, the corners of his lips curving upward in a smile that felt genuine. The gloom that had perpetually shrouded his brow lifted, at least for now. Prepare the formal where third brother, he said softly, the title rolling off his tongue with increasing ease, his tone relaxed, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Since they've extended an invitation, we shall attend. Let's see what this so-called high society truly looks like. A moment of silence hung on the other end of the line, followed by an even more explosive roar. Orders received. I'm going shopping right now. Only the best, the most expensive. He'll dress my little brother up as the sharpest guy in the whole venue. Make those snobs who look down on us gawk until their eyes pop out. They briefly discussed the subsequent arrangements. Third brother still had to deal with the media and platforms that had been blowing up his phone. Jiang Ye ended the call, and the room fell silent once more. He set down the watering can, walked back inside, tossed his phone onto the sofa, and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. A man, after achieving a certain measure of success, always needs a moment to catch his breath and wet his whistle. But just as he turned, the phone on the sofa vibrated again. The screen lit up, displaying a familiar number. Caller Wang Lin. Jiang Ye paused, glancing back over his shoulder. Ever since the rap party for Abyss, Wang Lin had been buried in post-production. A call now was certainly not for idle chit-chat. Coupled with the dual nomination news third brother had just relayed, Jiang Ye's mind raced. He walked back to the sofa, picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. Director Wang. Jiang Ye. Wang Lin's voice came through the receiver, full of vigor, though the background noise was a chaotic din, likely from the editing room. I've seen the news about the dual nominations too, he said, a hint of delight coloring his tone. It's a first in history, a villain from a web series getting nominated for major awards. You've really stirred up the stagnant waters. Jiang Ye held the phone, walked back to the balcony, leaned against the railing, and watched the traffic below. Just a stroke of luck. Cut the modesty with me. Wang Lin chuckled in reproach, then his tone turned serious. I'm calling about something important today. Jiang Ye straightened up. I'm listening. The top brass at Tianyu Entertainment have been blowing up my office phone lately. Wang Lin paused for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. They want to see you quite urgently. Jiang Ye wasn't surprised. Crimson Gaze was a Tianyu investment, and with retribution blazing across the internet, they were bound to know. Now that he was blowing up thanks to the villains in these two projects, it would be foolish for the capital behind them to remain unresponsive. What do they want with me? Jiang Ye asked, feigning ignorance. What else could it be? Sign you, promote you, treat you like their personal money tree. Wang Lin scoffed, his tone laced with disdain for capital, yet tinged with the helplessness of having to swim with the tide. You might not know this, but back when we were filming Abyss out in the Gobi, Tianyu's people came by. Jiang Ye was taken aback. This was news to him. Back then he was so consumed by Nightshade's despair that he was oblivious to the outside world. It was during those days of the Flower Girl auction. Wang Lin said, a hint of reminiscence in his voice. A vice president from Tianyu along with 2 agents drove their off-road vehicle straight into our camp. They watched a few previews of Abyss, thought you had potential, and wanted to capitalize on your buzz. They were keen to sign you. Wang Lin let out a cold snort. You told me then that you wanted to wait until filming was done to discuss such matters. Besides, you were in such a state, barely human, letting them see you like that would have been a disaster. So I had the camp sealed off. I told them we were at a critical point in filming, the actor was in the zone, and not even the Jade Emperor himself could get through. Those bastards wouldn't give up, tried to force their way in. I yelled at them through a megaphone and sent them packing. I said anyone who dared to ruin my shoot would never work in this industry again. A wave of warmth washed over Jiang Ye as he listened. He could picture it clearly, the windswept Gobi director Wang, in his military coat, standing guard, with a few burly crew members shielding him from the greedy grasp of capital to protect his fragile connection to the craft. Thanks, Director Wang, Jiang Ye said softly. Thanks my ass. All that sentimentality, you'd be better off buying me a drink. And besides, I did it for my film. If they had gotten you all riled up, the character of Nightshade would have been ruined. But things are different now. Wang Lin shifted the conversation. Abyss is wrapped, and I've mostly finished the post-production. Add to that the wildfire success of Retribution and the weight of those dual nominations. Tianyu can't sit still anymore. They're not looking for a bargain now, they're begging for a partnership. That vice president called me again, all soft and pleading, practically begging for your contact info and home address. Says they've prepared and steer contract along with supplementary agreements ready to pour the entire company's resources into making you the next top-tier acting emperor. Jiang Ye's grip on the phone tightened. Top-tier acting emperor. Those words in this industry signified fame, fortune, and the coveted finish line that countless dream of. The Jiang Ye who was once a naive trainee might have been ecstatic, but now these words left him utterly unmoved. With this body he inhabited, his life was measured in days. These ethereal future plans held no meaning for him. What he needed was a path forward, a platform that let him act and harvest empathy points. Noticing his prolonged silence, Wang Lin assumed he was wavering. Jiang Ye, I'm telling you this not as a persuader, his tone grew stern, but so you can think it through for yourself. Tianyu was always at odds with Shenghua, and now that Shenghua is gone, but at their core they're all capital. They're all wolves that devour without spitting out the bones. Once you're in this circle, countless eyes will be on you, countless rules will bind you. Want to just act in peace? That won't be so easy. But for now, if you don't want to deal with them, just say the word. They'll keep blocking them for you. With these old bones of mine, they wouldn't dare try anything. Jiang Ye stared at the massive billboard on a distant building. It featured Lin Feng's face smiling with a fake, dazzling brilliance. This was a product of capital, polished and pretty but utterly soulless. Jiang Ye was thoroughly sick of it all. He had just put the Shenghua and Xingma people away, and he wasn't about to shackle himself with new chains. Yet he was still just one man. Retribution was a hit, but it was just a web series. Third Brother was loyal, but he was too insignificant against such a behemoth. From a practical standpoint, he did need a stronger backing. At the very least, he needed a professional team to handle legal disputes and public relations. His life was too precious to waste on entanglements with scum. Moreover, Tianyu Entertainment was indeed a solid choice. Their investment in Crimson Gaze had indirectly given him his chance for a comeback. Although their initial motive was to spite Xinhua in this industry, there are no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Since Tianyu had extended an olive branch, openly slapping them in the face would be unwise. Instead of passively avoiding them, it was better to take the initiative. Jiang Ye's gaze gradually darkened, a sharp glint flashing deep within his pupils. He didn't need an indenture, what he needed was a conversation between equals. Director Wang, Jiang Ye said calmly, please pass along my contact information to them. A few seconds of silence followed on the other end of the line. Wang Lin seemed somewhat taken aback, yet also as if had anticipated it. You thought this through? This is a wolf's den. Once you're in, it's not so easy to get out. Jiang Ye's lips curved upwards, slightly revealing a calm, composed smile. A wolf's den sometimes is just the place for a hunter to rest for the night. Besides, it's time I resolved my identity issues. Though he was a free agent now in the eyes of many in the industry, he remained a volatile element fraught with risk. Some even considered him a discarded pawn of Xinhua, a sickly man on the brink of death. He needed to use Tianyu's platform to prove himself. More importantly, he needed access to the class villain resources that Tianyu held. Wang Lin burst into thunderous laughter on the other end. Good lad. You've got guts. I knew you weren't the kind of pushover who'd be led around by the nose. Alright, I'll send them your number right away. I'm curious to see those big shots who usually walk around with their noses in the air get a taste of their own medicine with you. Remember, don't back down. Name your price, set your terms. The current you is worth it. Jiang Ye nodded, replying, understood. I won't keep you any longer. Goodbye. Wang Lin, decisive and swift, hung up the phone without further ado. Jiang Ye put away his phone, walked back inside, and finally took a sip of warm water. He looked at his reflection in the full-length mirror. His complexion was rosy, his spirits high. No longer the youth waiting to die in a basement. Tianyu Entertainment. If you want to sign me, be prepared for me to turn the tables. Within 10 minutes, the phone in his pocket rang again. It was an unfamiliar local number ending in 48s. Jiang Ye, however, remained composed. He didn't answer immediately, waiting until the ring was nearly about to auto-disconnect before slowly reaching out and pressing the answer button. Hello. His voice was cool, distant, and aloof. A woman's crisp, professional voice came through the phone, laced with practiced enthusiasm and urgency. Hello, is this Mr. Jiang Ye? I'm the artist director at Tianyu Entertainment. You can call me Sister Hong. The next morning, a sleek black luxury business van slowly pulled up in front of Jiang Ye's building. The door slid open and a slender leg emerged, high heels clicking sharply against the concrete. The woman who stepped out wore a sharply tailored business suit, her hair pinned up, immaculately dark sunglasses framing a commanding presence. She was Sister Hong, the artist director from the previous night's call. She held sway over half of Heiching's entertainment resources and had catapulted 3 best actors and 2 best actresses to stardom. Today she was personally coming to knock on an actor's door. It was a direct order from the top and a rare instance of condescension in her career. Sister Hong took off her sunglasses, glanced up at the aging residential building, her brow furrowing slightly before smoothing back into composure. She picked up an exquisite gift box and headed upstairs. There was no elevator, so she climbed step by step to the 6th floor. Moments later, Sister Hong stood before a security door, steadied her breath, and raised her hand to knock. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, the door opened. Jiang Ye stood there in simple loungewear, his gaze clear, his demeanor cool and detached. He showed no surprise at seeing the legendary agent on his doorstep. He simply stepped aside slightly to make way. Sister Hong, hello. Please come in. Sister Hong's eyes lit up, a flicker of admiration passing through her brows. This young man's looks were certainly beyond reproach, and his cool, aloof aura added significant appeal. But he was far too composed. Any other artist, upon seeing her at their door, would at least show a hint of flattery or nervousness, if not outright excitement. Jiang Ye, however, acted as if he were welcoming a delivery person. Sister Hong offered a faint smile, nodded, and stepped inside, her gaze quickly sweeping across the living room. It was clean and tidy, yet carried an air of austerity. This environment seemed rather shabby for an artist who had just received dual nominations and was generating massive buzz. Mr. Jiang, your home certainly has a lived-in feel, Sister Hong remarked with a polite smile, placing the gift on the wooden table. Please have a seat, Jiang Ye said, gesturing. He got up, poured a glass of plain water, set it before her, and sat down opposite. Sister Hong didn't touch the water. Instead, she pulled a thick file from her bag and slid it across the table to Jiang Ye. The cover bore only 2 embossed gilded characters: contract. Mr. Jiang, your time is precious, so I won't beat around the bush. Sister Hong straightened up a confident smile on her face. This is the class contract Tianyu Entertainment has tailored specifically for you, as we discussed on the phone yesterday. Within Tianyu, you're in a league of your own to have reached this level. Jiang Ye didn't rush to open it. He simply looked at her calmly. Seeing this, Sister Hong extended a finger and tapped lightly on the cover of the file. Signing bonus 50 million post-tax. You'll have first pick of male lead roles in all of Tianyu's class film and television projects. You'll be provided with a top-tier promotional team, a personal stylist, a chauffeured vehicle, and round-the-clock security. Additionally, the company will grant you a 0.5 phantom stock dividend. Sister Hong paused after each condition, observing Jiang Ye's expression. These terms would drive anyone trying to make it in the entertainment industry to the brink of madness. 50 million in cash could buy this entire building. Class resources meant a direct ticket to the top. And the phantom stock dividend meant transitioning from an employee to a stakeholder in capital itself. Such was Tianyu's sincerity, and such was Tianyu's power. Yet Jiang Ye's face betrayed no emotion whatsoever. He reached out and opened the contract to the first page. He read quickly, his gaze skimming past the enviable benefits, locking onto the section on artist obligations further back. Sister Hong, watching him closely, saw him reach that section and interjected at the opportune moment. Of course, rights and obligations go hand in hand. As a top-tier artist of the company, you are expected to align with our overall strategic planning. You are required to star in at least 2 company-designated class dramas per year. The subject matter will be determined by company assessment primarily to solidify your market position. Furthermore, you are to participate in company-arranged variety shows for promotional purposes, no fewer than 2 per year. As for image management, every public appearance and every social media post must be reviewed and approved by our team. And of course, taking on outside projects without authorization is strictly prohibited. Sister Hong spoke fluently, as these were standard industry practices. Top-tier pay demanded top-tier control. To mold an artist into a perfect product, every unpredictable variable had to be eliminated. Jiang Ye's gaze turned cold as he read the clause, strictly no unauthorized roles. For an ordinary artist, this might be protection or good planning, but for him, it was a death sentence. He needed to use his limited time to play madmen, psychopathic killers, and villains that could tear the audience's hearts to shreds. A major company like Tianyu Entertainment would never allow their top-tier star to take on such image-destroying roles for the sake of his commercial value. They would package him as a perfect idol, casting him as wealthy, handsome leads and devoted, loving men. Even if he played those roles perfectly, the system wouldn't recognize it, and he wouldn't harvest any empathy points. It was slow suicide. Moreover, the pace of 2 dramas a year was far too slow for him. He couldn't afford to wait. Jiang Ye snapped the document shut with a sharp clap. Hong Jie's smile deepened, and she pulled an exquisite fountain pen from her bag, offering it to him. Teacher Jiang, if there are no issues, we can sign on the last page. From this moment on, you'll be the top star of Tianyu. Those who once looked down on you will all look up to you. Jiang Ye didn't take the pen. Instead, he gently pushed the contract back. Hong Jie's smile stiffened, her hand hovering in midair, a hint of awkwardness in the air. Teacher Jiang. Her voice dropped. What is the meaning of this? In this industry, no one turns their back on money. She had abandoned the polite form of address, genuinely baffled by his refusal. Jiang Ye leaned back in his chair, his gaze calm as he looked at her. The terms are tempting, and I can see Tianyu's sincerity. But for personal reasons, I cannot sign. Hong Jie withdrew her hand, placing the pen on the documents. Is the money not enough? We can negotiate. Is the revenue share too low? We can make concessions. Teacher Jiang, one shouldn't be too greedy. In Hong Jie's view, even though the company was eager to sign him, that didn't mean Jiang Ye could extort them. Jiang Ye shook his head. It's not about the money. He pointed at the contract. 2 dramas a year is too few. And having the company dictate the themes is a no-go. Image management is also unnecessary. With each sentence, Hong Jie's face grew more grim. I don't need you to package me into a perfect idol, Jiang Ye continued, his tone still calm. I can't act that kind of thing. What I need is freedom. The freedom to choose scripts, the freedom to act. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. The freedom to play a madman. Hong Jie frowned, staring at him in disbelief. Teacher Jiang, what are you saying? You are giving up a perfectly good steer lead role to chase after fringe characters. Don't you know that playing too many villains will drastically devalue your commercial worth? No brand would want a serial killer specialist as their spokesperson. Jiang Ye stood up and walked to the window, turning his back to her. The sunlight outside was warm, yet an unshakable chill permeated his body. Death lingered like a shadow. Commercial value. Jiang Ye watched the hurried crowd below. Hong Jie, those long-term plans mean nothing to me personally. I only want the roles, not the game. I only play ghosts, not men. Hong Jie was stunned by his words. She looked at his gaunt silhouette, suddenly recalling the rumors about his illness. Many thought it was just hyperpersona. Otherwise, how could a man who was supposed to be dead still be standing here alive? But now she heard a different undertone in his voice. You. Hong Jie started, her tone softening slightly. Jiang Ye, you need to understand, going solo in this circle is a death sentence. You need the protection of capital. Shenghua has fallen, but there are many who still want to bring you down. Even if it's not Tianyu, there are others. As long as you don't sign, you'll find yourself unable to move an inch as a free agent. On the surface, her words seemed to be for his benefit, but on deeper reflection, they underscored the overwhelming power of capital in the entertainment industry. It was the harsh reality. In this world, those who fought alone were often devoured whole. Jiang Ye turned around, meeting Hong Jie's eyes directly, his expression serene. This kind of pressure didn't intimidate him. Compared to the aura of the Grim Reaper, her presence was far too weak. Hong Jie, you misunderstand, he said calmly. I didn't say I wouldn't cooperate. I said I wouldn't sign this contract. Hong Jie frowned, staring at him. What do you mean? Jiang Ye walked back, sat down, and leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his presence suddenly overwhelming. I need a different kind of partnership. I won't be Tianyu's artist. He'll be Tianyu's partner. Hong Jie was taken aback, then let out a mock laugh. Partner, she said as if hearing a joke. Jiang Ye, do you have any idea about capital? What do you have to offer as a partner? Those 2 nominations you haven't even secured yet. Or is it that body of yours that could collapse at any moment? Faced with her mockery, Jiang Ye didn't argue. He reached for a pen and paper, scribbled a few lines, and slid the paper across the table. Hey, erase my proposal. Hong Jie looked down. The handwriting was hasty but carried a fierce determination. Clause 1 established Jiang Ye's personal studio affiliated under Tianyu. Clause 2 Tianyu handles legal PR and basic operations, and holds the right of first refusal for roles. Clause 3 Jiang Ye has absolute script selection rights, rejecting all variety shows, commercial appearances, and malicious publicity. Clause 4 Revenue is split 50-50. After reading, Hong Jie slapped the paper down on the table. Impossible. She refused without a second thought. A 50-50 split. And Tianyu handles all the logistics and PR. You just act, and you take half the profits. Jiang Ye, this is a con job. Tianyu isn't a charity, and I'm not here to do good deeds. The board wouldn't even give these outrageous terms a second glance. Jiang Ye had anticipated her reaction. He remembered Wang Lin's words. He was worth it now. Hong Jie, you're a smart woman. Jiang Ye poured himself another cup of warm water. What's missing in the entertainment industry today? Is it a lack of traffic? No. Is it a lack of obedient artists? Even less so. What's missing are actors who can carry a film at the box office, win awards, and make the audience pay. He took a sip and continued. Lin Feng is obedient, and he signed and steer contract. And look at the result. He was overshadowed by me in Red Prison and got torn apart online. Tianyu poured billions of resources into him. What did they get in return? This one question struck a raw nerve. Lin Feng was indeed Tianyu's biggest pain point. They had fed him resources, but he was a lost cause with a ruined reputation. Now that Jiang Ye had burst onto the scene, audiences had higher standards, and relying on a pretty face alone no longer worked. Hong Jie fell silent, her gaze wavering. Jiang Ye set down his cup, placed both hands on the table, and looked down at her from a commanding height. What I can bring to Tianyu isn't just money. It's reputation, awards, and the respect of the entire industry. These are things that the traffic stars you promote can never deliver. Hong Jie raised her head, meeting Jiang Ye's gaze. She had to admit he had a point. But she was a businesswoman. Businesswomen care about tangible leverage, not empty promises. Words are cheap, Hong Jie said coldly. You also said that Lin Feng lost us money. How do I know you won't be the next one? What if you drop dead on set one day? All of Tianyu's early investments would be flushed down the drain. With that kind of risk, a 50-50 split. Do you think that's realistic? After Hong Jie finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room fell into another deadlock. This was a game of chess. Whoever flinched first lost. Jiang Ye studied Hong Jie's shrewd face. He knew that without playing a real trump card, he wouldn't win this woman over. He needed a heavier piece of leverage. One so heavy that Tianyu couldn't refuse, one that would make them willing to gamble on him. Since you think the risk is too high, Jiang Ye's voice dropped, tinged with a hint of madness. Then let's make a bet. Hong Jie raised an eyebrow. A bet on what? Jiang Ye held up a single finger. One film. After Demon Abyss, will take a role as a villain in my next project. He'll forego my salary and only take a share of the box office. And Jiang Ye paused, a flash of light flickering in his eyes so intense that Hong Jie instinctively leaned back. I will bring back a true Best Actor trophy for Tianyu. Not a nomination, but the actual trophy. It will be one of the top 3 domestic awards or the Best Actor at an international A-list film festival. If I fail, I'll pay you 10 times the penalty. All the profits generated during this period, he'll take none of it. It all goes to Tianyu. My life will also belong to you. Hong Jie's pupils contracted sharply. She found it hard to believe. A madman. This young man before her was absolutely a madman. Winning Best Actor. He was even dreaming of winning Best Actor at an international film festival. That was a threshold that countless actors couldn't reach in a lifetime. Although the industry whispered that she had managed 3 Best Actors and 2 Best Actresses, those were just rumors, just titles. Who had actually seen them? He was a newcomer who had just shown a bit of promise. No matter how good his acting was, how could he dare to boast so boldly? And pay 10 times the penalty. Based on the valuation of his glass contract, 10 times the penalty would be at least 500 million. What would he pay with? His life. Even selling his body, it would take 1 or 200 years. Do you even know what you're saying? Hong Jie's voice was dry. This is a bet agreement. Once you lose, you'll never get back on your feet. You'll be buried in debt, and you could even go to prison. Jiang Ye smiled. The smile carried Qin Mo's elegance, Zhao Xian's ruthlessness, and Yi Sha's resolve. A massive debt. It's not like I've never carried one before. So what if I can't get back on my feet? I've always been crawling through hell. The question is, Hong Jie, do you and Tianyu dare to take this bet? Hong Jie stared into those eyes which held no hint of jest or retreat. She was a top agent who prided herself on reading people, but she had never seen someone willing to stake their very life on the table. Somehow she was reminded of Qin Mo's live-streamed trial of Wang Fatty at the slaughterhouse. This aura of risking everything for survival was both terrifying and mesmerizing. This young man wasn't boasting. He genuinely had this confidence and ability. Zhao Xian in Crimson Prison, Qin Mo in Retribution, and Yi Sha in the just-finished Demon Abyss. Each of these roles was a masterpiece he had forged with his life. If he could truly survive, if he could truly win a Best Actor award with no strings attached, then Tianyu Entertainment's standing in the entire industry might be elevated to a whole new level. This temptation was too great. It was enough to make even a rational professional manager like Hong Jie's heart race. This was a high-stakes gamble. Win, and Tianyu would rise with the tide. Lose, and Tianyu would only lose a bit in legal costs, while Jiang Ye would be doomed forever. No matter how you calculated it, Tianyu wouldn't be at a loss. Hong Jie took a deep breath to steady her pounding heart, then pulled out her phone from her bag. I can't make this decision alone. I need to consult with the higher-ups. Jiang Ye made a go-ahead gesture, sat back in his chair, and casually picked up a magazine to read. Hong Jie walked out onto the balcony and dialed a number. Jiang Ye couldn't hear what she was saying, but he could see her pacing back and forth, her emotions running high, occasionally waving her arms. A full 20 minutes later, Hong Jie pushed open the balcony door and came back in. Her face was slightly flushed, a sign of the intense argument that had just taken place. She walked over to Jiang Ye, looking at this young man who was still calmly flipping through a script, her expression complex. The higher-ups have agreed. Hong Jie tossed her phone back into her bag, her voice tinged with a hint of fatigue, but even more so with the excitement of someone about to witness history. 50-50 split, personal studio. But this bet agreement must be written into the contract. Within 1 year, if you fail to win the Best Actor trophy, or if the box office of your next film after Demon Abyss doesn't meet expectations, you will need to pay a penalty of 500 million and sign yourself over to Tianyu unconditionally for 20 years. 20 years. For an actor whose career depends on age, the roles get narrower as they get older. This was essentially a lifetime. But it was also Tianyu's final bottom line. Jiang Ye closed the script and stood up. Deal. Hong Jie immediately called the company's legal team. An hour later, a brand new contract, one so rare it was practically unheard of in the industry, a freelancer agreement, lay on the table. The clauses were dense, each line representing immense profit and immense risk. Jiang Ye didn't even look at it. He flipped directly to the last page, uncapped a pen, and signed his name. His strokes were sharp and forceful, pressing through the paper. Hong Jie put away the contract and looked at him. From today on, we're in the same boat. But I want to give you one piece of advice. This kind of bet is unprecedented, and there will never be another like it. Capital never loses. It's always the artists who lose. Jiang Ye put down the pen, looked at Hong Jie, and a slight smile played on his lips. Then let me be the first. Hong Jie, it's been a pleasure working with you. With that, he extended his hand. Hong Jie looked at this slender hand, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook it. Pleasure working with you. After seeing Hong Jie and the legal team out, the room fell silent once more. Jiang Ye closed the door, leaned his back against it, and let out a soft breath. Phew. He had to admit, dealing with capital was a huge drain on one's mental faculties. One moment of carelessness, and you'd be pulled into a web of intricacies, making it hard to extricate yourself. But now he finally had a protective umbrella. This meant that those people scheming behind his back would have to think twice. He could finally focus all his energy on the single task of acting. As for this seemingly insane bet, while others saw it as a sword hanging over their heads, he saw it as a mountain he had to conquer. It was just a process, not the ultimate goal. Fail to win Best Actor, then die charging forward. Anyway, this life was a bonus. Jiang Ye walked back into the room and looked out the window. The sky had darkened and Haicheng's neon lights were flickering on, painting the night sky in a riot of colors. A slight smile curved at the corner of his mouth. This city, it really is beautiful. Tonight the city of High City was sleepless. The night sky was illuminated by countless searchlights, and a red carpet stretching 100 meters awaited the arrival of the Magnolia Awards ceremony. Flanking the red carpet was a forest of cameras and lenses, their shutters clicking in a relentless symphony like a battlefield. A van bearing the Tianyu Entertainment logo slowly came to a halt at the end of the red carpet. Dark bulletproof tint on the windows shielded the interior from the clamor outside. It had to be said, Tianyu Entertainment moved swiftly. Ever since Jiang Ye became a partner, a full support team had been assembled overnight. Jiang Ye sat in the back seat, feeling the ebbing soreness in his body. He had just consumed a new bottle of potent analgesic. The effects of system-produced medicines were immediate. A sense of ease and warmth spread through his entire being. He raised his hand, observing his long, slender fingers, the tips showing a healthy pale pink. After days of rest, his spirit was full, his complexion ruddy, and his demeanor even more ethereal. Huff. Jiang Ye let out a turbid breath and adjusted his tie. Today he was in his best state since his rebirth. Because tonight he was here to reclaim his glory. The car door slid open slowly, and a foot shod in black leather stepped onto the red carpet. A momentary hush fell over the noisy scene, then the flashbulbs ignited the night. Jiang Ye emerged from the vehicle standing tall. For tonight's grand appearance, Tianyu Entertainment had specially provided him with a custom-made white suit adorned with tiny diamonds. But the outfit was too flashy. Wearing it would make him look like a peacock displaying its feathers. Jiang Ye felt it wasn't suitable for him. Why dress so ostentatiously when not courting a mate? In comparison, the black suit prepared by Zhang San was much more to his liking. Zhang San had scoured every corner of High City, found an old tailor shop, and had this black suit custom-made at great expense. The cut was sharp, devoid of any superfluous decoration. The black fabric absorbed all light, making him stand tall and straight as a pine. Jiang Ye liked it. He buttoned his suit jacket, raised his head, a faint smile on his face as his gaze swept over the crowd on both sides of the red carpet. He nodded calmly, commanding the scene. The regal dominance of Zhao Xian, the keen insight of Qin Mo, and the composure born of 3,000 years of solitude as Yi Sha. These three temperaments merged to form the unique Jiang Ye of today. Jiang Ye. Look here, Dr. Qin. Can you smile? Lord Chamberlain. Look at the camera. The media area erupted, reporters shouting the names of his characters. Jiang Ye didn't pause. He strode forward with steady steps onto the red carpet. He didn't seek attention or linger on the carpet, walking quietly, his footsteps in sync with the shutter clicks. Ahead on the red carpet, a group was gathered for photos. It was the cast of The Crimson Prison. The Crimson Prison, directed by Lin Hao, was a TV series. Although it hadn't been nominated for the Magnolia Awards, likely due to Jiang Ye's connection, it had been invited. Director Lin Hao, dressed in formal wear, was beaming as he greeted the media. Assistant Director Lao Li stood beside him, grinning ear to ear. Between them stood Lin Feng in a white suit. As the male lead of The Crimson Prison and the top star promoted by Tianyu Entertainment, Lin Feng was dressed to impress tonight. His makeup was flawless, his spirits high, and he flashed his signature smile, practiced countless times at the cameras. Fan screams rose and fell. Lin Feng is so handsome. Brother, you're killing me. Lin Feng relished this adulation, feeling like the absolute center of attention tonight. Even if that damned eunuch had stolen his spotlight before, so what? He was the male lead. At such a mainstream award ceremony, status mattered most. Just then Lin Feng noticed the photographer's lenses suddenly shifting direction. The cameras that had been aimed at him swiveled in unison toward behind him. Even the screaming fans fell silent. A strange pressure crept up his spine, making him instinctively turn to look. The first thing he saw was a flash of black. Jiang Ye was approaching steadily, the red carpet lights casting a perfect silhouette on his face. His gaze was clear and piercing with a captivating power. Lin Feng's heart clenched. In an instant, he was transported back to that rainy night in Hengdian. He saw Zhao Xian covered in blood crawling through the mud, and the Chamberlain with sinister eyes ready to devour him. Fear was etched into his bones, and now it surged up from the depths of memory. Lin Feng's legs twitched uncontrollably, his smile crumbling into something comical. He instinctively shrank his neck and took half a step back behind Lin Hao. It was a small movement, but under the countless cameras it was magnified 1,000-fold. Click, click. The media captured the moment keenly. The top star Lin Feng, upon seeing Jiang Ye, lost all his aura and cowered. This was big news. Former master and servant meet on the red carpet, the prince frightened by the Chamberlain. They already had tomorrow's headline ready. Jiang Ye naturally noticed Lin Feng's reaction, but he didn't pause, didn't even glance at him. In his world, Lin Feng had never been an opponent, had never even caught his eye. He walked straight up to Lin Hao and extended his hand. Director Lin, Director Li, long time no see. Jiang Ye's voice was warm, tinged with sincerity. He had never forgotten the help these two had given him in the hospital. Without their mentorship and recommendation, there would be no Qin Mo in Crime and Punishment today. Lin Hao and the others looked at the spirited young man before them, their eyes stinging slightly. They knew too well how difficult Jiang Ye's journey had been. From the ICU to the set, from a basement to an old apartment, from being vilified online to being celebrated. This young man had paved his way with sheer determination. Good, good. You're here. Lin Hao gripped Jiang Ye's hand firmly, looking him over, and said, "You look well. It seems you've recovered. I heard you've been nominated for 2 awards. Things are looking up." Assistant Director Lao Li chimed in. "It's you, Jiang Ye. You've got such energy now, not even out of breath, and with this suit, I almost didn't recognize you." The three chatted warmly. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, left out, was so embarrassed he wished he could disappear into the ground. He was supposed to be the center of the cast, the male lead. But now he was just an extra in the background. He wanted to interject, but dared not. He feared Jiang Ye would look at him with that deadman's gaze again. The psychological shadow was too immense. Jiang Ye chatted with Lin Hao for a few moments, then turned to look at Lin Feng, who was cowering behind. Lin Feng stiffened, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He even braced himself for public humiliation. After all, on set he had often schemed against Jiang Ye. Though they now both worked for Tianyu Entertainment, he knew well their standings with the company were vastly different. Even if a conflict arose, Tian Yu would likely side with Jiang Ye and he would suffer the loss. Such was the entertainment industry, a brutal jungle law survival of the fittest. However, Jiang Ye did nothing out of the ordinary. He simply looked at Lin Feng calmly, then gave a slight nod as a polite acknowledgement. Good evening, Mr. Lin. His tone was flat, as if greeting a stranger. With that, Jiang Ye averted his gaze, turned toward the media area, and complied with the photographer's request for shots. Lin Feng stood frozen, his expression turning ugly in an instant, yet he dared not utter a word. Ignored. This was the most thorough form of disregard. Had Jiang Ye mocked him, or even cursed at him, he could have fought back, could have played the victim. But Jiang Ye's calm, indifferent attitude drove him even more insane, as if telling everyone, Lin Feng, you are not even worthy of being my opponent. For a man as prideful as Lin Feng, this was undoubtedly worse than death. The surrounding reporters furiously clicked their shutters while inwardly marveling. Look at that aura, that poise. What does it mean to have the bearing of a star? This is what it means to have the bearing of a star. Compared to Jiang Ye, the turtle beside him cowering with its neck tucked in was nothing more than a child who hadn't grown up. Jiang Ye, can we get a solo shot? A reporter called out loudly. Jiang Ye smiled, turned sideways, and offered the camera a perfect profile. The crew of Crimson Prison, behind him, became the perfect backdrop to his glory. Standing in the shadows, Lin Feng watched Jiang Ye bathed in the glow of camera flashes, his fists clenched tightly. But he dared not move, dared not leave. In front of the cameras, he could only force a smile, clinging to his last shred of dignity. The battle on the red carpet was decided. Jiang Ye did not linger long. After the photos and signatures, he strode purposefully into the awards ceremony venue. Pushing open the heavy doors, he took a deep breath to steady his racing heart. The red carpet was merely an appetizer, the real feast lay within. He had arrived with ambition tonight. He wanted to win an award, to stand on that stage and make everyone who had ever looked down on him crane their necks to see him. Inside, the venue was resplendent and buzzing with chatter. A constellation of stars and industry heavyweights mingled, a swirl of elegant attire and clinking glasses. Jiang Ye quickly found his seat marked with his name. It was near the front in the second row. An excellent position, a testament to the organizers' regard for him. To his left sat Zhang San, the director of Retribution, and the seat to his right was empty. Zhang San, who usually disliked formal wear and was ill-suited for such occasions, was fidgeting in his seat, unable to find a comfortable position. His eyes lit up with relief when he saw Jiang Ye approach, grabbing his arm like a lifeline. Brother, you're finally here. Zhang San whispered, his face tense. Brother San here nearly got scared out of his wits. This place is terrifying. Just now, several big-shot directors came over to greet me, and I couldn't even form a proper sentence. Jiang Ye smiled, patted Zhang San's hand reassuringly, and sat down beside him. Brother San, don't be afraid. He smoothed his jacket, leaned back, and fixed his gaze on the stage ahead, his expression serene. Tonight, we're the main event. Zhang San was stunned for a moment. Looking into Jiang Ye's calm eyes, the panic in his heart miraculously dissipated. That's right. He had almost forgotten. They weren't alone. The entire Retribution crew had clawed their way out of the mud. They had never feared poverty, so why fear these cultured folk with their champagne glasses? Just then, the empty seat to Jiang Ye's right was taken. It was a middle-aged man in a formal suit. His hair was gray, and he carried an air of scholarly refinement. Yet he exuded an innate authority that commanded respect. Jiang Ye glanced over, his eyes narrowing slightly. He recognized this man. In fact, no one in the entertainment industry didn't recognize him. He was Bai Qiulin, a renowned producer, a famous film critic, and the chairman of tonight's Baiyu Awards jury. After sitting down, Bai Qiulin didn't rush to make small talk. Instead, he turned and regarded Jiang Ye with interest. You're Jiang Ye. His voice carried the weight of authority, deep and resonant. Jiang Ye met his gaze with neither humility nor arrogance, and nodded. Chairman Bai, how do you do? I've seen your work, Bai Qiulin stated plainly. Retribution is impressive. You brought the character Qin Mo to life. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Ye replied politely. Bai Qiulin smiled, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. I heard you've been unwell. Jiang Ye's gaze sharpened for a moment before returning to normal. An old ailment, nothing serious. Good, Bai Qiulin said with a meaningful tone. Great actors are always a scarce resource. You must know to protect your reputation and also your health. The competition tonight is fierce, but I hope you'll be lucky. With that, Bai Qiulin turned away and fell silent. Jiang Ye sat there pondering his words. Hope we'll be lucky. Was that a hint or just a polite platitude? Before he could dwell on it, the venue lights dimmed suddenly. Energetic music swelled, and the stage spotlights blazed to life. The awards ceremony had officially begun. After the hosts took the stage and delivered a few perfunctory remarks, the presentation of awards commenced in earnest. The award for Best Supporting Actor was scheduled for the latter half of the ceremony. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. While those who expected to be named remained composed, many who knew they were merely there as fillers began to fidget restlessly. Some of the popular idols in the back rows had already bowed their heads discreetly, pulling out their phones. Jiang Ye remained seated upright in the second row, his demeanor calm. Beside him, however, Zhang San's leg was bouncing uncontrollably. Brother, I can't take this anymore. Zhang San whispered, tugging at his tie with a flushed face. I feel like this is worse than just pulling an all-nighter at a street barbecue stall. Jiang Ye turned his head, glanced at Zhang San, and reached out to steady his knee. Just as he was about to speak, the large screen on stage began to roll. After the two presenters delivered a string of unfunny banter to stall for time, the highlight reels for the 5 Best Supporting Actor nominees began to play. The first was a seasoned veteran from a period drama, his performance solid and steady as a mountain. The second was a popular young star from a hit series, his acting mediocre, carried entirely by fans spamming the bullet comments. The screen shifted, cutting to Retribution. In the video, Jiang Ye stood in a slaughterhouse wearing gold-rimmed glasses, wielding a scalpel. The background music was Retribution's original cello solo, low and oppressive. Then the scene changed. Jiang Ye lay in a pool of blood, clutching a family photo, his gaze vacant as he uttered the line, "I've gotten my hands dirty after all." A brief stir rippled through the audience. Even the stars and directors accustomed to grand spectacles felt a shiver run down their spines upon seeing the clip again. Lin Feng sat in the 4th row diagonally behind Jiang Ye. He overheard the murmurs around him, his expression souring. He instinctively adjusted his posture, trying to block himself from any stray camera angles. The winner of this year's Bayou Award for Best Supporting Actor is... The presenter was also a familiar face. It was the acclaimed actor Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye tore open the envelope, deliberately drawing out his words, his gaze sweeping across the audience. The entire hall fell silent. Zhang San gripped the armrest tightly, his eyes straining with anticipation. Jiang Ye remained expressionless, though his fingers on his knee curled slightly. He was betting that this industry still held a sliver of reverence for true acting. Jiang Ye, Retribution. Jiang Ye's voice boomed with pride, carrying through the entire theater via the microphone. A thunderous roar of applause erupted the very next moment. It wasn't just polite clapping, from the back rows came screams and cheers. Even some of the pop idols seated there were fans of Jiang Ye, and upon seeing their idol win, they naturally cheered louder than anyone. Zhang San shot up from his chair so abruptly that he nearly knocked over a famous director's water bottle behind him. But he didn't bother to apologize. He lunged forward, wrapped his arms around Jiang Ye, and pounded his back vigorously, shouting incoherently, "We won. Brother, we won. We actually won." Jiang Ye coughed from the forceful pats, but a smile finally tugged at his lips. He stood up and straightened his clothes. Meanwhile, Bai Chalin, seated to Jiang Ye's right, clapped with a smile and turned to him, saying, "Seems like the online rumors were true. You're indeed favored by the god of acting. Congratulations, Jiang Ye." Several esteemed veteran actors in the front row also turned around, smiling and applauding him. It was their acknowledgement of his talent and a sign of respect for his prowess. Jiang Ye gave a slight bow in return, polite, humble, and without much fanfare. Then he strode toward the stage. A spotlight immediately enveloped him, severing him from the surrounding darkness, and inched forward with each step he took. Lin Feng, sitting in the audience, watched Jiang Ye's confident retreating figure. Suddenly, he felt the gazes of those around him fall upon him, laden with curiosity and mockery, making him squirm in his seat. He forced a stiff smile, clapping along with feigned magnanimity. Jiang Ye ascended the steps and stood at the center of the stage. The lights were blinding, causing him to squint slightly. His frame was still somewhat gaunt, yet his spine was straighter than anyone's. Jiang Ye walked up to Jiang Ye, giving him a friend's embrace, first his eyes brimming with admiration. "Congratulations, Jiang Ye." As he spoke, he held out the heavy golden trophy with both hands. "This is yours. Here, take it." Jiang Ye smiled, reaching out to accept it solemnly. It was weighty in his hands, and the coolness of the trophy seeped through his palms, spreading through his body. For him, this was more than just a trophy. It was the culmination of Zhao Xian's humiliation, Qin Mo's despair, Yi Sha's madness, and the burning vitality of his own broken body. It was his currency for survival. Jiang Ye clapped, smiling as he stepped back, slightly yielding the microphone to Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye walked to the mic, adjusted its height, and the applause gradually subsided. All eyes were on him, awaiting his acceptance speech. Usually this was the time to thank the network, the agency, the director, and one's parents. It was a standard, formulaic routine. Jiang Ye gently traced the base of the trophy, lifted his head, and let his gaze sweep over the impeccably dressed faces in the audience, before finally fixing on a point in the void. Some say his voice echoed through the speakers that villains are born to highlight the light. A few in the audience were taken aback. This opening was off-script. They say villains should be one-dimensional, thoroughly evil, die unpleasantly, and make the hero's halo shine even brighter. Jiang Ye slowed his pace, continuing. "But I believe that's not true." He paused, his gaze sharpening. "Every soul struggling in the darkness has its own tragic song. When Zhao Xian was digging a pit in the rainy night, he wasn't a bad person, he was just a pitiful wretch who wanted a home. When Jiang Ye raised his scalpel to kill, he wasn't a monster, he was just a father pushed to the brink." The audience was dead silent. Even the pop idols who were fiddling with their phones looked up, stunned, staring at the stage. Jiang Ye didn't glance at the cue cards in his hand because he didn't need them. These words, he had pondered them in the ICU, in the basement, and in countless sleepless nights tormented by pain. This world is vast, and there are many places the light doesn't reach. Those who are forgotten, despised, and treated like garbage. They too have flesh and blood. They feel pain. They cry. Jiang Ye raised the trophy, his eyes burning with intensity. This award isn't for me. It belongs to Zhao Xian. It belongs to Qin Imo. It belongs to every villain who is unseen, misunderstood, and desperately fighting to survive in the mire. With that, he stepped back and bowed deeply to the audience. He didn't thank Tianyu Entertainment, nor Sheng Hua's Mercy, nor any specific individual. He dedicated this award to these fictional, yet profoundly real characters. Or rather, he dedicated it to himself. The audience was silent for a full 3 seconds, digesting this unconventional speech. Then an ovation erupted 10 times more fervent than before. Many eyes were already red. Several junior screenwriters in the back rows clapped with all their might, their palms turning red. They had written countless disposable villain characters, but no one had ever granted them true dignity like Jiang Ye just had. The livestream chat went absolutely wild. I'm crying. This is an actor. This is class. Who said he was just lucky? Come out and face the music. This speech outshines the entire industry. I'm thinking of Eunuch Zhao and Dr. Qin too. They were so tragic. Hubby is amazing. This speech just elevated everything. Seeing Lin Feng's constipated face now is killing me. He's completely outshone. This is the difference. Some act to be famous, some act to live. Jiang Ye rose with no lingering attachment to the stage's glory and turned to walk backstage. His steps were steady, but only he knew his palms were slick with cold sweat. He hadn't just been speaking for his characters, he had been venting for himself. The journey had been incredibly difficult, but the Best Supporting Actor award was just the beginning. His sights were set on the stars and the sea beyond. As soon as he reached the backstage corridor, before he could catch his breath, a crowd swarmed him. Mr. Jiang, I'm a producer from XX Films. Hey, race my card. Mr. Jiang, are you interested in discussing our next project? We have in-level production, and you can pick any villain role you want. Jiang Ye, it's me, old Chun. We've met before. How about grabbing a cup of tea sometime? The very capital and directors who had once avoided him like the plague were now all smiles, thrusting business cards at him, practically trying to stuff them into his pockets. This was the world of Vanity Fair. When you're on top, everyone is nice to you. Jiang Ye looked at these eager faces and felt a wave of dizziness. This hollow enthusiasm made him nauseous. He politely accepted a few cards without a word and just nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Sorry, I'm a bit tired and need to rest. With that, he pushed through the crowd and walked away. He didn't let the adulation go to his head. He knew very well that these people didn't care about him. They cared about his current popularity and the trophy in his hand. The moment he stumbled, they would be the first to scatter. Jiang Ye walked out of the crowd and found Zhang San, his face flushed, still boasting to others in a corner. Let's go, he said, patting Zhang San on the shoulder. Huh, already? Zhang San was taken aback. There's still the celebration banquet later. Many big shots are coming. I'm not going. We have something more important to do. Jiang Ye refused flatly. He glanced at the trophy in his hand, a flicker of fatigue passing through his eyes. Don't forget, we have a tough battle tomorrow. Zhang San suddenly realized, slapping his forehead. Right. Look at my brain. I forgot. Tomorrow is the Feiyo Awards. The Beijing Feiyo Awards. This was the award with the deepest official background and the highest prestige. If the Baiyu Award was industry recognition, then the Feiyo Award was national recognition. If he could win this award, too, Jiang Ye's position in the circle would be truly solidified. Then let's hurry. Go back and sleep. Recharge our batteries. Zhang San immediately changed his attitude, pushing Jiang Ye towards the exit. No one can stop us now. The two slipped out through the side door of the theater, avoiding the paparazzi lurking outside. The van was already parked by the roadside. Jiang Ye got in, casually placed the trophy on the seat beside him, closed his eyes, leaned back, and as the vehicle swayed, his consciousness gradually sank. The revelry of the celebration in Haicheng had yet to fade, but the night reign of the capital had already arrived. The venue for the Feiyo Awards ceremony was set at the Beijing Grand Theater. Here there was none of Haicheng's fashion and glitz, only a heavy sense of official solemnity. The red carpet lay on the steps, soaked by the rain, its color deep and somber. Jiang Ye had only slept 3 hours last night, and the fatigue from the long flight left him feeling drained. Zhang San, on the other hand, was full of energy. As soon as he got off the plane, as if injected with adrenaline, he was bouncing around with gifts in hand, saying he wanted to visit Wang Lin to secure more good shots for Jiang Ye in the post-production editing. In Zhang San's words, this was social grace. Jiang Ye smiled and nodded, saying he could handle things on his own and to rest assured. After seeing off Zhang San, Jiang Ye walked the red carpet alone, declined all interviews, and went straight to his backstage dressing room. The place was bustling with familiar faces. Movie emperors, TV queens, and renowned directors were merely ordinary guests here. Jiang Ye found a secluded corner, pulled over a chair, and sat down casually. The dim lighting made it a good spot to hide. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, trying to filter out the surrounding noise and find his inner peace. Is this seat taken? At that moment, a gentle voice came from above. Jiang Ye opened his eyes and saw a middle-aged man standing before him. The man was in his 40s, dressed in an exquisite suit with silver-streaked hair combed meticulously. His temperament was cold, not a feigned aloofness, but a subtle detachment that emanated from his very being. Yet he wore a kind smile, and even the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes exuded warmth. This contradictory aura was somehow fused into one person. Jiang Ye searched his memory but couldn't match any big name in the industry. He was certain he had never seen this man before. No one's here. Jiang Ye straightened up. The middle-aged man nodded and pulled out the chair opposite him, sitting down with graceful movements and a straight back. Jiang Ye noticed his wrist. There a dark brown wooden bracelet was adorned, and on the central bead a hand-carved character 0 was etched. After settling in, the man didn't rush to speak, just looked at Jiang Ye with a smile. Jiang Ye felt as if he had been stripped bare, an unsettling sensation of being completely seen through. He furrowed his brow instinctively. His inner villain radar began to blare. This man was a master. Either a master of acting or a master of manipulating hearts. Jiang Ye performed well. The middle-aged man suddenly spoke, his voice cutting through the surrounding noise and reaching Jiang Ye's ears. Jiang Ye's gaze flickered. "Thank you," he replied politely. He had heard such pleasantries countless times. The middle-aged man adjusted his cuff. "In the final scene you had to fight off the thugs to protect the little girl. You controlled the heartbeat fluctuation very well. Even the pulse frequency in your carotid artery matched the state of high-pressure hypoxia at that moment." Jiang Ye's pupils contracted slightly. This man had noticed such fine details. He even paid attention to the carotid pulse. But the middle-aged man shifted his tone. "When you thrust out the scalpel ready to fight for your life, your hand was a bit too steady." Jiang Ye was stunned, his heart skipping a beat. The man didn't let him off, looking into his eyes as he continued. "You are a surgeon, a steady hands are a professional trait. But that doesn't align with physiology. You had just undergone intense running, adrenaline was rapidly fading, causing involuntary muscle spasms. If your hand had trembled slightly even for half a second, the character's physiological logic would have been closed." The man finished speaking and smiled at Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye's fingers unconsciously gripped the armrest, his heart filled with nothing but shock. Because this was exactly what he had thought when reviewing Retribution back then. It was also the only regret he had at that time. But at that moment, because his body was in so much pain, he had to forcibly control his muscles with sheer willpower. As a result, he over-controlled, making the action cool, but lacking a sense of physiological realism. This detail had gone unnoticed by everyone on set, and even professional critics hadn't mentioned it after the broadcast. Yet it was pointed out effortlessly by this stranger. "Who are you?" Jiang Ye shed his previous nonchalance and asked in a low voice. The middle-aged man waved his hand. "Just a leisurely man who enjoys watching plays," he replied without giving a direct answer. "Your micro-expression control is excellent," the man continued, clearly in a talkative mood. "In the scene where Zhao Xian digs a pit in the rain, you didn't use exaggerated expressions to vent pain, but controlled the subtle twitching of the orbicularis oculi muscle. That restraint is more powerful than a loud wail." Jiang Ye leaned forward. He had met a connoisseur. "That's the character's instinct," Jiang Ye said. "Zhao Xian is a eunuch. He's used to enduring in silence." "Exactly." The man nodded. "Endurance is his foundation. But have you ever wondered why the audience feels for him?" He casually posed a question. Jiang Ye pondered for a moment. "Because he's pitiful, eh?" "No." The man shook his head. "There are many pitiful people. The audience sympathizes with him because while playing evil you retained a trace of truth. You made him seem human. Many actors only play the villain's badness, but you play the humanity. As long as one is human, there are weaknesses, fears, and reasons one must act. You're clever because you captured that reason." The man's words sent a chill down Jiang Ye's spine. Every word was incisive, each sentence hitting the core logic of his performance. This was not just understanding drama, it was understanding human nature. The two began to engage in conversation. From the psychological profiling of characters to the control of breathing rhythm, they discussed the focus of gaze and the subtext of body language. The middle-aged man's speaking pace was slow and his tone steady, yet a single point he raised could leave Jiang Ye deep in thought for hours. The confusions Jiang Ye encountered during his acting were instantly dispelled under the man's guidance. This sensation was peculiar, akin to walking in the dark of night, when suddenly someone hands you a flashlight and says, "Come follow me, ooh, I've walked this path before." The middle-aged man suddenly mentioned the new play Demon Abyss, which had yet to be released. Jiang Ye was taken aback. The previews for Demon Abyss had only been released, the main film hadn't even aired, yet he had seen this. "Don't be surprised. As I just told you, I simply enjoy watching plays." The middle-aged man chuckled lightly and continued, "I watched that preview. White hair, red eyes, I must say the styling is stunning. If I'm not mistaken, this styling choice was also your request, wasn't it? However, I can tell from your eyes that you were hiding something while acting." The man fixed his gaze on Jiang Ye's eyes. "You were portraying a profound solitude. But this solitude doesn't seem feigned, rather it appears to be something inherently within you." Jiang Ye felt a layer of cold sweat break out on his back. Who exactly is this person? How could he see so deeply? The subtleties were noticeable even from the styling. This feeling of being dissected made him both excited and fearful. He was thrilled to meet a worthy opponent, yet terrified by the sense of being utterly exposed. "What do you think is the highest realm of acting?" Jiang Ye shifted to a more respectful tone, unable to resist asking. He wanted to probe this man's depths. The man smiled, turning to observe the stars of the industry passing through the lounge. Their faces wore professional smiles dressed in glamorous attire. In this circle, some act the skin, while others act the bones. Those who act the skin rely on their appearance and are fleeting. Those who act the bones depend on their skills and endure. The man returned his gaze to Jiang Ye. But the highest realm is to act the soul. To shred your own soul and stuff it into the shell of the character, bringing the character to life, while allowing yourself to fade away. This method of acting is harmful to the body and shortens life, but can lead to divinity. At this point the man cast a deep gaze at Jiang Ye. You are currently treading this path, and you are in a hurry. It seems like you are racing against time. Jiang Ye's heart raced wildly. He fixed his gaze tightly on the man before him. If it weren't for the system panel being visible only to him, he would truly suspect this man could see his life countdown. This was too accurate. Accurate enough to give him goosebumps. This man's understanding of acting and insight into human nature surpassed the realm of mere experience. Jiang Ye believed he possessed a system and immersive experience that his acting was already top tier. Yet before this man, he felt like a mere elementary student. The man's theoretical framework was vast and intricate with precise control over even the smallest emotions. Was this truly something a human could achieve? This absurd thought flashed repeatedly in Jiang Ye's mind. Did this person also have a system in his head? Otherwise, how could such superhuman insight be explained? You. Jiang Ye hesitated before asking, are you also an actor? I acted for a few years when I was young, but I stopped later. The man smiled meaningfully. Why? Jiang Ye pressed on. Because it was too exhausting. The man leaned back in his chair, his fingers stroking the zero on his bracelet. Acting is about deception. Deceiving the audience, deceiving your peers, and ultimately deceiving yourself. By the end, you can't even tell which face is your own. Later I found my way home and recognized who I truly was, so I stepped back. Jiang Ye fell silent. He thought of himself switching between characters like Xiao Xianqin Mo and Yisha. Sometimes he would wake up in the middle of the night feeling dazed, unsure whether he was the terminally ill Jiang Ye or the merciless demon. You are different, the man seemed to see through his thoughts. Your heart is steady. You dance on the edge of a cliff, but you hold onto the rope. That is rare. I hope you do not follow my old path. At that moment, several people passed by the lounge door. The leader was a well-known director in the industry known for his explosive temper and tendency to insult anyone he encountered. At this moment, the director held a thermos cup and was scolding his assistant, his gaze inadvertently sweeping into the corner of the lounge where Jiang Ye was. His gaze landed on the middle-aged man. The director's footsteps abruptly halted, and the curse he was about to unleash turned into a gulp of swallowed saliva. The flesh on his face twitched, and his previously arrogant demeanor was completely extinguished. He didn't even dare to step into the lounge, merely bowing deeply to the middle-aged man from a few meters away. His movements were standard and courteous. However, the middle-aged man did not turn around, nor did he give the director a glance. He simply stroked the beads on his bracelet, looking kindly into Jiang Ye's eyes. The director remained in a bowing position for a full 3 seconds. Seeing that the middle-aged man showed no intention of acknowledging him, he was not at all angry. Instead, he slightly bent forward and quietly led his assistant away, his footsteps light and soundless. Jiang Ye watched this scene, his pupils constricting. He had heard of this director's name. It was said that he was an alcoholic with a notoriously fiery temper, someone who would not yield to anyone. The fact that someone could instill such fear in him sat right in front of him. Jiang Ye withdrew his gaze, re-examining the middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man seemed to notice Jiang Ye's scrutiny. He adjusted his cuffs, tapped the armrest twice, and stood up. It was a pleasant conversation, Mr. Jiang. He tidied his clothing leisurely, his voice still gentle. In this restless circle, it's not easy to encounter someone as discerning as you. Jiang Ye stood up as well. You flatter me, he responded with a calm demeanor. The middle-aged man smiled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing. No need to be modest. Your eyes cannot deceive, they hold both fire and ice. As he spoke, he pulled out a plain white business card from the inner pocket of his suit. The card bore no gold embossing or complex titles, just 2 lines of neatly arranged text. He extended the card to Jiang Ye. Allow me to formally introduce myself. My name is Ji Yunzhou. Jiang Ye reached out and accepted the business card. On it was written Ji Yunzhou Academy of Performing Arts and Mental Health, Suburban Capital. Below the title was a phone number without any indicated area code. Jiang Ye frowned slightly as he looked at the peculiar name of the academy. Performing Arts and Mental Health. What kind of institution is that? Or perhaps it's a facility specifically for treating the insane. Does the name seem strange? Ji Yunzhou saw through his thoughts, yet offered no explanation. He simply gazed at Jiang Ye with a profound, meaningful look. Suddenly, Ji Yunzhou stepped forward, closing the distance between them. He leaned in close to Jiang Ye's ear and lowered his voice. Actually, we are the same kind of people. His words were meant for their ears only. Jiang Ye felt a jolt of shock. The same kind. What did he mean? Could his guess be right? Did Ji Yunzhou have a system too? Or perhaps he could see that this body was already riddled with holes. Ji Yunzhou did not step back after speaking, maintaining their proximity. Jiang Ye could even catch a faint cool scent from him. We both trade our souls with the devil. Ji Yunzhou said, his voice soft, but each word heavy as iron. To obtain things not meant for mortals, we have all paid a price. Haven't we? Jiang Ye's fingers clenched, suddenly the edge of the card digging painfully into his palm. He stared directly into Ji Yunz's eyes, trying to discern some deeper meaning within his pupils. But all he saw reflected there was his own slightly pale face, and nothing else except for a look of sympathy shared between kindred spirits, and a coldness that saw through everything. Jiang Ye felt as if the blood in his veins had stopped flowing. This man definitely knew something. Trading souls with the devil. Isn't that exactly what he was doing? Exchanging the empathy points earned from playing the villain for more life from the system. That was indeed a deal with the devil. But why couldn't he find the name Ji Yunzhou in the original owner's memories? Was it because the man stood at such a high level that the original owner wasn't even qualified to come into contact with him? Ji Yunzhou said no more. He reached out and patted Jiang Ye's shoulder, the force of the gesture pressing through the suit jacket and onto his bones. If you get the chance, come and visit the academy in the suburbs. I believe you will grow a lot there. I think you'll like the place. With that, Ji Yunzhou withdrew his hand, turned, and walked away, his silhouette upright and his stride steady. His words seemed like a casual remark, yet it also felt as if he had made a special trip backstage today, solely for this meeting, solely to say this one thing. Jiang Ye stood rooted to the spot, watching the figure disappear around the corner of the corridor. The surrounding noise of the crowd rushed back into his ears, but he only felt a chill run through his body. He looked down at the plain white card in his hand, finding it almost glaring. Academy of Performing Arts and Mental Health, Suburban Capital. Ji Yunzhou. The character seemed to hold a strange power, gripping his gaze tightly. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Deep within Jiang Ye's mind, a sudden ringing exploded. Buzz. The sound acted directly on his central nervous system. It was the system that had been lurking in his mind all along, never speaking unless to issue tasks or settle rewards. Now it seemed to be startled by something vibrating violently. It wasn't the gentle tremor of a phone, it was a violent shaking that felt like it would tear his brain apart. Jiang Ye's vision went black and a powerful wave of dizziness hit him instantly. His body swayed uncontrollably. He quickly reached out and grabbed the back of a nearby chair to steady himself. What was happening? Was the system broken? Or was the system afraid? As its host, Jiang Ye could decipher a clear emotion from this vibration. It was fear, a sense of dread, even the instinctive reaction of encountering a natural predator. Or perhaps it was a resonance felt upon meeting one's own kind. Jiang Ye felt like his head was about to burst, but in the lounge he couldn't allow himself to cry out. Even the business card in his hand began to feel scorching hot. Then the system panel started flashing wildly across his retina. Garbled code. All red, garbled code. The once clear stream of data had become a chaotic storm. Warning. Detected. Unknown. Source. Suppression. Initiated. The system's fragmented notification tones echoed in his mind, each one causing Jiang Ye to break out in a cold sweat from the pain. He could feel the thing in his head trying to hide desperately, trying to lower its presence. How was this possible? Wasn't the system a product of a higher dimension? Wasn't it the devil that controlled his life and death? Why was it afraid? Who was it afraid of? Ji Yunzhou. This seemingly refined and gentle middle-aged man. Jiang Ye panted heavily, feeling his heart pounding against his ribcage. Just as he thought his head was about to give out, the vibration abruptly stopped. As suddenly as it had begun, it ceased without warning. The ringing disappeared, the red garbled code vanished, and the system panel regained its composure. The familiar data flow reappeared. System operating normally. Everything was calm again. It was as if it were saying, everything that just happened was just a hallucination. Don't take it seriously. Jiang Ye took deep breaths of fresh air, his back soaked with cold sweat. He looked down at the card in his hand. It was no longer hot, having returned to the normal temperature of paper. But the look in Jiang Ye's eyes as he stared at it was filled with wariness. This was not just a business card, it was a very dangerous signal. The system was playing dead. It was deliberately hiding everything that had just happened, not even offering a single explanatory notification. This in itself was the biggest anomaly. Jiang Ye flipped the card over. The back was blank, nothing else on it. But in that blankness he seemed to see a gaping maw from the abyss lunging towards him. Ji Yunzhou. Jiang Ye uttered the name in a low, deep voice. We are the same kind of people. The words echoed in his ears once more. If what Ji Yunzhou said was true, if he too was someone who had made a deal with a devil, then the devil within him might be of a higher rank than his own system, or perhaps it was a case of kings never meeting. Jiang Ye slowly straightened up, breathing evenly, and placed the card into his inner pocket. When he had the time, he had to visit this academy, had to go and meet this Ji Yunzhou. Not only to understand the system's abnormal behavior, but also to find out if he was truly fighting alone in this world. Perhaps this was another path to survival. Or perhaps it was a faster path to death. The awards ceremony outside the lounge was about to begin. He could vaguely hear the host's announcements and the audience's applause. It was a glamorous world of vanity, and Jiang Ye stood in this dim backstage corner feeling as if he were at the crossroads of two worlds. On one side was the hypocritical entertainment industry, on the other an unknown abyss. He straightened his disheveled collar, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and regained the cool composure on his face. But only he knew that in the brief few minutes just past a corner of his worldview had crumbled. This system that had always controlled his life was actually capable of fear. Since it could feel fear, it meant it wasn't invincible. And if it wasn't invincible, it had weaknesses. Jiang Ye lifted his leg and strode forward, his steps more steady than before. No matter what happens in the future, since you've made the first move, I will accept the challenge. Just then a member of the program staff ran over, panting heavily. Teacher Jiang, finally found you. The award ceremony is about to start. You need to get back to your seat quickly, you might have to go on stage later. Jiang Ye nodded, looking at the staff member's tired face, and the tension he had felt moments ago eased slightly. This was the real world. Thank you. Jiang Ye patted the staff member on the shoulder. Good work. He'll need you to lead the way. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. The staff member was flattered, waving his hands hastily. Teacher Jiang, right this way, please. Following the staff member's guidance, Jiang Ye strode with large steps towards the dazzlingly bright awards hall. The night rain outside the grand theater of the capital had not yet dissipated, and the awards ceremony concluded amidst the din. Jiang Ye avoided the throngs of media, making his way alone to the shadows of a side entrance. This evening he did not receive the Outstanding Male Actor award, with the jury citing the reason as still inexperienced and in need of further refinement. Truly this is the capital. However, tonight all the departing guests were discussing his name. Qin Mo's tragic fate had shed countless tears, making him the uncrowned king of this theater. Jiang Ye tightened his collar, and just as he stepped into the puddle on the stairs, a figure blocked his path. The newcomer wore black-framed glasses, his frame slender with sharp eyes peering from behind the lenses. Jiang Ye recognized that gaze. It was a gaze of obsession. Jiang Ye, the person called out in a deep voice. Jiang Ye halted, searching his memory for the image of the person shown to him by Zhang San. Lu Buliang, a genius in the film industry, the pinnacle of ancient costume political dramas. This person cast films based solely on appearance, but it was different from the superficiality of investors. He assessed whether an actor possessed a face capable of living in that era. Director Lu, Jiang Ye nodded politely. Lu Buliang did not engage in pleasantries, staring intently at Jiang Ye's face, as if trying to see through him. I have a new antagonist here. Lu Buliang stepped forward, getting straight to the point, and no one but you can play it. Jiang Ye remained silent, merely returning the gaze. He had already heard such invitations more than 20 times tonight, but it was only Lu Buliang's tone that conveyed a sense of weight. Shall we talk somewhere else? Lu Buliang gestured to a black car parked by the roadside. Jiang Ye nodded, sent a text message to Zhang San, and then got into the car. Half an hour later they appeared in an old tea house tucked away in a corner of a pedestrian street. Despite being in a bustling area, the high prices meant few people frequented it, making it relatively quiet. Lu Buliang skillfully brewed tea, his movements while completely unlike those who feigned elegance. I had my eye on you long before Sin and Punishment aired and became a hit, Lu Buliang said, pushing a cup of strong tea towards Jiang Ye, his tone laced with bitterness. As a result, that old scoundrel Wang Lin dragged me into drinking all night for no reason. He scoffed, slamming the teacup onto the table, raising a cloud of dust. I was puzzled at the time, wondering when this old man had turned so generous and learned to treat others. It turned out he wanted to get me drunk so he could snatch you into the crew of Devil's Abyss before I did. Lu Buliang's teeth clenched as he recalled this incident. Jiang Ye couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at the childish reaction of this renowned director. Having vented, Lu Buliang pulled out a heavy brown paper bag from his bag. The weighty bag thudded onto the wooden table, stirring up a light layer of dust. The cover bore 3 bold characters: The Last King. The characters were vigorous and exuded an aura of solemnity. This is not a redemption arc for a villain. Lu Buliang removed his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes. This is a tragic hero destined to fail. Jiang Ye's fingers rested on the edge of the paper bag. He could sense the thickness of the script inside. He liked this sense of weight. Director Lu, why not tell me more? Jiang Ye spoke up. Lu Buliang poured himself another cup of hot tea. This is a television drama set in an alternate history as the empire crumbles. The protagonist Song Ling was once a humble, low-level official suffocated by the political corruption of the current dynasty. His family, his comrades, all perished at the hands of those gluttonous nobles. Lu Buliang's voice grew somber, attempting to draw the listener into that era of chaos. Song Ling did not plead for mercy. He chose to draw his sword. He possessed a demonic charisma that compelled those ministers and generals who should have been the pillars of the nation to willingly follow him into hell. He led this group of madmen to establish a false dynasty on scorched earth. He ignited a war that lasted 50 years between a nation and its legitimate emperor. Jiang Ye listened, his thoughts racing. Song Ling. The name itself carried an air of loneliness. In his rebellion against tyranny, he ultimately transformed into the most fearsome tyrant. He executed loyal ministers and burned palaces only to be forsaken by all in the end. Yet in the final decisive battle, those generals he had insulted and exiled each chose to take their own lives on the steps of the palace, following their emperor into death. No one surrendered. Lu Buliang's tone became fervent at this point. What I aim to film is not a tale of victors and vanquished, but the complete destruction of an idealist. Jiang Ye, do you dare to take it on? Jiang Ye did not answer immediately. He extended his hand to open the paper bag, pulling out the script, his fingertips brushing over the lines of text. His body trembled in response. The role of Song Ling was too weighty, so heavy that it ignited the flames within him, demanding that he once again rekindle his soul to bear it. But that was precisely what he had been searching for. How should I play it? Jiang Ye asked, looking at the script. Lu Buliang laughed, appearing somewhat sinister. In terms of acting, you certainly know better than I do. My requirements are few. You just need to portray Song Ling in a way that does not lose to Yi Sha. Play it out such that you age and go mad within the role. Jiang Ye understood the underlying message. This was clearly a challenge to Wang Lin. But then again, it made sense that after all, Wang Lin had taken the lead. Jiang Ye stroked the cover of the script, remaining silent for a long time. According to the script, the character of Song Ling was clearly a villain protagonist, and this drama was precisely centered around him. If Jiang Ye took on the role, it would deviate from his previous plans. He had intended to accept some supporting villain roles so that he could seamlessly transition into the next character. However, if he could not play the role of Song Ling, Jiang Ye felt he would lose even more. It seemed he needed to be flexible. I can take it on. He raised his head and spoke. Lu Buliang was about to applaud, but was halted by Jiang Ye's subsequent words. But I have one condition. Lu Liang raised an eyebrow and asked, is it about the pay or the ranking? As long as you come, the resources here are at your disposal. It's none of those. Jiang Ye shook his head. He recalled the countdown on his lifespan, and his expression darkened. My request is for a short production cycle. Jiang Ye said calmly, his voice firm, leaving no room for negotiation. I hope we can adopt a model of shooting while broadcasting or increase the number of people in post-production. I hope this drama can be aired within 2 months. Lu Buliang was taken aback, putting his glasses back on as he scrutinized Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye, filming a TV drama is not like rushing to a market. This kind of large-scale script requires a lot of people. Just the costumes and props alone will take a long time to prepare. Are you in such a hurry to cash in so you can take on the next offer? Lu Buliang's tone grew cold. He detested artists who sacrifice quality for money. Jiang Ye looked at him, a hint of self-mockery appearing on his face. Director Lu, do you think I am someone who lacks money right now? To be honest, the money from Tianyu buying my signature is already enough for me to live a leisurely life in Haicheng. Not to mention my current fee for appearances. Lu Buliang furrowed his brow and asked, then why? Jiang Ye gazed at the tea in his hand, his fingers tightening slightly. He could not disclose the existence of the system, nor could he admit that if this drama took a year to film, he would not live to see its release. I want to preserve this energy, Jiang Ye said, crafting the most acceptable excuse for Lu Buliang. The role of Song Ling is too draining. If the campaign stretches too long, my emotions will go numb. I need to show the audience his ending at the height of my madness. Jiang Ye looked up, a suicidal madness burning in his eyes, enough to make even a seasoned veteran like Lu Buliang shudder. What kind of lunatic is Wang Lin dealing with on a daily basis? Lu Buliang stared at Jiang Ye for a full 3 minutes. He weighed the balance between quality and speed in his mind. All right. Lu Buliang finally slapped his thigh hard. He'll take this crazy gamble with you. He'll talk to the investors and get them to triple the post-production and VFX staff. As long as you deliver that suffocating intensity on camera, money is no object. He'll move heaven and earth to get you in front of the nation's audience within 2 months. Jiang Ye nodded and extended his hand, his long fingers catching the light. Looking forward to working with you. Lu Buliang gripped his hand with surprising force. Just don't die on my set, he quipped in a low voice. Jiang Ye smiled, but said nothing. He picked up the script from the table and stood. All right then, Director Lu. See you on set. Jiang Ye walked out of the tea house. The rain outside seemed to have lightened. A cold wind bit at his neck, making him shiver involuntarily. He hugged the script tightly to his chest, and in the darkness of the capital boarded a car bound for the airport. As long as he could act, he didn't fear death. Due to flight schedules between the capital and Haicheng, it was noon the next day before Jiang Ye and Zhang San returned to their respective homes. That afternoon, while Jiang Ye was still asleep, his phone rang. It was Sister Hong. Jiang Ye, you accepted Lu Buliang's project. His assistant just contacted me, said the contract's been sent to Tianyu. I've reviewed it, no issues, but there's an additional clause, supposedly your idea, about expedited production. Is that true? Jiang Ye turned over, picked up the phone, and said calmly, yes, that was my request. Good, Sister Hong said, visibly relieved. Now that she'd signed Jiang Ye, she was responsible for his finances, safety, and everything else. But then she sighed, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Jiang Ye, you need to understand that your status has changed. You're signed with Tianyu now, you're no longer a free agent. Even if you have the right to choose scripts freely, you should at least give us a heads up. Instead of what happened just now, when the assistant came to me with the contract, I didn't even know you'd already taken on a new project. Jiang Ye rubbed his disheveled hair and wrinkled his nose, feeling embarrassed for the first time. Sorry, Sister Hong. I'm used to being independent. He'll adapt soon. Sister Hong felt much better. All right, let's get down to business. Now that you've accepted the project, Tianyu will begin full-scale publicity and momentum building for you. Tianyu will also invest in Liu Biliang's production team, providing additional editing and VFX personnel for post-production to ensure you have a certain degree of influence on set. Additionally, Tianyu will assign you a van along with staff and medical personnel to guarantee your safety. Sister Hong's voice carried the crisp efficiency of a top agent, arranging everything for Jiang Ye seamlessly. From the moment you sign the contract, Tianyu has your back, eliminating all risks and worries. All you need to do is act well and repay Tianyu with your performance. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling that aligning with capital perhaps wasn't so bad after all. What a sin, what a sin. Jiang Ye hung up the phone. He got up, washed up, and sat on the balcony gazing at the distant skyline. He could feel the character of Song Ling quietly stirring to life within his blood. He was already mentally sketching out the scene of Song Ling standing atop the city wall. No cheers, only ashes drifting through the air. Jiang Ye stood and pushed open the window. He needed this pressure, this desperate cornered madness. Liu Biliang had found the right man. In this era of fleeting fame, only he, Jiang Ye, dared to use his own ashes as fuel to paint these broken souls. Meanwhile, at Liu Biliang's studio, several assistant directors stared at the crossed-out shooting schedule, convinced the world had gone mad. Director Liu, this is impossible. A finished cut in 2 months. And in this shit-while-airing format. We've never handled this intensity before. Liu Biliang chewed on a cigarette, fiddling with a reel of Jiang Ye's past performances. The investors have already agreed to send more people. Tianyu Entertainment has also wired the funds and said the crew will be here shortly. And yet here you are, my own team, telling me we can't deliver. His voice dropped to a cold growl. If you can't handle it, get the hell out. I've waited years for someone who could bring Song Ling to life. Since he's in a hurry, let's get him on that throne as fast as we can. Liu Biliang looked at Jiang Ye's calm eyes on the screen, a flicker of madness igniting in his own. Of course, it would have been more convincing if not for the assistant directors trembling behind him. Liu Biliang's madness in the capital, however, couldn't reach Jiang Ye and Haiqing. At that moment, he walked to his desk and slapped the script down on its surface. He planned to study it thoroughly tonight. He switched on the desk lamp and sat down. The lamp's glow spread across the cover. The Last Monarch, written by Liu Biliang and Li Hua. Jiang Ye reached out and opened the script. The story begins in a remote fictional county in Jiangzhou. Song Ling is 20 years old. He is a minor clerk clad in a blue official robe, tasked with copying official documents at the county office. His desk is piled high with yellowed case files. Outside, the sun is scorching, and on the streets beyond the office, famine victims gnaw on tree bark. Song Ling keeps his head down, writing a document requesting the allocation of disaster relief grain. Just then, the county magistrate, toying with 2 jade walnuts in his hand and puffing out his belly, waddles in. He glances at the document and sneers. Song Ling, this grain has already been sold to the Qian family in town. No need to write it. Song Ling stops his brush and looks up at the magistrate, catching a trace of grease at the corner of his mouth. That grain is meant to save lives, Song Ling says quietly. The magistrate steps forward, tears the document to shreds, and flings the pieces into Song Ling's face. Here, my word is law. With that, the magistrate turns and leaves. Song Ling sits in his chair, staring at the scattered fragments on the floor. He rises, returns to his small room, and pulls a cloth bundle from under the bed. Inside the bundle is a relic from his father, a rusted long blade. He takes the blade and walks back into the main hall of the county office. The magistrate is seated with the Qian family's steward, drinking together. Song Ling pushes open the door without a word, strides forward, and the blade slices through the air. The magistrate's head lands on the dining table, blood staining the white porcelain cup of wine. The steward tries to scream. Song Ling swings the blade back, piercing his throat. Then he picks up the token from the floor, walks to the county office gate, and flings it open. He looks at the dense crowd of famine victims outside. There's grain in the office. Go in and eat. Song Ling drops the blade from his hand. He knows he has become a rebel. He looks up at the sky. That year he killed 3 men. Jiang Ye flipped to a chapter in the middle of the script. This year Song Ling was 30 years old. 10 years had passed. He no longer wore the green official robes, but a suit of black leather armor. Behind him followed 3,000 dust-covered men. They called themselves the Black Army. Song Ling sat astride a gaunt black horse. He had captured the provincial capital of Jiangzhou, executed all the corrupt officials within, and distributed the land to the farmers. The emperor of the Orthodox dynasty, enraged, dispatched an army of 50,000. Song Ling set an ambush in a mountain valley and personally led the charge. An arrow pierced his shoulder, but he did not pull it out. He continued to wield his long blade, cutting down the enemy general's standard. That day the valley was stained red with blood. Standing atop a pile of corpses, Song Ling looked at his brothers and said in a deep voice, "We will build a nation where no one starves." That year he established the Great Song regime. Historians would later call it the puppet court. But on this land the people erected a monument to his longevity. Jiang Ye continued, flipping through the script. Song Ling was now 50 years old, with gray hair appearing at his temples. Sitting upon a wooden throne, he issued an ultimatum demanding the Orthodox emperor abdicate. The emperor did not respond, instead rallying the nation's full might to encircle and destroy him. Song Ling's regime was besieged. His generals fell one by one, and his territory shrank inch by inch. He grew silent, then began to kill, executing the ministers who advised surrender, and burning the granaries that might fall into enemy hands. He had become a tyrant. Yet within his domain no one starved, for he reserved the last of the rations for his soldiers. He locked himself in his palace, staring at maps all night long. Jiang Ye's pace of turning pages slowed. Song Ling was 70 years old. He was old, his back no longer straight, his army reduced to fewer than 3,000 men. The Orthodox Emperor's forces had surrounded the final capital. Song Ling stood on the city wall, gazing at the million-strong army outside, and poured a flask of strong liquor onto the city bricks. At that moment he finally understood. The mandate of heaven was not on his side. I have held this city for 50 years, he said. I am weary. He descended the wall and returned to the great hall. The script too entered its final act. Song Ling changed into a black dragon robe, his hair and beard now completely white. He sat upon the high throne. The hall's great doors were wide open, and the evening glow streamed in, bathing the hall in crimson light. A dozen old ministers knelt below, bearing wounds, their armor shattered. Your Majesty, the enemy has entered the city, the old general reported with a trembling voice. Song Ling rested his cheek on one hand, closed his eyes, and his breathing grew faint. Leave, all of you, he said softly. But the old ministers did not leave. They exchanged glances, then with tears in their eyes performed their final grand salute to Song Ling. We are grateful for your Majesty's grace. Your servants wish to follow you to the netherworld. An old general shouted, drew his sword, and slashed it across his own throat. Blood splattered onto the white stone pillar. Following him, a white-haired civil official dashed his head against the steps, dying instantly. Even though they knew Song Ling had become a tyrant who would stop at nothing for power, they also knew that without this tyrant few would have survived in this world. They chose death by their own hands to follow the man who had given them their dignity. Bodies fell one after another, the sound of them hitting the stone floor echoing through the empty hall. Song Ling opened his eyes and looked at the corpses filling the hall. He did not weep. He simply closed his eyes again, resting his cheek on his right hand, and with his left hand he reached into his robe, pulled out a fire striker, and casually tossed it onto the curtain behind him. The flames slowly climbed higher. Then, maintaining his majestic posture, he died in silence. Moments later, the enemy general and his soldiers charged into the hall. They raised their blades, murderous intent radiating from them. But then they froze. They did not see the expected pleas for mercy or desperate resistance. They only saw a hall filled with loyal souls, and an emperor who, even in death, seemed to look down upon all from within the flames. The general's hand gripping his sword began to tremble. He looked at Song Ling, whose eyes were closed, and seemed to witness the 50 years of tumultuous change. Kneel, the general ordered in a low voice. The soldiers behind him fell to their knees in a cascade. They were not saluting a victor, but paying homage to a formidable figure who had held on for 50 years. Jiang Ye closed the script and leaned back in his chair, suddenly realizing his cheeks felt damp. He raised a hand and touched tears. This character was too heavy, different from the 3,000-year loneliness of Yisha. Song Ling's 50 years were a true, tangible experience of a soul's destruction. From the ruthlessness of a passionate youth to the hardness of an iron-willed warlord, and finally to the sorrow of an old man nearing his end. Song Ling was not simply a villain. He was a hero born into the wrong era, an idealist pushed forward by the tide of time. He had spent 50 years living a dream of nation and home. In the end, the dream shattered, and so did he. Jiang Ye stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the quiet night sky and his own reflection in the glass. Then he picked up the contract forwarded by Sister Hong and solemnly signed his name. Just then a text message arrived from Lu Buoyang. Contract signed. Get ready, we start filming next week. The location is set for Luoqing, which has complete ancient architecture. A faint smile touched Jiang Ye's lips. He flicked the corner of the contract with his finger and typed a reply. No problem. Jiang Ye put away his phone, stood up, hugged the script to his chest, and flopped onto his bed, letting out a soft laugh. Under the tranquil night sky, he had a dream. In the dream, snow fell endlessly. He was riding a black warhorse, charging towards the towering imperial city in a final assault. No one could stop him, not even death itself. It was the first day of official filming. The van and crew were waiting outside Jiang Ye's apartment since early morning. Sister Hong had repeatedly advised him to move to a better place, citing poor security against obsessive fans. Jiang Ye would always say, I'm used to this place. He'll move when I have the time. Sister Hong had no choice but to strengthen security around his home. So even though the morning's entourage was quite conspicuous, it effectively kept some obsessive fans at a distance. Under the protection of his crew, Jiang Ye got into the back seat of the van. The interior was spacious and the leather seats felt cool to the touch. He took the script from Lu Buoyang out of his black leather bag. Immediately the system in his mind popped up before his eyes. Detected script, character Song Ling, the last emperor. Activate immersive script space. Cost 1,000 empathy points. Reading the script was one thing, but experiencing it firsthand was far more profound. To better portray this role, Jiang Ye didn't hesitate and immediately chose to activate it. The world began to warp before his eyes. Light and sound were forcibly stripped away. A familiar pulling sensation came from an endless depth. His consciousness crossed time and space, plunging downwards. When Jiang Ye opened his eyes again, the world had changed. He sat at a small wooden desk clad in a plain blue robe. This was the copying room of a remote county office in Jiangzhou, and he was its lowly clerk Song Ling. Sunlight squeezed through the cracks in the window, illuminating the mountain of tedious official documents piled on the desk. Jiang Ye picked up a writing brush. The pads of his fingers bore thick calluses from years of gripping it. This was what he looked like at 20. Just then a commotion of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. A portly official barged in, slamming a stack of documents in front of Song Ling. "Copy all of these by the end of the day," the portly official said, his voice dripping with arrogance. Jiang Ye did not look up, merely responding yes. He then lowered his head, the tip of his brush gliding across the paper. Yet a fire burned in his heart. At the age of 10, he had witnessed nobles on horseback shatter his family's front gate. His parents knelt on the ground begging for mercy, only to be met with the cold bite of steel. The sound of those nobles' laughter still echoed in his ears. And so he had bided his time, hidden within this mire. He had been waiting for an opportunity, and that wait had lasted 10 years. A month later, a great drought struck Jiangzhou. The county magistrate secretly sold the disaster relief grain to local tyrants. Starving refugees died in droves before the county office gates, while the officials toasted each other merrily within the inner halls. Jiang Ye set down his brush and retrieved the long blade his father had left him from under the bed. He walked into the inner hall. The county magistrate, holding a wine cup, was laughing, his face a mask of fleshy arrogance. "Song Ling, what are you doing in here?" The magistrate halted his revelry, frowning as he bellowed. Jiang Ye said nothing. He stepped forward, his long blade cleaving the air. The magistrate's head tumbled onto the banquet table, scattering a feast of delicacies. Then with a single stroke he slit the throat of the Qian family's steward. Jiang Ye walked out, blade in hand. Outside the office gates, the square was filled with gaunt, starving refugees. They huddled in the corners, shivering. Jiang Ye raised his blade, pointing it at the storehouse doors. "There's grain in the office. Go in and eat." The refugees erupted into a frenzy. Standing on the high steps of the county office, Jiang Ye cast aside his long blade and watched the refugees storm the storehouse. In that moment, he understood a fundamental truth. In this chaotic world, compassion could not buy justice, only violence could. That night, he led away 50 desperate men who had no other path. They called themselves the Black Army and marched out of Jiangzhou. Time then flowed in a blur, 10 years flashing before his eyes. At 30, Jiang Ye, mounted on a black steed, led his 3,000 Black Army soldiers back to the gates of Jiangzhou. Pointing at the city before him, he spoke a single word: kill. The 3,000 soldiers surged towards the city walls. Jiang Ye, charging at the very front, swung his long blade and cut down the enemy's standard. The city fell. He walked up onto the battlements, wading through the blood. That year he conquered Jiangzhou. The nobles who had once been so high and mighty now knelt trembling at his feet. Jiang Ye brought his blade down. Spare no one. From then on his gaze grew colder, and brilliant ministers and fierce generals began to gather under his command. They feared his ruthlessness, but they revered his power. That year he established the usurper court of the Great Song. At the age of 40, Jiang Ye stood in the center of the grand hall, draped in a black dragon robe. All the officials bowed their heads, none daring to meet his eyes. The once brilliant ministers and generals had become his servants. He enacted harsh laws. Those who embezzle die. Those who harm the people die. Thus, during his reign, he was branded a tyrant by the scholar officials, but to the common folk, he became a god. He was slowly becoming an island, ruling the nation through terror, washing away the filth of the old era with blood. The simulation continued to advance. At 50, Jiang Ye was in the imperial study, reviewing battle reports from across the land. The legitimate imperial court had amassed a 500,000-strong army to crush him. One of his founding generals suggested surrender. This was a brother who had fought alongside him since the county office of Jiangzhou. Jiang Ye put down the report and looked at his old friend. "Are you afraid of death too?" The general knelt speechless. Jiang Ye rose, pulling the long sword from the wall. A flash of sword light, and his old friend's head rolled onto the red carpet. Jiang Ye sat back at his desk, continuing to read the next report. The candlelight in the hall flickered, casting his shadow long and distorted. Such ruthlessness chilled the entire usurper court. From then on, he trusted no one. He trusted only power. 50 years passed like a revolving lantern. Jiang Ye experienced the boldness of claiming the throne, the iron will of ruling a nation, and the desolation of executing his own meritorious subjects. Finally, the simulation entered its twilight years. At 70, Jiang Ye sat in the center of the grand hall. His hair was completely white, his back no longer straight, yet he remained rigidly seated on the dragon throne. The sound of battle cries shook the sky outside the palace. A 1,000,000-strong army from the legitimate dynasty had surrounded this isolated city. The palace gates were wide open, letting the evening glow spill into the hall. Inside, a dozen or so white-haired civil and military officials knelt. They were the last embers of the Black Army. "Your Majesty, the enemy has entered the city." The old general's voice trembled, already carrying the finality of death. Jiang Ye rested his cheek on one hand, gazing at these brothers who had stood by him for 50 years, and closed his eyes. He spoke softly, "All of you go." The old general smiled a sorrowful smile, drawing his sword from his waist. "We are grateful for your grace, your majesty. We are willing to follow you to the netherworld." In the next instant the long sword pierced his neck and blood sprayed. The civil official followed, dashing his head against the stone steps. One by one the bodies fell, a dull, unceasing thud. Jiang Ye calmly watched the corpses littering the floor, making no move. He had not lost to his opponents. He had merely lost to time, to the fate that decreed his downfall. This serenity in the face of life and death made him appear even more imposing. Even with death before him, he remained the sole sovereign of this hall. He took the tinder from his bosom and casually tossed it onto the curtains behind him. Flames quickly climbed upward. Jiang Ye rested his chin on his right hand, maintaining his regal posture, and closed his eyes amidst the blaze. The usurper court fell. Song Ling was dead. Simulation complete. In the real world, the van cruised smoothly along the highway to Luoqing. The air conditioning hummed, maintaining a comfortable temperature. Jiang Ye's eyes snapped open, his gaze still holding the lifeless emptiness of Song Ling's final moments. At that moment, his assistant Xiao Li, sitting beside him, was nervously clutching a water bottle, about to wake Jiang Ye. But just as his hand extended halfway, he saw Jiang Ye turn his head, and he froze instantly. Jiang Ye's gaze was calm as he asked, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. I just wanted to ask Zhao, Mr. Jiang, would you like some water?" Xiao Li's voice trembled, because in Jiang Ye's eyes he saw a figure of immense authority, making him feel like a guilty minister kneeling in a palace hall. "Thanks, just leave it there," Jiang Ye said in a low voice. Xiao Li quickly nodded, shrinking back into his seat, not daring to say another word for fear of incurring displeasure. Jiang Ye averted his gaze, looking down at his own hands. His palms seemed to still retain the sensation of gripping a blade. Moreover, he felt that after this simulation, an indescribable power had surged within him. No, it wasn't power, it was more like a measure of bearing. It was Song Ling's 50 years of bearing and cunning. Jiang Ye closed the script and murmured a line that wasn't in it. "If fate does not favor me, then I shall change the heavens." At the entrance of the Luoqing ancient costume film base, a commercial van slowly came to a halt. The side of the vehicle bore the hot-stamped golden emblem of Tianyu Entertainment. In the industry, a van of this caliber usually signified considerable status, yet today it stood before the hastily assembled production set of The Last Emperor. The door slid open and 4 security personnel in black suits with Bluetooth earpieces were the first to step out, swiftly forming a cordon on either side of the door. Following them, 2 efficient personal assistants disembarked, carrying custom-made insulated boxes and a portable folding chair. Jiang Ye was the last to step out. He wore a casual dark gray hoodie and a simple pair of sneakers. He seemed more at leisure than someone about to start filming. Having just completed a role spanning 50 years of a character's life, his demeanor was somewhat peculiar. His back was straight, his posture relaxed and composed, clearly accustomed to being looked up to. The bustling filming site grew quiet as he appeared. Crew members, moving props, and background actors touching up their makeup all paused to watch the young man who had just stepped out of the van. Even without making any deliberate move, he was impossible to ignore. Lu Buliang, who had been crouching behind the monitor pulling at his hair, heard the commotion and looked up abruptly. Seeing Jiang Ye, his eyes lit up, and he strode briskly through the crowd towards him. Before he got close, Lu Buliang's pace slowed. He saw in the young man's eyes a profound weight of years. Lu Buliang's heart skipped a beat, then surged with elation. Jiang Ye's professional competence was well known in the circle he and Wang Lin frequented. But hearing about it was one thing, seeing it was another. He had worried whether Jiang Ye could handle the role of Song Ling, a character spanning 50 years. Now it was clear those worries were unfounded. Jiang Ye wasn't acting, he genuinely seemed like someone who had spent half a lifetime on that throne. Such immersion could only be described as talent. "Jiang Ye, you're here. What have you been up to these past 2 days? You barely replied to my messages." Jiang Ye turned his head, his gaze calm, as he looked at Lu Buliang. Reviewing the script, he replied softly. For some reason, that look made Lu Buliang's chest feel tight, but hearing the answer, he burst into laughter and clapped Jiang Ye heartily on the shoulder. "Good. If reviewing the script gets you into this state, then you deserve to win awards. Come on, let me introduce you to the veterans of our crew." With that, Lu Buliang led Jiang Ye towards the rest area, with the security and assistants following close behind. The entourage drew looks of envy and admiration from the surrounding extras and staff. What they didn't know was that Jiang Ye had also started as a background extra. His rise to the top was both a matter of chance and inevitability. Under the shade of the rest area sat several veteran actors, all past their prime. The most conspicuous among them, seated in the center, was Chu Xiong. Chu Xiong was dressed in a resplendent imperial yellow costume, his eyes closed in repose. A native of the capital, he was a 3-time award-winning actor, a veteran who had spent his entire career playing emperors. In this production of The Last Emperor, he played the final sovereign of the Orthodox dynasty and Song Ling's lifelong nemesis. Hearing Lu Buliang's voice, Chu Xiong slowly opened his eyes and gave Jiang Ye a scrutinizing look. He had seen crime and punishment, and had to admit Jiang Ye's performance was commendable, but he attributed it mostly to luck. His disdain for young actors who rose to fame on luck was no secret in the industry, especially after hearing that Jiang Ye had not only requested the drama be aired while filming, but also demanded an accelerated production schedule. In Chu Xiong's view, this was a desecration of art. Director, is this the Mr. Jiang you've been talking about? Chu Xiong asked, feigning ignorance, his voice booming with authority. He didn't even bother to stand, merely taking a sip from the teacup beside him. Several supporting actors who had been cast through studio connections stepped back, not daring to offend either party, their expressions hinting at a readiness to watch the drama unfold. Indeed, Lu Buliang said, unfazed by Chu Xiong's attitude, introducing them. Jiang Ye, this is Chu Xiong, Teacher Chu. Teacher Chu has profound skills and first-rate acting, a true veteran in the field. Jiang Ye stepped forward and gave a slight bow. Hello, Teacher Chu. His demeanor was polite, but carried a subtle air of detachment. This wasn't arrogance, but the level gaze of one who had truly wielded power, meeting an equal. Chu Xiong's fingers tightened around his teacup. He had expected to see a nervous junior seeking his guidance with cupped hands. Instead, Jiang Ye's reaction made him feel isolated by an invisible aura. I heard you demanded an accelerated production for this drama. Chu Xiong set down his teacup, his gaze turning cold. Let me remind you, Mr. Jiang, this isn't a web series you can just rush through. Especially a political drama like this. Every detail, every look needs to be refined. If you push it like this, you'll ruin Director Lu's hard work. Chu Xiong's words were heavy, and the air around them grew tense. Lu Buliang adjusted his glasses and clicked his tongue, not daring to say much. He felt Chu Xiong's comment was a bit like a dog catching a mouse, overstepping its bounds. He himself didn't mind, so why was Chu Xiong getting worked up? But Chu Xiong's words were well put, seemingly directed at himself. He couldn't just blurt out something that would undermine the man or make him lose face. Besides, Lu Buliang glanced at Jiang Ye. He was more curious to hear what Jiang Ye would say. A few of the supporting actors exchanged covert glances, a hint of a smile playing on their lips. Rivalry among peers was an age-old tradition. Once that competition flared up, there was no need for a reason to hold malice. Why should a nobody from web dramas get such a dedicated van and have the whole crew revolve around him overnight? These resentful thoughts boiled down to one thing: they simply didn't like Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye didn't speak immediately. Instead, he met Chu Xiong's gaze, a deep sense of time swirling in his eyes. In the simulation space, he had encountered many such self-righteous old ministers. But those ministers had either knelt at his feet or taken their own lives before the throne. Teacher Chu is right, Jiang Ye said calmly, with no intention of arguing. But some roles are refined with time, and some are refined with life itself. Song Ling can't wait much longer, and neither can I. Chu Xiong snorted and turned away. Arrogant nonsense. He thought Jiang Ye was putting on an act, using the persona of a sickly man or a theater fanatic to fool people. Seeing the atmosphere turning sour, Lu Buliang quickly stepped in to mediate. All right, that's enough from both of you. Acting isn't about words, it's about what you can do on set. Lu Buliang looked at Jiang Ye, then at Chu Xiong, a flicker of doubt stirring within him. Jiang Ye's current state was indeed remarkable, but Chu Xiong was a battle-hardened veteran actor, his presence carrying immense weight. If Jiang Ye failed to establish his authority, soon the balance of power within this production would collapse. Should that happen, not only would the plan to shoot while broadcasting falter, but the entire production itself might fall apart. At this thought, Lu Buliang gritted his teeth and made a bold decision. Coordinator, changed the shooting schedule. Lu Buliang shouted into the distance. The coordinator, startled, hurried over. Director Lu, which scene should we change? Lu Buliang fixed his gaze on Jiang Ye, then glanced at Chu Xiong. We're not shooting the young Song Ling for the first scene. We'll shoot the scene of Song Ling's self-coronation and the prostrations of 10,000 officials. As these words left his mouth, a collective intake of breath rippled through the resting area. This was one of the most crucial climactic moments in the entire series. Such a coronation scene demanded immense psychological tension and an air of absolute dominance. Atypically, it would be scheduled for the latter half of production after the actor had fully immersed themselves in the role. But to film this as the very first scene, if Jiang Ye couldn't handle the pressure, the entire tone of the series would be ruined. The coordinator was equally stunned. Then, Director Lu, if we change the first scene to this, the plan for shooting while broadcasting. I know, Lu Buliang said, clenching his jaw. After we finish this scene, keep it as raw footage. Once the broadcast schedule begins, have the editors cut it in. The coordinator's face fell, looking as if he had tasted bitter gall. He wanted to protest, but ultimately nodded with a wry, miserable expression and scurried off. This would add so much more work. Ugh, the workload was already immense. This was truly infuriating. Chu Xiong, upon hearing the decision, let a mocking smirk curl across his face. He looked at Jiang Ye, but his words were aimed at Lu Buliang. Director Lu, you're certainly putting the young man on the spot. The coronation robes are heavy, and the crown even heavier. Some shoulders are too narrow, I doubt they can bear such a weight. It was a blatant provocation. Jiang Ye's body shifted slightly at the words. He rose to his feet and gave Lu Buliang a slight nod. It was a gesture of extreme restraint, the very same acknowledgement Song Ling might offer as an emperor. It's acceptable, Jiang Ye said, uttering only 2 words. Lu Buliang's eyes burned with a wild intensity. Jiang Ye, go get changed. Teacher Chu, please take the other actors and run through the blocking. We'll meet at the altar in half an hour. Accompanied by 2 assistants, Jiang Ye walked into the makeup tent prepared specifically for him. Chu Xiong rose, smoothing the folds of his imperial robe, his gaze dark and brooding. He was determined to see what right this young upstart had to carry such a monumental burden. The set was already buzzing with frantic activity. Hundreds of extras were swiftly organized, changing into the robes of civil and military officials before the largest ancient structure within the Luoqing film and television base. Due to the tight schedule, the Grand Palace exterior had not been fully constructed, only the interior. Fortunately, the coronation scene was set in the empty plaza before the hall, and the altar itself was assembled using pre-made molds. Working against the clock, they managed to have it ready within the half hour. The square was now adorned with countless black banners. A strong wind whipped through, sending the flags into a wild, chaotic dance. These were the banners of the illegitimate court, the Great Song. Chu Xiong stood at the base of the steps, gazing up at the solitary throne. Behind him loitered a few minor actors who had been inserted by investors. Teacher Chu, Director Lu is being far too reckless, whispered one of them, a man playing a general, as he sidled up. That kid's handsome enough, but for a role like this tyrant, with those skinny arms and legs, can he really pull it off? Chu Xiong let out a cold laugh, offering no reply. He was simply waiting for a joke to unfold. The half hour passed quickly. Lu Buliang, seated behind the monitor, constantly checked the lighting and camera angles. Where's Jiang Ye? Not out yet, he urged impatiently. Just as the words left his mouth, the tent flap was thrust open from within. A black combat boot stepped onto the gravel-strewn ground. Then Jiang Ye emerged. The ambient noise of the set, which had been a low hum of anticipation, vanished instantly. All eyes converged on the figure before them. He was clad in the black, illegitimate dragon robe worn by Song Ling for the coronation. The fabric was thick and layered, bereft of any gold or silver thread. Instead, dark, crimson blood veins snaked across the deep black base, twisted and oppressive. Rather than a legitimate 5-clawed golden dragon, it resembled a colossal black serpent coiled among the clouds. Jiang Ye wore the imperial Pingtian crown, its beaded tassels cascading down to obscure half his face. His hair had been meticulously styled into a salt and pepper gray with streaks of black woven through the white, emanating an aura of deathly stillness and ruthless killing intent from middle age to twilight. A few loose strands of hair fell across his forehead, shadowing his brow. He stood at the mouth of the wind, his wide sleeves billowing. He made no superfluous movements, offered no deliberate glances. Yet simply by standing there, he was Song Ling, the Song Ling who had clawed his way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The surrounding extras, overwhelmed by the sheer force of his presence, instinctively held their breath. Several even bowed their heads, unable to look directly at him. Lu Buliang, seated behind the monitor, shot to his feet. This? He stared at Jiang Ye, his pupils contracting. He felt a wave of suffocating, murderous intent wash over him. In that moment, the young actor had truly transformed himself into the ruthless warlord who had crawled out from between the pages of the script. This kind of overbearing dominance, all under heaven, is the king's domain, could never be faked. Chu Xiong stood on the other side of the altar, his teacup trembling in his hand. Suddenly his wrist twitched, and the hot tea splashed onto his hand. He didn't even bother to wipe it away, his gaze locked on Jiang Ye. As a veteran of countless emperor roles, he was intimately familiar with this kind of aura. This was more real, more ruthless than any emperor he had ever portrayed. This kid was unnerving. Jiang Ye paid no heed to the reactions around him. He raised his head, peering through the swaying beaded tassels at the towering altar before him. Begin, he said, his voice low. All right. All departments. Get ready. Lu Buliang, stunned, momentarily lost his voice, even forgetting to raise his megaphone. Fortunately, the assistant director reacted, quickly flashing hand signals. All departments stand by. The Last Emperor, scene 1, take 1. Action. The clapperboard snapped shut. Jiang Ye clasped his hands behind his back and strode towards the altar at the center of the square. The altar was tall, with 99 steps leading to its summit. It was hastily constructed from wooden planks covered with a worn, faded red carpet. With each step, a dull thump echoed, landing squarely on the hearts of all present. The hundreds of extras dressed as civil and military officials and standing on either side of the stairs had been whispering moments before. Now they fell utterly silent. According to the script, they were supposed to display reverence and then kneel, shouting, "Long live the Emperor." But now no acting was required. Even their eventual prostration lacked any trace of performance. When Jiang Ye's gaze swept over them, the sheer pressure alone made their knees buckle. It was a physiological response to being dominated by an overwhelming presence. To remain standing was to show disrespect to the emperor. To raise one's head was a capital offense. And at this moment, the black figure on the platform was an insurmountable mountain in their minds. Jiang Ye ascended the platform, turned around, and faced the assembled civil and military officials below. He flicked the hem of his black robes aside and slowly seated himself upon the dragon throne, the symbol of supreme authority. His movements were unhurried, natural, and fluid. After all, he had occupied this very seat for half a lifetime. His posture was not upright, even somewhat casual. One hand rested on the armrest, his body leaned slightly forward as he gazed down at the insignificant figures beneath him. This was the pinnacle of power, and also the summit of solitude. The camera pushed in for a close-up of Jiang Ye's face. Amidst the swaying of the beaded curtain, his face showed none of the joy of ascension or the pride of holding power. Only exhaustion and grim resolve were etched upon it. This was Song Ling, a tyrant who had borne the weight of a nation's dream for 50 years only to find himself utterly alone at the end. I want this realm, Jiang Ye declared, his voice amplified across the entire square, to bear the name of Song from this day forth. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd below, finally coming to rest on a point in the void. It was the direction of the Orthodox dynasty, his lifelong adversary. Even if it is illegitimate, it shall be the fortune of the people. Each word was delivered with immense weight, resolute and unyielding, exuding an arrogant aura of defying fate. At this moment, he sought not to be emperor for his own sake, but to ensure every person under heaven had food to eat. To achieve this, he would not hesitate to become a tyrant, to bear the infamy of 10,000 generations. Behind the monitor, Liu Biliang's eyes reddened. He understood. This was the Song Ling he had written. This was the detestable, pitiable, yet admirable last emperor. Standing nearby, Chu Xiong's expression darkened. This made no sense. This was merely a newcomer, so why did he feel overshadowed in his presence? Cold sweat had already beaded on his forehead, soaking the shirt beneath. Just then Jiang Ye's gaze suddenly shifted, and their eyes collided in midair. Chu Xiong's body stiffened. He felt a murderous aura tempered by 50 years of warfare surging towards him. In an instant he was seized by a preposterous illusion. The dragon robe he wore was a fake. He, the Orthodox emperor, was a foolish ruler, a worthless man. And the man in the black dragon robe, standing on the platform, was the true bearer of the mandate of heaven. He did not deserve to stand, he should kneel and pledge allegiance to that man. Once this thought took root, it began to grow wildly, devouring his pride and confidence. Chu Xiong clenched his fists. He wanted to turn and leave, but his legs refused to obey. It was terrifying. He had been overawed by a young man's acting, or perhaps by the soul of the character he portrayed. The entire set fell silent. Even the supporting actors and veteran performers standing at the periphery stared ahead in stunned amazement. They had acted for so long and seen many emperors. Some versions were domineering, some benevolent, and some incompetent. But this arrogance born of 50 years of shouldering a nation's dream, this resolute determination to bear the weight of the realm on one's shoulders and grit one's teeth to stand tall even if bones were broken. They had never witnessed such a portrayal. Could this even be called acting? It was more like attaining the Tao. Cut. Liu Biliang jumped up excitedly, flinging his script aside. Without even acknowledging Chu Xiong's discomposure, he rushed out from behind the monitor, clapping vigorously. Excellent. Perfect. This is the Song Ling I wanted. This is the emperor I envisioned. With the director's shout, the tense atmosphere on set finally relaxed. The crew members let out long breaths, only then realizing their backs were drenched in sweat. The extras scrambled to their feet, not bothering to dust off the dirt on their knees, their eyes burning with fervor as they looked at the man on the platform. They had been conquered by the very presence that made them kneel instinctively. Chu Xiong stood still, wiping the cold sweat from his face, taking a deep breath to steady his pounding heart. When he looked at Jiang Ye again, the contempt and arrogance in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a more complex emotion. It contained shame, shock, but mostly heartfelt admiration. As a seasoned actor, he knew exactly what this represented. It meant the other's presence had completely overshadowed his own. Perhaps this newcomer truly had skill. He had indeed been guilty of judging others by their cover. He recalled his own early days in the industry, surrounded by hostility, just like Jiang Ye. Perhaps he had spent too long in the cesspool of the entertainment industry and had unwittingly become the very thing he despised. Alas, the Dragon Slayer had become the dragon. Chu Xiong sighed inwardly, adjusted his mindset, straightened his attire, and walked towards the sacrificial altar. Standing before the platform, he looked up at Jiang Ye seated above and said, Jiang Ye, your performance is remarkable. He gave a thumbs up, his voice loud and clear, carrying a hint of sincere apology. I was truly blinded this time, misjudging you. You are different from those young people who rise on sheer luck. I truly never imagined that someone so young could understand the art of imperial mind games so thoroughly. That look just now made me feel like a clown who had usurped the throne. You played this emperor better than I could. Coming from a 3-time Best Actor winner, these words carried significant weight. The surrounding supporting actors were stunned. Was this the same Chu Xiong who was so arrogant he looked down on everyone? Jiang Ye had not yet fully emerged from his character. Hearing Chu Xiong's words, he did not respond immediately. He remained seated on the dragon throne, maintaining his previous posture. After a moment, he looked at Chu Xiong, the murkiness in his eyes gradually clearing, regaining a hint of Jiang Ye's own lucidity. Teacher Chu, you flatter me, he said in a low voice. Then, supporting himself on the armrest, he slowly rose to his feet. Song Ling just sat in this position for too long and grew too weary of it. He spoke as he descended the steps. With each step, the imperial aura dissipated. By the time he reached Chu Xiong, he had transformed back into the humble and aloof Jiang Ye of before. Yet deep in his eyes a trace of unshed weariness remained. Chu Xiong looked at him, sighed, and moved to pat his shoulder, but remembering his earlier rudeness felt ashamed, and withdrew his hand midway. The young are to be feared. In this production you are the soul, and I am merely the foil. I willingly play the supporting role for you. With that, Chu Xiong turned and walked away, his back seeming somewhat forlorn. Several veteran actors gathered around, their gazes at Jiang Ye now filled with respect. In their world, strength was the ultimate currency. Jiang Ye's performance just now had firmly established his supreme position within the crew. From now on, who would dare question him, except perhaps those unperceptive ones brought in by capital, who would still claim he had risen on luck? Jiang Ye, however, paid little heed to these accolades. For him, that was merely a microcosm of Song Ling's 50 years of life. Not worth mentioning. LV Bouillon approached, his face flushed with excitement. Jiang Ye, this scene of yours has set a great tone for the crew. That look in your eyes just now was absolutely brilliant. Jiang Ye nodded, accepting the praise without a word. He unbuttoned his collar, feeling stifled. The dragon robe was too heavy, pressing down on him until it was hard to breathe. Director, Jiang Ye turned to LV Bouillon. What's the next scene? LV Bouillon hesitated, his smile fading into a troubled expression. He scratched his head and pointed at the scaffolding still under construction in the distance. We were supposed to shoot the court assembly scene next, which requires an aerial shot of the entire palace exterior. But as you can see, the palace set isn't finished yet. There's only a framework standing there. It was originally scheduled to be completed in half a month, but with your accelerated production demand, the timeline simply can't keep up. This was the drawback of rushing the schedule. Although the actors were all in place, the physical infrastructure was falling short. If they stopped now to wait for the set, all the time they'd saved would be wasted. Moreover, the morale that had just been built up would be shattered. The atmosphere on set turned chilly. Everyone knew this was a critical flaw. One can't make bricks without straw. How are we supposed to film like this? A short distance away, a few supporting actors had gathered. One, playing a civil official, tossed his ceremonial tablet onto a table in frustration. I'm not a madman. Who can get into character in this kind of environment? Several extras around him murmured in agreement, their whispers carried by the wind into Jiang Ye's ears, making him frown. Indeed, without a palace, how could one play an emperor? They couldn't just perform the court's grand assembly in front of a green screen acting against thin air. The result would be a severe drop in texture, even looking cheap. For a historical drama like The Last Emperor, which banked on epic grandeur and political intrigue, it would be fatal. Besides, Jiang Ye's current makeup had been painstakingly applied and was difficult to remove. If they switched to shooting the younger or middle-aged scenes now, the rest of the day would be wasted. Even if they did, it would be most cost-effective to wait until tomorrow. Chu Xiong, who happened to be nearby, overheard and sighed. If it really doesn't work, let's shoot the exterior scenes first, or my scenes, and wait until the palace is ready. It was a viable option, but for someone like Jiang Ye, who pursued continuous emotional flow in his acting, it was a torment. It would also slow down the overall progress. Even a seasoned actor like Chu Xiong would struggle to fabricate such a grand sweeping scene without any physical reference. This was the shortcoming of the film industry. For a moment, the crew was all at a loss. Just as everyone thought they'd have to shut down for the day, Jiang Ye spoke up. No need to wait. Everyone turned to look at him. His expression was calm, his makeup still intact, gray-streaked hair falling beside his face, obscuring most of his features. He stepped forward, stopping in front of LV Bouillon. Director, I have an idea. Let's shoot the interior scene. Interior scene. LV Bouillon was taken aback. You mean the throne room soliloquy? That scene was set at the moment when the Orthodox Emperor's vast army had just surrounded the capital of Song Ling. His ministers and generals were still fighting on the front lines, dying and wounded. It depicted Song Ling's emotional outburst when he was left alone in the hall facing the overwhelming pressure. Jiang Ye nodded. That's the one. LV Bouillon pointed at the green screen behind him. But as you can see, although the interior set is built, some of the details haven't been finalized yet. These effects can be added in post-production, but they're fake. If the actors' emotions don't connect, the result will be a disaster. Jiang Ye didn't even glance at the green screen. Instead, he raised a finger and pointed to his own eyes, speaking with unwavering confidence. As long as my gaze is right, this interior set becomes the Golden Throne Hall. As long as I sit here, this place is the Great Song. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. That was the first thought that sprang into everyone's mind. Nearby, the supporting actor who had thrown the tablet let out a snicker, muttering in his small circle, "Tisk, does he really think he's some kind of god? Acting out 1,000-strong army against thin air. He's bound to trip over his own tongue." Of course, he only dared to say this among his peers, never to Jiang Ye's face. Chu Xiong also furrowed his brows slightly. Head just praised Jiang Ye's talent. Why the sudden impatience? Even if he could perform without props, acting was about mutual enhancement. The environment, the co-actors, and the costume design were all interdependent and indispensable. Did he really think he could carry an entire empty studio with his performance alone? That wasn't just difficult, it was challenging the very fundamentals of the craft. LV Bouillon stared at Jiang Ye and saw the soul of Song Ling in his eyes. Are you sure? LV Bouillon asked in a low voice. This isn't a game. Once the camera rolls, film is burning money. If this fails, the crew's daily expenses alone will be enough to bankrupt you. Jiang Ye didn't waste a word. He turned and walked to the center of the set, where a battered wooden crate served as a temporary reference point. He approached it, lifted the hem of his robe, and sat down slowly. His posture was solemn, his bearing dignified, his movements fluid and natural. Though he sat on a shabby wooden box, the moment he settled, everyone felt as if he were on the dragon throne. Director LV, trust me. Just roll the camera, Jiang Ye said calmly from where he sat. The crew members all turned their gaze to LV Bouillon, awaiting his command. LV Bouillon took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. All departments get ready. Clear the set. Everyone not involved shut up. The Last Emperor Throne Room Soliloquy Scene 1 Take 1. Action. As the clapperboard snapped shut, the studio fell silent. Jiang Ye sat before the green screen, closed his eyes, and activated the system. Consuming 200 points of empathy value. Activating environmental atmosphere rendering advanced version. The instant the command was issued, an invisible wave rippled outward from Jiang Ye, spreading in all directions. Though the physical environment remained unchanged, his micro-expressions, body language, and the aura he exuded forcibly influenced the perceptions of everyone around him. Jiang Ye opened his eyes. His once clear pupils had again turned into Song Ling's murky, clouded gaze, holding decades of wind and sand within. He looked into the void before him, but in his eyes it wasn't empty. It was the capital about to be consumed by flames, soldiers fallen in pools of blood, and the old world he had fought against his entire life. In that moment, the entire studio was engulfed in the deathly gloom of twilight. Strangely, there was no wind inside the set, yet the crew members couldn't help but shiver, feeling a chill creep up the backs of their necks. Jiang Ye raised his right hand, grasping at the empty air beside him. The veins on his hand bulged, and his grip on the invisible armrest was so vivid that everyone present felt as though a real dragon throne existed beneath his palm. They're all gone. Jiang Ye set down the casualty report in his hand and spoke in a hoarse voice. He swept his gaze across the empty hall from left to right, as if the faces and voices of his old friends still echoed within its walls. The supporting actors nearby, who had been silently complaining moments before, felt their hearts skip a beat under his gaze. They felt as if they had become ministers who had betrayed Emperor Song Ling, or powerful officials who had fought on the front lines. This oppressive sense of being scrutinized by an emperor made them hold their breath involuntarily. Then the plot reached its climax. According to the script, a volley of arrows should have been unleashed outside the hall at this moment, with the Orthodox Emperor's army having breached the city gates and about to storm the palace. This was supposed to be a major post-production spectacle, but on set there was nothing. Yet Jiang Ye's body suddenly trembled, and his hunched back snapped straight. He stared intently ahead, his pupils constricting violently. In his vision, countless arrows whistling through the air pierced through the hall's doors and flew straight toward him. Come on! Jiang Ye suddenly roared, his voice exploding within the hall and startling everyone around him. I'm not dead yet. Come at me. He abruptly rose to his feet, spreading his arms wide to face the thousands of troops that were not actually there. At that moment, everyone saw it. Even though his backdrop was a faded green screen, even though his audience was a few concrete pillars, he stood amid a sea of corpses and a river of blood, facing the towering waves before him. He stood at the crest of the wave, using his broken body to hold back the collapse of the entire world. In the eyes of those around him, Jiang Ye had already been pierced by 1,000 arrows. They could even see his muscles cramping and the corner of his eye twitching. He was in pain, but he would not retreat. The civil official who had been complaining moments ago could barely hold his own tablet now. Staring at the maddened figure in the center of the stage, he felt his throat go dry. You call this acting without props? This is channeling. He really saw it. He saw a proud emperor guarding his crumbling kingdom, singing his final swan song. Lu Boyang sat behind the monitor, his fingers clenched into fists, his palms slick with sweat, yet he stared fixedly at the screen, unwilling to blink. Although the background was a monotonous green, Jiang Ye's face filled every void. His expression carried an immense weight of information: regret, anger, release, catharsis, but no fear. Lu Boyang, a master of cinematic language, immediately realized that a performance of this caliber must not be ruined by the environment. Push in. Close up. He barked into the walkie-talkie, his voice low and intense. Get all his shots right on his face. Forget the background. Capture his emotions, his micro-expressions, his eyes. The cameraman nodded, hoisted the camera, and carefully moved forward. The frame narrowed until only Jiang Ye's face remained. Sweat mixed with dust ran into the lines on his face, as if he were enduring profound grief and agony. It made sense. His old friends had fought valiantly on the front lines, only to perish one by one, leaving him behind as the Song dynasty crumbled. How could this not hurt? How could this not be sorrowful? This meticulous control of detail was enough to make the audience forget any flaws in the background. Because at this moment, this face was the entire Song dynasty. I have not lost. Jiang Ye whispered these 3 words, then swayed weakly and slowly sat back down on the worn wooden crate. This display of helplessness weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. After speaking, it seemed as if all strength had drained from his body, and he leaned back against the invisible chair. He suddenly felt very tired. His eyes gradually glazed over, his focus drifting until he stared vacantly at the air before him. There was still nothing there, but everyone present knew what he was looking at. He was looking at the homeland he could never return to, at a young clerk copying official documents in the afternoon sun. "Cut!" Lu Buliang called out, his voice choked with emotion, breaking the suffocating silence in the room. But still no one spoke. Everyone was lost in the breathtaking solo performance, unable to snap back to reality. It wasn't until half a minute later that Chu Xiong let out a long, shuddering breath, his hands still trembling. "Incredible." Chu Xiong looked at Jiang Ye, who was still sitting on the crate with his eyes closed, his gaze filled with disbelief. "This kid. Truly incredible. For a moment there I really thought there were thousands of troops outside about to breach the gates and storm the palace. Remarkable. He's pouring his very soul into this." The supporting actors and crew members around him now looked at Jiang Ye not with doubt, but with awe. What does it mean for one person to carry an entire show? This is what it means for one person to carry an entire show. He no longer needed a grand palace to underscore his authority, because he was authority itself. He didn't need extras to amplify his emotions, because his emotions were enough to permeate the very air. Lu Buliang hurried over, intending to support Jiang Ye. But Jiang Ye opened his eyes, first the cloudiness in them clearing to reveal his usual calm. He reached for the water bottle an assistant offered, took a sip, and ignoring the stunned gazes around him, asked flatly, "Director, did we get the shot?" If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one present would have believed that the man before them was the same one who had just embodied the Mad Emperor. Were they really the same person? "Got it. More than got it," Lu Buliang exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. "Jiang Ye, what can I even say? With this footage all we need is a bit of color grading and some sound effects, and it'll have a cinematic quality. And we won't have to painstakingly key out the green screen because the audience won't be able to take their eyes off your face." Jiang Ye nodded, set down the bottle, and stood up. "Good." He glanced at the sky and the scaffolding still under construction, then at the visibly thrilled Lu Buliang. "Since the palace set isn't ready, there's no point in waiting around." As he spoke, Jiang Ye unbuttoned his collar. Song Ling's life was long, and this isn't the only chapter. Since we're filming in this episodic format, let's just scramble the timeline. He turned to look at Lu Buliang. "While this set is being built, we can shoot exterior scenes tomorrow. Let's film the young Song Ling, the one who was still a minor clerk at the county office. Film the moment he first draws his blade, the moment he takes his first life. These scenes don't need a grand palace, just a few rundown houses will do. We can shoot the earlier plot while we wait for this set to be finished. We can also send the early footage to post-production for editing and VFX right away. That way we won't waste any time. With a bit of luck, we could have the first 6 episodes ready to air within 2 weeks." Jiang Ye's words were clear and logically rigorous. Lu Buliang was dumbfounded. Not only was Jiang Ye doing the actor's job, but he was also stealing the roles of the coordinator and producer. Wang Lin hadn't told him Jiang Ye was this capable. The key was that this plan was simply perfect. It not only solved the current predicament, but also maximized the use of time and resources. "Great. Let's do it this way." Lu Buliang slapped his thigh, a sharp light gleaming in his eyes. "Coordinator, adjust tomorrow's shooting schedule. We're changing locations tomorrow to shoot at the county office. All departments move. We're going to fight a blitzkrieg." Perhaps Jiang Ye's performance had instilled a sense of confidence in everyone present. So when Lu Buliang issued the order, the entire crew responded with a roar and swung into frantic action. Jiang Ye didn't say anything more, turning and walking into his private rest area. He pulled up the system panel and checked the time he had left. It was exactly 2 months, no more no less. So within these 2 months he had to move efficiently and see this play to its end. And he had to do it beautifully, spectacularly. The next day the weather cooperated. At the Luoqing Film and Television base, wind picked up in the morning. The crew had completed the location transfer the previous night, arriving at a practical set tucked away in a corner. This was a long-abandoned, dilapidated temple that the crew had converted into a low, crumbling county office. Pieces of plaster had peeled off the walls, revealing the adobe underneath. The paper window panes were tattered and flapped noisily in the wind. Jiang Ye stepped out of his trailer. He had shed the black dragon robe that symbolized power, now wearing a faded blue official's robe with worn cuffs. The clothes looked thin, offering little protection against the cold wind sweeping through the base. Jiang Ye shivered, his lips turning slightly purple from the cold. This wasn't just acting, it was his boldest instinctive reaction. The stark visual contrast, from an emperor at the pinnacle of adoration to a mere ant in the mud, left the crew momentarily unable to adapt. Just yesterday, he was the overlord whose mere presence on a wooden crate could intimidate everyone. But today he was a subservient nobody bowing down for a meager living. This shift in temperament required no transition, it was pure instinct. Lu Buliang wrapped his coat tighter, sat behind the monitor, and took a sip of hot tea. All departments get ready. The Last Emperor Youth Chapter Scene 11. Action. As the command fell, the camera focused on the rickety gate of the county office. Cold wind rushed into the main hall, stirring up dust from the ground. Jiang Ye, playing Song Ling, hurried in from outside, clutching a thick stack of documents. He hunched his back, took quick shuffling steps, and wore an ingratiating smile. The mask one wears for survival after being constantly trampled upon. Sir, these are the documents you requested. Jiang Ye approached the desk and carefully set the papers down. This subordinate has organized them all. Behind the desk sat a burly, stout supporting actor playing the county magistrate Song Ling's immediate superior. The magistrate didn't even glance at him. He raised his foot and kicked the stack of documents directly. Crash. The papers scattered everywhere, some even fluttering into the muddy water outside the door. Useless, the magistrate cursed, spittle flying. Can't even handle this small task. What's the use of keeping a dog like you? Rewrite them. And if you don't do it right, don't expect your salary this month. Jiang Ye's body stiffened for a moment. He knew the magistrate was taking out his frustrations from elsewhere on him, but he didn't argue, didn't show anger. Instead, he lowered his head, bent his back, his knees nearly touching the ground. Then he extended his red frozen hands and began picking up the scattered papers one by one. Yes, sir. This subordinate was wrong. This subordinate will go corrected immediately. His voice was filled with a pitiful, submissive obedience. The camera pushed in for a close-up of Jiang Ye's face. His face was covered in dust, the corners of his eyes drooped, yet a flicker of light remained hidden deep within his eyes. It was the will to live, bent by life's burdens, but still stubbornly holding on. This sense of brokenness was so real that it brought tears to Lu Biliang's eyes behind the monitor. This was the tragedy of the lowly. No cheat codes, no lucky encounters, just endless endurance and exploitation. Cut. Lu Biliang called out, his voice deep. That's a wrap. Jiang Ye straightened up and placed the collected papers on the desk. He didn't immediately step out of character. Instead, he stood still, taking a few deep breaths, the suffocating feeling still lodged in his chest. He mentally transported himself back to the time when he first arrived in this world, being trampled upon. Because only by doing so could he align his soul with the young Song Ling. All this endurance was for the final explosion. Director, let's get ready for the next scene, Jiang Ye said to Lu Biliang. Don't you need a break? Lu Biliang asked, looking at him with concern. Jiang Ye shook his head. No need. Let's strike while the iron is hot. Seeing this, Lu Biliang felt a stir in his heart. He suddenly understood the assessment Wang Lin had privately given him about Jiang Ye, which was just one word. Crazy. The sky had grown dim, and the artificial rain machines began to work, sending down sheets of rain. The plot had arrived at its turning point. That year Jiangzhou suffered a great drought, and the land was littered with the bodies of the starving. But it was as if heaven was mocking the mortal world, who just as the harvest failed completely, heavy rain began to pour. The disaster relief grain allocated by the imperial court arrived at the county office. Countless refugees crowded around the entrance, begging for a bowl of thin gruel. Song Ling stood in the rain, looking at the gaunt, sallow faces, his heart filled with anxiety. He ran into the inner hall, wanting to question the county magistrate about why he was selling the relief grain to the Qian family, wanting to beg him to open the granaries immediately. But the moment he pushed open the door, he froze. The inner hall was brightly lit and warm. The county magistrate was toasting with the steward of the Qian family, the local power magnate, in high spirits. The table was laden with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, the aroma of wine filling the air. But the content of their conversation sent a chill down Song Ling's spine. They'll have these grains transported to your Qian family's granary tonight, the county magistrate said, hiccuping from wine, his face glistening with grease. As for those refugees, what does it matter if a few paupers starve to death? After all, in this world, human life is the cheapest thing. The Qian family's steward smiled ingratiatingly, stuffing a stack of banknotes into the magistrate's hand. The magistrate is most wise. Song Ling stood at the door, rainwater dripping from his hair down his neck. At that moment, he remembered 10 years ago. It was also a rainy day. A noble's carriage sped down the street. His father, carrying a load of goods on a pole, couldn't dodge in time and blocked the way. The noble laughed cruelly, spurred his horse to trample through their home, drew his long blade, and chopped off his father's head right in front of him. His mother knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for mercy, but her reward was another swing of the blade. Blood mixed with rain flowing down the entire street. He was only 10 years old then. He could only hide in a corner, covering his mouth, not daring to cry out loud. Little as he was, he thought that if he just endured, if he just became an obedient, low-ranking official, he could survive in this world. But now he realized he was wrong. Endurance couldn't buy dignity, and concession couldn't buy a path to survival. The magistrate's words became the final straw that broke him. Song Ling turned and dashed into the curtain of rain, retreating to his leaky side chamber. He dropped to the ground, dragging out a dust-covered cloth bundle from beneath the bed, his trembling hands untying it. Inside lay a long blade, its scabbard rotted away, the blade itself caked in rust. It was the sole keepsake his father had left him. For 10 years he had never once touched this blade. Because he was afraid. Afraid that once he gripped it he could never return to that barely stable life. But now he was even more afraid of living on in such a spineless manner. Jiang Ye seized the hilt and wrenched it free. The rusted steel scraped against the scabbard with a sharp clang. Though the edge was dull, the killing intent remained. He stepped out the door, blade in hand, moving through the downpour, letting the rain lash against his body. He did not cry out, but his ordinarily calm eyes flooded with crimson in an instant. This was the madness of a man backed into a corner. Dragging the long blade behind him, he walked step by step toward the inner hall. The tip scraped across the bluestone floor, emitting a grating teeth-aching screech. He kicked the inner hall's door open. A gust of cold wind rushed in, snuffing out several candles. The county magistrate and his steward mid-drink were startled, their cups shattering on the floor. Song Ling, have you lost your mind? The magistrate roared, staring at the drenched figure armed with a long blade. Who let you in? Get out. Jiang Ye said nothing, his gaze fixed on the magistrate's fleshy face. That face was etched with greed, arrogance, and utter disregard for life. This was the devouring world. This was the result of 20 years of endurance. Now he refused to endure any longer. Jiang Ye stepped forward, raising the long blade. His movements were clumsy, even awkward. After all, he was merely a minor clerk, untrained in martial arts, never having taken a life. His hands shook violently, his breath ragged. What are you doing? Mutiny. Panic seized the magistrate as he scrambled to hide under the table. But Jiang Ye would not grant him that chance. With a thunderous roar, he summoned every ounce of strength and brought the blade down. A wet thud. The edge sank into the magistrate's shoulder, lodging in bone. Blood sprayed, staining the fine wine and delicacies on the table. The magistrate screamed, clutching his wound. But Jiang Ye did not stop. He wrenched the blade free and struck again. Once, twice, 3 times. There was no technique, only brute force. He had endured enough. He would drag them all down with him. Warm, rank blood splattered across his face and seeped into his eyes. Finally, the magistrate's head flew high, toppling the dining table, his body collapsing into a pool of blood, utterly still. The steward beside him, paralyzed with terror, wet himself and cowered in a corner, trembling. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Jiang Ye turned his gaze toward the steward. His face was now drenched in blood, his scarlet eyes devoid of any human warmth. The timid, obsequious clerk was slain by his own hand. What survived was a vengeful ghost named Song Ling. Jiang Ye walked over and drove the blade through the steward's throat. The world fell silent save for the crackling of rain against the window. Jiang Ye stood among the corpses, gasping for air, the long blade in his hand still dripping blood. This was his first kill. A sickening, terrifying, yet exhilarating sensation twisted together, fraying his nerves. He wanted to vomit, but he forced it down. Because the play was not yet over. Jiang Ye lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the empty courtroom. His voice trembled with a sob. In this world, there is no reasoning. He raised the blade, staring at the mottled bloodstains. Only the blade speaks. With that, Jiang Ye turned and strode out of the inner hall, arriving at the granary in the rear courtyard of the county office. Inside, thousands of dan of life-saving grain lay locked away. He raised the long blade and brought it down heavily upon the granary's great lock. The doors burst open, revealing mountains of gleaming white grain. Jiang Ye carried the blade to the main entrance of the county office and flung the gates wide. Outside, hundreds of refugees huddled against the walls, seeking shelter from the rain. They stared at the blood-soaked Song Ling and the dripping blade in his hand, terror in their eyes. Jiang Ye pointed at the granary behind him, shouting with the last of his strength, "There's grain in the granary. Go in and eat." Then he cast the blade aside. It clattered to the ground. The refugees froze for a moment, then someone took the lead and rushed inside. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. A flood of people surged into the county office, charging toward the granary that symbolized survival. Jiang Ye was jostled and buffeted by the crowd, yet he did not step aside. Instead, he leaned against the doorframe, watching the refugees scramble for the grain, a savage grin spreading across his face. The smile was ugly, but it was one of liberation. He knew there was no turning back. From this moment on, he was a rebel, a murderer. But he felt no regret. Cut. Lu Buliang leapt from his chair, his black-framed glasses flying off his nose and clattering to the floor. Excellent. Fucking brilliant. He pumped his fists in the air, his face flushed with excitement. This scene, from stifling tension to explosive release, from obscurity to drawing the blade. Jiang Ye had portrayed the fatalistic journey of a man forced to rebellion with absolute perfection. Especially that final smile. It was a stroke of genius. The crew members on set burst into applause, clearly stunned by the raw intensity of it all. Jiang Ye leaned against the doorframe, his body slowly sliding down until he sat in the mud. It wasn't from physical exhaustion, but from sheer exhilaration. So overwhelming that his vision swam, and he had to sit down to catch his breath. Still, he knew this scene was solid. Because this was the catharsis he wanted. Not mindless leveling and monster slaying, but the visceral release of carving a bloody path through despair, using violence to defy injustice. This kind of descent into darkness was logical, was flesh and blood. Just then, the actors portraying the magistrate and steward Qian emerged from the inner hall. Still covered in fake blood, they flanked Jiang Ye, looking down at him with concern. "Teacher Jiang, are you all right?" They both extended a hand toward him. Jiang Ye looked up at the two actors, a faint smile touching his lips. He grasped their hands and pulled himself to his feet. "I'm fine, thank you." The actor playing steward Qian let out a relieved breath. He clutched at the wound. On his neck, a lingering fear, in his eyes, his tone full of admiration. "Teacher Jiang, that was incredible. If I didn't know this was just acting, and that we live in a society governed by law, I'd have thought you really were going to kill me." "Huh, that's nothing." The magistrate's actor chimed in, patting his round belly with a chuckle. Teacher Jiang chopped my head clean off. Who do I complain to? They both burst into laughter. Jiang Ye smiled softly and shook his head. Sorry I got too deep into character. Hope I didn't hurt you. With that he looked toward Lu Buliang, who was approaching. Director, was that all right? All right. It was perfect. You embody every role you take on. How could it not be? Lu Buliang rushed over excitedly, ignoring the blood and mud on their clothes, hugging each of them in turn before wrapping Jiang Ye in a tight embrace. Jiang Ye, you're a born actor. When this scene airs, the audience will be in tears. You nailed that feeling of forced corruption. Jiang Ye smiled, but said nothing. The rain washed away the blood in the county office, but it could not wash away the hatred in Song Ling's heart. From this day forth the petty clerk Song Ling was dead. What remained was the final king destined to topple this dynasty. Alright, that's a wrap. Lu Buliang clapped his hands and waved. Great work today, everyone. Extra food tonight. He then turned to the two actors. You two go get changed and eat plenty tonight. The two exchanged glances and joined the crew's celebration. With the help of his assistant Jiang, Ye slowly made his way toward his dressing room. Though his steps were unsteady to all those present, that retreating figure seemed towering and immense. For it was the silhouette of a king. Within the Luoqing film studio, a stretch of yellow sand had been arranged into a desolate wilderness. Today's scene was to be performed here. The crew members wrapped in coats huddled behind the monitors adjusting their equipment. The wind machines were also ready awaiting the single command to begin. Lu Buliang stood on a high platform megaphone and his face glowing with excitement. He had always believed that having Jiang Ye play the last emperor was the best decision he had ever made. Though they had only just finished filming the oppressive murder scene in the Yamen yesterday, his spirits were now exceptionally high. Because today's scene marked the pivotal moment when Song Ling transformed from a simple avenger into a true commander. It was the scene where Song Ling won over his first fierce General Yi Qing, and the moment the core of the false dynasty first took shape. The actor playing Yi Qing was a young performer fresh out of drama school named Wu Gang. The young man had sharp sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, carrying an innate air of righteousness. Yet at this moment, he wore a tattered prison uniform with heavy shackles binding his hands and feet. To embody the tragic state of a man whose family had been destroyed and who had been exiled 1,000 miles, Wu Gang had been standing in the wind for nearly half an hour. His lips had turned slightly purple from the cold, and his eyes brewed with resentment and despair. This state was perfect. It seemed his eye for casting was truly remarkable. Lu Buliang couldn't help but feel a wave of smug self-satisfaction. All departments prepare. Snapping back to reality, Lu Buliang bellowed into the wind. The Last Emperor Scene 32, gaining a general in the snowy night. Action. The clapperboard snapped shut, the wind machines roared to life, and the artificial snow machines began to churn. White snow mingled with yellow sand drifting down in a flurry. The camera slowly pushed forward. On the wasteland, a black banner snapped violently in the wind. And Jiang Ye. No Song Ling sat beneath that banner. By now he had shed his humble blue clerk's robe, replaced by a suit of black leather armor. Over it, he wore a somewhat worn sheepskin coat with traces of dried blood clinging to the collar. His black hair was tied simply behind his head, revealing a smooth, broad forehead. At this moment his face bore the steady composure of one who remains unperturbed even as Mount Tai crumbles before him. Gone was the madness of the Yamen killings, and gone was the timid servility of his days as a minor clerk. He sat there in the snow before a campfire that was on the verge of dying out. Yi Qing, played by Wu Gang, dragged his shackles and walked over slowly from the distance. The iron scraped against the frozen, hard-packed sand, creaking with every step. Yi Qing stopped by the campfire, staring directly at the unfamiliar man before him. He knew this man was a rebel, because just moments ago this very man had slaughtered the soldiers escorting him. But so what? He didn't care. His entire family, 72 souls, had been killed by treacherous officials in the court, and he himself had been exiled to this place. All he wanted now was to kill, or to be killed. Jiang Ye didn't look up. He casually picked up a wooden stick, stirred the fire, and sent a few sparks flying. Then he pulled a frozen hard piece of steamed bread from his bosom. Without a hint of disgust, he forcefully broke it apart. With a crisp crack, the bread split in two, scattering crumbs onto the ground. He took one half, brought it to his mouth, bit down, and chewed with effort. The difficulty of swallowing was portrayed with striking realism. After he swallowed, he finally looked up, his gaze calm and steady as he regarded Yi Qing standing before him. Jiang Ye extended the remaining half of the bread, his hand held suspended in midair, perfectly still. Eat, Jiang Ye said. You'll need your strength to wield the blade. Yi Qing didn't take it. Instead, he stared at Jiang Ye with wary, hateful eyes, his voice laced with tears and bitter sarcasm. Who are you really? Are you here to mock me too? To mock a stray dog? Behind the monitor, Lu Buliang nodded. This young actor Wu Gang had impressive explosive power, capturing the anguished fury of a once brilliant youth fallen from grace with great precision. Not bad. The kid had really risen to the occasion. But in the very next second, Jiang Ye's reaction made everyone hold their breath. Jiang Ye showed no anger at Yi Qing's hostile attitude, nor did his face betray even a hint of pity. He withdrew his hand and placed the half-eaten bread on a stone beside the fire. My name is Song Ling. I used to be a clerk who copied documents. Now I'm a rebel. Jiang Ye said, his tone flat. I know your story. The Ye family were all loyal and virtuous, yet they were framed by treacherous ministers. 72 of them, and only you survived. These words tore open the deepest wound in Yi Qing's heart, and his eyes instantly turned red. He lunged forward, suddenly the chains on his body clattering loudly, as if he wanted to tear the man apart. Shut up. How dare you speak of my family? The court is corrupt. Treacherous officials run rampant. There's no justice left in this world. If there's no justice, then what's the point of living? Yi Qing roared, but tears streamed down his face. Jiang Ye simply watched him in silence as he raged. When Yi Qing had exhausted his voice and his strength collapsing to his knees in the snow to gasp for air, Jiang Ye finally rose. He walked over to Yi Qing and looked down at this once brilliant martial general. The wind and snow piled upon Jiang Ye's shoulders, making him appear even more cold and imposing. Justice. Jiang Ye let out a soft laugh, his tone dripping with derision. There is no justice in this world. Only power. With that, he bent down, picked up the half-eaten bread that had been warmed by the fire, and offered it to Yi Qing once more. This time he didn't wait. He simply shoved the bread directly into Yi Qing's hand. When his icy fingers touched the scalding bread, Yi Qing's body trembled. Jiang Ye locked his eyes onto Yi Qing's and said, each word deliberate, I can't give you justice. The court can't give you justice either. And heaven certainly can't. Jiang Ye's words, each one like a blade cut through the wind and snow, piercing directly into Yi Qing's ears and into the hearts of everyone present. But I can give you a blade. I can give you brothers. I can give you. He paused, lifted his head, and looked towards the gray distant sky. His voice was deep and resolute. I can give you a world where you can carve out justice for yourself. Yi Qing's head snapped up, staring at the man before him in shock. He saw fire in the man's eyes. It wasn't the fire of ambition nor the fire of greed, but a blazing rage meant to burn this old world to the ground. Wu Gang was utterly shaken by that gaze. He even forgot he was acting, feeling only that this man could truly lead him to vengeance, could truly overturn this rotten dynasty. The bread in his hand was crushed and deformed. You. Yi Qing's voice trembled. You rebel. Is it because you want to be emperor? The question was both a probe and an accusation. If Song Ling was only after the throne, then what difference was there between him and the treacherous ministers who had destroyed the Yi family? Jiang Ye turned back to look at Yi Qing, the fury in his eyes slowly receding, replaced by a faint trace of sorrow. He thought of the famine victims who had starved to death by the roadside, and of the lives trampled upon at will by the powerful and privileged. Emperor. He shook his head. I don't want to be emperor. I just don't want to see people starve anymore. I don't want to see people like us trampled into the mud, not even daring to cry out loud. His tone softened, revealing a hint of compassion for the common folk. But this compassion was fleeting. The very next second his gaze turned sharp and piercing, filled with a towering hatred for the corrupt dynasty. This shift in emotion was fluid and natural, showing no trace of pretense. But this world is sick. Sick unto death. To cure it we must cut away the rotten flesh. We must slaughter all those parasitic worms sitting high above. As he spoke, Jiang Ye reached out his hand, pointing towards the distant capital. The path I'm about to take will be a dead end. Perhaps he'll die tomorrow, or perhaps the day after, torn apart by horses. Yi Qing, are you afraid of death? Yi Qing looked at Jiang Ye, his chest heaving. He could feel the force of personality radiating from Jiang Ye. Not the hypocritical deference of a noble, but a resonance of I understand your pain, let me take you to kill. This was the charm of a warlord in chaotic times. Yi Qing bit into the steamed bun in his hand, swallowing it down mixed with tears. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of dying a pathetic death. With that he stuffed the rest of the bun into his mouth, chewing forcefully. He had finished eating. He had his strength back. He wanted to pick up a blade now. Good. Jiang Ye watched Yi Qing wolfing down his food, and a brilliant smile suddenly blossomed on his face. Though the smile was fleeting, it conveyed the relief of I walk not alone, and the ecstasy of one good general is worth 1,000,000 soldiers. That smile was so charismatic, so infectious. Even Lu Buliang couldn't help but smirk. With such personal magnetism, it was no wonder heroes and legends would willingly die for him. Yi Qing finished the bun, wiped the crumbs from his mouth, and struggled to his feet, stumbling slightly as his legs had fallen asleep. Jiang Ye timely extended a hand and steadied his arm. Their hands clasped firmly together. Yi Qing looked into Jiang Ye's eyes, and the last shred of hesitation vanished. He pushed Jiang Ye's hand away, took a step back, and knelt down heavily in the snow like a mountain collapsing. This time he did it willingly. This sinner Yi Qing is willing to die for his lord. This blade and this life belong to my lord from this day forth. With that he kowtowed, the force of the impact creating a dull thud in the snow. The climax had arrived, and the atmosphere was at its peak. Jiang Ye didn't immediately lift him up, but stood his ground, accepting the bow. This was the moment to establish their sovereign vassal bond, and it had to be solemn. Only after Yi Qing had finished his kowtow did Jiang Ye step forward, holding Yi Qing's arms with both hands, and pull him up with effort. Rise. From today onward you are no longer a sinner. You are a brother to me, Song Ling. You are a general of the great Song. Jiang Ye helped Yi Qing brush the snow off his knees. Then he turned around, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed at the dying sun on the distant horizon. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled across the wasteland, dyeing the white snow a bloody red. This omen of blood was the herald of a new era. Jiang Ye raised his hand, pointing at the setting sun, his silhouette tall and straight, stretched long beneath the twilight, enough to hold up the entire sky. Yi Qing, look. This world is vast. Those people have sat in their seats for too long. It's time for us to take a turn. Jiang Ye turned his head to look at Yi Qing beside him, ambition glinting in his eyes. From now on we shall share this world together. Or, his voice dropped, laced with a vicious edge, we shall be buried in it together. The moment these two words left his mouth, a killing intent swept across the entire scene. There was no turning back. It was either reach the summit as kings or die without a burial place. This was rebellion. This was the promise Song Ling offered. Yi Qing stared at Jiang Ye's profile, feeling his blood boil. He nodded incessantly. Buried together. The two figures, one large and one small, stood side by side on the snowy plain, facing the dying sun, facing the impending storm of blood and iron. And behind them black banners fluttered wildly in the wind, proclaiming that a black dragon was awakening. Cut. Lu Buliang sprang to his feet, leading the applause. You two acted brilliantly. Especially you, Jiang Ye. You brought Song Ling's warlord spirit to life. The set immediately erupted in enthusiastic applause. Wu Gang was still immersed in the emotion, tears streaking down his face. Jiang Ye turned around and patted Wu Gang on the shoulder. The warlord aura dissipated instantly, replaced by the demeanor of a gentle older brother. Well done, Jiang Ye said softly. Wu Gang snapped back to reality and wiped his tears, a little embarrassed. Teacher Jiang, you flatter me. Compared to you, I still have so much to learn. Jiang Ye smiled, but said nothing, taking a down jacket from his assistant and draping it over Wu Gang. In that moment, just now, he had indeed felt a flicker of murderous intent. But that was Song Ling's murderous intent, his rage against this unjust fate. Lu Buliang came over again, his voice brimming with excitement. Jiang Ye, how did you come up with that line, buried together? It's even better than what I wrote in the script. It's a stroke of genius. It elevated the whole scene to another level. Jiang Ye took a sip of hot water to ward off the chill, but didn't take the bait. He spoke up, Director, if I remember correctly, this scene is just the beginning. Next, the Orthodox Emperor's suppression army will be coming. That's the real hard battle. Lu Buliang's smile faded, turning serious. Correct. The fledgling counterfeit dynasty has taken shape. The Orthodox side won't sit idle. The next scene will be a true confrontation between two armies. You need to be prepared. That scene is far more intense than this one. Jiang Ye looked at the setting sun in the distance, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I've been ready for a long time. And Song Ling has waited 20 years for this day. I can't let him wait any longer. Haiqing, the former headquarters of Shanghua Entertainment. Now the building stood empty, with court seals plastered across the doors. Lu Hu's office was in complete disarray. The once dominant queen was now clad in a prison uniform, sitting on the cold iron bed of a jail cell. She stared blankly at the small patch of sky beyond the barred window. She never imagined she'd be brought down by a sickly man who was at death's door. What she couldn't figure out was how an ant she had crushed underfoot had managed to turn things around. That young man named Jiang Ye was like an indestructible monster. No matter how she suppressed him, how she blacklisted him, he always crawled back out of the mire stronger than before. From the new inmates who came in, she learned that Jiang Ye's legend had already spread all over the internet. Crime and Punishment was hailed as a masterpiece, earning him 2 award nominations and winning the Best Supporting Actor at the Bayou Awards. His new drama Demon Abyss was already a hit before its premiere. Now he was filming the famous director Lu Buliang's The Last King. All the glory was now heaped upon him. And she, Lu Hui, had become a rat crossing the street, chased and beaten by all. Jiang Ye. Lu Hui gritted her teeth, uttering the name. She harbored hatred, but even more so fear. She dreaded the day she would emerge to find Jiang Ye standing at a height she could only gaze up at. By then she wouldn't even have the right to seek revenge. No, I still have a chance. Lu Hu's fingers clawed at the bedboard, her palms clenching so hard they drew blood. As long as I'm alive, I still have a chance. They will definitely come to save me. They have to. Yet what she didn't know was, the very big shots she placed her hopes and fantasies upon were now eager to avoid her, let alone risk their own exposure to rescue her. To them, she had long lost her utility. Moreover, the court had already rendered its verdict. The death sentence. That was her end. Those big shots wouldn't just refuse to save her, they would hasten her demise. Of course, her fate was utterly meaningless to Jiang Ye. He had never even regarded her as a threat. Lu Hui was merely a stumbling block in his life, kicked aside and forgotten. His sights were set on the vast expanse of stars and the sea, the pursuit of acting's ultimate meaning and survival. Night fell quickly over Luoqing Film Base. The crew had wrapped up for the day. Jiang Ye sat in his dressing room, gazing at the solitary moon in the night sky outside the window. Script in hand, he was preparing for the next day's scenes. After the snowy night surrender sequence earlier, they had managed to shoot a few lighter scenes for later use. This would also ease the pressure on the post-production editing team. Tomorrow's schedule involved Song Ling leading the Black Army to break through an encirclement by the Orthodox forces. It was a baptism of blood and fire, a major test of his physical limits. He needed to conserve his strength to avoid a repeat of the previous exhaustion-induced failure of the enhanced painkiller. He checked the remaining empathy points in his system. The daily 3 of zero drain had nearly depleted them. However, as long as the last emperor could premiere within 2 months, his empathy points would stabilize, allowing him to continue acting and consequently to live. Moreover, Abyss was almost ready. He believed that once it was released, he could secure another stretch of life. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, replaying the day's performance in his mind. From the simple act of handing over his steamed bun to the gaze towards the setting sun, he scrutinized every detail. He aspired for perfection. This wasn't just acting, it was a gamble against death itself. Only by winning the audience's hearts could he win back his own life and finally redeem that gene repair serum to put an end to this cursed fate. He stripped off his clothes and lay on the bed, the cold moonlight bathing his body. Buried together. He chuckled softly. No, I want the whole world to look upon me. With that, he closed his eyes, turned over, and fell into a deep sleep under the moon's embrace. Beipo Gorge, located on the northern side of the base, was a naturally treacherous terrain. Surrounded by towering mountains with sheer cliff faces, only a narrow, ancient path ran through the middle. Today it had been transformed into an arena of carnage. Thousands of extras clad in the Orthodox court's red armor and wielding long halberds densely packed the valley floor, their armor dazzling under the sun. Yet atop the high ridge there was a patch of black. Jiang Ye, adorned in a specially crafted set of black heavy armor, sat astride a fierce steed named Dark Cloud. These were spoils from their conquest of Jiangzhou. He wore no helmet, his black hair pulled taut by the fierce wind. In his hand, he held a long spear, its tip dragging against the rock, leaving a white scar. All departments stand by. Lu Buliang's voice boomed across the canyon through the loudspeaker, laced with barely contained excitement. This is the first major battle of the last emperor and the beginning of Song Ling's rise to kingship. I want to see blood, flesh, and that desperate ferocity that throws all caution to the wind. Jiang Ye sat on his horse, his chest heaving slightly. The relentless shooting schedule had taken its toll on his rest. Even just wearing this black armor left him a bit breathless. He closed his eyes, summoning the system panel. Strength enhancer activated. Ambient atmosphere rendering enabled. A familiar searing heat surged through his body. His muscles, fatigued from lack of sleep, now swelled with explosive power. Simultaneously, a chilling aura began to radiate from him. The horse Dark Cloud, sensing the change in its rider, snorted nervously, its hooves pawing restlessly at the ground. The war horses nearby also caught the panic, their neighing rising in a chaotic chorus. The extras playing the cavalry had to tighten their reins, casting fearful glances at the figure leading the charge. Animals are perceptive, they often sense what humans miss. But were these horses spooked before the filming even began? Or had the very scent of this man started to change? Jiang Ye's eyes snapped open, 2 flames burning deep within his pupils. He looked down upon the sea of red below. This enemy, outnumbering them manifold, represented the Orthodox order, the so-called mandate of heaven. But Song Ling's purpose was precisely to defy heaven and alter fate. Action! The clap of the slate was instantly swallowed by the wind. Jiang Ye dug his heels into the horse's flanks. Kill! No unnecessary words, just that single syllable exploding from his chest. Dark Cloud, stung by the spurs, let out a piercing neigh and launched itself into the air, charging straight down the steep slope. The incline was treacherous, one misstep could send horse and rider tumbling. The stunt coordinator on set was so startled, he nearly dropped his walkie-talkie. Good heavens, that move was never choreographed. If someone got hurt, he'd be blamed for sure. Fortunately, Jiang Ye remained firmly seated, landing safely, without any incident. The stunt coordinator let out a huge sigh of relief. Turning his gaze back to Jiang Ye, he saw him leaning forward, becoming one with his horse, a black bolt of lightning plunging straight into the red tide. Follow me. Yi Qing, played by Wu Gang, roared, leading the Suicide Squad down the slope with bloodshot eyes. With a resounding crash, the 2 forces collided. Jiang Ye's spear, propelled by the horse's momentum, sent the 2 leading shield-bearers flying. Wood splinters scattered everywhere. Without pausing, his spear moved like a dragon, each swing carving a path of blood mist. This was a real fight for survival. With every strike, Jiang Ye felt his muscles tearing, his breath growing ragged. He was burning through Song Ling's life and his own stamina. But this pain kept him sharp, kept him alive, and fueled his frenzy. This was war. No elegant forms, only the primal instinct of kill or be killed. He charged left and right, tearing a gaping hole in the enemy's formation. The extras around him were intimidated by the sheer ferocity of what had started as acting now instilled a genuine fear, a desire to flee. This guy is terrifyingly intense. Especially that spear. It seemed alive in his hands, seeking out necks with lethal precision. Even with a prop tip, a thrust with that force would cause excruciating pain. Who the hell could withstand that? Seeing the extras' enthusiasm waning, the assistant director stomped his feet anxiously at the edge of the set, shouting through his megaphone. Don't retreat. No one retreats. Jiang Ye heard nothing. His eyes were fixed solely on the enemy. He seized an enemy soldier attempting a sneak attack, lifting him off the horse with one hand before slamming him hard onto the ground. Uffed. The extra was dazed from the impact. Looking up at Jiang Ye's bloodshot eyes, he was so terrified, he forgot his lines, spat out fake blood, and played dead. The battle reached its climax. The gorge echoed with thunderous war cries, and the air thickened with dust and the smell of prop blood. Jiang Ye's black armor was stained a dark crimson. Despite his immense strength, each breath he took drained a bit more of his stamina. Suddenly a comrade clad in black fell before his horse. It was a brother of the Black Army. The extra clutched his chest, blood bubbling from his mouth, his unfocused gaze fixed on Jiang Ye. He reached out a hand as if grasping at something. Jiang Ye reined in his horse, his spear pausing. A crack appeared in his usual mask of numbness and bloodlust. His hands began to tremble. The vestiges of humanity deep within Song Ling's soul cried out, urging him to reach out and take that hand. But then a long halberd thrust from the side aimed straight for his ribs. Jiang Ye snapped back to reality, the tremor in his eyes instantly replaced by a will to survive. He swung his spear in a reverse arc, deflecting the halberd, then swept the shaft across, sending his attacker flying with blood spraying from his mouth. He didn't spare another glance at his fallen comrade, urging his horse forward and stepping over him. Mud splashed as the hooves landed. In that moment Song Ling died. What remained was a false king with a heart of iron. This subtle shift in expression was captured perfectly by the prearranged close-up camera. Behind the monitor, Lu Buliang's eyes shot out twin beams of light. Great. That look was badass. He then yelled into his walkie-talkie, aerial shot. Pull up. Give me the extreme wide shot. With a hum, several drones lifted off their cameras, looking down from high above. Within the gorge, two torrents of soldiers clashed violently. And in the center of this chaotic red sea, a single black figure surged and rolled forward with wild abandon. Jiang Ye's long hair was disheveled, plastered to his face with sweat and blood. He charged left and right through the chaotic melee, his movements broad and forceful, each strike filled with a solitary tragic heroism. He was one man against the world. This courage, the spirit of advancing against 1,000 foes, was broadcast to everyone present through the aerial footage. Everyone felt that this extreme violence carried a breathtaking aesthetic, shocking to the core. It was like witnessing a real massacre. And the black figure amidst the crowd was an Azura crawling out of hell. After what felt like an eternity, the war cries in the gorge gradually subsided. The Orthodox army began to rout the red tide, retreating towards the valley's mouth. The Black Army had won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Bodies lay strewn across the field, broken weapons jutted from the earth. Jiang Ye dismounted, his legs giving way, nearly falling to his knees, but he caught himself with his spear. He stood atop a mound of corpses, his foot planted on the enemy's banner. He gave no order to pursue. Instead, he slowly straightened his back, pointing his spear at the ground, blood still dripping from its tip. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping past the carnage towards the dim, yellow horizon. He seemed to lock eyes with the Orthodox emperor far away in the capital. There was no joy of victory in Jiang Ye's eyes, only desolation and exhaustion. He had won this battle, but he had also lost. He had earned the title of war god, but lost his very humanity. From this moment on, he would be known as a rebel, a demon to be slain by all. My lord. Yi Qing, covered in wounds, staggered over, offering his support. Jiang Ye slightly raised his hand, stopping him. He needed no support. This path was his alone to walk. The wind blew through the gorge, whipping his robes around him. He stood there tall, defiant, and utterly alone. Cut. Lu Buliang called out in a low voice. That's a wrap. Those few words seemed to drain the last of his energy. Silence fell over the set. After a few seconds, someone started to clap. The extras scrambled to their feet, looking up at the man standing on the high ground, their eyes filled with awe. Just then the system notification chimed. Warning. Host's physical energy has reached its limit for today. The efficacy of the potent analgesic has been reduced by 30 due to insufficient physical capacity. Current analgesic effect 70. Host is advised to replenish energy immediately. The moment the alert sounded, Jiang Ye's head buzzed, and the pain of genetic collapse surged back. It wasn't agonizing, but it caught him off guard. His body trembled, his jaw clenched, and he let go of his spear. With a clatter, the spear hit the ground. His body swayed and began to fall backward. Wu Gang moved swiftly, catching him and preventing a fall from the height. Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang. Jiang Ye leaned on Wu Gang's shoulder, gasping for air, his face pale. The potent analgesic's effect has been weakened by 30. It's fine. The pain is still within acceptable limits. Despite the spasms in his muscles, he managed to smile. A little unhinged, a little relieved. He even wondered if he had developed some kind of strange attribute. Why else would more pain feel more satisfying? Lu Buliang rushed over, looking at Jiang Ye's half-dead state, feeling both distressed and thrilled. Jiang Ye, you're a goddamn genius. You're a pure madman. You nearly scared the shit out of the stunt coordinator. Using moves like that without any rehearsal. Good, good, good. At this moment, Lu Buliang could say nothing else but good. Jiang Ye waved a hand at this broken record, signaling he was fine. Enduring the pain, he took the water offered by his assistant, rinsed his mouth, and spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. It was from biting his lip earlier. Director, Jiang Ye said weakly, the battle report should be sent back by now. Lu Buliang was momentarily stunned, then quickly understood. Jiang Ye was referring to the content of the next scene. The Black Army's initial victory, the news reaching the capital, the Orthodox Emperor's fury officially making Song Ling his #1 enemy. The next scene is Teacher Choose. Once we finish that, today's work is done. Lu Buliang looked at Jiang Ye with concern. You don't have any more scenes this afternoon, so you can head back and rest early. All right. Jiang Ye didn't stand on ceremony, simply nodding. He really did need to replenish his energy. He patted Wu Gang on the shoulder, indicating he could stand on his own. Then trembling, he staggered after his assistant towards his dressing room. Lu Buliang watched him go, then spoke into his walkie-talkie. Get Teacher Chu Xiong ready. He's up next. Moments later, in the Imperial Palace interior set, Chu Xiong, playing the Orthodox Emperor, sat rigidly on the dragon throne, listening to the scout's report. Your Majesty, the Black Army ambushed us in the gorge. Our army was routed. 50,000 troops, more than half lost. That's Song Ling. He's not human. He's a demon. Chu Xiong sprang to his feet, sweeping the memorials off the table in one violent motion. Rebellion. Rebellion. A mere minor official dares to shake the foundations of my empire. His chest heaved, fury blazing in his eyes. Issue my decree. Mobilize all forces. We march against the rebel Song Ling. I want that rebel's head displayed in this very hall. The camera zoomed in for a close-up of Chu Xiong. This veteran actor, famous for playing emperors, unleashed an awe-inspiring presence. A true master of his craft, he perfectly portrayed the rage of being provoked by an insignificant ant and the underlying fear of a perceived threat. The battle report reached the capital, and the Orthodox Emperor was officially enraged. Yet the decades-long confrontation between the two emperors had only just begun. Having arrived at the film set over half a month ago, the crew's urgent preparations finally culminated in the completion of the palace exterior ready for shooting. Scenes of Song Ling's coronation had already been filmed, so today's shoot focused on the daily life of Song Ling after he established his capital in the puppet court. This was also to showcase Jiang Ye's portrayal of the character's majesty and solitude in his middle years. A patch of wasteland within the studio lot had been temporarily transformed into a sprawling cemetery. A large number of extras clad in black armor stood in formation on either side of the barren ground, awaiting the lead actor's arrival. Inside the makeup room, Jiang Ye sat before a mirror, his eyes closed, regulating his breath. A stylist stood behind him, carefully affixing a short beard to his face. Time had etched its marks upon his features. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had become unfathomable. He rose, draping his black dragon robe over his shoulders, and strode out. All departments stand by. Lu Buliang's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Scene 56 of The Last Emperor. Action. Jiang Ye walked along the hard-packed dirt path, the hem of his robe trailing behind him, gathering dust. Yi Qing and dozens of core military officers followed closely behind. They arrived before a massive burial mound. Beneath it lay the Black Army soldiers who had perished fighting alongside Song Ling's uprising. There was no ornate headstone, only a rough-hewn stone. Jiang Ye halted, his gaze fixed on the stone, silent. The officers behind him held their breath. He raised his hands, flicking his voluminous sleeves back, then bent his knees, dropping them squarely onto the hard, clotted earth. He knelt there, upright and unreserved. Yi Qing and the other officers were aghast. My liege, Yi Qing blurted out, stepping forward to offer support. Since ancient times, an emperor kneels only to heaven and earth and to his parents. Song Ling had already established his capital and proclaimed himself emperor. He knelt before no orthodox sovereign, defied even the mandate of heaven. Yet now he knelt before the graves of common soldiers. Jiang Ye raised a hand, halting Yi Qing's advance. He straightened his back, looking at the stone before him. I do not believe in heaven nor in earth. I believe only in you all. Jiang Ye's voice carried the weariness of years of campaigning. His kneeling bore no trace of humility. Instead, it exuded the pride of a rebel and the solitude of an emperor. For the men lying in this earth were his brothers, who had shared life and death with him. But now his brothers lay here, and he had no one left to speak with. Yi Qing, watching Jiang Ye's back, felt his eyes grow hot. He lifted the hem of his armor and knelt as well. The officers behind him followed suit, dropping to their knees in unison. They gazed at the emperor before them, tears welling in their eyes, deeply moved. With a sovereign such as this, how could the realm not flourish? Without looking back, Jiang Ye reached for a flask of strong liquor beside him, pulled out the stopper, and poured the spirits onto the grave. The wine seeped into the soil. When the world is at peace, I will come to see you all again. With that, he rose, walked over to Yi Qing, and patted his shoulder. Yi Qing, record the names of every man buried here. When we capture the capital, I will build a hall of martyrs in their honor. Yi Qing, tears streaming, kowtowed. Your servant obeys the decree. Jiang Ye turned and walked towards the carriage. Lu Buliang, eyes glued to the monitor, shouted, cut. Jiang Ye stopped, brushed the dirt from his knees, and maintained his formidable, unapproachable aura. The crew swiftly moved to the constructed imperial study. It was devoid of opulence, furnished only with a simple wooden desk and chair. The desk was piled high with a mountain of memorials. Jiang Ye sat behind it, a ledger book in hand. The Minister of Revenue stood below, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Your Majesty, Jiangzhou is stricken with drought and refugees are flooding into the capital, he reported, head bowed. Jiang Ye slowly flipped through the ledger, his tone flat, as he said, then open the granaries and distribute relief. The Minister of Revenue swallowed hard. But Your Majesty, the treasury is depleted and the remaining military provisions must be reserved for the front lines. Jiang Ye paused, his flipping raised his eyelids and fixed his gaze on the minister. I said open the granaries and distribute relief. If a single citizen starves, I will have your heads. The Minister of Revenue, his legs weak with terror, kowtowed on the ground. Your servant obeys. Jiang Ye averted his gaze, tossed aside the ledger, and picked up another memorial. It was a petition accusing the Jiangzhou prefect of embezzling disaster relief funds. Jiangzhou disaster relief funds. How familiar it all was. Jiang Ye stared at the words, a cold, mirthless laugh escaping his lips. The laugh was filled with boundless killing intent. He picked up the cinnabar brush and drew a large red X across the memorial. Jiangzhou Prefect Jiang Ye uttered the name. The first corrupt official I ever killed back in the Jiangzhou County office was a county magistrate. He hasn't learned his lesson. He slammed the cinnabar brush onto the table. Issue the decree. The Jiangzhou Prefect is to be flayed, his skin stuffed with straw and hung from the city gate. All 3 generations of his family are to be executed. The Minister of Revenue lay prostrate on the floor, trembling violently. Your Majesty, should punishment extend to his family? Is this not too severe? It may incite criticism from the court and the public. Jiang Ye walked around the desk, and loomed over the Minister of Revenue. Punishment not extending to family. Criticism. In my realm, there is no place for corrupt officials. Anyone who dares to steal the people's lifeline will wish they were dead. Their families have enjoyed the benefits of their crimes. They must pay the same blood price. After the Minister of Revenue retreated, the Minister of Justice stepped forward. Your Majesty, over 30 former officials have been captured and refused to serve in your court. They gather outside their residences, spreading sedition and causing unrest, even daring to call Your Majesty a... The Minister of Justice dared not finish. Jiang Ye didn't even look up. Calling me a rebel. The Minister of Justice, drenched in sweat, dared not speak. Jiang Ye tossed his brush onto the table. I spared them because I believed they had the talent to govern the state. But now if they cling to their self-righteous pride, refuse to be my subjects, and reject my goodwill, then let them go be ghosts. Confiscate all their property. Conscript the men into the army. Send the women to the Bureau of Music. He decided their fates without so much as a blink. In this scene, Jiang Ye's performance was deliberately restrained. Through the pauses in flipping the ledger and the subconscious sneer, he exposed the contradictions within Song Ling's character. Utterly merciful to the common folk, utterly ruthless to corrupt officials. It foreshadowed his gradual descent into extremism under the influence of power. Lu Buliang nodded repeatedly behind the monitor. Jiang Ye had captured this obsessive fixation with remarkable precision. Filming continued. In the great hall, the ministers assembled. Song Ling's throne was a simple wooden chair. It had been crafted by a carpenter brother after his ascension. A surrendered official stepped forward, holding a memorial. Your Majesty, now that our dynasty has established its capital. Although the palace has been restored, Your Majesty's throne is far too humble. We have deliberated and commissioned artisans to forge a solid gold throne. We humbly request Your Majesty to move and test its comfort. Several eunuchs carried a gleaming golden throne into the hall. The assembled ministers knelt in unison. We beseech Your Majesty to test the throne. Jiang Ye sat on the wooden dragon, throne not rising. He looked at the golden dragon chair before him, his face showing no joy, but rather a furrowed brow weighed down by thought. This was the ministers urging him to take the throne. They were testing whether this emperor of humble origins had grown accustomed to luxury. Jiang Ye's gaze shifted from the dragon throne, sweeping over the kneeling ministers, and finally settling on Yi Qing. This young general now showed signs of age, his armor still stained with unwashed blood. A flicker of weariness passed through Jiang Ye's eyes as he raised a hand to pinch the bridge of his nose. Take it away, he commanded. The old minister raised his head, bewildered. Your Majesty, this. Jiang Ye rose from his chair, walked to the golden dragon throne, and kicked it. The old minister collapsed in fright at the sight. Jiang Ye pointed at him. You old ministers, all you think about is how to curry favor with me. I don't need your flattery. All I need is for you to get things done. Melt down this throne, exchange it for grain, and distribute it to the disaster victims in Jiangzhou. The old minister scrambled away. Jiang Ye walked back to the wooden chair and sat down, pressing his hands on the wooden armrests. This chair, though it digs into you, keeps me mindful of where I came from. Don't forget the original purpose. Yi Qing stepped forward. My lord, these men harbor ill intentions. We should kill them. Jiang Ye waved a hand. You can't kill them all. As long as power exists, such men will never be eliminated. Jiang Ye leaned back. I fear that if I sat on that golden chair, I'd forget the taste of hunger from my youth. He gazed into the distance at the graves he had paid respects to, thinking of the brothers who had fought and died by his side. This heavy sense of being trapped by circumstance was perfectly captured before the lens. Yi Qing shouted, Your Majesty is wise. The ministers echoed the cry. Jiang Ye closed his eyes. He didn't feel wise, only weary. Then came the final major event of the day, establishing the national title. Outside the great hall, war drums thundered. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, rose from the chair, and walked step by step to the edge of the dais. The assembled civil and military officials held their breath watching him. Jiang Ye took a deep breath, his chest heaving, summoning all his strength. Proclaim to the world. His voice echoed through the hall. I, Song Ling, hereby establish the title of our nation as Great Song. From this day forth, half of this realm is mine. The ministers knelt and hailed him with cries of long life. This was the pinnacle of a commoner's rise to emperor. Jiang Ye looked at the sky beyond the hall, not smiling, his tone resolute, yet tinged with unease. This land was won by me, and you blade by blade, spear by spear. He did not shy away from his origins. What is taken by force is easier to lose. Jiang Ye's gaze swept across every face. So I must guard it better than anyone. Whoever dares to take it, I will kill. Whoever dares to destroy it, I will annihilate their entire clan. The words were uttered with murderous intent, revealing Jiang Ye's nuanced understanding of the poison of power. Song Ling treated this nation as his personal possession. Just as the atmosphere in the hall reached its peak, a messenger covered in blood stumbled into the hall. Report. The messenger collapsed to the ground, holding up a war dispatch. Your Majesty, the enemy has amassed a great army, broken through our river defenses, and begun to besiege our borders. The ministers in the hall erupted in chaos, some suggesting peace talks, others advocating retreat. Jiang Ye, however, suddenly drew his longsword and cleaved off the corner of the table before him. The hall fell silent in an instant. Jiang Ye stood on the dais, looking down at the messenger, his expression unchanged. He descended the steps, took the dispatch, glanced at it, and casually tossed it to the ground. He raised his head, his eyes blazing with the fire of war. Whoever speaks of retreat shall end up like this table. Order to the entire army. Jiang Ye pointed his sword towards the hall's entrance. Face the enemy. With those words, he strode out. Lu Buliang suddenly stood up, his face flushed with excitement. Cut. Perfect. That's a wrap. In these scenes, Jiang Ye had portrayed the dignity and loneliness of Song Ling's middle age with remarkable depth, fully carrying the epic weight of the entire series. Time seemed to lose its meaning within the Luoqing film base. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Lu Buliang's crew employed a bold, sweeping montage-style shooting technique. As a result, the production timeline jumped back and forth between Song Ling's middle and old age. That day, the first snow fell over Luoqing. On the city walls, the snow had already piled past the ankles. Jiang Ye, as Song Ling, now had silver strands claiming his hairline, his gaze no longer sharp. Another 30 years had passed. Years of war and governance had worn away all his edges, leaving only a weary, disheveled exhaustion. Jiang Ye stood in the wind and snow, clad only in a simple black robe. He regulated his breathing, each exhale forming a puff of white mist, carrying the heaviness of a man nearing his end. His gait was no longer steady, yet each step was planted firmly. Lu Buliang sat behind the monitor, wrapped in a military overcoat, completely absorbed. This was true aging. No makeup needed, just the aura radiating from within the actor. Action. As the clapperboard snapped down, the lens focused on the crenellations of the city wall. Song Ling stood there alone, gazing at the distant snow-covered realm. It was half an empire he had fought half his life to win. Yet this realm in the end had also imprisoned him. At that moment, a general in heavy armor staggered up from the base of the tower. Your Majesty. The general knelt in the snow, his voice choked with sobs. General Zhou. He died in battle. Jiang Ye's body stiffened. But he did not turn around, nor did he speak. He simply raised a hand and caught a falling snowflake. It melted in his palm, the chill seeping into his bones. This scene ended just like that. Lu Buliang didn't call cut, letting the camera capture the desolate figure from behind. Because he knew Jiang Ye's emotions weren't finished. The crew swiftly moved to the massive grave mound they had prepared earlier. A new grave had been added with a new headstone. It held another of Song Ling's closest comrades. Not Yi Qing, but another old brother who had fought alongside him since Jiangzhou. Jiang Ye stood before the new headstone still, without shedding a tear. He took a blood-stained sword from the general, and with his own sleeve meticulously wiped the blood from it. His expression was serious, his movements slow, as if afraid of shattering a priceless treasure. The wind and snow grew heavier, whipping his white hair about. But his hands were steady. The numbness and despair of losing yet another comrade was more heartbreaking than any frantic wailing. Behind the monitor, several female crew members couldn't bear to watch, and turned away, secretly wiping their tears. It was too painful. This silent grief was the most agonizing. Jiang Ye finished cleaning the sword, and instead of returning it to the general, he fastened it to his own waist. He would carry his brother's sword and continue on, even if it led to an abyss of 10,000 zhang. Cut! Lu Buliang shouted hoarsely. He stared at the solitary emperor on the screen, a heavy weight pressing against his chest. But Jiang Ye's performance was far from over. The plot had advanced to the darkest hour of the puppet dynasty. The treasury was empty and grain supplies were severed. Years of relentless warfare had drained the life from this land, and the army teetered on the brink of mutiny. Faced with such utter despair, Song Ling did not yield. He shed his dragon robe for coarse homespun cloth. In that moment the emperor was gone, there remained only an old farmer tilling the fields. The scene was shot in a hastily dug pit on set now filled with muddy water. In the biting cold, Jiang Ye stood barefoot in the freezing slush, gripping a hoe, turning the soil over and over with deliberate strokes. His movements were clumsy, yet brimming with raw power. He shed every trace of vanity, letting the mud cake over his body and smear across his face, yet his eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Through his actions he declared to all that this land was not yet dead. As long as their king stood, the great song would not fall. On set, both the young actors and the seasoned veterans watched this scene, lowering their heads in shame. They had prided themselves on their dedication, but compared to Jiang Ye their efforts seemed like child's play. After the scene wrapped, Jiang Ye emerged from the mud, his lips blue from cold and his feet bright red. Yet he was already discussing the next shot and the nuances to adjust with the director. "Director, I think my gaze in that last take wasn't fierce enough." In this moment, Song Ling isn't just farming, he's wrestling fate itself for a chance to live. Lu Buliang looked at the mud-caked face and the frost-bitten feet before him and found himself at a loss for words. This madman, he truly acts with his very life. Filming continued. The narrative reached the final standoff between Song Ling and the Orthodox Emperor across the river. A thick fog rolled over the waters, shrouding the world in white. Jiang Ye as Song Ling and Chu Xiong as the Orthodox Emperor stood on the prows of their respective vessels. There were no vast armies, only these two lifelong adversaries entangled by fate. They exchanged no blows, not even a word. They simply gazed at each other through the misty veil. The camera captured close-ups of both faces cutting back and forth between them. Jiang Ye's eyes were as calm as a deep abyss, yet they held a universe of emotion, regret, exhaustion, hatred, and a desperate, unyielding resolve. Chu Xiong's gaze was far more complex, a mix of victor's arrogance, pity for the fallen, and a hint of unspoken reverence. This single look spanned the river, transcended time, and bridged the years. Decades of enmity and sorrow were anchored in that silent exchange. Cut. The confrontation was captured in a single take. Chu Xiong stepped off the boat and walked over to the monitor. He watched the playback, focusing on Jiang Ye's final expression, and let out a long, heavy breath. "Impressive." Chu Xiong pointed at the screen and gave a thumbs up, his voice filled with awe. "Damn kid, that was some performance. I think he's the true dragon. My orthodoxy seems like a mere foil." Lu Buliang smiled with pride and nodded in agreement. As night fell, the crew returned to the interior of the Luoqing Palace. The final scene of the day would be shot within these walls. The great hall was empty and desolate. Jiang Ye walked in alone, his steps slow and heavy. He approached a dusty bronze mirror, preparing to remove his armor. But when he looked up and saw his own reflection, he froze. The man in the mirror had hair completely white at the temples, the loose strands stabbing at his eyes. 50 years of military campaigns, 50 years of relentless toil. From the moment he drew his blade in the Jiangzhou County office, he had been sprinting down this path of no return for half a century, never stopping, never resting. He had believed he could defy heaven and change his fate, that he could fight for another decade and witness a world where no one starved. But what was the result? His brothers were nearly all gone. His supplies were almost exhausted. The great edifice was on the verge of collapse. Time had finally caught up with him. He was destined to lose to fate, doomed to achieve nothing. Jiang Ye stared at his reflection, his lips trembling slightly. He slowly raised a hand to touch the aged face in the mirror. Then he pulled his lips into a bitter, ugly smile. It was a smile filled with desolation and self-mockery, a mockery of these 50 long years. He laughed at his own absurd, pitiful life and his pathetic ideals. But as he laughed, his eyes grew red. A single aged tear escaped from his murky eyes, tracing a path down the deep lines of his face. Drip! The tear fell onto the bronze surface. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, staggered back a few steps, and let out a choked, muffled sob. The crew outside the hall quickly covered their mouths, stifling their own cries so as not to disturb the rolling camera. Several young script supervisors hurried away to a distant corner before daring to let their tears flow. Cut. Lu Buliang removed his glasses, wiped the lenses, his voice thick with emotion. Print. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, reining in his emotions. He grabbed a tissue from the table and dried his tears. A profound emptiness washed over him from within. The intense day-long shoot was causing the pain to resurface from his very bones. He didn't make a fuss, silently walking to the rest area to sit down. Enough. It's more than enough. Lu Buliang murmured to himself, watching Jiang Ye's retreating figure. Although the filming for The Last Emperor was not yet complete and the wrap was still some time away, the drama was already half a success. Jiang Ye's performance alone over this past month was enough to make the show legendary. Lu Buliang, ever efficient, immediately had his editing team work through the night to create a 2-minute highlight reel. The footage began with Song Ling as a young, inexperienced clerk at 20. It showed him drawing his sword in a rage at the county office, accepting surrender on a snowy plain, ascending the throne amidst a sea of corpses, and plowing the muddy fields barefoot. Finally, the reel froze on his frame before the bronze mirror, capturing that desolate smile and the hot tears streaming down his face. In just 2 short minutes, 50 years of history unfolded. The video was set to a mournful, ancient melody with no dialogue whatsoever. This little teaser was quietly released on the official Weibo account. Initially, it didn't cause much of a stir, but as the first wave of night owls clicked on the video, things began to change. Holy crap, is that really Jiang Ye? How does he play an old man so convincingly? That smile just stabbed me right in the heart. I'm actually seeing this epic sense of time's passage in a TV drama. This isn't just talent from heaven, heaven is force-feeding him talent. Please let Song Ling win just once. He's suffered so much. I can't take it. I'm done for. Aya, honey, slap me. So cute, must be a guy, right? Tianyu Entertainment also sprang into action, eagerly joining the promotional frenzy. Retweets, likes, purchased, followers, comment boosting. Any hint of negative comments was swiftly suppressed by hired internet trolls. It has to be said the power of capital is not only strong, but also highly professional. With Tianyu Entertainment's promotional machine behind it, the video's viewership began to grow exponentially. Shares, comments, likes, the numbers skyrocketed. Within just 1 hour, the post was trending on Weibo. Last Emperor teaser, Jiang Ye white-haired emperor, 50 years of loneliness, honey slap me. The entire internet was in tears. Countless netizens wailed in the comment sections. I just wanted to see a trailer. Why are you doing this to me? Are my tears worthless? From youth to old age, what exactly did he go through? That look in his eyes is too painful. Jiang Ye's acting has improved again. This kind of acting is simply not comparable to those traffic stars who only know how to glare. Even though I know he's the villain, I really don't want him to lose. This wave of sorrow stirred up by the trailer quickly swept across the entire internet. Jiang Ye's ultimate control over the character's timeline, coupled with the epic sense of the passage of time, brought every viewer to the brink of tears. It was as if they truly witnessed a hero before their very eyes fighting against fate for 50 years only to meet his tragic end. Meanwhile, at the film crews camp in Luo City, Jiang Ye had just finished a night shoot and was sitting in his tent drinking hot water. He paid no attention to the online buzz, for in his mind the notification sounds of the system's empathy points accruing were ringing without pause. Jiang Ye opened the system panel. Host Jiang Ye. Remaining life, 31 days, 15 hours. Current empathy points balance, 300830. Continuously skyrocketing, 30000. Not bad, I suppose. Combined with his current remaining lifespan, he could live painlessly for over 40 more days, a month and a half. Not bad at all. Moreover, this trailer was just the beginning. Lu Buliang also mentioned that the post-production team was working overtime and the first 6 episodes of The Last Emperor would be released this week. That would bring in another substantial income. With that, his lifespan was secured. Phew. Jiang Ye let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, he could rest for a little while. However, the 1 million empathy points needed for the genetic repair serum remained a sword hanging over his head. For this reason, he had to keep filming. Otherwise, he wouldn't see the ending of the character he portrayed, nor would he see his own. Under Jiang Ye's relentless pressure, the crew's filming schedule moved like a tightly wound machine, working day and night without rest. At the Luo City, film and television-based preparations for the scenes of an elderly Song Ling were underway. The weather was cold and gloomy, with chilly winds sweeping through the halls. Meanwhile, in the online world, the whirlwind of The Last Emperor had already begun to brew. Lu Buliang moved faster than anyone anticipated. Less than a week after the first wave of trailers for The Last Emperor exploded across the internet, the official account dropped another bombshell. The crew had reached an exclusive partnership with the Yellow Cat video platform, with the first 6 episodes set to premiere in the opening week. The entire series comprised 32 episodes, with the first 6 released over 3 days, 2 episodes per day. This was a standard film-while broadcast model, even carrying a frantic edit-while broadcast edge. The news sent shockwaves through the long-dormant costume drama market. The Yellow Cat video platform, displaying sharp business acumen, capitalized on Jiang Ye's immense popularity by replacing their homepage banner with a striking close-up of Jiang Ye with his flowing white hair. However, clicking on it brought up a mandatory notice. Regular VIP members couldn't watch the first 6 episodes. An annual SVIP subscription was required. And for early access to subsequent episodes, viewers had to pay an additional 18 yuan. This blatant cash grab immediately ignited a firestorm of outrage among netizens. Are they crazy for money? VIP isn't even treated like a human now. SVIP still needs early access. Jiang Ye is handsome, but I refuse to be such a fool. You've lost all shame for money. What a terrible platform. If it weren't for watching my husband Jiang, you had bothered downloading your crappy app. Yellow Cat, get out of the video industry. This pricing model is doomed. The barrage of curses flooded the review sections of app stores across major social platforms, yet it couldn't stop the frantic surge in back-end data. They cursed, but their actions in pulling out their wallets were remarkably uniform. Jiang Ye's fans of his looks and the mom fans he tormented endlessly simultaneously berated the platform for being exploitative and unhesitatingly scanned the QR codes to pay. The executives at Yellow Cat Video were grinning from ear to ear as they looked at the financial reports. Meanwhile, fellow video giants Weird Video and Cool Video could only watch with envy as Yellow Cat devoured this lucrative market alone, so jealous they couldn't sleep at night. This yellow cat utterly shameless. At 8 o'clock that evening the first 2 episodes premiered on schedule. There was no slow build-up or padding at the opening was an immediate masterpiece. Concurrently filming at the Luo City base continued unabated. Jiang Ye, still wrapped in the military coat Wang Lin had given him, sat in a corner reviewing his script. These were the final scenes before Song Ling's descent into old age and his utter abandonment. His tablet lay beside him displaying the newly aired episodes. Although he had performed these scenes countless times on set, this was his first time watching the edited final product. Liu Buliang's camera work was marked by a strong personal style, with cold color grading and Jiang Ye's aloof face, creating an atmosphere of suffocating oppression. The first episode opened with a 20-year-old Song Ling. He sat in the county office's copying room, timidly lowering his head as he transcribed official documents. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting light on his faded blue official robes. The obese county magistrate swaggered in, carelessly tossing several stacks of documents down. "Copy these. If you can't finish today, you can go back home to farm." Song Ling remained silent, quietly picking up the documents. But one of his hands was hidden under the desk, tightly gripping the fabric of his pants to suppress his instinctive trembling. At this moment the bullet comments scrolled rapidly. "That look is so submissive it breaks my heart. This is the true portrayal of a bottom-tier worker. I want to slap that magistrate and get him away from my DR. Chin. No wait, he's Song Ling now. This honest man is being bullied too cruelly. Baby, come here, don't cry, mommy's here." This oppressive feeling of an honest man pushed to the brink made every viewer clench their fists in secret. Jiang Ye portrayed the subservience of a low-ranking official down to the bone. But every time he looked up, a glint of coldness flashed deep within his eyes, a subtle foreshadowing of the eruption to come. At the end of the second episode, Song Ling committed murder. He stood at the entrance of the county office holding a blood-stained long blade, his face expressionless, as he watched the starving refugees scrambling for grain. "All of you go inside and eat. Once you're full, follow me." This single line of dialogue catapulted the show's popularity to its zenith. "Kill them, well done." The moment Song Ling drew his blade, I was utterly thrilled. I'm shaking all over. This is literally lancing the abscess of that era. Indeed, no one becomes evil without reason. Moreover, Jiang Ye's portrayals of corruption are always so real. He doesn't need heavy makeup. Often a single look is enough to signal the character's descent into darkness. Starting with a rusty knife, I ascend to stardom. The 2 actors who played the county magistrate and Steward Qian were huddled in the crew's small cafeteria. Watching the bullet comments on their tablet, they were caught between tears and laughter, feeling both pained and elated. Pained because of the harsh criticism, elated because the show was a massive hit. And it was a phenomenal success. Even they whose characters died early on had gained a significant boost in popularity. "Old Chen, I think, would better lie low for a while," said the portly actor playing the magistrate, taking a bite of his steamed bun. "Yeah, I just checked my private messages. They're all asking for my address to send me local specialties." The 2 exchanged a glance, finding bitter solace as they clinked their water cups together. As the plot surged toward the uprising in the following 2 days, the entire internet erupted in frenzy. Song Ling's charisma began to radiate with full force. From the humble clerk he had transformed into a warlord sweeping across Jiangzhou with 3,000 black-armored troops. He redistributed land, executed corrupt officials, and established laws. In the snowy wasteland at night, the half-frozen mantu he handed to Yi Qing in the canyon ambush, his solitary charge against 1,000 foes. "We will build a nation where no one starves." The moment this line was spoken, the entire internet exploded. Even professional history bloggers stepped forward on social media. They meticulously analyzed the progressive nature of the pseudo-dynasty system in this alternate history and the inevitability of Song Ling's rebellion. Though the regime Song Ling established was short-lived, his philosophy of people's welfare transcended that era. This is not a villain, this is a lonely pioneer. The world bustles with activity, all chasing profit and gain. What was their purpose in speaking out now? Naturally, it was for clout. Yet it was this very societal discourse that elevated the prestige of the last emperor to an entirely new level. Jiang Ye's fame also climbed to a new peak amidst this frenzy. Sister Han's phone was practically ringing off the hook, all calls inquiring about Jiang Ye's future schedule. But he remained in the film crew in Luocheng, living like an ascetic. After all, only he knew the truth behind this glory. Late at night, after finishing the day's shoot, Jiang Ye returned to his lounge. He closed the door, shutting out the noise outside. "System settle empathy points," he murmured silently in his mind. "Settling. Current empathy points gained 120,000. Jiang Ye looked at the long string of numbers and chuckled softly. Every time he saw the system's gains, he felt a particular sense of satisfaction. He pondered for a moment, then issued a command to the system. Exchange for 45 days of lifespan. Consumed 9,000 empathy points. Exchange successful. Current empathy points balance 610905. Continuously increasing. Remaining life 90 days, 3 hours, 3 months. He had finally caught up with time. Once Demon Abyss was released, his empathy points would skyrocket again, and he could then consider roles with more screen time as a leading male antagonist. Not bad. He was getting closer to that 10 million target. Jiang Ye lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, and felt the surging warmth within his body. This feeling of being alive was more real than any trophy. The next morning, the moment Jiang Ye arrived at the set, he was stunned. The entrance of the studio was piled high with packages, all supplies sent by fans from all over the country. Hand warmers, tonics, and even expensive wind protection skincare products. On every box were written different messages. Song Ling, don't die. Jiang Ye, take care of yourself. The assistant director, along with a few people, was inventorying the items, looking envious. Teacher Jiang, with your popularity, even our crew's meal standards have gone up a notch. As Jiang Ye passed by the mountain of packages, he merely smiled faintly, without showing any flattered excitement. He knew very well that this concern was built upon the character of Song Ling. The more the audience loves Song Ling, now the more they will hate the ending when it comes. Please distribute these to everyone. Jiang Ye instructed the assistant director, then walked into the makeup room. The stylist, holding white whiskers and a deeper shade of foundation, was already waiting. Teacher Jiang, starting today, we'll be filming Song Ling's later years. You'll probably need to keep this makeup on for quite a while, the stylist said while applying glue to Jiang Ye's face to create wrinkles. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, letting the glue solidify and contract on his skin. This taut-pulling sensation on his skin was like time's final judgment upon him. The filming area outside was ready. Inside the main hall, black elegiac couplets hung everywhere. Song Ling's old comrades had all fallen in battle one by one. He was now a true sovereign without subjects. Lu Buliang sat behind the monitor, his expression solemn. He glanced at Jiang Ye, who had just walked out with his makeup done, and for a moment he truly seemed to see a king in his twilight years. Ready to roll, Lu Buliang ordered in a low voice. Jiang Ye, in his thick black boots, stepped up to the dragon throne, treading upon this 50-year dream of a nation on the brink of collapse, and began the day's filming. Meanwhile, acquisition managers from major TV stations had gathered in Haicheng, attempting to secure the second-round broadcast rights for The Last Emperor from the Tianyu level. Even for reruns, they could see the terrifying ratings potential behind this drama. And the name Jiang Ye provided a dual guarantee of acting quality and traffic. The backend data for Huangmao Video continued to climb, with SVIP subscription rates setting an industry miracle. Netizens who were previously complaining were now begging the platform to release more episodes. 2 episodes a day isn't enough. Do you think I'm short on data? As long as Song Ling survives, it'll keep my membership for life. Writers, please give my Jiang Bao a happy ending. He'll trade Lin Feng's lifespan for it. Lin Feng, at that moment filming on another set, sneezed inexplicably. He thought it was his own fans missing him and shrugged helplessly. Little did he know his lifespan had already been sacrificed hundreds of thousands of times within a single minute. Meanwhile, Jiang Ye had stood up again, taking off his costume and changing back into his casual clothes. He declined the assistant's help and walked alone towards the lounge. The setting sun shone outside the main hall, casting a long shadow that resembled an unyielding monument. Several top domestic talent agencies were also beginning to stir. Poor Sister Hong was swamped, having to turn down dozens of contracts every day. None of these will do. Jiang Ye doesn't need money right now. Sister Hong coldly rejected the investor on the phone. What he needs now are roles that truly make him burn. Indeed, in this era of traffic supremacy, Jiang Ye was an outlier. He used his own life as fuel to paint these fragmented souls. But precisely because of this, he appeared more real than anyone else. The night wind grew stronger, blowing through Jiang Ye's hair. He stood in the wind, holding a cup of warm water, feeling the chill. For him, this was the best state. Zhao Xian endured for decades. Qin Mo was broken for a lifetime. Yisha went mad for 3,000 years. Song Ling also waited for 50 years. And he, Jiang Ye, only needed to wait a little longer for his complete rebirth. Lu Buliang walked over, patted Jiang Ye on the shoulder, and offered him a cigarette. Tired, Jiang Ye took the cigarette, didn't light it, and played with it in his hand. Tired, but also exhilarated. Lu Buliang patted his arm and said no more. The two stood side by side, forging a silent understanding under the witness of the night wind. They were both awaiting the final judgment. It was a carnival for geniuses and a redemption for villains. The entire internet was begging for Song Ling not to die, but Jiang Ye knew that only when Song Ling died could he truly live. This absurd logic was the very essence of his life. He would keep acting until there were no more tragedies in this world, or until he himself became eternal. The night deepened, lights flickered within the film studio. Jiang Ye sat in the lounge, watching the swaying shadows of the trees outside the window. Tomorrow would be another tough battle, but he was used to dancing on the edge of a knife. This was his most comfortable posture. No one could understand, and no one needed to. As long as Jiang Ye was still here, this game of survival and destruction would never have an end. He turned off his phone and closed his eyes. In his dreams, he saw Song Ling's ending. A heavy snowfall covered all sins and all his exhaustion. So beautiful, he whispered softly, then fell into a deep sleep, waiting to embrace his inevitable destruction. This was his fate, his play, and his life as Jiang Ye. He was ready. Are you? Inside the palace, a heavy atmosphere of death permeated the air. With his head full of silver hair, Song Ling appeared frail. The once regal black dragon robe hung loosely on him, feeling somewhat empty at this moment. Jiang Ye sat on the wooden dragon chair deliberately increasing his physical exertion to diminish the effects of the potent analgesic. The excruciating pain crawled over his entire body, incessantly teasing his nerves. Yet he endured in silence, allowing his body to tremble slightly without uttering a sound. He presented this state before the camera. This was the true condition of the elderly Song Ling, tormented by illness running on empty. Departments prepare. Lu Buliang sat behind the monitor, lowering his voice. The final act of The Last King, Scene 13. Action. With the clap of the clapperboard, the only sounds left in the grand hall were Jiang Ye's suppressed gasps. According to the storyline, Song Ling's son, the crown prince, whom he had high hopes for, had recently fallen in battle during a breakout, slain by the enemy forces. A white-haired man mourning a black-haired son. This emperor, who had fought a lifetime, ended without leaving a single heir to inherit his empire. Several supporting actors portraying ministers stepped forward, their eyes red, trembling as they tried to support the swaying figure. Your Majesty, please accept our condolences. Jiang Ye slowly raised his hand, pushing away their assistance. He did not need pity, nor did Song Ling. Step back, he said in a voice faint as a whisper. The old ministers retreated to the side, tears in their eyes. Jiang Ye grasped the armrest of the dragon chair and struggled to stand, swaying slightly, but ultimately found his footing. Then, under the watchful eyes of the old ministers, he began to walk unsteadily through the vast hall. From the dragon chair to the palace door was but 100 steps, yet he traversed it as if it were a century. With each step he took, the youthful shadow of Song Ling would overlap and dissipate, followed by the middle-aged, and finally the elderly, until he was now all alone. For the past 50 years, every step he took was a gamble with death. From a small official in a county to the pinnacle of power in this false dynasty, he had stepped over countless corpses, shattering his original ideals in the process. Now he was finally reaching the end. Lu Buliang gestured to the photographer beside him. The photographer understood immediately, shouldering the camera and zooming in on Jiang Ye's face. Under the close-up lens, Jiang Ye's aged face was as pale as frost, yet his eyes remained sharp. In the murky depths of his eyes lay the sediment of 50 years of blood and strife, the resolve of drawing a sword, the grandeur of ascending the throne, the coldness of slaying loyal ministers, and the silence of losing a child. This gaze contained countless stories heavy enough to crush anyone who dared to meet his eyes. Lu Buliang clenched his fist behind the monitor. Jiang Ye was once again sacrificing himself for the role. This scene was taken in one go. Yet Jiang Ye chose not to rest, not even needing to touch up his makeup, forcing himself to begin filming the next scene. In the last morning court session, the grand hall was already cold and desolate. The old brothers who once fought alongside him were either dead or had fled. Now only a few scattered old ministers remained to stand here. Each of them had dimmed eyes and worn faces. This shaky false dynasty could collapse at any moment. Song Ling once again sat back on the dragon chair, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet aged faces below, devoid of the past authority, even lacking disappointment. This weathered face appeared surprisingly calm at this moment. You all have come, he said in a hoarse voice. Attendants, grant seats to the lords. Several young eunuchs hurriedly brought over embroidered stools. The old ministers kneeling on the ground were stunned. They had followed Song Ling for decades and had never been given a seat during morning court. This was a matter of lord and minister distinction, a rule. But today this emperor, known as a tyrant, had personally broken the rule. Sit down. Song Ling's voice carried weariness. Having stood for so many years, it must be tiring. Accompany me. Let's talk. The old ministers were immediately filled with tears, exchanging glances, and ultimately sat down with trembling limbs. Jiang Ye looked at everyone with gentle eyes, like an elderly man from an ordinary family gazing at his nephews. I fear I have little time left, he said softly. The troops outside the city have been encircled for 3 days, and the supplies are nearly exhausted. When I die, you will open the city and surrender. That fellow, although he is my mortal enemy, still possesses basic judgment. You are all talented in governance, so he likely will not kill you. At this moment, he was like a garrulous elder, meticulously arranging each person's future, planning their destinies. From how to allocate the remaining funds in the treasury to the distribution of pensions for the fallen soldiers, every trivial matter was attended to. Li Qing, your little grandson, should be taking the imperial exam this year, right? He's a good seedling, don't let it go to waste. General Wang, your leg injury hasn't healed, yet after surrendering, retire to the fields, don't fight anymore. He mentioned each name, discussing family matters. The old ministers below could no longer hold back, covering their sleeves as tears flowed freely, unable to speak. They cried for this Sun-Tob fallen dynasty, but more so for the lonely elder before them. Behind the monitor, Lu Buliang's eyes also turned red. The female crew members behind him had already turned into teary messes, covering their mouths to suppress their voices. The tranquility before death could tear at the heart more than a hysterical collapse. Filming continued. Jiang Ye looked at them with eyes full of compassion, yet forced himself to remain calm. He no longer had the strength to grieve. At that moment, a messenger stumbled in. Your Majesty, outside the city, the enemy has sent an envoy requesting for your surrender. The crying in the hall abruptly ceased. Surrender. This was the greatest humiliation for an emperor. An old general slammed his fist on the table, shouting, "This is too much. This humble one will go and behead that envoy. Come back." Song Ling's warmth instantly vanished, and his calm voice left the general frozen in place. "Let him in." Moments later, a young envoy dressed in the formal attire of the Orthodox dynasty strode in with an air of arrogance. His gaze swept across the grand hall, taking in the desolate scene, before landing on the elderly man seated on the wooden dragon chair, his expression filled with disdain. This was the rebel leader who had given the Orthodox dynasty headaches for 50 years. He seemed nothing special. "Song Ling." The envoy cleared his throat, not even bothering to bow, and directly called his name. "Our emperor has always shown mercy, remembering you were once a great hero. He cannot bear to see you end up in such a fate. If you surrender now and bind yourself before the throne, the emperor will spare your life and grant you the title of a peaceful marquis, allowing you to enjoy your twilight years." This speech ignited the anger of everyone in the hall. Jiang Ye, however, seemed not to hear, not even raising his head to glance at the envoy, merely lowering his gaze to adjust the cuffs of his wide sleeves. Seeing him silent, the envoy thought he was afraid, and the smile at the corner of his mouth grew even wider. "What? Lost your nerve? Where is the courage you had when you drew your blade to slay an official?" Jiang Ye's body stiffened. He lifted his eyelids and cast a cold, indifferent glance at him. Even without a single word or movement, that one glance alone unleashed the 50 years of imperial might that Song Ling had accumulated. The murderous aura of a sea of corpses and a mountain of bones, the authority over life and death, the chilling insight into men's hearts, and the utter disregard for ants. The young envoy, for some reason, felt his mind go completely blank under that gaze, all the words he had prepared stuck in his throat. He felt that the person sitting before him was not an old man, but a fierce tiger licking its claws. That look seemed to say, "Who do you think you are to yap like a dog before me?" With a thud under the astonished gaze of the old ministers, this envoy, who had been so arrogant moments before, went weak in the knees and fell to the ground on the spot. He trembled all over, bowing his head low, lacking even the courage to meet Jiang Ye's eyes. Outside the scene, Chu Xiong, watching through the monitor, felt his scalp tingle. He instinctively gripped the armrest tightly, his body leaning forward slightly. "This," Chu Xiong murmured to himself, "a tiger's might lingers even in death. To the very end he remains a king." Jiang Ye withdrew his gaze and waved a hand at the old ministers below the throne. "See them out." Two guards stepped forward and dragged out the envoy, who had collapsed in fear, leaving behind only a puddle of foul-smelling water on the floor. The hall fell silent once more. In truth, it wasn't just the hall that went quieter after the scene was shot. The entire set fell silent as well. The young actor playing the envoy collapsed just outside the frame, unable to stand for a long while. A young set assistant who was on good terms with him quickly stepped forward to help him up, exclaiming in admiration, "Nice one, brotherly. You even dared to improvise on Director Liu's set. Hey, tell me, when did you manage to hide a water pouch on yourself?" The young actor was momentarily stunned, then snapped back to reality, his expression turning awkward. "Water pouch? I actually pissed myself, all right. It's all right. I mean, he stammered awkwardly, trying to change the subject. "Anyway, help me over to the side. First, let's not block everyone's way." "Oh right, thinking ahead, as always, brotherly," the young assistant said with an admiring look, helping him away while chattering on. Lu Buliang stared at the playback, muttering, "Incredible and brilliant," under his breath, momentarily at a loss for words. Night had deepened. The sounds of battle outside the city gradually subsided, and filming inside the hall continued. Song Ling dismissed, everyone sitting alone on the dragon throne. Moonlight streamed in through the open doors, illuminating his silver hair and the several fierce, jagged scars on his arm. These were wounds left by his own adopted son, whom he had personally slain during a rebellion 30 years ago. Jiang Ye reached out with his other hand, gently tracing the scars with his fingertips, his gaze growing distant and complex. He thought of the child who once followed behind him, calling him Yifu in a soft, childish voice. And he also remembered the disbelief and despair in that child's eyes when he drove his own sword into his chest. In this life he had gained much, but lost even more. Family, lovers, brothers, sons. Those close to him had departed one by one. In the end, all that remained was this ravaged land and the scars on his body. In his mind, the notification sounds from the empathy points earned from The Last Emperor, airing while still filming, kept ringing out. These merciless numbers felt especially ironic at this moment. He traded his own pain for the audience's tears and for a chance to live. At this thought, a glimmer of desire for life appeared in Jiang Ye's eyes. Just like Song Ling, he still wanted to live. He wanted to see the ending of this world with his own eyes, to see how far he could go. But this was only for a fleeting moment, forcibly suppressed, transforming back into the resignation that belonged to Song Ling. Jiang Ye leaned back against the chair, slowly closing his eyes, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. A smile that was bleak, yet also one of release. Cut. Lu Buliang pushed up his glasses, rubbed the corners of his eyes, and shouted, "That's a wrap. Good work, everyone. Our filming will be done by tomorrow. You can all go back and get some proper rest today. We'll meet here on time tomorrow afternoon." The crew, still not fully detached from Jiang Ye's performance, silently packed up their things and went their separate ways. Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes, greeted Lu Buliang and the others, and then suppressing the pain returned to his dressing room. He didn't even bother to wash up, collapsing into bed and curling himself into a ball, feeling his strength recover and the effects of the medicine taking hold. Then he fell into a deep sleep, ending this simple yet busy day. The next afternoon, back in the interior set of the palace hall, Jiang Ye repeated the previous day's actions, expending his physical strength forcibly, suppressing the effects of the potent painkiller, and adjusting his body into the state of the aged Songling. Lu Buliang sat behind the monitor, his expression grim. The crew was ready. All departments ready. Action! The shouts of battle from outside the city pierced the thick palace walls, echoing under the dome of the great hall. The extras yelled hoarsely outside the set. The clash of weapons and the neighing of warhorses interwove, creating the sound of an army pressing down on the city. But inside the palace there was only deathly silence. The remaining few dozen old ministers and generals stood in 2 rows, all with white hair. They had shed their blood-stained armor and donned the most solemn black court robes of the great Song puppet court. Their attire was immaculate. Jiang Ye sat on the high dragon throne, his body leaning slightly forward, the beaded tassels of his imperial crown swaying with a crisp, faint sound. His silver hair hung loose, his frame thin and gaunt. Unaffected by the chaos outside, his gaze swept over the faces of every old brother below. Among them were minor clerks who had followed him in rebellion against the officials at Jiangzhou County, a destitute general who had shared half a steamed bun with him in a snowy wilderness, and a minister of peasant origins who had once worked the mud with him barefoot in the fields. At that moment, an old general walked in from outside the hall, knelt down, and reported with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, the enemy has entered the city." Jiang Ye's expression didn't change. Without giving an immediate order, he slowly raised his hand and pointed towards the wide-open doors. The glow of the setting sun stained the blood outside a deep red. "You should all leave," he said, his voice hoarse and flat. The old ministers' bodies trembled, and they all looked up at him. Jiang Ye averted his gaze, looking out of the hall. "The enemy will break through the city soon. In my life I have owed you all too much debts I can no longer repay." He gripped the armrest of the dragon throne, his palm exerting a little force. "In the next life, don't follow me again." His tone was calm, without grief or indignation, only utter exhaustion. At the foot of the grand hall, Yi Qing, standing at the forefront, raised his head. This once brilliant young general now bore a face weathered by time. He suddenly knelt, the sound of his knees hitting the stone floor echoing through the hall. "My lord." He blurted out the title he hadn't used in decades, tears streaming down his face. "Are you sending your old minister away?" Yi Qing looked up, tears tracing the wrinkles at his eyes and disappearing into his beard. "Back on the wasteland, when my entire family was executed, it was you who handed me a blade. You said you would carve out a world of justice for me. I have witnessed that justice, and I die without regret." Then another old minister knelt, trembling, as he pulled out a yellowed IOU from his robe. "Your Majesty, do you remember this? When the Black Army ran out of provisions, you pawned your only jade pendant to buy medicine for my ailing mother. I must repay this life-saving grace." One by one, figures knelt in the hall, their faces solemn and streaked with tears. During the great drought in Jiangzhou, corpses littered the fields. An old general, with a missing left arm, spoke, his voice trembling. "Had you not opened the granaries, I would have been nothing but bones in a mass grave. This life has been extended by 50 years. I have profited." Another old minister in civil robes prostrated himself. "I was a failed scholar, scorned by all, until you gave me a court where I could realize my ambitions. What if it is a false dynasty? For 50 years the people have had clothes to wear and food to eat. I die without regret." A lame general crawled forward 2 steps. 30 years ago, in the canyon ambush, you took a sword from me, Your Majesty. My life has long been yours. If you must leave, go, but I will defend this hall to the death." An old man with one blind eye knocked his head on the ground. "My entire family perished at the hands of corrupt officials. You led troops to raise their mansions. I can never repay such kindness. Now that the kingdom is fallen, I will not cling to life." They took turns recounting their memories of following Songling. It must be said, Lu Buliang's casting eye was truly sharp. Combined with Jiang Ye's on-site emotional guidance, these veteran actors were fully immersed in their roles. The entire set was enveloped in a heavy, sorrowful atmosphere. Nearby, Lu Buliang stared intently at the monitor, suppressing his sobs. The camera glided along its tracks, capturing the subtle expressions of each supporting actor. Jiang Ye sat on the high seat, not interrupting. He listened quietly, his gaze carrying a serene acceptance of life and death. Crew members in the shadows felt a chill down their spines. They noticed these old actors had simultaneously unleashed an astonishing power. Every expression was so real, every line dripping with raw emotion. The tension of this collective outburst centered on Jiang Ye radiated outward, and Jiang Ye, simply sitting there without grand gestures, anchored the immense sorrow of the entire hall. After a long silence, Jiang Ye spoke again to these loyal brothers. "Leave. This is an imperial decree." Yi Qing raised his head, meeting Jiang Ye's eyes. "My lord, you once said we would share this realm together in glory or in death. Have you forgotten the oath made on that snowy night?" Jiang Ye's breath caught. He looked at Yi Qing, and suddenly he saw flashes of the snowy wasteland, the half-frozen bun he had pressed into the man's hands, and the black banners flapping in the wind. Yi Qing wiped the tears from his face and burst into laughter. "My lord, I have lived enough. To have shared this 50-year dream with you, it is worth it." He rose and performed the final kneeling bow to Jiang Ye. "General, Yi Qing requests to follow you to the afterlife." With that he drew his sword. With a sharp sound the blade sliced across his throat and blood sprayed onto the white jade steps. Yi Qing's body crumpled. Jiang Ye's eyelids twitched, but he did not stop him. It was too late. He slowly closed his eyes, and a single turbid tear slipped from the corner, falling onto his black dragon robe. A system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Critical emotional node detected. Do you wish to activate environmental atmosphere rendering? Cost 200 empathy points. Activate, Jiang Ye murmured in his mind. In the hall an inexplicable chill arose. A mournful ancient melody seemed to echo in everyone's ears. The recording equipment picked up a low mournful wail. This elegy of the false dynasty filled with endless regret resonated clearly in their ears. Lu Buliang behind the monitor began to breathe rapidly. This song was not in the script, and no music was playing on set. Yet he heard it, and so did everyone else. "We are willing to follow your majesty." Another old minister drew his sword, blood splattering against the white pillar, and his body fell. "I will go ahead to clear the path for you below." An old general shattered his skull, blood blooming across the hall. "The road to the underworld is dark. Let me light the way for you." Another civil official plunged a dagger into his chest. Bodies fell into pools of blood, yet they all faced the throne facing their emperor. Thuds of collapsing bodies echoed endlessly. Jiang Ye kept his eyes shut, his eyelids trembling slightly. He could feel the vitality in the hall rapidly fading. These souls who had accompanied him for decades were leaving one by one. The last powerful minister surveyed the bodies around him, his eyes void of sorrow or joy. Solemnly he smoothed the hem of his robe, faced Jiang Ye, and kowtowed 3 times with great reverence. Then he drew his sword and plunged it into his own heart. The hall fell into utter silence. The sounds of battle outside continued, but no living breath remained within. In that moment Song Ling was truly alone. Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the corpses filling the hall and the blood flowing down the steps. The 50-year dream of a nation had shattered into pieces. He opened his mouth, wanting to unleash a wild laugh that would shake the heavens. He wanted to mock the injustice of fate, the absurdity of the world, and the hypocrisy of so-called legitimacy. But he had no strength left. This withered body couldn't even summon the energy to laugh. The mere beating of his heart had consumed his last ounce of vitality. He propped his chin on one hand, a finger against his temple, the other hand resting limply on his knee. He straightened his back, maintaining that imposing posture, his vision blurring as the scene before him became overlapping phantoms. He saw himself at 20 copying official documents in the county office one afternoon. The sunlight was pleasant, and the old woman next door was calling him to dinner. Jiang Ye closed his eyes once more, still seated on the highest throne, maintaining that dignified bearing. His breathing grew fainter and fainter until it finally stopped. And so Song Ling passed away. On set the expected cue never came. Lu Buliang ripped off his headphones, covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking violently as tears splashed onto the back of his hand. The entire crew could no longer hold back. Stifled sobs erupted into unrestrained weeping. The makeup artist squatted on the ground, face buried in her hands. The prop master turned away, crying uncontrollably. The gaffer, eyes red, clung desperately to the light control arm. The assistant director's clapperboard slipped from his hand unnoticed. They weren't crying for this film alone, they were mourning the fall of an era. The sheer impact of this tragic aesthetic was overwhelming. Jiang Ye had embodied the ultimate end of a sovereign stripped of all kinship to perfection. The entire crew was collectively shattered. They stared at the motionless figure on the throne, feeling as if a piece of their own hearts had been torn away. After a long silence, Lu Buliang finally croaked out, "Cut. Prepare for the next scene." The call jolted everyone back to reality. Once the crew had composed themselves, Lu Buliang gave the signal to continue filming. Action. Jiang Ye remained frozen in his pose. At that moment, the clatter of armor echoed from beyond the palace gates. The Orthodox army, wading through pools of blood with swords raised, surged into the palace that symbolized rebellion. Instantly, the hall bristled with blades and killing intent. The enemy general, sword in hand, and stained with gore, crossed the high threshold. He should have laughed, declaring the decades-long chaos finally over. But after just 2 steps, his feet were nailed to the floor. The soldiers behind him gradually fell silent, crowding at the gate, afraid to advance another step. Inside the hall, there was no desperate resistance, no pitiful pleas, only an eerie stillness. All the ministers and generals had taken their own lives, their blood dyeing the white jade steps and flowing slowly along the grain. What struck even greater fear into the invaders was the direction the bodies had fallen. Every single one faced the high platform facing the crude wooden throne. It was their unwavering final tribute. Upon the throne sat Song Ling. He rested his cheek on one hand, eyes lightly closed, his black dragon robe casting a dark crimson sheen in the twilight. He bore no trace of a corpse's decay, but rather resembled an emperor taking a brief respite after handling state affairs. Jiang Ye sat there. To maintain the pose of majesty unyielding even in death, he held every muscle taut, even suppressing his breath. Anyone in the industry knows that playing a corpse is the ultimate test of an actor's fundamentals. Moreover, this state of being dead, yet not dead, was even harder. It required not only absolute stillness, but stripping away the vitality of the living. This Jiang Ye executed flawlessly. The general tightened his grip on his sword, swallowing hard to dispel the chill in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he ascended the steps one by one. He needed to confirm Song Ling's death. Only by taking the head of this rebel could the half-century war truly end. One step, two steps, drawing closer to the throne. When he finally reached Song Ling, he saw Jiang Ye with eyes shut tight, utterly silent. Yet the imperial might that had dominated for 50 years still weighed heavily on the general's back. This presence was so overwhelming it made one's legs weak. The general's breath hitched, and he involuntarily staggered back 3 steps, nearly missing a step. He looked up sharply at Song Ling's aged face, his eyes filled with shock and uncertainty. Was this rebel truly dead? After a long while, having confirmed no further rise and fall of Song Ling's chest, the general's hand slowly lowered. He looked at the loyal subjects' bodies scattered around at this final king who chose death over surrender. Yet he felt no thrill of victory, only an inexplicable sorrow and reverence. This was a formidable hero worthy of respect. The general let out a long sigh, sheathed his sword, and chose neither to decapitate the body nor to cheer. Instead, he slowly unfastened the red cape from his shoulders, stepped forward, and with both hands gently laid it over Song Ling's knees. It was the highest honor one warrior could pay another. Having done so, he turned to face the dense ranks of the Orthodox army outside. All troops kneel. The general's voice echoed through the hall. Farewell, King Song. He led by example, dropping to one knee. Without hesitation, the soldiers behind him fell to their knees in unison with a rustle. Weapons grounded, heads bowed. It was a final salute to a fallen titan. Cut. Lu Buliang shouted, his voice thick with emotion. Printed. That's a wrap. The silent set erupted in thunderous applause and cheers. It was over. The nearly 2-month-long battle had finally concluded. The crew, eyes glistening, moved forward to celebrate. But when their gazes fell upon the high platform, Jiang Ye remained in that same pose, hand on cheek, utterly still. Teacher Jiang, you can relax now, a runner called out, rushing over. But Jiang Ye didn't move. The precarious balance he had been desperately maintaining had finally tipped. His physical limits were breached. In his mind, the system's electronic alerts blared frantically. Warning. Host's physical load exceeds limits. The effect of the potent analgesic has ended prematurely. The situation he dreaded most had arrived. Without warning, the searing pain of genetic collapse syndrome tore through his nerves, grinding against every bone, shooting from his spine straight to his brain. Jiang Ye's body convulsed violently, nearly falling from the throne. He clenched his jaw to suppress a scream, but his consciousness was already teetering on the edge of oblivion. System. Exchange. New potent analgesic. He roared in his mind. Sure enough, the expected prompt sounded. Notice, due to excessive physical exhaustion today, consecutive use of the agent will induce a weakened state. The newly exchanged potent analgesic's effectiveness is reduced by 80, current efficacy is only 20. Jiang Ye struggled to lift his eyes, scanning the crowd that was starting to converge on him. No, I don't want to faint again, don't want to cause more worry. I have to. Get up now. If the effect is weak or ill, just overpower it with quantity. System. Keep exchanging. Stack them all. Warning. The host's body has been severely eroded by genetic collapse and has reached its limit. Using or stacking analgesics multiple times in a short period may trigger unknown complications. Enough talk. Exchange. Consuming empathy points. Exchange successful. The empathy points dwindled at a terrifying rate, losing over 300,000 in mere seconds and still dropping. Jiang Ye, tormented by anxiety and agony, was on the verge of madness, his eyes turning red. He no longer cared about the cost. He just wanted to erase the unnaturalness from his body, to stop anyone from worrying about him. If one bottle wasn't enough, he'd take another. Please. Let me get better soon. I don't want anyone else to worry about me. Please. Finally, after an unknown quantity of potions had been forced down his throat, the searing pain that had engulfed his body began to slowly recede. Jiang Ye, what's wrong? Lu Buliang had already rushed up to the platform. Jiang Ye's breathing gradually steadied. He took a deep breath, lifted his head, and looked at the anxious faces surrounding him. The agony had vanished, and a smile spread across his face. I'm fine. Just got a bit too deep into character, my legs fell asleep. Hearing him joke, the weight lifted from their hearts. You little rascal, you really know how to give a scare. Lu Buliang patted his chest. That's a wrap. The rest is up to post-production. Dinner's on me tonight. We'll find the best restaurant in Luocheng and feast. Everyone laughed in agreement, preparing to escort Jiang Ye off the stage. He nodded, about to speak, when he felt a tickle in his nose. Suddenly, the young script supervisor beside him froze, her eyes widening bit by bit. She pointed at Jiang Ye, her voice trembling with shock. Blood. Teacher Jiang is bleeding. The crowd followed her gaze and stood rooted to the spot. Black blood was seeping steadily from Jiang Ye's nose and the corners of his mouth. Drip drip. The flow quickened, staining his chin and collar crimson within moments. After an unknown number of potent analgesics had been administered, his pain receptors were completely blocked. He was utterly unaware of his own condition. Shielded by the drug's absolute suppression, he felt no discomfort. He found the horrified, twisted expressions around him strange. "What's wrong?" he asked. As he spoke, more black blood spilled from his lips. Lu Buliang was so frightened his black-rimmed glasses were askew, but he didn't bother to fix them. Instead, he grabbed Jiang Ye, his voice shaking. "Doctor, get the onset, doctor." Jiang Ye tried to stand, but his legs had lost all strength, and he collapsed back onto the dragon throne. He lowered his head to see what was happening, only to find his vision blurring over in large patches. Black spots peeled across his sight, and the figures before him became overlapping, distorted phantoms. This was a new complication: painless internal bleeding and optic nerve compression, triggered by the extreme dual state of heavy medication and physical exhaustion from his genetic decay disorder. The claws of the genetic decay disorder had finally reached his eyes. Critical systemic collapse detected, initiating forced repairs. His body was breaking down, yet Jiang Ye felt nothing. The world was sinking into darkness, but he didn't scream in hysteria, nor did he fear the blindness and the blood. He listened to the chaotic shouts and footsteps around him, feeling Lu Buliang's trembling hand against his back. "I'm sorry. I'm causing trouble for everyone again. Worrying them again. I'm truly sorry." He turned his head slightly towards Lu Buliang, pulled the corners of his blood-stained mouth, and offered an apologetic smile. He remembered that the dragon robe he wore was also a custom-made piece that the crew had spent a fortune on. Director Jiang Ye's voice grew faint. "Sorry. For getting the prop dirty." These light words struck Lu Buliang's heart like a hammer. Lu Buliang's legs gave way, and he knelt on the steps, tears streaming down his face. "You madman. What time is this? You're still worried about the props?" he roared. Jiang Ye didn't hear the answer. He had already fallen completely into darkness. He closed his eyes peacefully. This sight of a body violently deteriorating without the person feeling a shred of pain shattered the psychological defenses of everyone present. The makeup artists broke down on the spot, covering their faces and sobbing uncontrollably. A deeper despair and panic than they had ever felt for a character's death gripped the set. "Ambulance! Get a damn ambulance!" Lu Buliang's anguished scream pierced the sky over the Luoqing film and television base. The emergency floor of Luoqing Central Hospital was hastily cleared. The emergency light above the resuscitation room at the end of the corridor blazed red, its flashing glow painting the walls and imbuing the air with anxiety. Several figures sat slumped on the bench, silent except for the sound of heavy, ragged breaths. Lu Buliang still wore his director's cap, his vest stained with the black blood that had poured from Jiang Ye. His hands clasped behind his head, he stared intently at the closed door before him. Chu Xiong and the others had also arrived, still in their blood-stained costumes, robes and armor covered in grime. They leaned against the wall, brows furrowed, hands twisting unconsciously. The entire main crew of the last emperor, covered in blood and filth, looked utterly disheveled, a far cry from their usual authoritative on-set presence. Just then the sharp, rapid click of high heels echoed from the other end of the corridor. It was Sister Hong, the artist director of Tianyu Entertainment. Her hair slightly disheveled, she strode over quickly, followed by several elderly men in white coats carrying medical kits. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Ye, she had immediately requested permission from her superiors, mobilized the company's private jet, and brought the top cardiovascular and neurology specialists from the capital to Luoqing. She hadn't dared to delay a single moment. Sister Hong reached the resuscitation room, glanced at the red light, took a deep breath, and suppressed her panic. She turned to look at the dejected Lu Buliang, offered no word of blame, and directly presented her credentials, directing the experts to enter the room for handover. Sister Hong stepped into a corner, pulled out her phone, and began coordinating a public relations strategy, demanding a full-scale block on malicious speculation online and deploying additional security to guard all hospital exits. At the same time, the storm on the internet was already out of control. A completely unedited video had been secretly uploaded to a short video platform by an extra. The footage was shaky and dimly lit, yet it clearly captured the moment blood began to flow from all 7 of Jiang Ye's orifices as he sat on the dragon throne, culminating in his helpless collapse. The most terrifying part was that despite the bleeding, Jiang Ye's face showed not a trace of pain. He even offered an apologetic smile to those around him. This eerie calm directly pierced the psychological defenses of the viewers. The trending topics list crashed entirely within 10 minutes. The servers of major platforms collapsed several times before being barely restored. All entertainment gossip was pushed aside. The screens were flooded with prayers and terrified comments from fans, refreshing so fast the text was a blur. "What the hell is going on? Why is my Jiang Baobao bleeding so much? Tell me this is acting. This is just promo for the new drama, right? The color of the blood is wrong. How can you vomit blood and show no reaction at all? Don't scare me. Is he even still alive? I can't watch it a second time. His smile is heartbreaking. He doesn't even know he's bleeding." Tianyu Entertainment released a statement. "What's happening to my husband? A medically knowledgeable netizen commented with an analysis pointing out that Jiang Ye's state suggested he had taken an overdose of a blocking drug, which had numbed his central nervous system and resulted in painless internal bleeding. This comment was reposted wildly, igniting panic across the entire internet. On the highway, a black sedan was speeding recklessly. Jiang Ye gripped the steering wheel with white-knuckled intensity, flooring the accelerator as the vehicle tore through the night, leaving only a blur of motion in its wake. In the passenger seat, Zhang San's eyes were bloodshot, both hands trembling as he frantically refreshed the page on his phone. Staring at the online analysis, his hands shook so violently he could barely hold the phone. Wang Lin, who had stabilized after the post-production editing, sat in the back seat, with a deeply furrowed brow, urging Jiang Ye to drive faster. Having seen the trending topic, they had converged on Haiqing and hired a car on the spot to race through the night to Luoqing Central Hospital. The numbers above the elevator door climbed floor by floor, accompanied by a mechanical chime. With a soft ding, the door slid open. Zhang San burst out in long, frantic strides, his steps chaotic and urgent. Jiang Ye and Wang Lin followed closely behind, their faces etched with equal anxiety. Zhang San's eyes immediately locked onto Lu Buliang, who was waiting at the entrance to the emergency room. He charged over and seized Lu Buliang by the collar, the veins on the back of his hands bulging fiercely. Lu Buliang offered no resistance, allowing Zhang San to hoist him clean off the ground. How did he end up in there? Zhang San roared, his eyes splitting with fury, spittle spraying across Lu Buliang's face. Zhang San knew Jiang Ye's true condition better than anyone. He was intimately aware of the deadly genetic collapse disorder that plagued him. He had watched the video online, replaying it over a dozen times. In the video, Jiang Ye's painless yet profuse bleeding was a clear sign that his bodily functions had completely shut down, held together only by sheer agonizing willpower. Rage incinerated every shred of Zhang San's reason. Heedless of the fact that the man before him was a renowned director in the industry and oblivious to the hospital setting, he swung his fist and slammed it viciously into the side of Lu Buliang's face. A dull, heavy thud echoed down the corridor, startling the nearby nurses into covering their mouths. That punch wasn't just aimed at Lu Buliang's face, it was a blow directed at the version of himself who had for 2,000 yuan effectively bought Jiang Ye's life. Lu Buliang's head snapped to the side, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth as his glasses flew off and shattered against the floor. Overwhelmed by guilt, he made no move to block the blow, nor did he utter a single word in his defense. What could he possibly say? That Jiang Ye's current state was entirely due to the accelerated production. Jiang Ye himself had proposed that he had brought it upon himself. Lu Buliang couldn't bring himself to do it, couldn't voice the words. After all, he was a beneficiary of the situation. More than that, he was genuinely consumed by remorse. He regretted not noticing Jiang Ye's deteriorating condition sooner. If only he had caught it earlier, would Jiang Ye be in there now? Fucking hell. Zhang San cursed, his hands gripping Lu Buliang's collar, once more shaking him violently, his bulging eyes glaring into Lu Buliang's face. I don't give a damn who you are, you famed director. I lost my home a long time ago. While filming Crime and Punishment, Zhang San had mortgaged his house to raise funds, ending up estranged from his wife and child. He was now a wandering ghost clinging to fame, with no one who truly cared whether he lived or died. But Jiang Ye was the one who called him third brother from the bottom of his heart. In his mind, that made Jiang Ye his own younger brother, his last remaining tether to this world. Now my little brother is my only family. Zhang San choked back a sob, tears glistening in his eyes, his voice sharp and piercing, the veins on his neck standing out like cords. If anything happens to him, I swear I'll fucking kill you. Aya. Zhang San went berserk, screaming as he pulled back his fist to strike Lu Buliang's face again. Jiang Ye rushed forward, wrapping his arms around Zhang San's from behind, straining to drag him away. Brother Zhang, calm down. Jiang Ye shouted, digging his heels into the floor for leverage. Zhang San continued to struggle in Jiang Ye's grasp, letting out meaningless wild cries. As Jiang Ye held him back, he turned his head, shooting Lu Buliang a look filled with hostility, his face dark and grim. He had fought alongside Jiang Ye on the set of the Abyss production, considering him a true kindred spirit. Now, with his friend's life hanging in the balance, he could hardly muster any civility towards Lu Buliang, even suspecting that the director had pushed Jiang Ye to the brink in a ruthless pursuit of deadlines. Wang Lin stepped forward, glancing at the shattered glasses on the floor. He bent down, picked up the frame, and walked over to Lu Buliang. He patted his old friend on the shoulder and let out a long, heavy sigh. Without a word, he pressed the glasses frame into Lu Buliang's hand. The atmosphere in the corridor grew stifling, everyone waiting in silence for the door to open again. The chaos of the real world had no bearing on Jiang Ye, unconscious within the emergency room. His consciousness was sinking, falling endlessly through layers of dense fog. He arrived at a place. It was a silent, pure white expanse, boundless and endless, where even the light felt uniform and lifeless. There was no scent of the hospital, no beeping of monitors, no irritating clamor of the human world. Even the system's mechanical voice that usually lurked in his mind had vanished completely. Most importantly, he felt no pain. The agonizing ache of genetic collapse that had tormented his very marrow was gone, as if it had never existed. He stood alone in this vast whiteness, lowering his head to look at his own hands. They were steady, no tremor at all. Jiang Ye turned his head, surveying his surroundings. Directly in front of him stood 4 figures. He knew them more deeply than he knew himself. The one on the far left was stooped, clad in a crimson python robe, his face pale, eyes harboring a sinister, despairing glint that pierced like ice. This was the eunuch director Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian extended his hand, palm open, revealing a faint, illusory wooden hairpin. It was the sole keepsake from the young eunuch he had buried with his own hands. Beside Zhao Xian stood a man in a white coat. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, a gleaming scalpel held in his hand, a gentle, yet cruel smile playing at the corners of his lips. This was the Dr. Qin Mo. To Qin Mo's right stood a towering figure with flowing white hair draped in tattered black armor, his crimson eyes coldly scrutinizing Jiang Ye. This was the demon sovereign Yisha. He was assessing Jiang Ye's current weakness with a gaze that had seen through life and death. And at the very back, suspended in midair, was a crude wooden dragon throne. An old man with white hair and beard sat cross-legged in the void, clad in a black dragon robe, propping up his chin with one hand. This was the Emperor Songling. These 4 malevolent spirits, once given life by Jiang Ye, now stood in formation, silently staring at him. There was no wind in this space, yet the hems of their robes fluttered slightly. Jiang Ye's gaze swept across their faces one by one without a word. Songling looked down at Jiang Ye from his elevated position and spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant with an unyielding authority. My empire, I have defended it for decades. Your life? How much longer can you hold on? The question rippled through the space in layers of echoes, rattling Jiang Ye's eardrums. It was an interrogation from his own creations, a brutal inquiry into the very vitality of his existence. Jiang Ye was not surprised by this in the slightest. Neither was it some supernatural occurrence. He knew his own physical condition all too well. To portray these roles, he had repeatedly drained his emotions, repeatedly plunging into immersive spaces. Those memories, mad, desperate, and agonizing, had long been etched into the depths of his mind. Now in his extreme weakness, his mental defenses had utterly collapsed, and these soul fragments he had created were beginning to turn against him. Under immense exhaustion, his personality had splintered. If he were to concede here, if he felt weary and wished to stop and rest, his consciousness would be completely devoured by these extreme fragments. He would either never wake again, becoming a true vegetable, or he would awaken as a schizophrenic madman. Jiang Ye stood still, gazing at the 4 malevolent apparitions before him, and took a deep breath. Although there was no air here, he still made the gesture. Then Jiang Ye lifted his foot without fear or retreat and strode forward. He walked up to Zhao Xian, glanced at the hairpin in his hand, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he simply walked past him. The despair in Zhao Xian's eyes did not hinder his steps. He approached Qin Mo, ignoring the gleaming scalpel. The smile at the corner of Qin Mo's mouth did not waver his resolve. He met the crimson pupils of Yesha, facing this murderous aura without the slightest retreat. The chilling aura emanating from Yesha could not freeze his will. Finally, he arrived beneath the dragon throne. Jiang Ye looked up, meeting the gaze of Song Ling seated upon the throne, then calmly swept his eyes across the 4 souls. He opened his mouth and spoke softly. Your suffering, I have borne it for you. Your regrets, I have fulfilled for you. Jiang Ye's voice remained calm, yet filled with determination. Now return my body to me. I haven't finished performing yet. The moment these words fell, the silence within the space was utterly shattered. The 4 figures did not speak. They simply gazed deeply at Jiang Ye. Zhao Xian tucked away his hairpin, folding his hands into the sleeves of his crimson python robe. Qin Mo set down the scalpel and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. The mockery in Yes's eyes faded as he shut his crimson orbs. Song Ling lowered her hand from her chin and sat up straight. The 4 figures then dissolved into specks of starlight, converging in midair into a radiant warm current that surged directly into Jiang Ye's chest. They had merged back into his soul. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, accepting this power. In the real-world emergency room, the shadowless lamp shone upon Jiang Ye's pale face. Several specialists crowded around him, drenched in sweat, having just lifted the defibrillator. At that moment, the red line on the monitor screen, which had been flat, suddenly flickered. Beep. The electrocardiogram showed a faint, wavering wave. The specialist set down the defibrillator, letting out a long sigh of relief. The red light outside the emergency room switched to green, and everyone waiting by the door collapsed limply to the floor. Jiang Ye's consciousness regained control of his body, but he lacked the strength to even open his eyes. Within his mind, the system's notifications sounded again. Alert resolved. Host's heart meridian stabilized. Forced repair complete. Detected severe compression of the host's optic nerve. The host will face irreversible vision decline. Jiang Ye listened to this verdict quietly without anger. He even chuckled inwardly. If he could completely subdue even the malevolent spirits he had created, what were these minor complications? His life was saved. That was what mattered most. 3 days later, in the intensive care unit of Luoqing Central Hospital, Jiang Ye's eyelids trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The expected bright light of the ward did not appear. Instead, all he could see was a thick layer of white mist. He could not see the texture on the ceiling nor the outlines of anything around him, only blurry patches of color swaying. Amidst the vast whiteness were interspersed clusters of glaring red and black. He tried blinking, but the patches remained overlapped and unfocused. The world had become a blurry, overlapping image. He swallowed his Adam's apple bobbing, but only a faint puff of air escaped his lips. The sound broke the silence of the ward. A patch of red sitting beside the bed jolted violently. Sister Hong lunged to the bedside shouting in delight, "Jiang Ye." At that moment another patch of black beside her stirred as well. Lu Buliang leaned in. "He's awake. He's awake. Doctor. Quick, call the doctor. Call the specialist." Lu Buliang yelled hoarsely towards the door, his voice cracking and echoing down the corridor. The door to the ward was pushed open forcefully, and a flurry of hurried footsteps flooded the room. Several attending physicians in white coats rushed to the bedside carrying various examination instruments. A beam from a strong flashlight swept directly across Jiang Ye's pupils. But Jiang Ye could only see a faint white halo pass before his eyes with no sensation of pain. Instruments were maneuvered around Jiang Ye's body. The lead specialist held a thick stack of films, examining them closely against the light, his brow furrowing deeper and deeper. The ward was now crowded. Besides the doctors and nurses, the core creative team of the last emperor was all present. In addition, some old friends were there. Sister Hong, Lu Buliang Zhang, San Chenyu Wang Lin. They stood in a row holding their breath, intently watching the doctor's every move. The examination lasted a full 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, the attending physician finally put away the flashlight, removed the stethoscope from his neck, and turned to face the others. He opened the medical record in his hand and signed his name on it. "His life is out of danger," the doctor gave a definitive conclusion. These words brought a collective sigh of relief to everyone present. Zhang San had been on edge for 3 days, sleepless, afraid to rest, only daring to doze off briefly. Hearing the sudden good news, his legs gave way, and he collapsed onto a nearby empty bed, gasping for air. Chen Yu also leaned against the wall, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. But the doctor's expression did not relax. He adjusted his glasses and spoke in a grave tone. "Based on his medical history, he suffers from an extremely rare genetic collapse disorder. Furthermore, his body has been severely ravaged by the disease. Logically speaking, with such a severe condition, he should not have been able to." The doctor initially meant to say, "should not have been able to survive this well," but seeing the faces around him, he wisely refrained and changed his words. "But the genetic collapse has triggered severe complications." The doctor looked at Jiang Ye on the bed, paused, and continued, "There has been extensive bleeding in the blood vessels at the back of his eyes. The accumulated blood is severely compressing his optic nerve." Sister Hong's heart skipped a beat. She quickly stepped forward and anxiously pressed, "Doctor, what does this mean?" The doctor sighed and closed the medical chart. "This means his current vision is less than 0.1, and there are large areas of visual field loss. This is irreversible damage. He is nearly half blind. If there is any hope of a cure, we can only pray for a miracle." The doctor's cold words silenced everyone in the ward, making even the steady beeping of the monitors seem intrusive. Half blind. For an ordinary person, this would be a devastating blow, but for an actor, it was a death sentence. Especially for someone like Jiang Ye, a gifted actor who conveyed emotion through his eyes and performed with them. This was tantamount to stripping him of his right to stand before the camera. His talent was exceptional, his acting overshadowed countless popular idols, and he was still so young. His future had been boundless. But now, damn you heavens, how unjust you are. Lu Buliang's body swayed, his hands covering his face in anguish as he slid down the wall to crouch on the floor. Zhang San's relief was crushed once more. Gritting his teeth, he slammed his fist against the iron frame of the bed, the skin on his knuckles splitting open. Chen Yu and Wang Lin stood in the corner, their faces pale. They stared at Jiang Ye on the hospital bed, overwhelmed by pain and helplessness. This cruel reality shattered these hardened men. Sister Hong's eyes were also turning red. Jiang Ye, lying on the bed, showed no reaction to the doctor's verdict. No loud accusations, no hysterics, no tears stained the white sheets. He turned his head slightly, using the direction of Lu Buliang's earlier shout to face him precisely. In his blurred vision, a dark shape remained on the floor. Jiang Ye pulled at the corner of his mouth, offering a faint smile, and called out softly, "Director Lu." Lu Buliang looked up sharply, his eyes red. "The final scene of The Last Emperor," Jiang Ye asked, "didn't I mess it up?" These words stunned everyone present. His eyes were nearly gone. He had almost lost his life. And the first thing he asked about upon waking was the performance. Such devotion was beyond comprehension. Lu Buliang's eyes were bloodshot, his throat tight, as he stepped forward. Zhang San rushed over, shoving Lu Buliang aside, and plopped down on the edge of Jiang Ye's bed. He gripped Jiang Ye's hand tightly, his own trembling. "You didn't mess it up?" "Not at all." Zhang San shouted hoarsely, tears glistening in his eyes. "Brother, with your acting, who dares to say it wasn't good? It was because it was so good that scene passed take after take, and the whole crew was in awe. And that pose of yours passing away peacefully in meditation, it was absolutely perfect." Jiang Ye was taken aback upon hearing Zhang San's voice, but a deeper smile spread across his lips. "That's good. He pulled his hand free and patted Zhang San's hand reassuringly. Sorry, Brother San, for dragging you all the way here. Brother, cut the nonsense. Zhang San wiped his eyes, feigning anger, and shot a glare at Lu Buoyang. I don't trust anyone else to be here. Sister Hong, watching Jiang Ye's composed smile, could no longer hold back her emotions. She abruptly turned away, covering her face with her hands, and hurried out of the ward. The sound of her muffled sobs was sealed behind the door. Shen Yu turned to look out the window, his throat tight. Wang Lin took off his glasses and furiously wiped the lenses, trying to hide his reddened eyes. This actor, who cared only about his role, even in the face of utter despair, had earned the complete respect of these industry veterans. Jiang Ye listened to the sobbing and touched the blanket over him. Don't look so glum. He said the sky won't fall. You can't see. Zhang San shouted. How will you read scripts or hit your marks in the future? At least I'm still alive, Jiang Ye interrupted. As long as I'm alive, I can still act. Scripts can be listened to and marks can be calculated. The room fell silent again. Jiang Ye always carried a quiet strength that left no room for argument. Lu Buoyang stood up and walked to the bedside. Just then Sister Hong returned, her voice regaining its professional composure. Jiang Ye, I've already contacted Tianyu. The company will arrange for the best ophthalmologists. If domestic treatment fails, we'll go abroad. The company will cover all expenses. Don't forget, she said, looking at him with a complex expression, you still have a betting agreement with Tianyu. You need to stay strong, and you need to recover. Jiang Ye nodded. I know, but don't bother. He said softly, I know my body. This complication, the nerves are already dead. It's very hard to cure. But don't worry, maybe one day it'll just suddenly get better. After all, aren't people online saying, I'm favored by the god of acting? His attempt at a joke did not lighten the mood in the room. The god of acting may favor you, but only in acting. You can perform brilliantly on screen, but you can't seem to act your way through your own life. We can't just let this slide. Wang Lin spoke up, his voice urgent. Director Wang, Jiang Ye turned towards him. Has Abyss been scheduled for release? Yes, it's set for 2 weeks from now, Wang Lin replied. Good, Jiang Ye nodded. Brother San, how are the viewership numbers for Retribution? Ever since you won the award, the numbers have been climbing steadily, and the reviews are solid. Zhang San answered. Jiang Ye fell silent, closing his eyes. Seeing this, Sister Hong gestured to the others. He needs to rest. Let's step out. The group quietly filed out of the room. The door closed, sealing off all their worry and sighs. In the dead of night, Jiang Ye was alone in the ward. The noise from the corridor had subsided, and the room was shrouded in darkness. But for Jiang Ye's current vision, there was little difference between day and night. Only the steady beeping of the monitor broke the silence. Jiang Ye closed his eyes and summoned the system panel in his mind. System. The familiar interface unfolded before him. His vision was too blurred to make out the specific numbers, but he could perceive the information on the panel with his mind. During the broadcast of the last emperor, the empathy value had surged, replenishing what was spent on the potent analgesic. Especially after the uncensored video of him in the emergency room, painless coughing blood and unconscious, went viral. It ignited a firestorm of emotion across the internet. The numbers on the panel kept climbing. Host Jiang Ye. Remaining life, 77 days, 14 hours. Current empathy value balance, 3050,099 points. Continuously rising, Jiang Ye used his mind to browse the system store. Soon he zeroed in on 2 items. Item, optic nerve soother. Price, 5000 empathy points. Effect, alleviates optic nerve pressure caused by genetic collapse, slowing the progression of blindness. Note, this potion cannot restore damaged vision, it only prevents the host from falling into complete darkness for the next few months. This description was interesting. The system store was vast and all-encompassing, seemingly able to provide anything one could want. But from another angle, what if the system knew beforehand that genetic collapse would cause optic nerve compression, and thus had this item ready in its store? That made this effect all the more intriguing. He shifted his attention to the second item. Item, deep neural fiber remodeling agent. Price, 4500 empathy points. Effect, completely eliminates nerve compression caused by genetic collapse, fundamentally resolving the vision deterioration. A targeted cure. Jiang Ye's breath hitched, and then he shook his head with a light laugh. System, oh system. You really are thoughtful. He looked at the climbing empathy value, 3 million, just 5 million away from 5 million. It wouldn't be long before he could afford it. But for now he needed to focus on the present. He selected the first item and confirmed the exchange. Consumed 5000 empathy points. Exchange successful. As the notification tone faded, a cool liquid materialized in his mouth. He swallowed. The coolness rushed from his esophagus straight to his brain, finally swirling around his eyes. The dull hidden ache behind his eyes gradually subsided. He opened his eyes again. Though his vision was still blurred and colors still overlapped, he could clearly feel that the deterioration had been forcibly halted. 50,000 empathy points spent to keep him from going completely blind. It was worth it. As long as he could still see, as long as he could make out the large print on the script, he could continue to perform. Jiang Ye adapted to his current physical state and suddenly realized that since his vision had been compromised, his body's compensatory mechanisms seemed to have kicked in. His hearing and touch had become remarkably acute, allowing him to clearly discern the faint sounds from the end of the corridor. The rattle of the duty nurse's cart as she pushed it by, and the sharp clink of metal forceps being dropped into a metal tray. And the hum of the medical equipment in the next room, the drip of liquid in the foretube. All sounded amplified several times over in his ears. He never expected that his impairment would grant him new powers. Jiang Ye pressed his lips together. A loss may turn out to be a gain. Just then the phone by his pillow vibrated. The screen lit up. An electronic voice from the phone sounded in the ward. Before leaving, Sister Hong had specially set the phone to a voice assistant mode for the blind. You have a new notification. Global announcement from Huangmao video platform: the finale of The Last Emperor will premiere worldwide tonight at 8 p.m. Hearing this, Jiang Ye leaned back against his pillow, his demeanor relaxed. The finale was about to air, meaning Song Ling's swan song was about to be unveiled to audiences nationwide. That emperor seated on the dragon throne, chin resting on his hand, dying amidst fire and blood, was about to shatter everyone's psychological defenses. When that moment came, what did it matter if the sky fell? He could still carve a path through the ruins. Jiang Ye lay quietly back on the hospital bed, listening to the wind outside the window, making no unnecessary movements. He steadied his breathing, his heartbeat calm. Tonight Song Ling's fate would be revealed. At 8 p.m. sharp, nightfall enveloped the cities. Countless fans and viewers had already gathered in front of their screens, waiting for the premiere on Huangmao Video. A uniform glow flickered across living rooms and thousands of households. After the recent barrage of news about Jiang Ye's critical condition, his fans were relatively calm, as they were already aware of his health. But casual viewers' perception of the show had completely transformed. Even though the finale of The Last Emperor was playing in everyone's eyes, it wasn't just Song Ling's swan song, it was a testament to Jiang Ye's life. A farewell letter written with his very being. As the progress bar slowly advanced, the plot reached the Great Hall. All the loyal ministers and veteran generals had committed suicide for the nation. Old General Yi Qing, tears in his eyes, drew his sword and fell upon it, collapsing at the foot of the white jade steps. The civil officials removed their hats, kowtowed in gratitude for the emperor's grace, and then dashed their heads against the dragon-carved pillars. Their bodies all faced the direction of Song Ling, blood staining the palace floor tiles. Song Ling sat alone on the high throne, clad in a black dragon robe, his white hair swaying gently in the candlelight. He rested his cheek on one hand, surrounded by an aura of death. A close-up shot captured Song Ling's eyes. The light had faded from them, yet they still held the majesty of an emperor. The bullet comments that had been flying across the screen vanished completely. The entire viewing interface was clean. Across tens of millions of screens nationwide, only suppressed sobs remained. Some viewers covered their mouths, afraid to make a sound. Li Ming, a renowned sharp-tongued critic from Haicheng, usually preferred domestic suspense dramas. But he had been captivated by Jiang Ye's portrayal of Qin Mo during the hit period of Crime and Punishment. Now, because of Jiang Ye's performance, he had become a loyal follower of The Last Emperor. Watching the finale on screen, he trembled, barely having the strength to type. After a moment to compose himself and regain some strength, he typed out a line. Song Ling is dead. The ceiling for domestic political intrigue villains has been set. After hitting send, he collapsed onto his desk and wept. This loneliness, spanning 50 years, struck the chest of every viewer, leaving them breathless. The story on screen continued. Heavy crashing sounds came from outside the hall. The enemy general led his main force, soldiers charging in with long halberds. The general stepped forward, looked at the corpses of the loyal ministers and generals strewn across the floor, and at the fallen hero on the throne. He took a step back, unclasped the red cape from his shoulders, and draped it over Song Ling's knees. This was the highest salute among warriors. Then the general knelt on one knee and roared, "All troops kneel." Behind him, the vast army planted their weapons on the ground in unison and knelt. "Farewell, King Song." The general shouted these 3 words, his face grim. The emotions the viewers had been holding back burst forth. Countless people wept openly in front of their screens, tears soaking their phone screens and keyboards. The bullet comments on the screen were flooded with these 3 words. All that could be seen was, "Farewell, King Song." Wang Lin, sitting outside the hospital corridor, looked at his phone screen, showing the post-production progress report for Abyss of Demons from his staff. Beside him, a tablet was playing the ending of The Last Emperor. Wang Lin put down his phone, looked at the screen full of suicides and the flooding comments, and took a deep drag of his cigarette. "You're really ruthless with this." Wang Lin said, his eyes red, looking up at Lu Buliang beside him. "Jiang Ye's performance is truly extraordinary. When my Abyss of Demons airs, the audience will probably cry all over again." A clear fist mark was still visible on Lu Buliang's cheek. His expression complex, he nodded silently, his gaze fixed on Jiang Ye's ICU room. Huangmao Video's backend data shattered all historical records, and their servers froze for a full 5 minutes under the load. On social media, trending topics were once again dominated by Jiang Ye's name and The Last Emperor. Major state media outlets joined the discussion overnight, publishing lengthy commentaries. Although the background of The Last Emperor is fictional, its realism is extremely close to actual history. And while Song Ling was deceitful, his core principles were upright. Jiang Ye, with his tearing sense of fragmentation, has reshaped the tragic aesthetics of the villain. The official endorsement elevated the show to legendary status. Countless netizens spontaneously added a small white flower to the bottom right corner of their profile pictures. Jiang Ye's fans meanwhile changed their profile page backgrounds to various stills from his shows or candid photos, leaving comments like, "Praying for my Jiang Ye." Major forums ever eager for attention also switched their page layouts to be covered with white flowers. On the surface, it was a mourning for Song Ling and a prayer for Jiang Ye, but in reality, they were also riding the wave of this trending topic. The wave of sorrow online continued to swell while in the intensive care unit of Luoqing Central Hospital, Jiang Ye lay still and silent on his bed. Within his mind, the system's chimes had merged into a single piercing continuous ring. Empathy value 100,000. Empathy value 200,000. Empathy value 100,000. The numbers surged upwards frantically by the tens and hundreds of thousands. The finale of The Last Monarch had triggered a nationwide tidal wave of empathy, reaping unimaginable rewards for Jiang Ye. Jiang Ye summoned the system interface. Host Jiang Ye. Remaining lifespan 76 days, 18 hours. Current empathy value balance 456,000 points, and rising 4,500,000. He hadn't expected the empathy value to reach such heights so soon. It seemed fortune truly favored the bold. His consciousness drifted back to the shimmering blue potion in the system's shop. Deep nerve fiber remodeling agent. With a single exchange, he could fundamentally cure his deteriorating eyesight, eliminating the neural compression caused by genetic breakdown and instantly restore his vision. Yet just as his finger hovered over the exchange button, a new dilemma surfaced. Exchanging for this potion meant his painstakingly accumulated empathy value would be wiped clean overnight. All his hard-earned savings would vanish, setting him back to square one. Without this reserve, his future choices for scripts would be severely limited. He would no longer be able to take on those grand antagonist roles that demanded massive empathy value to sustain his life and enhance the narrative environment. Instead, he'd be forced back to the beginning, picking minor villain roles with scant screen time, slowly rebuilding his life-saving capital. Moreover, until his genetic decay was fully cured, the daily 100 point potent stabilizer was a mandatory expense. Without a balance, he would have to ration even his painkillers. And in such a precarious state, any unexpected event would leave him utterly defenseless. The entertainment industry was a ruthless beast. Without the deterrent of that 5 million empathy points, he dared not enter high-risk immersive script spaces. High risk meant high reward. Those pathological, mad, and cruel villains would undoubtedly require a sea of empathy to construct their mental fortresses. If he emptied his balance to cure his eyes, his acting career would be irrevocably shackled to these insignificant marginal roles. Honestly, the empathy value extractable from these trivial characters was no longer sufficient for his current needs. It was a vicious cycle, a calculated, open move by the system. Cure the eyes, lose the future. Don't cure, endure the present imperfection. Jiang Ye raised his hand, stroking his stubbled chin, and made a swift decision. He would keep the empathy value and spend it where it mattered most. His remaining lifespan was sufficient for now, and he could manage with medication to suppress complications as a temporary measure. Even if his eyesight was failing, he could rely on his hearing and touch. As long as his mind remained sharp, he could still act. However, the daily 100 point expense for the stabilizer was non-negotiable. He had no desire to wake up in agony each day. It was also the baseline of his dignity. Exchange for potent stabilizer. Jiang Ye issued the command mentally. 100 empathy value consumed. Exchange successful. A familiar cool sensation spread through his body. Though his vision remained blurred, he let out a comfortable sigh of relief. He pulled the blanket up, preparing to get a good night's sleep to repair his frayed nerves. But at that moment, the door to the ward was pushed open. The creak of the hinges was soft. Jiang Ye pricked up his ears, hearing a steady, unhurried set of footsteps on the hospital's rubber flooring. These were not the footsteps of anyone he knew. Sister Hong always moved with a fiery urgency, and Brother Sen always took large, sweeping strides. These weren't the footsteps of a doctor or nurse either, which were typically rushed and casual. The visitor came to a stop beside his bed. Jiang Ye felt a presence, one that was deeply restrained yet impossible to ignore. He had felt this aura before in the backstage lounge of the Capitol Grand Theater. From his memory, he could perfectly reconstruct the figure's silhouette. Jiang Ye slowly opened his eyes, seeing only a blurred dark shape. Recognizing the familiar aura, he spoke the visitor's name, Dean Ji. The room fell silent for 2 seconds before the sound of something cutting through the air reached him. It was a peeled apple. The apple tore through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Ye's face, its trajectory swift and forceful. Jiang Ye's vision was a white haze, unable to discern the incoming object. But his ears caught the sound of the approaching pressure first. Relying purely on instinct, he shot out, his right hand, fingers spread, and by sheer coincidence clamped down perfectly on the rapidly flying apple. The apple stopped dead, a mere half-inch from his cheek. The sound of the wind ceased. Holding the apple, Jiang Ye pushed himself up from the bed. He didn't fumble for the glasses on the bedside table, as he wasn't yet accustomed to wearing them. Ji Yunzhou stood there, the wooden beads on his wrist clicking softly together. He casually pulled a chair over and sat down beside the bed, a glint of approval in his eyes as he smiled. Visual deprivation is the most dangerous training in the study of acting, he began. It can shatter a person's sense of security, driving them into a panic-stricken corner. But it is also the most potent way to unlock one's potential. Ji Yunzhou looked at Jiang Ye's unfocused eyes. It seems you have adapted to this darkness and even turned it into an advantage. Ji Yunzhou's words hit the mark. He had seen through the state of Jiang Ye's hyperacute senses. With his vision restricted, his body's defense mechanisms had been forcibly activated. His hearing, touch, and even his perception of air currents had undergone a terrifying enhancement. It could be an effect of the medication, or it could be Jiang Ye's own latent potential. Jiang Ye withdrew his hand, brought the apple to his lips, and took a crisp bite. Dean Ji pays a late-night visit, Jiang Ye asked calmly. Just to test me with this apple. Ji Yunzhou smiled without denying it. I have a patient in this hospital. I came to see him today, he said. And I thought I'd also check if you were still alive. It seems you're doing better than I expected. Jiang Ye chuckled. You flatter me. I'm resilient. Not dead yet. Ji Yunzhou's voice was calm, as if he hadn't caught the subtle mockery in Jiang Ye's tone. I watched The Last Monarch. The handling of Song Ling's ending was clean, with no unnecessary melodrama. Your acting is getting better and better. Jiang Ye leaned back against the headboard, his tone modest. It's all thanks to a well-written script. By the way, I have something for you. Ji Yunzhou didn't engage with the pleasantries. He placed his briefcase on his lap, unzipped it, and took out a thick manila envelope, handing it to Jiang Ye. I thought you might be needing this right about now. Jiang Ye set down the half-eaten apple and reached out to take the paper bag. Running his fingertips across the surface of the craft paper, he felt a series of fine raised patterns. The arrangement of these dots formed a specific kind of coded information. What is this? Jiang Ye asked. It's the script for an experimental suspense crime film that a rising director is planning to reboot, Ji Yunzhou replied. It's called Dark Sound. Jiang Ye's fingers continued to trace the raised dots. It's a film with a villain as the protagonist. Ji Yunzhou continued introducing the script's premise. The main character, named Bai Yi, is blind from birth. He works as a piano tuner, but he has a hidden identity. He's a serial killer who murders with sound. Jiang Ye's fingers paused. Blind piano tuner, serial killer. These three tags combined to paint the picture of a monster lurking in the blind spots of ordinary perception. He had no need for light. He hunted in the darkness. This script has been shelved in the industry for 2 years, Ji Yunzhou said, slowly looking into Jiang Ye's murky eyes. Couldn't find the right person? Jiang Ye asked. No one could play it. Not even you. Jiang Ye raised an eyebrow. Ji Yunzhou's words caught in his throat, then he smiled. Me now? No. Jiang Ye keenly caught the emphasis on now, and his heart stirred. Not now, meaning he could have before. Why? Because it requires a kind of morbid authenticity. Ji Yunzhou leaned back in his chair, hands clasped over his knees. Over the past 3 years, countless best actors and top-tier stars have tried out for this role. When able-bodied actors play blind men, it's always superficial. They can't capture that state of relaxation that comes from living in darkness for so long. The moment they're under harsh lights, they instinctively have a physical reaction to the source. That kind of deliberately faked blindness can't fool the close-ups on the big screen. Jiang Ye listened quietly. Having personally experienced the loss of sight, he understood the difficulty all too well. An able-bodied person has to expend immense effort to suppress their visual instincts, and that control often destroys the natural tension of the performance. Ji Yunzhou continued. Directors who previously worked on this script once found a talented actor. He wore a blindfold for a month to prepare for the role. But on the very first day of filming, the moment the set lights blazed on, his pupils constricted involuntarily. Fake is fake. It can't fool the camera, and it certainly can't fool the audience. Jiang Ye analyzed the failure of this case, then countered, what about finding a genuinely blind actor? Ji Yunzhou shook his head, dismissing the idea. Genuinely blind people lack that morbid killing intent. Bai Yi is a serial killer. He needs to control everything in the darkness. He embodies both divinity and beastliness. An ordinary blind person can't portray the kind of evil that treats human life as nothing. Ji Yunzhou sighed. Another director also tried auditioning some genuinely blind actors. Their eye movements were perfect, but when performing the murder scenes, all they showed was fear and timidity. Even their hands holding the knife were shaking. The kind of evil they couldn't act it out. Ji Yunzhou's gaze fixed on Jiang Ye's face. But you're different now. Qin Mo has made you far more proficient in killing than the average person. And right now you're experiencing the blade of death, enduring the deprivation of sight. Your current half-blind state combined with that innate ruthlessness within you. You are the only one who can play this role. The blindness that the able-bodied can't portray, the evil that the blind can't act out. All of it now converged on Jiang Ye's broken body. Jiang Ye's fingers continued to trace the texture of the craft paper bag. Though he couldn't see the text and didn't know Braille, the system's electronic prompt had already sounded in his mind. Script target detected, dark sound now broadcasting the script synopsis. The system began to feed Bai Ye's character details into his brain word by word. Bai Yi was born blind, but his hearing was extraordinarily acute. He could distinguish hundreds of different sound frequencies, use audio frequencies to disrupt his victims' central nervous systems, and utilize echolocation to lock onto his prey's escape routes. In absolute darkness, he stripped his victims of their senses. He set death traps with ultra-thin steel wire. As prey struggled in the dark, they only tightened the piano wire around themselves. He didn't even need to be at the crime scene. He could preset sound traps using specific frequency resonances to destroy the victim's inner ear balance. He left his prey incapacitated in a state of vertigo and nausea, slowly losing their ability to fight back. From a distance, he would calmly listen to their screams, treating the sound of death as his perfect symphony. This was Bai Yi's aesthetic of killing. Cruel, elegant, and leaving no trace. This concept of committing crimes through sound made Jiang Ye's blood boil with excitement. He could empathize with Bai Yi's loneliness in the darkness, and even more so that morbid thrill of holding the power of life and death. Bai Yi didn't need anyone's pity. He proved his existence through fear alone. This kind of power found within brokenness was exactly what Jiang Ye craved. He needed a role like this to vent the pent-up emotions within him. Besides, wasn't this the villain-led script he had been longing for? Jiang Ye tightened his grip on the paper bag, a bloodthirsty smile curling at the corner of his lips. Director Ji, Jiang Ye turned his head towards Ji Yun's voice. You're right, this is exactly what I need right now. He'll take on this blind man role. Ji Yunzhou gave a faint smile, the amusement deepening in his eyes. He stood up, pulled a voice recorder from his suit pocket, and placed it on the bedside table. This contains all the script's dialogue. The paper bag in your hands holds the script written in Braille. You can't see the words right now, so use your ears to listen and your fingers to feel. Engage all your senses to memorize every line of Bai Yi's. Ji Yunzhou straightened his clothes. Get some rest. I look forward to seeing your Bai Yi. With that, Ji Yunzhou turned and walked back to the door. His leather shoes made a steady rhythm on the floor. The door was pulled open then closed. The ward fell silent again. Jiang Ye sat alone on the hospital bed, the paper bag still in his hands. He closed his eyes, listening to the wind outside the window, the footsteps in the corridor, and the distant car horns from the street. The world was being deconstructed and redefined in his ears. Bai Yi's story was about to unfold, a new chapter in Jiang Ye's own life. A week slipped by, measured in the scent of disinfectant and the rhythmic drip of 4 tubes. Zhang San and Chun Yu were compelled to leave Luocheng for work, but before departing, Zhang San clasped Jiang Ye's hand tightly, his eyes rimmed with red. Brother, if anything comes up, you must remember to find me. Jiang Ye nodded. In the ICU of Luocheng Central Hospital, only Jiang Ye and 2 assistant caregivers sent by Tianyu remained. Jiang Ye sat on the edge of the bed, staring straight ahead. During this period, under the influence of the optic nerve soothing agent, his vision had stabilized into a precarious state. He could perceive light and discern moving objects, yet he could not focus or make out any details. The world to his eyes had become a defocused impressionist painting. The doctor stood by the bed, holding a thick file of reports, his brow deeply furrowed, his voice laced with evident frustration and disbelief. Mr. Zhang, I must reiterate my advice. Given your current physical condition, especially the compression of your optic nerve, you are absolutely not fit for discharge. You need absolute rest and continuous medicinal observation. Any intense emotional fluctuation or physical exertion could lead to a complete and permanent loss of vision. Jiang Ye did not turn his head. He listened quietly, his face devoid of any emotion. Once the doctor finished, Jiang Ye spoke calmly. Doctor, thank you for your care over these past days. I have made my decision. Please arrange my discharge paperwork. The doctor, infuriated by Jiang Ye's intransigence, slapped his pen onto the chart. Mr. Jiang, you are gambling with your life. I don't understand. Is acting truly that important? A bitter smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Ye's mouth. Gambling with his life. Was acting unimportant? If he could, he too would have preferred to live as a stable, ordinary man. But ever since he had arrived in this world, his life had been a constant transaction. If he were to lie here and rest now, waiting for his empathy points to deplete, how would that be any different from waiting for death? Moreover, he still had a grand performance as Bai Yi to complete. Half an hour later, Jiang Ye changed into his own clothes, a pair of wide black sunglasses perched on his nose, concealing his unfocused eyes and the last traces of his frailty. Supported by his 2 assistants, he walked out of the hospital. The sunlight in Luocheng was harsh. Even through the sunglasses, he felt its intensity. He did not pause, boarding the private car sent by Tianyu Entertainment, heading directly for the airport. His destination, Haicheng. The flight was several hours long, and Jiang Ye slept deeply in first class. Or rather, he simply closed his eyes to conserve his strength. The plane landed. At the Tianyu Entertainment headquarters in Haicheng, the atmosphere in the top-floor meeting room was heavy. Sitting across from Jiang Ye, Hong Jie's face turned grim as she examined what he had handed over. A thick notebook inside a craft paper bag, its cover covered in fine raised dots. A black voice recorder. Hong Jie asked in a low voice, "What is this?" "The script," Jiang Ye replied, his tone flat. "Braille edition. The recorder has the dialogues." Hong Jie picked up the paper bag, her fingers tracing over the dots, a sense of foreboding washing over her. "What's the name of the script?" She pressed. "Dark Echo." Hong Jie's hand trembled the bag, nearly slipping from her grasp. She knew of this film, of course. A highly experimental suspense crime thriller circulating in the industry centered on a serial killer who was blind from birth. It had been shelved for 2 years with no one daring to take it on. The script itself had already ensnared several veteran and emerging directors, not to mention countless professional actors. Yet the film had never seen the light of day, a testament to its immense production difficulty. You want to do this? Hong Jie's voice shot up an octave thick with incredulity. Yes. With your half-blind eyes you want to play a psychopath requiring high-intensity action and extreme psychological distortion. Hong Jie abruptly stood, slamming her hands on the table with a resounding bang. Jiang Ye, have you lost your mind? It was the first time she had been this angry with him, not out of commercial concern, but sheer worry. Your eyes have only just stabilized. Have you forgotten what the doctor said? No stimulation. No eye strain. Now you want to play a blind killer. What if something happens on set? Do you even want to live anymore? Or do you want that lunatic Zhang San to come and fight me over this? Jiang Ye remained unfazed by her outburst, sitting there calmly. Hong Jie, he said softly, I understand your concerns and I know you mean well. But this is the most suitable role for me right now. Suitable? Hong Jie let out a bitter laugh, though her tone softened. How is it suitable? Just because you can't see well now. You're gambling with your life. Even if you're on a freelance contract, I still don't agree. She refused unequivocally. Absolutely not. Their argument soon drew the attention of other company executives. A few minutes later the meeting room door opened. Several senior executives from Tianyu Entertainment arrived. They had been in a meeting discussing future commercial plans for Jiang Ye when they heard he had discharged himself against medical advice and intended to take on a high-intensity crime film. They immediately cut the meeting short and rushed over. The executives, dressed in suits, wore grave expressions. They bypassed Hong Jie, took their seats at the conference table, and fixed their gazes on Jiang Ye. Pale, gaunt, the lower half of his face behind the sunglasses betrayed a fragility he couldn't hide. This was the current state of their cash cow. One of them, a director surnamed Li and the company's second-in-command, walked over to Jiang Ye and casually sat on the sofa. Jiang Ye, we've all heard about your situation. Director Li's tone was relatively gentle, carrying the concern of an elder. You worked hard on The Last Monarch. The company has seen your dedication, and we all feel for you. Jiang Ye gave a slight nod, saying nothing. Another director spoke up, his voice carrying its own authority. But the Dark Echo project is far too risky. We were just discussing this. The company unanimously believes that given your current health you are not fit to take on such a demanding crime film. They looked at his gaunt face and fragile demeanor, and alarm bells rang in their minds. The filming of The Last Monarch had already taken a severe toll on Jiang Ye, landing him in the ICU. The film had brought Tianyu enormous profits, but also tremendous panic. They were terrified that this hard-grown cash cow would be worked to death by his own hand. Jiang Ye, I know that according to the agreement we signed you have absolute script selection rights. Director Li adjusted his glasses, speaking earnestly. But we are also thinking for your own good, taking responsibility for you. You are still young with a long road ahead. There's no need to rush. What if, just what if something happens to you on the crime film set? A bump, a scrape, or an emotional breakdown, causing your condition to relapse. That would be an irreparable loss for you and for the company. The company has invested immense resources in you. We can't afford to watch you go down in flames. These words were spoken with a veneer of righteousness. On the surface, they seemed to be for Jiang Ye's benefit, but at their core, every word was steeped in commercial interest. Jiang Ye listened quietly without interrupting them. Hong Jie stood nearby, her chest heaving, clearly still seething with anger. But she knew she couldn't refute the decision of the higher-ups, for what they said was the truth. In his current state, Jiang Ye was fragile as porcelain. After a long, heavy silence, Chairman Li spoke again, unveiling a contingency plan they had prepared long ago. Jiang Ye, how about this? Right now, because of The Last Monarch, your public image is one of brokenness, fragility, and pitiable vulnerability. This is actually a very powerful filter and a massive commercial asset. We can fully capitalize on this by securing you roles in a few static artistic films. Another director chimed in. Yes, the kind of movie where you just sit there wearing a white shirt, giving a gentle smile to the camera, or reciting a few lines of poetry. No need for grand gestures, no need for intense emotional outbursts. You can sit comfortably in a wheelchair or lie in a hospital bed, earning your money and building your reputation. We'll pay you at the top tier rate, not a penny less, just like your current contract. This way you maintain your exposure while safely recuperating. Once you're better, we'll support whatever you want to do. Chairman Li looked at Jiang Ye with a gentle smile, but his tone was inscrutable. For now, just follow the path we've laid out for you. Why put yourself through that ordeal? Don't you agree? Static artistic films. Flaunting his frailty. They wanted to keep him as a comfortable gilded canary, fed and cared for by capital. This was their proposed alternative. In the eyes of capital, an actor is merely a commodity. Since the product was damaged, they'd just repackage it and continue selling. As long as it made money, as long as there was no risk. The conference room echoed with the executives' sanctimonious talk of what's best for you, filled with calculated trade-offs and business jargon. Jiang Ye remained seated, silent and still. His expression was devoid of joy or sorrow, like an outsider listening to others dictate the course of his life. Only when the executives had talked themselves hoarse did the room fall into another brief silence. It was then that Jiang Ye finally moved. He slowly raised his hand, and under everyone's gaze removed the black sunglasses from his face. A few stifled gasps echoed in the room. The executives saw his eyes devoid of focus, now clouded over with a murky gray. Yet even in this state there was no weakness or compromise in those eyes. Instead, they were profoundly deep. Jiang Ye casually placed the sunglasses on the table and leaned forward slightly. He faced the front, though he couldn't see clearly. He could sense their presence. A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth, laced with mockery. Static artistic films. Jiang Ye let out a soft laugh. A gentle smile. The fierce spirit within him erupted at that moment. Do you think a wolf, once its fangs are pulled, can still be called a wolf? As his words fell, the room fell into dead silence. The executives who had been so persuasive moments before found their words stuck in their throats, their genial smiles vanishing. They were choked by his overwhelming presence. They had assumed they were dealing with a manageable invalid, a young man swayed by profit. But what they didn't know was that this man before them could only be moved by his craft and his life. Even if he were to be tortured to death by illness, he would never allow himself to be caged. The temperature in the conference room seemed to plummet. Hong Jie looked at Jiang Ye, at his hollow yet resolute eyes, and her heart trembled. The company's stance was unyielding. They couldn't gamble hundreds of millions in investment on the limits of a half-blind actor. Even if they were to gamble, it would be on the healthy Jiang Ye. But Jiang Ye's will was even more unyielding. Hong Jie gritted her teeth. No, she couldn't let him be so reckless. She pulled out her chair, sat back down, and extracted a document from her folder, slapping it on the table. Jiang Ye, don't forget. We signed a bet-in agreement. Within a year after Demon Abyss, you must win a Best Actor award. If you insist on taking this blind man role and mess it up, what will you use to pay the price? She flipped to the last page of the agreement. A 500 million penalty clause and a 20-year contract of indenture. Your body can't handle any more strain right now. The company is trying to protect you. Hong Jie tried to use the contract to suppress this madness. The executive's expressions softened slightly upon hearing this. Chairman Li picked up his teacup and blew on the steam. Hong Jie is right. Jiang Ye, you're a smart man. You should know what to choose. Jiang Ye leaned back in his chair, smiling with no fear in his eyes. He raised his hand and fumbled for the black voice recorder Hong Jie had placed on the table. It was the one Ji Yunzhou had left in the hospital room. Jiang Ye pinched the recorder between two fingers, lifted it, and let go. The recorder hit the hard marble tabletop with a sharp crack, shattering the dead silence in the room. The executives frowned, puzzled by his actions. Hong Jie's eyelid twitched, and an inexplicable sense of dread crept into her heart. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, folded his hands over his stomach, and began to recite lines from Dark Sound. These were lines he had etched into his very bones through listening during the week in the hospital with his vision blurred. Sound has a color, he began, his voice low. But it wasn't his usual voice. He slowed his pace. The sound of fear is a dark crimson. His breathing became gentle and slow, even the rhythm of his inhalations changing. He was channeling Bai Yi, the serial killer lurking in the shadows. When the heart races, blood flows through the vessels, making a hissing sound. As he spoke, Jiang Ye's head tilted slightly, his ear turning towards Chairman Li. It was the signature gesture of a blind person capturing sound. Chairman Li's teacup wobbled, spilling tea onto his hand. Yet he felt a chill. Jiang Ye continued reciting. When the first piano wire tightens around the windpipe, the breath turns into a sharp whistle. He raised his right hand and made a pulling gesture in the air. His fingers slightly curved the motion fluid. This was a subtle action note specifically highlighted in the recording. Jiang Ye knew it by heart. He had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. Struggling is useless. His voice grew softer, so faint that everyone had to strain to hear. Shoo. Suddenly he raised his index finger to his lips. Listen, the symphony of death has begun. As the final word of the line fell, the meeting room fell into dead silence. A cold draft from the high-altitude windows crept in, brushing against their backs. Several executives shuddered. Sister Hong swallowed hard, glancing at the script on the table. Jiang Ye had never even opened it, yet with his voice alone he had brought a morbid, elegant, and icy killer into this room. Director Li set down his teacup. He had to admit that Jiang Ye's command of dialogue was formidable, almost unervingly so. Still he shook his head. Acting requires more than just lines, Director Li said, tapping the table. Dark Sound is a crime film. I've read the script. The character Bai Yi not only has extensive action scenes, but also needs to operate precision instruments. He has to modify recording equipment and set up ultra-fine wire traps. Director Li stared into Jiang Ye's eyes. These tasks demand exceptional manual dexterity, even micro-level precision. He spread his hands. Even a normal person would struggle to achieve this. Moreover, you're half-blind, needing help just to walk. You simply cannot perform such intricate prop work. Once we start filming, close-ups will expose your hands, full of flaws. The audience will be pulled out of the story. Another executive chimed in. Exactly. The crew can't rely on a stunt double for you forever. That doesn't align with the investment expectations. Jiang Ye didn't waste words. He knew the logic of these businessmen all too well. In front of them, explanations were useless, only facts could shut their mouths. Jiang Ye summoned the system panel in his mind and opened the system store with a thought. Soon he locked onto an item. Item name: acting tactile perception serum. Effect: permanently and greatly enhances finger sensation and tactile sensitivity, forming muscle memory, enabling micron-level precision operations with eyes closed. Price: 2000 empathy points. Seeing the price, Jiang Ye inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he hadn't spent all his empathy points recklessly, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to handle this unexpected situation. Buy, he commanded in his mind. 2000 empathy points deducted. Exchange successful. A fiery liquid materialized in his mouth, and as he swallowed, a faint electric current flowed through the meridians of his arms down to his hands. His 10 fingers began to tingle with warmth. Jiang Ye clenched his fists, feeling the acute sensitivity from his fingertips. He could even sense the friction of his fingerprints through the air. He stood up, relying on his hearing and vague perception of color blocks, and moved to the spot behind Director Li's chair. Director Li flinched, leaning back, causing a few more drops of tea to spill onto his leather shoes. "What are you doing?" Jiang Ye didn't answer. Instead, he reached out and touched the storage shelf behind the sofa where a small silvery white object sat. It was a metal mechanical ornament. Director Li's prized possession, a handmade mechanical clock bought at great expense from abroad. Its internal structure was extremely complex, relying entirely on the meshing of gears and springs. Jiang Ye ran his fingers over the metal casing and murmured, "Borrowing this." Without waiting for permission, he casually picked up the ornament. Director Li immediately panicked. "Hey, don't touch that. If it breaks, it can't be repaired." Jiang Ye ignored him, walking back to his seat with the ornament sitting down and placing it before him. Sister Hong frowned, wondering what he was up to. Jiang Ye closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and placed his hands on the metal ornament. Then his fingers began to move. Without any tools, he used his thumb and index finger to grip the edge of the casing and twisted with force. With a click, the hidden latch on the base was released, and the casing slid off, revealing the dense array of brass gears inside. The executive's eyes widened. They were well aware of Director Li's prized possession. The clock's hidden latch was extremely well concealed. Even with sight, it would take great effort to find. How did Jiang Ye manage it? Before they could figure it out, his fingers had already delved into the gear assembly. His 10 fingers moved like butterflies among flowers, dancing rapidly, without hesitation. Click. The mainspring was removed. Tick. The escape wheel was detached. Then came the balance spring, balance wheel plate screws. These tiny components began to flip and spin at Jiang Ye's fingertips. He relied entirely on touch to discern the shape and position of each part, controlling the force in his fingers with perfect precision, not damaging a single component. In less than a minute, the valuable mechanical clock was reduced to a pile of scattered parts. Dozens of tiny metal pieces lay spread on the table, some as small as grains of rice. The room fell utterly silent. Director Li, mouth agape, stared at the table of parts, his heart bleeding, tears nearly falling. "Karma. This is karma. I only said a few words to you. Did you have to go this far?" Beyond his heartache, he was even more shocked by Jiang Ye's skill. A half-blind man with eyes closed had disassembled a precision mechanism with his bare hands. How was this possible? Sister Hong stood up, propping herself on the table, staring incredulously at Jiang Ye's hands. Those hands, as elegant and slender as when she first saw them, with well-defined knuckles, now lay quietly flat on the table. Jiang Ye kept his eyes closed, his expression cold. "You?" Director Li pointed at Jiang Ye, his finger trembling. Jiang Ye didn't give him a chance to speak. His hands moved again. At that moment, the situation took a turn. His fingers swept across the table, and when they touched a screw, he casually picked it up. His other hand gripped a plate and brought it together. Gears were placed into their slots one by one. The balance spring was rewound, and the mainspring clicked into its fixed position. The metallic click-clack sounds echoed through the room in a peculiar rhythm. The executives were dumbfounded. Before they could even follow his movements, the clock's main structure had already taken shape rapidly. Finally, Jiang Ye picked up the metal casing, fitted it onto the base, and twisted it firmly. Click. The latch locked. Jiang Ye released his hands and pushed the fully restored ornament forward. It slid to the center of the marble table and stopped. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock inside emitted a steady rhythmic sound. It had been perfectly reassembled without a single error. Jiang Ye opened his eyes, his hazy gaze sweeping over the crowd, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. "Now, any more questions?" His voice echoed in the room, but no one answered. Director Li slumped in his chair, drenched in sweat. He stared at the reanimated clock, a chill running down his spine. This was definitely a monster in human skin. The other executives also kept their mouths shut. They could find no more reasons to argue. A blind man incapable of precision work. Yet Jiang Ye had slapped them in the face with just a few minutes of demonstration. Director Li looked at Jiang Ye's hands and swallowed hard. He averted his gaze, picked up the bed agreement from the table, glanced at its side, and handed it back to Sister Hong. Sister Hong understood immediately. "I see," she said, also sighing, her voice tinged with resignation. "Take the script with you. Qian, you will take on this project." Jiang Ye's smile faded. He picked up the voice recorder and slipped it into his pocket. Rising to his feet, he took the Braille script titled Dark Sound and said to Sister Hong thank you. Then he turned and walked toward the door, his steps steady and unhindered. He pulled open the conference room door and strode out, his silhouette gradually vanishing into the end of the corridor. Silence lingered in the room. The executives exchanged uneasy glances. They knew that the great ship of Tianyu Entertainment was now bound to an uncontrollable madman. Walking down the long hallway, Jiang Ye tightened his grip on the script. The obstacles of capital had been cleared. Next he would embody a demon hunting in the darkness. He anticipated it greatly. This broken body of his still craved more emotions to fill its hollows. Bai Yi, I am coming. Jiang Ye fumbled, pushed open the glass doors of the company building, and stepped into the sunlight of Haiqing. 2 days later, unwilling to trouble anyone, Jiang Ye, carrying a simple black canvas bag, made his way to the outskirts of Haiqing with the help of a kind passerby, following the address left by Ji Yunzhou in the voice recorder. Wearing sunglasses and having deliberately altered his appearance, he managed to evade the prying cameras of obsessive fans. On the outskirts of Haiqing stood an abandoned theater. Most of its exterior paint had peeled away and the weeds at the entrance had been trampled flat. Were it not for the few production vans parked at the entrance, the place could have been described as desolate. This was the secret headquarters of the Dark Sound crew. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, he found the interior unlit by main lights with only a few work lamps glowing. The entire crew exuded an oppressive avant-garde artistic aura. The floor was cluttered with tangled cables and an assortment of bizarre recording equipment. Just then a loud call echoed from the depths of the stage. Mr. Jiang, over here. A young man with a head of naturally curly hair hurried over. He wore a trendy plaid shirt with one pant leg rolled higher than the other. This was Chun Pai, the cutting-edge director set to revive Dark Sound. Chun Pai jogged up to Jiang Ye, halted, and stared wide-eyed, sizing him up from head to toe. He rubbed his hands together, his tone fervent. Best supporting actor, the leading newcomer of the new generation. The man blessed by the god of acting. Mr. Jiang, your presence in my humble production truly honors it. Jiang Ye still had broad black sunglasses covering most of his face. He didn't respond to Chun Pai's flattery, merely nodding slightly. Director Chun, you flatter me. I've read the script. I really like the role of Bai Yi. So when do we start? Jiang Ye spoke directly, wasting no words. Chun Pai was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, clapping his hands. Refreshing. The industry says Mr. Jiang has an acting addiction, and now I see it's no mild case. And I like people who are straightforward like you. Chun Pai's gaze fell on the sunglasses Jiang Ye was wearing. He was unaware that Jiang Ye's eyesight had deteriorated to near blindness. Because Sister Hong had kept the news under wraps and the paparazzi had only caught mundane snippets, the public knew Jiang Ye was frail, but not that he was going blind. Chun Pai simply assumed Jiang Ye wore the sunglasses to maintain an air of mystery or purely to look cool. After all, in this industry, actors with such quirky personalities were a dime a dozen. Mr. Jiang, to be honest with you, Bai Yi is a blind man, but his hands must be incredibly dexterous. He navigates through darkness relying on his hearing and touch instead of his eyes. As he spoke, Chun Pai pulled a butterfly knife from his trouser pocket. It was a prop knife, unsharpened. Chun Pai handed the knife to Jiang Ye, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Since you're here, let's get straight to the point. I want to test your condition. Keep your sunglasses on and perform a transitional scene of a blind man playing with a knife. I want to see that practiced ease, that pathological thrill of dancing on the edge. Chun Pai stepped back, clearing the space. Think you can do it? Among the crew members adjusting the equipment were fans of Jiang Ye. They had lost all focus the moment he arrived, their starry eyes fixed unblinkingly on his face. Had the director not been present, they would have swarmed him for photos long ago. Now seeing Chun Pai test Jiang Ye on the spot, they watched even more intently. They had all heard tales of his crazed behavior on set. Now they all wanted to witness firsthand the true skill of this young idol actor who had won the Bayou Award. Without removing his sunglasses, Jiang Ye reached out and took the butterfly knife from Chun Pai. The metal was cold to the touch, its weight pressing against his fingertips. Enhanced by the earlier acting tactile perception serum, his 10 fingers were incredibly sensitive. Moreover, being in a semi-blind state, his hearing and touch had been amplified, taking over his Bodis defense mechanisms. He didn't need to act like a blind man, he just had to surrender to his Bodis instincts. With his thumb and index finger, Jiang Ye pinched the safety handle of the butterfly knife, then flicked his wrist. With a crisp click, the knife swung open. The metallic clack of the handle and spine echoed through the empty theater. Then his fingers began to move in a rhythm. Index finger flicked, middle finger followed, ring finger lifted. The butterfly knife spun rapidly in his hand. The glint of metal flashed in the dim work lights, tracing silvery arcs. The blade slid between his fingers, grazed the back of his hand, flipped, and jumped with lightning speed. Jiang Ye's expression remained utterly calm throughout, almost nonchalant. His face stayed level, never looking down at the knife. As his wrist turned, the handle circled his palm, the blade grazing past the artery on his wrist in a perilous dance. Yet his movements were graceful, carrying an unconventional rhythm. The knife had become an extension of his body. It moved as naturally as his own limbs. The crew members were all stunned, and among them a few female fans were already gazing with adoration. Not only was their idol an unmatched actor, but he could even wield a knife with such flair. Truly worthy of their admiration. A few of the nearby stagehands instinctively stepped back, holding their breath, afraid that even a stray breath might disturb Jiang Ye and cause the knife to slip and cut his fingers. This mastery over a dangerous tool combined with the blind man persona created an explosively tense atmosphere on set. This was the true Bai Yi, a demon lurking in the shadows, toying with death itself.